8 years ago, Suk-han failed the selection for a rookie idol group. Now at 25, he is still struggling because he does not have a stable job. One day, a former Stardust member unexpectedly shows up at Suk-han's part-time job. As soon as he recognizes Suk-han, he immediately acts contemptuous, which makes Suk-han uncomfortable. But just when they are arguing, a truck suddenly drives straight toward them. When he thinks it is all over, Suk-han suddenly opens his eyes again and finds himself back 8 years ago. Knowing that he has been given a second chance, Suk-han promises himself that he won't repeat the mistakes of the past. Can Suk-han change his fate? What challenges await him ahead? Let us follow this captivating story together with Life Manhwa. In the interview, the host's voice echoes incessantly, "Welcome, Producer Noah." Speaking of which, the introduction becomes more serious, but we are facing destruction. The atmosphere gradually becomes heavier. "Noah, choose 7 boys to put on the escape ship with you." Finally, the host summarizes the news: the idols who survived on the Stardust Project stage. The camera then turns to the contestants on the stage, and now our final round will begin. In a hidden corner of the show, another contestant is saddened by being eliminated. "I really wanted to debut." The camera pans to another contestant who is constantly excited about being selected. "Interview before the finals, faith and determination. This badge is so cool." On social media, people are talking about the show very enthusiastically. "I am rewatching episode 1 while waiting for the final. I am a hardcore fan, everyone. Please vote for the finals. Stardust Project. Sounds boring. Who would want to vote for that? People like bro alike. After watching episode 1, if it is not him." The broadcast is suddenly stopped. "Sis, the broadcast is starting. I am so nervous. Hurry up and come here." I paused it. Very quickly, people click to watch the broadcast. Before the performance, opposing opinions immediately erupt. Once again, the Stardust Idol Group is caught in controversy. Meanwhile, the Stardust Idol Group is also causing controversy with a certain member. The news is quickly announced. Choi Han, the youngest member of the group, had a child before marriage and announced that he would leave the group last night. The news is still slow motioning the previous footage, after hearing the news. At this time, the cafe manager notices the news on TV. "Oh my, hey, Suk-han, come here and take a look." He hears the call and immediately turns around. Yes. The cafe owner says with helplessness, "This is not the first time a member has left the group. It seems like Stardust is causing controversy again." Suk-han is speechless for a moment. It seems like the band will inevitably break up. Suddenly, he blurts out confusedly, "What is it this time?" Suk-han listens to the news while shaking his head in annoyance. "Last time there was a member who left the group because he hit the manager. They should have been careful." He introduces himself casually. "My name is Suk-han, I am 25 years old, and I do not have a stable job." Speaking of work, Suk-han can't help but sigh. "In short, I am just making a living by working part-time." The complaints of customers in the cafe echo incessantly. These idols, they lose their initial passion so quickly. Even so, he just nods in agreement. What was the name of their famous audition program? Suk-han immediately adds, "Stardust Project." The cafe owner replies, "Oh, that is right." Confusion gradually appears on his face. At that time, everyone was eager to be selected. Suk-han stands aside listening and subconsciously speaks, "But after becoming famous, everyone goes astray like that. That is right." He expresses his sympathy for the Stardust members. That is a precious opportunity for some people. It is really ironic. However, in his heart, Suk-han also feels sorry for himself, because the final only selected 7 people, and I was ranked 8th. He recalls the scene of himself being so moved that he burst into tears on stage. The cafe owner sees Suk-han being distracted and calls out, "If you were an idol, you would beat those guys hands down." On the contrary, he only politely replies, "It is too late now, but still, it is nice to hear that." The cafe owner notices the hesitation in Suk-han's words and encourages him. "Why is it too late? I am not kidding." The two continue working while chatting naturally. "You're also a backdancer. Why do not you give it a try?" "Huh, not again, of course not. I am already 25 years old." Suk-han turns away, avoiding revealing the disappointment in his heart. "They will never let me debut at this age." Old memories gradually return. The Stardust Project audition program, which gained great fame among audition programs due to its unique sci-fi concept. Suk-han remembers the glorious image of Stardust and bitterly says, "All 7 members became famous, so they received a lot of international attention." He looks back at his own situation. Sadness is evident on his face. And of course, those who are eliminated like me will be quickly forgotten. Suddenly, Suk-han seems to remember something. Come to think of it, some other people also tried to debut at other companies, but now that is just a thing of the past. He remembers the glorious image of other idols. In less than a year, the idols who were successful 8 years ago failed completely. Kevin, the main vocalist, was arrested for using drugs. The main dancer, Lee Jun-hyul, left the group because of violent behavior. In addition, the most popular member, Cha Sung-bin, has temporarily suspended activities due to repeated panic attacks. The youngest member, Choi Han, who joined the group last, left the group due to a premarital pregnancy scandal. Suk-han can't forget the sarcastic comments from netizens towards Stardust. Damn, what the hell is going on? Rename the group to Stanos. The S in Stardust means stay. Become Stardust. Let the wind blow away. When will this group receive the most infamous group award? Involuntarily, he sighs, to be honest, I am a little glad that I did not debut with them, but regret still lingers in Suk-han's mind, because that was the dream that I dedicated my youth to. It would be a lie if I said I did not feel anything when I heard those news. The cafe owner thinks for a while but is still confused. What is wrong with being 25? Why do not they let 25-year-olds debut? You look young. Suk-han finds it difficult to speak. There are some cases, but it is rare. He tries to explain it as easily as possible. If you are not lucky enough to pass a public audition program, it is very difficult to start at my age. The cafe owner nods in agreement. Some programs even have age limits, no more than 17 years old. It sounds difficult. In Suk-han's heart, a hope still flickers, even if I can apply right now. The clattering sound interrupts his thoughts. Are there still customers coming? The abnormality makes the two suspicious. Did we forget to hang up the closed sign? I hung it up. Let me go check, then I will go inside and do something. Observing Suk-han's departing figure, the cafe owner sighs softly. That kid Seo-han, he definitely has regrets. At this time, he approaches the door to investigate. Sorry, we are closed. A strange man appears before Suk-han. Our store is already closed. The customer immediately becomes irritated. Are you kidding me? I have already come all this way. Is it hard to make me a drink? In Suk-han's heart, uneasiness rises. I can feel that this person. Even so, he politely refuses. Sorry, the vending machines are already turned off. Suddenly the man lifts his hat and looks closely at Suk-han. Didn't you just turn them off? Wait a minute. On the other side, he also looks over. You are not you, Seo-han. Suk-han's eyes widen. Do not tell me this person. Jun-hyuk looks at him in surprise. What are you doing here? Is this your store? It is a Stardust member, Lee Hun-hyuk. In Suk-han's mind, the scene of his assault immediately comes back. His whole body starts to sweat cold. The person who was kicked out of the group after the video of him hitting the manager was revealed. What is he doing here? I am just working part-time. Suddenly, Jun-hyuk smiles contemptuously. Then he mocks Suk-han. What, someone who used to be on TV is now working part-time and bowing to others? Where's your dream of becoming an idol? Faced with Jun-hyuk's provocative attitude, he remains indifferent. Look who is talking. But never mind, let us treat him kindly, so I can get off work early. Everything is in the past. I am just looking for another path. Now I have to close the shop. Suk-han is gradually losing patience. Please leave. Jun-hyuk ignores his words and continues to make things difficult. Hey, you should not do that. I still have a lot of connections in the entertainment industry. Are you sure you want to kick me out like this? Suk-han's face is full of vigilance as he looks at him. He wants to lecture me after doing that terrible thing. Jun-hyuk is still rambling on. Hey, you should buy me a coffee or something, or call me Lee Jun-hyuk. His hands clench into fists, trying to hide the annoyance in his body. Then I might say good things for a jobless guy like you. Did you see the news today that Choi Han left the group? You just missed that guy's position, you idiot. Apparently, Suk-han has reached his limit. He replies in a low voice. No, are you going to give me that position? Jun-hyuk starts to curse rudely. What, you bastard? What the hell did you just say? Even so, he replies indifferently. If that is the kind of idol you want to be, I would rather you give me that position. Suddenly, he turns into a beast and grabs Suk-han's collar. Damn it, you bastard. Despite Jun-hyuk's struggles, he does not make any clear movements. Are you crazy? Or are you grown up so you can say whatever you want? As soon as he finishes speaking, he retorts coldly. Because I think it is a waste. It seems like you still do not know what you threw away. Shut up. Jun-hyuk's pupils dilate. He yells, you think I won't hit you? Just as Jun-hyuk is about to land a punch on Suk-han, he suddenly stops. Sometimes in life, something unfair happens, to the point where it can kill you, The two are immediately distracted by the events in front of them. What the hell, From a distance, a truck is rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Both Suk-han and Jun-hyuk are frightened by this situation. A truck suddenly crashed into your cafe. The car shows no sign of stopping, or you get killed by that truck. A horrific accident quickly occurs, and passers-by immediately surround the scene. A truck crashed into the cafe. Oh my god, there are people inside. On Suk-han's side, he is still immersed in his thoughts. After being eliminated from the audition program, I could not find any passion in the things I did. Suddenly the thought of giving up appears in his mind. What is wrong with working part-time? it is because I can't find anything I want to do. If I do not have a dream, should I just die? Suk-han remembers his sobbing image that day. I will never give up. Suddenly a familiar call wakes him up. Do Seo-han. Suk-han looks around. The other person continues to call. Seo-han. After heavy gasps, he seems to wake up. Seo-han. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly yells, "Ah, and I am back 8 years ago." In his mind, Suk-han still seems unable to accept this fact. At that time I did not know that it was not just simply going back to the past, the audition that I failed. From now on everyone please choose 7 boys for me, the survivors of the Stardust Project. Old memories gradually return. Welcome, codename producer Noah. A strange boy is constantly asking Suk-han, "What is wrong, Do-seon? Did you have a nightmare?" Suk-han waves his hands and shouts, "Ah, Grim Reaper." Jun-seo puts his hands behind his back, turns his head and asks, "What are you saying? Wake up, we have to finish practicing." He is startled by his words, "Huh." Suk-han scratches his head and unconsciously mumbles, "Huh, where Jun-seo takes the scene into his eyes and is puzzled. What is wrong? Suk-han hesitates to answer, "Wait a minute." After a while, he suddenly realizes something unusual. The leader of Stardust, Ha Jun-seo. Suk-han wakes up, reaches out and rubs his eyes. "We never talk to each other unless we train together. Why is he here?" he hesitates to ask. "Did you come to visit me?" Then he turns around abruptly, half-jokingly. "Or is it that being a team leader is too stressful so you are going to the grave too?" Jun-seo smiles, pats Suk-han on the back and teases. "Are you still not awake?" Suk-han replies nervously, I was just hit by a truck, boom, like that." He suddenly recognizes this familiar space, this familiar practice room, this skin that is both white and soft. Suk-han looks at himself in the mirror. His hand touches his face in surprise. "I look so young." Jun-seo looks at him with a bit of confusion. 17 years old is young. What else is it? Suk-han blankly says, "Who is 17? He replies suspiciously, "You right, this situation is definitely me going back in time." He is confused by this statement in his heart and wonders, how can it be, after thinking about it? Seo-han starts to imagine this. If it is according to the trope, the main character goes back to the past, has an exclusive status window, is helped by some strange creature. Haha, Izez, jump in and eat. Immediately afterwards he suddenly points his hand up and shouts loudly, "It is your scene, hurry up and appear and explain it to me, everything that I got from this rebirth." Suk-han does not see anything appearing and still does not give up, still in the same pose. "You forgot a soul in this place. Isn't that how it should be?" Witnessing this scene, Jun-seo starts to doubt. "Suk-han, let us go to the hospital, it is nothing." A little later, Suk-han sits with his back against the mirror, slowly drinking water, suddenly going back to the past. But me, I do not have any clues about this phenomenon. He rests his hand on his chin and contemplates, am I really dead, or is this just an illusion? It is too vivid. The only thing I know is that I am now a 17-year-old trainee. Suk-han enters the practice room. His eyes immediately stop at the crowd chatting loudly. What poster is this? What is that? And the information on the poster clearly states, Idol Audition Program, Participation Conditions, over 15 years old and under 24 years old, eligible for import and export. Suk-han approaches the place where the poster is posted. The Idol Audition Program is held 8 years ago. He starts to have questions. The Stardust Project is about to begin. I remember clearly that everything happened, but why did I go back to this time? Suk-han's eyes are full of sadness. In my previous life, I was eliminated from the final just one step away from the other person. Do I ever miss that time? He starts to reminisce about the beautiful memories of his youth, of course. Suk-han stands silently in front of the old poster. His eyes follow the words printed on it. I always remember the stage, remember everything on it, the intention of the gods or something. A crowd passing by sees the poster and immediately rushes in to chat loudly, because there is only one thing I want, whether it is before or now. What is this? An idol audition program. Here it says that the audience's votes will completely determine who will debut. What is it? Did not the debut group results come out the day before? Could this be the reason why the head of the training room gathered everyone together? Determination flashes in Suk-han's eyes. Therefore, even if I am eliminated again, everyone has made mistakes. Even if it takes my life again, I will do my best to redo everything. At this time, Jin-ha opens the door and steps in to remind everyone. Okay, is everyone gathered? Some people approach and ask, head of the room, what audition program? Don't play with us. She is holding a stack of papers, smiles and replies, everyone has seen it, right? Just like what is written on the poster. This is a new audition program, head of Doble's Entertainment. Song Jin-ha. 2 boys in the group approach and loudly question, but the debut group has already been decided. This is for other trainees, right? On the contrary, Jin-ha answers calmly, unfortunately, but this applies to all trainees. Sukhan stands still and takes the scene into his eyes and silently sighs in his heart. The announcement of the program has made the previous debut evaluation seem like it never existed. It sounds really heartbreaking, even though this is the second time. He expresses the confusion in his heart. Until now, everything is still just like my memory. In the practice room, a group of people stand in a circle. Everyone has a gloomy and nervous expression, but it is really not easy to remember all the things from 8 years ago. I know you guys also know that it is best to participate. It is really unfair. If there was that thing, everything would be easier. Double Entertainment appears towering, one of the 3 major entertainment giants in South Korea. Double Entertainment. In the document room, Jin-ha silently receives the profile from the hands of her subordinate. There are many successful idols here, but no new groups have been released in recent years. Head of the room, here it is. This is the document sent by the TDN production team. She asks, how's the preliminary release video of the trainees? The subordinate immediately reports the situation. Everything is ready. The profile is placed neatly on the table. Jin-ha contemplates, because this program is produced with the TDN side. So this is a rare opportunity to launch a new group. Her concentration puts a lot of pressure on her subordinates. The theme is guaranteed. The ratings are guaranteed first. Just show the audience the candidates first. The staff hesitates for a moment and then says, head of the room, this is the list of members who will appear in the first episode. Jin-ha immediately understands. Ah, you want me to choose a few people, he replies, yes. She contemplates for a long time as if making a difficult decision. There is no other way. After hesitating for a long time, Jin-ha finally makes a decision. We can't show all the trainees in the limited broadcast time. I understand everyone's efforts. But, there are people who stand out and there are people who are the background. In another place, the sound of management echoes in the air. Now we will start the meeting. The profile is delivered to everyone's hands. Personally, Ha-jun Seo is this person. Looking at the profile, Jin-ha continues to present. I feel that his face will attract a lot of attention. Mark Jin holds the paper in one hand. The other hand rests on his chin as if he is thinking. The dancing skills are also okay. The personality is also gentle. He is just a trainee, but he already has a lot of fans. Exclusive choreographer Mark Jin. Sol Ji immediately puts forward another candidate. Ah, what about Jin Se-hyun, vocal trainer Choi Sol Ji? Jun Hyuk becomes the perfect candidate in her eyes. Have you guys heard him sing? In the meeting room, everyone argues together. Among the trainees, his high notes are in the top one. This name Lee Jun Hyuk is also good. Jun Hyuk ha. Moo Hyun speaks out. I heard that there are some conflicts among the trainees. He has a strong personality. If we use him as a thumbnail, it will be very attractive. New group development team Sun Moo Hyun. As the exchange continues, someone mentions, hey, if we talk about attention, Won Suk has also participated in other audition programs, and the remaining opinion quickly agrees. If that is the case, then using that is also okay. They continue to argue. If one of the judges pretends to know him, but did not he get eliminated at first? Suddenly, an idea flashes in one of them. Wait a minute, everyone. Min Seo puts forward a good idea. What about Do Seo Han, vocal trainer Yu Min Seo? The people present are immediately enlightened. Ah, Do Seo Han. One of them quickly becomes interested. Who is that? The profile is placed on the table. About Do Seo Han. Is not that the kid who used to work in YL Entertainment? Another person says, it seems like he was in KJ's debut group. Moo Hyun raises his eyebrows slightly. Oh, is that the KJ I know? Mark Jin also looks on blankly. Praise for Sukhan rings out. It is unclear whether it is because he is a trainee or not, but his dancing skills are very good. Suljin is also a little surprised. She speaks, but according to my memory, his monthly evaluation has not been as active as this. Suljin remembers Suk Jin's performance. The rap does not match the visual very well. It feels a bit vague. Jin-ha takes in this scene. She looks towards Min Seo, MS. Yu Min Seo. Inside the practice room, music echoes incessantly. Sukhan practices to the point of tension. Sweat pours out like a bath. There are 7 days left until the program starts. He raises his hand and asks himself, I do not know why, but these movements are easier when I was 17. Sukhan remembers the events of his previous life. I used to be a dance teacher with the center. Is it that the head remembers is that the whole body remembers? 1, 2, 3, 4. He starts practicing non-stop again. Luckily the joints have not stiffened. The first theme of the audition is the ranking evaluation. Most of the star ranks are maintained until the end of the program. The tearful stories of the low rankers. The images of the guys who were both happy and crying because of the victory in his previous life appear in his mind. Extremely rare. The final ranking evaluation. Trainee grade D rises to grade A. Sukhan in the corner searches for a small item. If being a trainee is so heartbreaking, then I should just be in an action thriller movie. Anyway, I have to do well from the first evaluation. With my current skills. He takes out a notebook from his bag, only missing one thing. Suk-han raises the notebook and looks at it unconsciously. It has been a long time. In his words is a joy that is difficult to hide, my vocal training diary. Suk-han starts to reminisce about the vocal trainer's explanation. Imagine yourself as a dolphin, like the air coming out from the back of your head, understand? At that time, he was excited and took a lot of notes. You're following the art of arts, feel the music, do not read dryly like reading a book, clear, everyone answers in unison yes. Suk-han obediently does as the teacher instructs. I am, a whale breathe she asks, do Seo-han, what are you writing, you have to feel it. He remembers the past and blames himself. I used to be criticized a lot about my singing voice, I only knew how to diligently write notes. Looking at the fully written notebook, Suk-han reminds himself, now is the perfect time for me to stop the shortcomings, relax my body and sing in falsetto. Is this what I got in the monthly evaluation? He closes his eyes and slowly takes a breath, ahem. Next, Suk-han slowly sings, I know you can't stop, even if you are born again. Immediately, he stops, his face reddening with embarrassment. As expected, it is worse than I thought. From beginning to end, there is always a mysterious person observing Suk-han from afar, listening to Suk-han complaining, this song is too difficult, it will probably take a week to finish. Black Shoes step to the door and stop, you are a hornet that makes me cry, I am too tired of waiting. The singing voice comes from inside, and the mysterious man outside also turns his head to look inside, every day, every night, every day, night, 7 days. Over here, inside the stage, the crew calls out excitedly, camera, right camera, is the setting done, sound check done. Someone comes to announce, the director can give the signal to start, he asks again, where's Dawn, we can't start without Dawn. Someone outside immediately runs in to announce, she is here, okay, he pokes his head out and shouts, everyone take your positions, get ready to shoot. The black-haired girl puts on her earphones, and a voice rings in her ear, MS. Dawn, are you ready? She slowly walks out. Around her is the aura of a true artist. She smiles brightly in a professional manner, yes, anytime. The director immediately sends the script back to her, so MS. Dawn came early, thank you, she asks softly, the cue sheet is only this much, right? The guy next to her replies, yes, that is right. She holds the paper script in her hand and signals, well there is not much time left, so let us get right into it. Dawn steps onto the stage and sings, the Noahs, wandering through the distant universe. The surroundings become lively, thank you for participating in the Stardust project. Dawn confidently takes control of the stage with the microphone, I am the MC of the Stardust project. All the lights are immediately lit, nickname the One, today I will lead you on this journey. Dawn immediately stirs up the atmosphere of the show, today, 34 boys will gather here, to get on the Stardust spaceship, the contestants inside whisper, it is the first time I have seen Han Dawn so close, that celebrity, the whole studio will go crazy. They do not take their eyes off her, so awesome. One of the contestants speaks up, is the concept artificial intelligence, so pretty next to him, Suk-han thinks with a gloomy face, even though I have experienced the feeling of being on stage many times now that I look at it again, the scale is really big. Jun Seo sits on the sofa, grabbing his knees with both hands, I am starting to feel nervous now, Suk-han asks in surprise, are you nervous? He laughs it off, no, I am not anymore, do you want to try my homemade stress-relieving coffee? He immediately feels guilty, I have seen it, Jun Seo keeps begging, just try a little bit. The two exchange coffee, then I will try a little, what are these patterns? While lifting the coffee cup to enjoy it, Suk-han realizes, that is right, his favorite cartoon character, Americano. Suddenly, the bitterness spreads throughout his mouth, at that time I thought I was going to die a second time. Jun Seo says a little shyly, I put in a bit too much, Suk-han looks at him helplessly, how much did you put in? Probably 5. He is speechless looking at him, I only put that much, people call that killing people, the more you drink the better. Suk-han tries to swallow the coffee in his mouth, look at me, no, that is enough to kill people. The two continue to chat happily, Hyung, I will make you another one that tastes better, please throw this away, please, no way, why, I am too sad to, there are many other things to be sad about. You do not even feel sorry for your stomach. Suddenly, the TV screen shows Dawn, making Jun Seo excited, are you ready to choose your idols? Oh Seo-han, look. He looks at the TV screen attentively, it must be starting, her voice continues to ring, let me introduce you to the first contestant. A contestant slowly walks onto the stage, from Doubtless Entertainment, nickname Little Giant, ranked first in the poll. Suddenly, Suk-han immediately recognizes the person in front of him, Little Giant, I know who it is just by hearing the name. Kevin makes a cold debut to the audience, contestant number 13, please step onto the stage. Judge A's comment makes the hall silent. One Suk, everything is okay, but your emotions, how should I say it? Harsh criticism is spoken out. Are you tired today? Didn't get much sleep? I really do not understand what you are trying to show us. Judge C also follows the previous person, continuing to push the atmosphere to a climax. This is a competition. Should not you be showing the best to the contestant before you? Watching the contestants being criticized like that, Suk-han involuntarily sighs. True to the reputation of this survival program, the judges harshly give harsh comments. He observes Kevin's performance and concludes, to find a true talent. At this time, he bows deeply to thank the audience. Thank you, I am Kevin in the role of self-composed rap and vocal. Jaden gives Kevin a compliment. You did a great job. Is this a self-composed song? Contestant Kevin is good at both rap and vocal. Judge C also secretly agrees. It is the best performance on stage today. A Judge D and Jaden begin to consider choosing Kevin. It has been a long time since a character like this has appeared. This kid must debut. On the opposite screen, Suk-han exclaims in amazement. This performance is really amazing. Se-hyun next to him snorts coldly. Is that so? On his face is an enthusiasm that is difficult to hide. I will do better than that. Just wait and see. Jin Se-hyun, double-zent, 18 years old. Suddenly, the attention of the two is focused on I am not far away. The evaluation is too strict. I am already scared. He is worried as if he is about to cry. What should I do? Seo Hami, double-zent, 18 years old. Se-hyun can't help but tease a few words. Oh my god, have you already packed your bags to go home? Haim stutters for a while before speaking a complete sentence. What are you saying bad things? I won't be going home. Suk-han steps forward to stop the quarrel. You two will do well, do not worry too much. They will all be members of Stardust in the future. Feeling unnatural, he hurries away, looks really mature, meddling again. Even so, Haim still pays attention to him. Have you participated in many auditions before? How old are you? Suk-han receives a somewhat abrupt question. Me 17 years old. I am still not used to my current age. Ha-im and Se-hyun laugh heartily and reply, greeting style, haha what, 17 years old, still a baby. Jun Seo turns away and reminds the other two, teasing other people again. Suk-han's heart screams at this time, baby, I am old, I am not a baby anymore. In his heart, there is still another concern moreover, Kevin. Suk-han begins to search for memories from his previous life. The person who caused the biggest controversy for using drugs since he was a trainee, Kevin Stardust, is suspected of using and distributing drugs. Is it that the feeling of being high creates these famous songs? There are still fans protecting the space dust, haha. Suk-han's heart suddenly becomes heavy. Originally this was a performance that I was both watching and envying. He silently sighs, but now all I can think about is when he started using drugs. The success and fame that Kevin achieved, I have completely stopped envying those things. On stage, Kevin slowly leaves. Congratulations, Kevin, please move to Area A. The judges begin to chat. Who is next? I am worried about those kids, haha, that is right. Judge D carefully reminds everyone. Such praise may make the next contestant very nervous. Hopefully they will do well. It is over. How can I perform after Kevin? Haim shakes his head in the waiting room. I am thinking too much again. Do not let it be me. Do not let it be me. Se-hyun can't help but add. Saying it again and again is saying it to yourself. Haim shouts desperately, no way. Suk-han also contributes to reassure. That is right, it is spiritual. Anyone but me do not like it, stop it. Another person comes to announce, the next trainee, please get ready. Everyone is still excitedly chatting. Trainee Do Seo-han. Is Trainee Do Seo-han there? Suk-han's mood suddenly drops. So it is me. He steps onto the stage, his face not showing much emotion. Suk-han's hand unconsciously tightens the microphone in his hand. Judge A speaks first. Well, number 03, please introduce yourself. Immediately, he bows deeply and introduces. Hello, I am Trainee Do Seo-han from Doubles Entertainment, a trainee for 6 months. Jaden shows interest. He looks at Suk-han's resume and smiles. 6 months, but it says 5 years here. It has been quite a long time. Immediately afterwards, Jaden says with some expectation, okay, good luck. At that time, the first evaluation made me extremely nervous, and I could not even perform everything I prepared. Suk-han slowly raises his head, determination shining in his eyes, but now everything is different. He opens his eyes wide, observing the whole scene. I am used to the atmosphere of the studio. Suk-han stares at the judges in front of him, even what the judges are thinking. He keenly sees Jaden's interest in him. That judge, he has just been flipping through the pages. It seems like he is looking at my documents. Suk-han thinks a little bitterly, which also means that I was not placed in the noteworthy group from the beginning. Even so, the light in his eyes does not fade at all, but that is not the only way to score points. Suk-han says to himself, I just need a reason to make an impression. Min Seo at this time gradually pays attention to him, Do Seo Han. She begins to have expectations for Suk Han. You have to do well. Jin Ha's question suddenly rings, Ms. You Min Seo, why did you recommend trainee Do Seo Han? Min Seo replies timidly, I have really been very surprised recently. She remembers the image of Suk Han diligently practicing in the days before, who is still in the practice room so late. At that time, Min Seo slowly entered the room. So it is our trainee. I thought it was a ghost. Suk Han at that time was very surprised, oh trainer. He hurriedly stands up to greet. Anyway, the audition is coming soon so, even so she just waves her hand. It is okay, just sit down. Min Seo is very satisfied with Suk Han's vocal. I just listened from outside. Your tone is really not bad. He looks up at her for a long time, really. Min Seo hurriedly raises her hand to guide. But you need to put more force on your vocal cords. In her heart she also silently exclaims, so handsome. A clear sound slowly comes out. Suk Han's eyes widen. Make the throat more round like this, ah. Suddenly, the two say in unison, to create more space. He slowly follows Min Seo's guidance. Is it like this? Exactly like the advice she gave 8 years ago. She nods blankly. That is right, he is quite capable. Returning to the conversation between Min Seo and Jin Ha, she gives him a compliment, that trainee Do Seo Han has a very special ability to apply. Anyway, he is doing very well right now. See you later. Yes, thank you. Min Seo remembers Suk Han's singing voice at that time. You can also become the main character. I won't let you slip away. She was very satisfied with him at that time. He is quite smart. What is this? The next class is singing this song, but the breathing is already stable. He is like a legendary trainee who knows 10 things when you say 1. Suddenly, Min Seo meets a mysterious person. Even so, she just gently walks past the other person. Maybe he is the one who will succeed. Opposing opinions erupt again. You Min Seo, that won't do. The statement is too vague. It is not, even if the monthly evaluation is a bit low at this time. Jin Ha listens and laughs with interest. Haha, I know, in short. Returning to the stage, Suk Han is already soaked in sweat. He bows deeply. Is it possible to evaluate? Judge A gives Suk Han a compliment. Contestant Do Seo Han, choosing the right song is also part of the ability. Judge Park Sukbong, the judging panel begins to discuss. Everyone immediately discusses excitedly. Why did he choose this song? Maybe it is because it is the first round so he does not know how to choose a song. I have nothing to comment on. Judge A continues to speak. First, we have finished watching the performance. The atmosphere gradually becomes tense. We will begin the evaluation. Judge A says in surprise. But number 3, the song you prepared, oh my god, this is the first time I have seen someone choose this song in the audition. The others also comment excitedly. Haha, I think this song is not a good choice. I think it is still time to change the song now, haha. Judge A looks up at Suk Han. Contestant Do Seo Han, do you know that choosing a song is also a type of ability? Are you really going to sing this song? His eyes are full of determination. Yes. A firm affirmation is issued. I will sing Elroy's song Dancing on Movie. Jaden looks puzzled. Dancing on Movie. This song is really difficult to deal with. Here it says that dance is your specialty. He seems to be looking forward to Suk Han's performance. Will he show us something? It is quite worth looking forward to. In his heart, he understands why the judging panel seems confused. I can understand why the judging panel is reacting like that, even though the name Dancing on Movie contains dance. But it is a soothing song that all members only sit and sing and there is no dance. The performance is continued. Okay, let us see how he performs. Suk Han complies. Yes, therefore this performance. In his heart, he also clearly understands his choice. It is no different from a gamble. The reason why I believe in this song is because Suk Han adjusts the microphone in front of him. 8 years ago, when I was a dancer, I created a famous dance for this song. Of course, that is just the past. He slowly takes a breath and says to himself, so I can't know if this song can create the same effect as it did back then. Please succeed. Suk Han has begun to get into the ready position. Suk Han's singing voice slowly rises. The place where I am bound, is it prison or heaven? The people below immediately admire. Even if this is just a dream, I must escape. Even the people in the wings are very excited. The movies and songs are replayed. Hey, Do Seo Han is really amazing. The singing voice is completely different from when he talks. The singing voice has improved a lot. Sweat drops fall on his face, and I will dance here, so that you can always remember this performance. Suk Han is really shining on stage. I will not give up, never. Finally, he finishes the performance and bows to the audience. Oh my god. Judge D excitedly speaks first. Did you prepare the dance yourself? Jaden turns to praise with Judge C. This song is quite light and there are no high notes, but he has shown it with a lot of emotion, right? She also immediately nods in agreement. Until now, I understand why he insisted on singing this song. Min Seo gives a compliment. A song can hide the flaws in the singing voice. Originally this song does not have dance, so you can add personal touches, thankfully. What I thought about him was right, but... She seems not to believe in his ability. That kid, is he really a high school student? Min Seo silently sighs in her heart, also quite surprised because it is better than I expected. I knew that handsome kids would be talented. Dawn's MC voice rings. Next, I will announce the ranking evaluation of contestant number 3, the ranking of trainee Do Seo Han. The surprising result is announced, is grade H. Suk Han is completely stunned by the result. The people inside the wings immediately stir up. What grade H, what is it? Is there even this level? First time hearing it. The camera pans to Dawn's position. She continues to speak. Well, this must be the first time everyone has heard of this level. Next I would like to introduce the H-level system. H in the word hidden. Trainees with this grade will have the main position in the title song. Se-hyun shows interest. The main position is the stage position determined by the grade. The whole hall is silent, listening to Dawn's words. Trainee number 3 can prepare for the main position of the title song in the knockout round. Suk Han does not seem to believe this fact. How is it possible? I knew about this hidden level, but am I the one who achieved it? He looks at the H badge in his hand and asks himself, how is it possible? Suk Han remembers the memory of his previous life. The first grade H would be given to Ha Junseo's next performance. Dawn's voice rings again, pulling him back to reality. Number 3, please move to your position. Suk Han says goodbye in confusion. Thank you, I will prepare diligently. Suk Han's heart is confused. The me of the past only achieved grade B. Because I have been working for 8 years more than the people here, I thought that going back to the past I would only be a student who improved a little faster. He puts his hand to cover the stage lights. But why? A person who always tries but can't achieve that result. Now the stage light becomes more sparkling in his eyes. I once thought I was a lost person like that. Me, can I get this grade? Suddenly, Suk Han's heart rises with a little regret. When I wake up tomorrow, this won't turn into a dream, will it? He slowly realizes, something is constantly changing. A few days later, after the first ranking evaluation recording. At the building for trainees, Suk Han stands and looks for a long time and admires. This is the position of the trainees. Ha-im sees him and immediately calls out, Seo Han. He runs to hug Suk Han, Hyung Ha-im. Suk Han is a little confused. The youngest grade hidden is here. Congratulations. This person who looks like a Maltese dog is my senior. He also gives Ha-im a small compliment. Thank you, your performance was also cool. Ha-im immediately imitates the judge's comments and replies, haha, rap is also good. Trainee number 3, self-composed rap. The two walk and chat happily. But do you know what? I heard that there are cameras operating 24 hours here. Really, it must be very tiring. Our room is here, room number 2. In front of a room, Se-hyun meets the two of them. He immediately comes to greet. Are you two also in room number 2? So the three of us are in the same room. Suk Han has also vaguely realized. It seems that the room division by grade is true. They nervously slowly open the door. These two are grade A, let us go in. He slowly pushes the door and steps in. That means that there is another grade A person in the room. Jun Seo is already in the room. At this time he greets, you are here. He smiles gently at the 3 people in front of him. I was too sleepy so I showered first. Seeing him inside, Suk Han is completely surprised. Se-hyun and Ha-im ask in surprise, aren't you coming in? As expected, Ha Jun Seo, grade A. Suk Han is filled with guilt in his heart. Originally Ha Jun Seo was grade H. Did not I take his position? But what is it? So Jun Seo is also in the same room as us. Even so I still feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing the 3 of them look confused, Jun Seo still happily opens his mouth. Did you just meet outside? Yes, Stardoll, say hello. It is good that he does not think anything else. Quickly they gradually integrate with each other more. I heard that our room has 5 people, right? It seems that there is still one person who has not come yet. Who is it? Suddenly a voice rings outside, sorry. Jun Hyuk pushes the door and steps in. He looks at the room inside, can't help but criticize. Oh my god, why do you have to put 5 people in a room as small as a nostril? Looking at Jun Hyuk's nonchalant appearance, Suk Han frowns tightly. Isn't this the guy who fought with me a few days ago? Why is he the last roommate? He goes to an empty bed and throws his luggage on it. This bed does not have anyone, right? Then I will use it. That bossy personality is still the same. Seeing this, Se-hyun sarcastically says, ah, you occupy the bed as if you are afraid someone will steal it from you. Anyway, everyone is here, right? A quarrel immediately occurs. Occupy, when did I occupy it? The way you threw your bag said everything, ha. Ha-im comes to mediate between the two sides. Okay, do not be like that. I hope everyone will help each other. I am Hyo Ha-im 18 years old. That is my age. Se-hyun, Jun Seo 20 years old. He tries to dispel the tense atmosphere, and this is our grade H Magne.
Yoon-hyuk immediately glances over. Seo-han.
At this moment, Suk-han and Joon-hyuk meet face to face in the room. Suk-han inwardly feels, how ironic, after I return to the past, the bastard who bothered me the most. He wonders, does Lee Joon-hyuk remember being hit by a truck? In the worst case, I am afraid he has also been reborn like me. Joon-hyuk says haughtily, what the hell are you looking at? Want to use this bed? Suk-han turns pale with fright. No, you can use it, he silently confirms. He probably does not remember. Joon-seo suddenly probes, alright, Seo-han, tomorrow is the main position evaluation. What are you going to do then? Oh, give us a little hint. We are roommates, so it is okay. Tell us, I heard he is very good at dancing. Are you going to do boying? Haim also joins in, like the Egyo trio type. He answers bluntly, that is a secret. Haim sighs when he hears that, humph. The two say in unison, you are so mean, Suk-han suggests. Don't stare at me anymore. Joon-hyuk grumbles, hey, is the dorm just for you guys? Go to sleep. Haim pouts, it is only 10 of the clock now. He is helpless. Still that temper. Suk-han determines, but there is another reason for everyone to go to bed early today. The reason is that the early morning mission will start tomorrow morning. He tosses and turns. Come to think of it, my main goal tomorrow is to win this early morning mission. It will become necessary later. Then he turns over and thinks, I feel a little guilty. After all, I am no different from a cheater, but that does not hurt anyone. He secretly resolves, even if I have to stay up all night, I have to get first place for this. Later, a familiar sound rings out, snore. Joon-seo wonders, this is, whose snoring is it? Haim predicts, is it Suk-han? The sun has risen with gentle rays shining on Suk-han's bed. He immediately jumps up, huff, today's morning mission. Suk-han is hurried, I am going crazy, what time did I sleep? Luckily the alarm has not gone off yet. He walks out of the room, I did not expect to wake up on time. Could it be, what I did last night was effective? Then he remembers his prayer the night before, if I happen to be sleepy, please let me wake up at 6 of the clock. Please let me wake up at 6 of the clock. He peeks through the door with determination. Anyway, I have to get to the mission location first. Suk-han is a little surprised. Is it filming? He awkwardly says, did this student sleep well? He replies, sorry. The young man wearing the hat hurriedly runs away. Don't tell me this old woman director is startled. Suk-han immediately recognizes camera, so it is installed there, even so. Suk-han speculates, as far as I know, today is still like 8 years ago. The reward for the morning mission is the priority to choose a group song. This is very important to me. He gently sits down. Okay, I will just pretend to rest here. Suk-han calculates. Do I have any songs that I must choose first? No, but there is a song that I must avoid. Suddenly a sound rings throughout the room. Wake up, and reach out your hand so I can touch you. Take me away, choose me, and together we will go there. Joon-hyuk feels himself gradually waking up. Joon-seo also quickly receives the signal and wakes up. An announcement rings. From now on, the early morning mission will begin. With the mission in order, all the candidates for Start the Best World will be selected now. Please go down to the first floor for more details. A black card is placed neatly on the table. Suk-han gently picks up the card. He pretends to be surprised. What this is? What? Wow, the early morning mission. Whoever bursts 5 balloons the fastest will win. Suk-han immediately realizes, sure enough, it is the same content I predicted. Before anyone gets there, I have to quickly complete it as soon as possible, he suggests. The balloons are also quite big. Finally, my talent for throwing darts while drinking alcohol will be shown here. Suk-han holds the dart in his hand resolutely. Let us go. He shouts loudly with a boiling momentum, preparing to throw the dart. Before he can do it, a voice suddenly rings out. Sungbin gasps for breath and admires. You came really early. He is cheerful. I almost had to slide on my butt to get here. Wow, it is nice to meet you. You performed on the stage of Dan Omyu, right? It was really great. I do not know if you remember me. I also got grade H. Suk-han immediately recognizes, Cha Sungbin. Sungbin is radiant. Wow, you still remember me. Thank you so much. He thinks to himself, how could I not know you? Suk-han clearly remembers, the most popular member with fans in the group, Cha Sungbin, who always has the biggest fandom. He notices, isn't this the person who will suddenly leave the group with the reason of mental illness, compared to those? At this time Sungbin is flustered. What is our mission? Wow, there are cards too, so it is this, break the balloons. He is excited, everything is so interesting, you quickly try throwing it, anything is fine, hurry up. Suk-han quickly complies, yes, Sungbin says, you also have to leave some for me, his personality is more lively than I thought. The darts are immediately thrown, he is stunned, hey, can you throw a little slower? He says nonchalantly, sorry. Sungbin can't believe his eyes. No way, it is already the 4th balloon. Are you sure you do not intend to burst all 5 balloons in one go? You will definitely give me a chance to rest this. The balloon pleads, please, leave me a balloon too. Sukhan thinks, impossible. Cha Songbin won't collapse mentally just because I burst the balloons first, right? The announcement rings. Candidate number 3 has completed the early morning mission for the first time, he probes. Could it be that Dobble's Entertainment also let you practice throwing darts? He forces a smile. I also did not know I was so competitive. In Sukhan's heart he resolves. Because I have to be number 1. He returns, the dart is here. Sungbin immediately takes it. You worked hard, so then. He says, see you later. Sukhan says in confusion, huh? Sungbin announces, there will be a center evaluation later. He says bluntly, at that time, I also need to not give in to you, right? He says calmly, oh yeah, see you later. Sukhan wonders. He looks very cheerful and fresh. But why can a person like that also be sad? That is right, 8 years have passed, I can hardly predict everything. The center evaluation, Jaden says, it has been a long time since I have seen you again. Jaden confirms again, so this friend is a candidate for grade H, the center position, right? He informs, this time we will only shoot a little video first and post it online, because it is the first time for the audience to evaluate, so please pay attention. Jaden says solemnly, well please contestant number 33, a talent or something, you just have to think about showing your charm. Sungbin immediately introduces, hello everyone, I am trainee number 33 Cha Sungbin. He gets into the position to perform. Today I will show you the walking dance that I have been practicing recently. Sukhan questions, walking, did Cha Sungbin practice this dance at that time? He thinks to himself, as far as I know, he is much better at dancing something else. The judge signals, music on. As soon as the music sounds, he immediately immerses himself in the beautiful dance. Sungbin's performance ability makes everyone freeze. Sukhan secretly evaluates, how is it? It is too funny. As expected, Cha Sungbin is better at playing musical instruments. The female judge comments, Sungbin is very diligent, and walking is also a bit difficult, right? I like cute friends like this, he secretly confirms. Sure enough, the judging panel also has similar thoughts. Sungbin is stunned, easy, cute. Sukhan speculates, he must be very shocked. He leaves the stage sadly, walking cool, cute more. Sukhan observes from outside, he looks as dejected as a moonfish. His thoughts suddenly change, anyway, worrying about others is for later. Sukhan resolves, concentrate all your mind on it. The judge speaks, candidate number 3, please introduce your special skills. He says, I will perform a skill. At this time, a girl is focused on the computer. My name is Han Woomel, I am an idol fan. She says, although my name means faithful well, I am a multi-fan. Woomel comments, after debuting, please come to the music show, my nickname is, Rookie Idol Hunter, oh. She lies on the bed and considers, there is a new survival program, Stardust Project. Woomel says, looking at the public audition, it seems that the strength of the members is quite different, even so I should see what the faces look like. She smiles slightly, a harbinger of becoming the most dangerous fan ever. What is this concept? Haha, the face is also beautiful, this kid is so handsome, and also cute. Woomel evaluates, please, what is this? Who would perform this trick in the center evaluation? She is interested, this kid is quite strange, cicada sound, really crazy. Woomel sighs in annoyance, in this day and age, any talent can be performed to become famous. I can tell just by looking that he will fail, is not it very strange? She unconsciously, where's my hand moving, what, stop, huh? At this point Jaden continues the program. Contestant Du Seohan, do you have any special talent prepared? Sukhan answers with confidence, yes, I have prepared a sound imitation performance. He says seriously, I would like to perform the sound of cicadas on the hottest summer day. He asks in surprise, what, the hottest, a sound imitation performance? The female judge explains, it is the sound of cicadas. Sukhan stands on the stage and takes a deep breath. He starts a unique performance with the continuous sound of cicadas. The judges who just listened are petrified. Woomel watching through the small screen is also motionless. The judge immediately stops, stop it. Sukhan bows, it is over, thank you, the female judge says awkwardly, yes. Sungbin is surprised, he really performed this. Suddenly he smiles slightly. Sungbin admires, he really is a strange person. Comments erupt continuously, there is an idol performing a cicada sound imitation in the center evaluation, really do not know if he is still awake, haha, that proud expression at the end is real. Social media is chaotic, it seems that he thinks he did well, not bad, he really did very well. The talent is a bit useless, ha ha, did everyone see his mouth shape? It is exactly a hamster. Everyone is discussing, has the hamster solution appeared? Haha, something is very suitable, if he debuts, we have to hear that sound in the hot summer, another vote. Heavens, you mean cicada do Seohan, ha ha ah, all day today in my room there is only the sound of cicadas. Sukhan examines the situation and breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, the reaction is not too bad. He expresses regret. If only I had done this in the past. At that time I could not do it because I was afraid of being embarrassed. Sukhan calculates. It was not until now that I was lucky enough to get grade H. Even before I died I never dared to watch that center evaluation performance again. He notices. Actually, I think I may have gone a bit too far. Sukhan worries. What if that evaluation is the only opportunity to be noticed? Anyway, my purpose is to be more famous. He determines the goal, and the talent I perform must be different from Lee Dokyung and Cha Sung-bin. On this side Woo Mul smiles happily, both good at dancing. Good at singing and funny, ahaha, what is this cicada sound, ha-ha. She turns on serious mode. In reality, those things can't affect the voting rate. Let us see, the reaction for Sung-bin has increased a bit. While Sukhan is still restless, my recognition is much lower than the other two, so a performance that attracts attention is the best. When will the results be out? He tells himself, no, did not I already know the results? Sukhan reassures, anyway, I have tried my best. Quickly forget about the things that are out of my reach, and the next mission is to prepare for the group evaluation. He clearly remembers, the group evaluation, until now, the scene showing everyone's talent, that is the segment that records the stories of arguing and conflicts, both crying and laughing. Sukhan worries, I am already tired, everyone is still young and in their prime of youth. Dawn says enthusiastically, welcome producer Noah and all the candidates, thank you everyone for waiting for the past week. She predicts, the candidates must have already guessed, this week's survival mission is the group evaluation. Haim says blankly, guess what, I can't guess anything at all. Dawn continues, the members in the same room divided by grade are your group. He hurriedly turns around, what is this reaction? Everyone knows except me. She solemnly announces, and Dawn announces, contestant number 03 has won first place in the early morning mission, please come forward. She reveals, the first place prize has been prepared, that is. Dawn gives the rules, the right to prioritize choosing the evaluation song, the stage missions, Venus, Kill Me, Aventi, Love Myself, Roy on My Way. Sukhan is very nervous. Finally it is here, the reason why I tried to wake up early. She explains the rules. Next are the songs that everyone will choose to cover, a sexy and powerful performance with a vampire concept, Venus, Kill Me. Dawn changes, next, the cute heart shots of Aventi, Love Myself. She announces the final look, and the host of the romantic youth drama Roy, On My Way. Dawn invites, contestant Do Seo Han, which song will you choose? Sukhan suggests, can I consult with the members? She explains, you have enough time but, because this is the privilege of the first place, you can't consult. He awkwardly turns to ask for help, what to do? Haim waves his hand to cheer, I believe in you, choose any song you like. At this time Sukhan regains confidence, then I will. The other candidates discuss, without listening I know that they will choose Venus's song, it is really unfair to the rest of us, hey, I want to sing that song. Haim signals enthusiastically, Venus. The signaling sounds echo in Sukhan's ears, Venus. Finally he makes a decision, I choose Roy's song On My Way. Everyone is stunned, he chose Roy's song, is the atmosphere in that group still okay? The comments are made, this song is famous but is not just a movie soundtrack with no dance. Crazy, I can't do it, Sukhan notices, of course the atmosphere is not okay at all. He is nervous, it would be good if we could consult to choose. Haim encourages, no you are good, Sukhan still keeps the spirit, even if this choice makes the whole group hate me. I can't back down. Jun Seo also encourages, don't mind, Seo Han, Roy's song On My Way also has a good beat. Se Hyun does not hesitate to contribute, it also fits the color of our group. Haim happily accepts, the concept is also outstanding he feels, the members are really kind. Suddenly Jun Hyuk says in a low voice, no, according to me. He says bluntly, I can't perform this song well, just by looking at it I know that we should choose Venus's song. Sukhan recognizes, maybe this is a common reaction. Jun Seo sees this and teases, Jun Hyuk what is wrong? Jun Hyuk says seriously, hey I'm annoyed, stop it. He predicts, just wait for another week, the reason why I must choose this song. Sukhan resolves, is because I have to avoid Venus's song. Jun Hyuk retorts, he does not have the basic ability to feel. Jun Seo tries to persuade, anyway, we can't get the priority in the early morning mission. He says, be grateful, okay, Seohan probably has some ideas, right? Sukhan immediately presents, yes, actually I also thought of a variation and concept that fits our group. He silently admires, Junseo, rescue is so great. Sukhan discusses, so we will do this, then this Jun Hyuk also admires, it is also okay, it is really interesting, Se Hyun cooperates, let us make a variation with me, he quickly agrees, okay. Suddenly he changes his mind, there is still. He says bluntly, but I think it sucks. Jun Seo immediately reminds, Junhyuk, the camera is still filming. Junhyuk says irritably, I know. He makes a decision, the concept is decided later, let us decide the center position first. Sukhan silently observes, he thinks this conversation will be edited. Maybe because of that, even though he thinks so it is not wrong but. He analyzes, normally the group will decide the position of each person first but, those thorny words of Lee Junhyuk have made the atmosphere awkward. Sukhan is nervous, if we compete for the center position now, he says, who wants to be the center? Haim boldly volunteers me. Junhyuk pouts uncomfortably, so there are only 2 people, Sukhan is secretly surprised, really fast. He waits nervously, Lee Junhyuk wait, you won't say that right? He proposes, why do not you just give me that position, I will do it well. Sukhan is helpless, it is here, that hasty personality, the members can't help but be surprised, you want to be the center really. He secretly worries, this will divide the group, I have to stop that from happening. Sukhan quickly speaks, I think. He gives an idea, instead of that, we should decide the concept first and then choose the person who is most suitable for that position. Sukhan expresses, to be honest, everyone wants to be the center, right? That is right. Se-hyun listens, I agree with Seohan. He gives a solution, everyone wants to, then let us vote. Sukhan secretly appreciates, thank you Jin Seon. Junhyuk shows dissatisfaction but still agrees, okay. Jun Seo shares, you are right, who does not want that position? He is surprised. Hyung, Jun Seo says honestly, I thought it was too simple. He says decisively, then let us talk about the concept first. He says angrily, that can be decided later, is not it more important to divide the positions now? Junhyuk is not satisfied and expresses his opinion, this is a group challenge, so we just need to choose the best and most confident person to be the center, why think so hard? Harim gently suggests, that is also important but, if the concept fits it will make the group stand out. Sukhan can only cheer silently, that is right, Seohan great. He mumbles, it seems like he won't listen to my opinion. Junhyuk turns away and walks away, then call me when you decide the position, everyone is worried, Junhyuk. Se-hyun is angry at that attitude, seriously I can't believe it, did not get to be the center so he is sulking and leaving. Harim immediately reassures, hey, you also calm down. Outside the hallway in front of the competition boards. Do-kyung smirks and starts a conversation, so you just left like that, Junhyuk says, but it seems. He gets angry, that bastard thinks he is better than everyone else so he wants to decide everything, he confirms, is his name Do Seohan. This person is Lee Do-kyung from Double's Entertainment. Do-kyung probes, you do not seem to like him much, Junhyuk answers bluntly, the guy has been looking down on everyone since he got rank H. Humph. He reveals, he chose a shitty song and now he wants to remix it or edit something weird. Do-kyung then asks, do you know the rumors about him when he joined our company? He spreads the news, I heard that he used to be at KJ Entertainment but the termination was not very happy. Junhyuk is a little surprised, he used to be at a big company like KJ. First time hearing that. Do-kyung reveals, it seems like everyone knows already, I heard that he was even in the debut lineup. He smirks and confirms, really. Junhyuk is curious, what mistake did he make, that he was in KJ's debut lineup and was kicked out? He turns away and does not forget to say, I will pay attention to that, that is really hot news, thanks for the information, see you later. Do-kyung also says goodbye. He thinks to himself, so easy. After Junhyuk leaves, his face immediately becomes sinister. Do-kyung also turns around immediately afterwards. He says indifferently what to do, our Junhyuk can't play survival games. At this time Haim peeks through the door and calls, Seohan, are you here? Sukhan suddenly wakes up, what is wrong, he probes, what are you doing? Haim excitedly pulls, we have agreed to gather to watch the first broadcast episode. Sukhan also suddenly remembers. Haim then says, you only practiced a little but you look so tired. At the rehearsal stage everyone has arrived. Jun Seo says happily, you are here, it seems everyone gathered here to watch it. Sukhan is a little surprised. He searches his memory, the first broadcast episode, I vaguely remember because I watched it once before. Sukhan feels, however, between some familiar scenes. The screen is playing back his cicada sound performance. Everyone laughs, making Sukhan embarrassed, a lot of content has changed. He calculates, because I got rank H, my screen time has increased. Sukhan notices, and Lee Junhyuk's scene has been cut. He glances, everyone is watching my segment so it seems like no one noticed, to the point where it can't be broadcast, or are they afraid of being called evil editing? Sukhan's mood is chaotic, although I am quite satisfied with these changes, I am still quite worried, the atmosphere in the group is already unstable, it will be a fatal blow to someone with a high ego like him. He feels, everything is getting worse. After this first broadcast episode, it will definitely cause a big storm in the room. The other groups discuss, we are done for, why did things turn out like this? Jun Seo wonders, what happened to that group? The atmosphere looks quite tense. Brown hair says awkwardly, what should we do? Blonde hair predicts, this news will probably cause chaos. Black hair says frantically, I am going crazy. Sukhan looks at them and suddenly remembers something. He argues, leading to the collapse of the team that received Venus's song. Jun Seo comes over, what is wrong? Sukhan recognizes, so I tried to avoid receiving that song at all costs. He thinks to himself, the group that disappeared after a scandal, before Stardust, Venus was the first group. Harim hugs a pillow on the bed and says fearfully, Hyung, have you seen the news? What happened to that team? It is crazy. I heard that Han Taezong is accused of murder. Jun Seo puts his hand on his chin and says, a mess. I heard that they had to choose a different song. Hearing that, Haim is even more worried, but the date is getting closer, how can they practice in time? Se-hyun answers calmly from the side, they have no other choice. He also laments, they have to try their best. Jun Seo secretly agrees. Jin Seon is right, if they keep Venus's song it will definitely cause a lot of controversy and receive a lot of criticism. Afterwards he dries his wet hair while lamenting, an accident happened at such an important time. Se-hyun tries to reassure, it will be okay, they are all trying their best, they will do it. On the other hand, Sukhan is only silently thinking, but the members of the group who chose that song mostly, suddenly another voice speaks first. Se-hyun rests his chin on his hand and says, let us decide the position of each person tonight. Hearing that, Sukhan turns his head to look at him and thinks, Jin Seon, I am never disappointed with his spirit, people like that can go to the end in survival shows like this. A spark of determination bursts in him, he is right, we should not pay too much attention to the outside. Sukhan also reminds, our group also has a long way to go, on the table the position list is still blank. Not stopping there, Sukhan also pays attention, especially, we have to pay attention to Lee Jun-hyuk, it is not easy to decide the center. A moment later when the room is closed. The group sits around together, Sukhan speaks first, two groups will perform the same song and compete directly with each other. He gently expresses his speculation, On My Way has lyrics and a clear story, maybe the other group will choose a school concept. Afterwards Se-hyun quickly adds his opinion while spinning his pen, wearing school uniforms, maybe everyone will think that when performing this song right. Then let us do a different style, I think a breakaway style would be more interesting. Sukhan immediately agrees, yes, that is what I thought too, and the most suitable look would be. After listening, Jun Seo raises his hand in an OK gesture and says, I'm already finding it interesting, sounds good. But on Se-hyun's side, his face is cold and expressionless. Immediately afterwards he changes his attitude and says, does anyone have any other concept ideas? If not, then let us vote for the center according to this concept. Haim says happily, okay, let us decide on this. Sukhan looks at Haim's smiling face and thinks, if he takes on the center position, he will definitely receive more attention from the audience. Remember to choose me again this time. His mouth smiles slightly in those thoughts, it does not mean that. Sukhan's eyes become gentler when he looks at Haim, other members can't shine. Finally he speaks up to signal, then I will count to 3, whoever does not want to be the center, then it is that person. It does not take long, everyone's hands point to Haim, he says in surprise hummy. He also says shyly hee, thank you everyone, I will try my best. Seeing that, Sukhan can't help but exclaim, Haim is really the most suitable person. However, there is a voice that is not very satisfied with this result. Damn it, I knew it. Jun Hyuk's tone and attitude immediately become uncomfortable. You guys had this intention from the beginning, right? The group hears that and quickly pays attention to Jun Hyuk. Harim even freezes. You guys planned it before I was here. Suddenly, Se-hyun rests his hand on his face and retorts, plan what, you're going too far, was not it a fair vote? Jun Hyuk laughs sarcastically, right, I am the only problem here, right? On Sukhan's side, he is very worried about this situation. No, we can't let that happen. The most important thing in group matters is not choosing the song, it is not the concept either. Seeing them arguing, he can't help but curse inwardly, but on the outside Sukhan still has to be friendly and explain, but it is teamwork you bastard wait. I know you have very good skills but, a look that fits the concept is also very important. Jun Hyuk is so angry that he threatens, a kid like you dares to tell me. He becomes more and more venomous, so that is why you were kicked out of KJ's debut group, always trying to show off and looking at others with half an eye. Sukhan is confused when he hears that. What are you saying? Not stopping, Jun Hyuk also shouts, did you also share the group spirit like this there so you were kicked out? He points at Suk-han and demeans him. Don't you guys find it strange? Or is it just me? He was in the debut group but was kicked out of the company. Is that a normal thing? Jun Hyuk's tone becomes more and more unpleasant. In the worst case, what if his past is exposed and the whole group is ruined, being exposed by him like that? Suk-han can't help but feel unhappy. Who told him about this? But he still says calmly and gently, I do not know why we are talking about this, but I was not kicked out. Suk-han clarifies with everyone, but his face is quite sad. I left the group myself, because of personal reasons. Recalling this not only makes Suk-han remember the past. It has been more than 10 years so I forgot about it, but the current me just left KJ not long ago. Not only that, he also tries to persuade, I know what you are worried about, but that won't happen. Even so in Suk-han's heart he is struggling. I never thought of bringing out everything that happened. Like this, a bunch of thoughts appear in his head. Even, this is a fight that I have never been involved in before. However, this is not convincing to Jun Hyuk. He even laughs, ha look, he is still trying to pretend until the end. Seeing him like that everyone tries to stop him. Jun Hyuk, calm down. Jun Seo gently puts his hand on Suk-han's shoulder and reassures him, everyone here cares about your feelings, but first, go out and relax a bit and then come back. Jun Hyuk sees that action of Jun Seo and his face darkens. Jun Seo, even you ha, it is not necessary anymore. Immediately after that Jun Hyuk decisively leaves. Jun Seo says in confusion behind, wait, Jun Hyuk. He helplessly rests his hand on his forehead, sorry everyone. Jun Seo tries to explain, maybe because his scenes were all cut so he is in a bad mood. Let me talk to him, someone else comforts, you do not have to apologize. You did not do anything wrong. While Suk-han's face shows sadness, maybe everyone has already noticed, Lee Jun-hyuk is in a bad mood because all his scenes were cut. Se-hyuk speaks up to lead to another topic, everyone does not need to worry too much about him, we have to finish dividing the positions and quickly start practicing. Suddenly a hand is placed on Suk-han's shoulder from behind, startling him, if something really happened, it is also in the past, we do not care. Suk-han also puts his hand on that person's hand, his voice is still a bit sad, thank you. Returning to the practice, all the members in the group are practicing dancing, 1, 2. They call out the rhythm in unison, 3 and 4. Suddenly Suk-han turns around and gently advises, Hyung-ha-im, the part just now, can you put a little more strength into the movement? Being given advice like that, they exclaim, as expected of the main dancer, while Se-hyun is sweating profusely and sitting on the ground, I am exhausted, it is lucky that the Manny is the leader. Jun Seo wipes his sweat and says, let us rest a bit, they all agree, that is reasonable. Suk-han says tiredly, phew, that part just now was difficult, right? Ha-im replies, yeah I am so hungry. Suk-han imagines, eating fried meat with cold buckwheat noodles would be great. Ha-im sits below him and calls, that is right. Ha-im curiously looks up at Suk-han and asks, do you have any siblings? Suk-han is a little stunned by that unexpected question. Siblings, I have an older brother. Ha-im continues to chat happily, oh I did not expect that, I thought Seo-han was the first child. Suddenly Se-hyun appears next to Ha-im and says, do Seo-han, he is like an old man sometimes, an 18-year-old carrying an 81-year-old's back. Suk-han stutters when he hears that. That Ha-im also chimes in, I did not say that haha. In that atmosphere of laughter, Suk-han asks Ha-im, what about you, do you have any siblings? He replies, me. Ha-im reveals, yeah, I have an older sister. Se-hyun says from the side, oh, then I have a question. He starts to speculate, your name is Seo Ha-im, then your sister's name is Chako, right? Chako Ha-im, that makes Ha-im a little stunned, huh? On the side of Jun Seo and Suk-han they are laughing at those words of Se-hyun, Chako Ha-im, teasing him with the name, so childish. But on the contrary Ha-im's tone seems worried how. He turns to ask Se-hyun directly, how do you know? He replies confusedly, know what? Ha-im replies, my sister's name. Se-hyun hesitates and freezes, huh? Not only him, but Jun Seo and Suk-han also did not expect that. Don't tell me your sister's name is it really? Jun Seo awkwardly asks, ahem anyway, sorry for joking with your sister's name, who gave this name? Ha-im answers bluntly, my parents. Immediately after that Jun Seo becomes unusually serious to praise, your parents are so trendy, it is very cool. Se-hyun even chimes in to tease more, anyway you are very lucky to be the second child, Ha-im gently reminds, Jin Seon, they named her after a type of candy. And so time gradually passes, while everyone, except Lee Jun-hyuk is immersed in practice. Finally the group battle day has arrived, Judge Jaden holds the microphone and speaks, hello everyone, long time no see, have you prepared well for the group battle? Now must be the time when both your body and mind are the most tired. An image of the clean, shiny stadium appears while he continues to say, a chance to erase grudges and strengthen friendship, filming for the mini sports meet. Not only that Jaden also introduces, relaxation corner, mini sports meet, This special event will test whether you have enough qualities to become an idol or not. He says confidently, intelligence, virtue, physical strength, whichever contestants possess all three qualities will receive a small gift. Then the organizer pulls out a cart covered with a screen. First, is the intelligence test. You will listen carefully to the other person's words, and have to show your judgment and quick thinking. Ability. Inside there is a yellow pot with a red toy hammer, that is the hammer game. Hearing that introduction, the crowd can't help but discuss excitedly, what does the hammer game have to do with intelligence? Another person grumbles, it is really forced. But the MC still enthusiastically explains the game. You all know the rules of the game, right? The winner in rock, paper, scissors will receive the money to attack the opponent with a hammer. An image of two opponents, one wearing the pot on their head and the other using the hammer to hit fiercely appears, while the loser has to defend with the pot. After explaining the rules of the game, Jaden announces, now, let us start. He says solemnly, contestant Do Seohan and Lee Junhyuk, please come forward. Hearing that he is paired like that, Sukhan's whole body freezes like a soulless person. What is going on? Why does it have to be with him? He pinches the bridge of his nose to calm himself. I did not anticipate this, but let us stay calm and think about it. Sukhan remembers the argument a few days ago. The internal affairs like a mess, it seems have also reached the ears of the production team. He thinks about having to face Jun Hyuk's anger. The key problem here is the battle of wits between me and Lee Junhyuk has become the content that these people decided to edit. Sukhan also laments, if it was not like that, how could they have arranged us to play together so blatantly? Then he sighs and steps forward. Phew, Jun Hyuk also sighs. Jun Seo and Harim stand nearby and worry. Guess, is this also called a game to connect friendship? Can they reconcile? When Sukhan and Jun Hyuk step onto the arena and face each other, Jaden stirs up the atmosphere. Both sides please say a few words to intimidate the opponent. Immediately after that, Jun Hyuk speaks sarcastically. Hey, the cicada season has not passed for too long. Let me help you quickly return to Mother Earth. Hearing that the whole crowd stirs up, Lee Junhyuk is really strong. It is time for the cicadas to go into the hole. Jaden adds, our Magne can't lose. Sukhan also refuses to give in. Well then, that cicada has been digging in the ground for 13 years, so do you think you can win it with just 5 years of practice? The cheerleaders on the stage shout again. The Manny is fighting back. He is responding with the practice time, haha. The MC also praises non-stop. The Magne's words are really sharp, but it is not easy. Jun Hyuk is obviously annoyed. What is 13 years? Just wait and see. Jun Seo stands outside worriedly and says, he is more scary than we thought. Haim also calls softly, Seo-han. At this time in Haim's head he begins to imagine the fight between Sukhan and Jun Hyuk. Don't tell me Lee Junhyuk won't be able to control his strength and hit his head. Jaden finally announces. Then let us start the game. The two of them start playing rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. The result is Jun Hyuk plays rock while Sukhan plays paper. Sukhan quickly reaches out to take the red hammer on the table, a game about reaction ability. Jun Hyuk smiles smugly, then I won't lose. He quickly grabs the pot. While Sukhan has raised the hammer ready to hit at any time. At that moment Sukhan's hammer hits Jun Hyuk's head when he can't react in time. Jun Hyuk is stunned, his face is bewildered, the whole crowd shouts, wow, Do Seohan is too fast. Jun Seo can't help but be surprised in the audience. That sound is not thud, but whack. Haim cheers happily while go Do Seohan. The game continues, rock, paper, scissors. The result is Sukhan plays scissors and Jun Hyuk plays paper. He reacts slowly again and is hit on the head by Sukhan again. The game continues, but Jun Hyuk is still the one who gets hit on the head. And until the last hit the MC announces, 5-0, contestant Do Seohan wins. Jun Hyuk is so angry that he throws the hammer away and curses. Damn it, while Sukhan feels a little guilty. I was too comfortable so I accidentally used all my strength. The group on the outskirts sees that and can't help but exclaim, are they close or not? The MC continues to say, let us come to the next part. This time, is the game about virtue in intelligence, virtue, physical strength. He starts to explain the rules of the game, a game to test the level of willingness to share with friends, by passing paper with a mouth in groups, two young men standing next to each other. One with a piece of paper in his mouth. What the hell? The MC shouts, start. Their whole bodies are embarrassed and freeze. But immediately after that those two boys hug each other's necks and indirectly touch lips through the thin piece of paper, but the enthusiasm is burning beyond expectations. The MC introduces the next game in confusion. Next is the physical test. To live long on the spaceship you need to have endurance, right? Therefore, the next scene will be wrestling. They move to the large arena in the middle of the field. The wrestling floor is installed in the middle of the stadium. Jun Hyuk confidently steps up. The first contestant is Jin Seon, and David warms up his arms while stepping forward. David. He shows off his toned arms, making Jun Hyuk admire. Is that really the body of an idol trainee? Suk-han exclaims, oh, I thought Seon was already strong, Jun Seo says. David seems to work out a lot. They are ready to enter the arena and grab the rope tied around their waists like wrestling. The referee starts to blow the whistle signaling the start of the match. At the same time he raises his hand to signal. The two of them in the arena start to compete. The whole crowd outside shouts to cheer, grab it, go, you can do it. At the bottom the two of them try to brace their feet to stand firm. David's face becomes scarier as he looks down at Jun Hyuk. Without saying much, he lifts Jun Hyuk up. However, man proposes but God disposes. Jun Hyuk quickly regains the advantage and presses David to the ground. At that moment Suk-han and Jun Seo are both petrified. They are stunned by this result. Haim seems more relaxed. Oh my god, it only took a few seconds, huh? Afterwards the MC says loudly, unbelievable, Jin Seon won in an instant. Someone on the outside exclaims, you can't mess with Jin Seon, while Jun Hyuk is confidently winking. Suk-han carefully observes him and thinks, could it be, is he Ian? Not only that, the people on the stage are discussing even more excitedly, wow, they were paired together. Do Seo-han and Ian, what are those two? They also came from KJ. Meanwhile in Ian's place. He is in the words around, I heard that. Ian tilts his head down, darkening his face. Then looks up, showing off his scholarly beauty that seems dreamy. Again someone discusses, I heard that. The referee then calls the name. Next, Do Suk-han meets Ian. For Suk-han, this is a rare opportunity, long time no see. When he greets, he simultaneously raises his hand and waves, Hyung Ian. The referee then gives the order and whistles. Both of them bow down and greet each other, bow to the opponent, toot. The two of them start to get into position. When Ian gets close to grabbing the other person's belt, he says softly, I know you are also participating in this program. But I have not had time to ask you, Seo-han, how have you been? In response, Suk-han also says in the same volume, of course Hyung. He also does not lose out and says, don't be lenient with me just because we have not seen each other in a long time. After hearing that, Ian's face becomes innocent again, okay. In Suk-han's heart he says, try your best, finally. The two of them tighten their hands on each other's belts. He also closes his eyes and answers, okay. Afterwards, the two of them try to wrestle each other, while the referee observes the situation and guides. It seems the contestant Do Suk-han and Ian are really evenly matched. Has our Magne really used all his strength to launch that attack? But in just a moment, Ian successfully wrestles him to the ground below. The referee is surprised and shouts loudly, whoa. Ian immediately seizes the opportunity. Do Suk-han is down. After the match ends, he releases Suk-han and moves away under the referee's voice. Look, he still does not forget to take care of our Magne. It is so touching. Ian raises his hand wanting to help him up, and once again shows off his handsome face when he asks, are you okay? He also praises himself. I also did very well, right? Yes. Suk-han smiles and takes Ian's hand, really great. When he gets up, he worriedly asks, did you scrape your knee? I will bring bandages later. This makes Suk-han wonder in his heart, has he always been so warm? Afterwards he only forces a smile and says politely, if you are so worried, what should I do? You go back to your team first. In Suk-han's heart he thinks, Hyung Ian is a freelance trainee. Not under the management of any company, so the amount of appearance on the broadcasts is not much. The director then shouts loudly, cut, let us take a break. Immediately, he says to himself, taking advantage of this sports meet, we have to ensure his broadcast time is increased. Anyway, I let him win. The director also does not forget to instruct. We will be back in 10 minutes. Scene change, in the break room. Suddenly someone calls Ian and he looks over, hey you. That person is Jun Hyuk, glaring and asking with a dark atmosphere, you used to be a trainee at KJ, right? Ian also frowns in confusion, replying coldly, who are you, what is that, how do you suddenly know? He crosses his arms, not going around in circles. Let us get straight to the point. You know Do Suk-han, right? I heard that he also came from the same company as you. So I have some questions related to him that I want to ask you. Hearing that name, he also hums and says, the name sounds familiar, but I do not really know him. The returned answer makes Jun Hyuk not very satisfied. Why is he pretending not to know? I have heard all the rumors from him before coming here, ending his thoughts. He asks bluntly, no, I know you know him. But Ian is determined, acting innocent but refusing mercilessly, I am sorry, but I am not the right person to question. Why do not you ask someone else? With keen eyes, Jun Hyuk notices that his body is shaking slightly. The lie is written all over his face. But finally gives up because he can't force him too much. He takes a long breath and grabs his hair, Just like that, the conversation ends when Ian leaves at will. Well then, I will go first. After the interrogation, Jun Hyuk has been constantly asking questions that have not been answered. In the end, that kid, How did he silence everyone like that? Scene change, at a small cafe with rustic decorations. A man wearing a blue hat is sitting inside and enjoying a drink. That person is Jun Hyuk, and he is meeting someone. I gave up this precious holiday, just to come here and secretly investigate these nonsense rumors. A moment later, two invited people arrive. They are brown hair and black hair. Ah, you came early. I heard everything. You're close to Do Kyung, right? Hearing them taking turns occupying the talking time, with another question asked by Jun Hyuk, it was difficult to call these guys. Are these the guys who came from KJ and are very famous? He puts aside the trouble and says, okay, it is really me. If there is nothing else, then I have something I want to ask you. He starts to get into the problem. There used to be a trainee named Do Suk Han in the same place as you. They then glance at each other, all wondering, what is the reason why he was kicked out of the debut lineup? Brown hair is the first to start speaking, but his voice stutters awkwardly, why are you? Not needing to hear the whole question, Jun Hyuk answers smoothly, as you know, I am participating in the Stardust project, and he and I are on the same team. He then smiles and says smugly, if there is anything unexpected, I have to prepare before doing the team mission. What is it? I am like the leader, and everyone feels uneasy about him, so they asked me to investigate. Although on the surface he seems to pay attention to the conversation, Jun Hyuk is rude in his thoughts. Everyone is pretending that they do not know anything. Then today I will find out everything myself. Black hair also slowly raises a question. If it is Do Suk Han then. He looks at brown hair, points and asks, it seems like it was the case of being kicked out with Ian, right? He says awkwardly, I guess so. But this information unintentionally creates good conditions for him, finally. Not stopping there, black hair turns back to the conversation. Although the manager has been silent about that rumor for a while, however everyone knows, the incident happened when there was an accident. And Do Sehen had a one-on-one argument with the manager. Hearing all the story, Jun Hyuk widens his eyes in surprise. A second-grade student dared to argue on equal terms with an adult. This guy is really crazy, he leans forward. Looking unbelievable, wow, Do Suk Han argued with the manager. Ah ha ha, is that you, Do Seo Han? And then there is their talk about other people, who can beat a kid like that. Do you know Ian, Seo Ian? He is also participating in the Stardust project now. This time, they aim at Ian and start to dig up things. In the past he was a trainee of KJ. The director of KJ was originally a very contemptible person. The peak was one day he demanded to meet Ian alone in his office. If he was beaten he could completely report it and leave. An image of him being abused by the director gradually appears through the story, but he said compared to debuting, these things are nothing. Isn't he very similar to a pitiful puppy? For what reason did he want to debut to that extent? I really do not know what he was thinking. But in the end, he also got the position to debut as he wished. Afterwards, both Suk Han and Ian started to get to know each other, but it did not last long. What will come will come. He sooner or later discovered the bruises printed on his face. Then Do Seo Han discovered it and started to oppose the director. To be honest, Ian was not the first or the only one who was like that. It is just a pity that Do Seo Han was too naive at that time. In fact, the members in the debut group all knew Ian's situation, but they all pretended not to know. Also partly because the debut evaluation was coming soon, so no one could stand up for him. Returning to the present, black hair says, anyway, I do not know how Do Seo Han is, but he argued with the director and did not debut anymore. Brown hair continues. Instead, he and Ian could terminate the contract without compensation. Hearing such things, Jun Hyuk is shocked and his eyes and mouth are wide open. What the hell? How did Ian do that? Did he just act recklessly? He starts to explain, I do not know either. Anyway, the director tried to cover it up, but there were problems with that debut. I heard that Do Seo Han and Ian also appeared. We all treat him like a savior, giving up his debut position to save someone he is not close to. Those two, before debuting, it seems like they were not very close. Feeling that something is wrong, he keeps mumbling in his stomach, no, that is not right. That can't be true, black hair continues, but with that personality, Seo Han would not be able to last when debuting, but because he is working for doubles, it seems like nothing can stop his talent. Jun Hyuk becomes blank, but that guy is really a bastard. But also smirks and embraces his face. This is not what I want to hear. He laughs out loud, making the two of them quiet. Ha ha ha. At that time, Jun Hyuk asks bitterly, why is the whole world supporting him? Did he really give up debuting to be a hero? He glares and smiles annoyedly. Ha, what the hell is this? And finally, Jun Hyuk also realizes the problem. It is really terrible. Now I can't even hate him anymore. But throughout that conversation, there was someone outside who secretly took pictures and videos of him. Scene change on the stage when everyone is still performing. The voice of a female screenwriter rings out. Normally you record for the signal song so late. This is a survival show to select idols, so is not the signal song the first thing to be uploaded. Mark Jean is adjusting the camera. He says, let us see, I heard that it is because they want the audience to vote for the center for the signal song, but why do that? It was already recorded before. She also understands. Ah yes, Mark Jean finds it strange. Why is screenwriter Seo suddenly asking? The female screenwriter only smiles awkwardly and answers. One of my friends is a hardcore fan. She just watched the first broadcast episode and likes it a lot. She continues, and keeps asking me what the results of the center vote are. And asks the question, in the end, those 3 grade H, who became the center. He teases a little, just tell her I am just a small screenwriter so I would not know, that is it, the female director only sighs. I said that but she did not believe me. Mark Jean says again, we should not be revealing the results. After a while, he looks over and instructs, but I will make an exception for the screenwriter, just say that you are checking my arrangements, remember, this makes the female screenwriter unbelievable. Really, Mark Jean does not answer but urges, go quickly, the general rehearsal is about to start. Receiving this kindness, she also thanks repeatedly, director, thank you. He does not forget to tell the important thing, you do not text your friend on the way. The female screenwriter leaves slowly, constantly saying yes. Scene change, Jin Seo is holding Suk-han's phone and nervously watching the ranking results. With the presence of the other members, he is blocked from seeing anything. Constantly leaning left and right. Se-hyun immediately looks away, covers his ears and says loudly, Ugh, I can't watch anymore, quickly announce it, come on, everyone wonders, you have not seen it yet so why are you covering your ears? Suk-han on this side tries to get his phone back. Hey, can you give me my phone back? Harim indifferently pushes his face away. Be quiet baby hamster, this is a decisive moment. Suk-han silently thinks, the center voting results. Actually I already know it without looking but. He slowly thinks again, in the Stardust project that I remember, the center of the signal song stage was Cha Songbin. Then remembers a video he participated in, actually saying I do not expect is actually a lie but. Suk-han thinks honestly, I also have a little hope, but Cha Songbin before and after debut is a world apart from me. A loud voice interrupts his thoughts, it is out. They start to pull each other to watch the ranking, let us see. When the face is revealed, showing Suk-han and Do Kyung are both second place, and first place this time is Sung-bin. Harim says bitterly and grimaces, that is a pity, it is second place. He looks at the results and only smiles awkwardly, as expected, it is like that, first place is Cha Songbin, people in Suk-han's team instead of blaming, are also a little proud. Even so our Seo Han is also second place, the comments are also full of regrets. He starts to speak to comfort, well there is no other way, Cha Songbin is so famous, I am not sad at all, I am okay, Ha-im and Jun Seo do not think so but really. Suddenly, someone comes to put their arm around Suk-han's shoulder, oh baby, you have grown a lot, or have you attained enlightenment and become a Buddha? It is Se-hyun, he smiles and ensures, if you are sad, just show it, your Hyungs are here with you. Hearing such positive words of encouragement, he thinks in his heart, Hyung Jin Seon, sometimes he is the most delicate person, different from his appearance. Suk-han then shows a smile, anyway, I am the oldest one. He replies, I am really okay, I am even surprised to get second place instead. Suk-han starts to push Se-hyun away, come on everyone, we will be late for the general rehearsal of the signal song. He is still confused, did you just think something vaguely a while ago? He quickly changes the topic, nothing. The stage lights are turned on. The MC speaks, well now we will review the lineup for the last time, you have not forgotten our show's concept right? The audience below starts to discuss, the concept, what is it again, like aliens, close to that. Jin Ha on this side sighs when she hears them mumbling loudly, like this, it seems they have forgotten it, I will explain this clearly one more time. Inside the spaceship that has been prepared by the director and screenwriter, the idols are all sitting and waiting, this is an experiment where you will live on a dying planet called Stardust World. In short, it is like aliens. When you are facing the destruction with this planet. Suddenly, light seeps in, making everyone look up and see, the protector and manager of the spaceship with the codename Noah will come to rescue you. On the big screen, a scientist appears and reaches out his hand. As you know, Noah is the nickname of the audience watching this show. In short, only 7 people can board the spaceship to continue on this expedition. You must capture Noah's heart to be able to get on the escape ship. The song containing the desire to reach the final debut goal is, returning to reality. Jin Ha actively introduces, our signal song Take Me. You understand right, she continues, it is mandatory for participants to know about the story and concept of our show. After listening, Sung-bin also only says wow artificially, while Suk-han is speechless and says in his stomach, why is it so dramatic? The director starts to give orders, okay, everyone fix yourself up a bit and then we will start filming. Everyone slowly appears on the stage according to the male director's instructions. The 3 grade H please step into the center of the circle. During this time, he thinks to himself, I am really standing in the center of the circle, even though the camera will only be aimed at Cha Songbin. But thinking about the performance last time, Suk-hun is a little uncomfortable. Last time in grade B, I was even placed lurking in some corner in the back. When getting into the team lineup, he becomes more at ease. Compared to that, at least, I can occasionally appear on the screen. Suk-hun says happily in his heart, it is a super big step forward, so what if it is second place? It is really not bad. Afterwards, the director's voice rings out, start filming. The clapperboard is brought out in front, preparing to perform. As soon as there is the performance order, Sung-bin opens his eyes wide, waking up. He raises his hand, give me your hand. With the next lyrics, they raise the gun sign in unison, take me choose me. Jun Seo fires a heart-shaped bullet, ch-ch-ch choose me. Ian raises a big heart made with both hands. The lens simultaneously contains Do Kyung and Jun Hyuk. Put your trust in you, so that my dreams can come true. When it comes to Suk-hun's scene, he strokes his hair in harmony with the music. Don't hesitate anymore, take me to the place of dreams. The stage echoes with lively music, take me choose me. After the performance ends, the director praises loudly, great everyone, the lineup is very perfect, hopefully the song will go viral. The male director continues, let us take a break and then start filming the individual endings. The idols are all exhausted, and start heading towards the restroom. Wow, I am really tired, I do not know if I look good on camera. Se-hyun sits in a corner with a towel draped over his neck, scrolling through his phone after the filming. But something catches his eye, making Se-hyun stop. That is a news report, with a cover photo of Jun Hyuk when he is sitting in a cafe, with the title, I just saw Lee Jun Hyuk at a familiar cafe, below in the comments. Everyone is enthusiastically anticipating wow, material for a new drama, crazy, did he catch him checking Doosahan? I feel like there is something hidden in this. Vocalo he is a person who looks extremely rude at the mini sports championship. Review the video bro, I do not see anything wrong. In the video, as expected, everything they said is revealed, making Se-hyun also unbelievable. What is it, like the leader, and everyone feels uneasy about him so they ask me to investigate. That Do Seo-han, the story of him and Ian leaving the company. Without hesitation, he calls Jun Hyuk, hey you, come here for a bit. While the others are resting, drinking water, and wiping sweat, Se-hyun finds him and asks, what is this? He takes out his phone, is this you? Jun Hyuk observes and becomes angry, these damn stalkers, when did they follow me? Social media is constantly buzzing because of this news. Oh god, how many photos are there of this meeting? Wow, there is also a video, this is a big deal, you do not trust your teammates to that extent. Does Jun Hyuk still want to debut? Oh my god, this makes me doubt life. What the hell is Dobbles Ant doing? He frowns, nervously turning away, let us talk after filming. Haim takes out his phone and scrolls, also quite surprised and says, besides that, they also posted pictures. It is even on the news. This makes Jun Hyuk angrily shout. Hey, can't you understand? I told you to talk after filming. He glances at them and says loudly, I will explain later. Jun Seo at this time can only sink into silence. He frowns slightly, asking a question immediately afterwards. Jun Hyuk, you said you would explain. Returning to when Jun Seo was still a student. He first met Jun Hyuk in the school hallway. Jun Seo actively introduces, hello, I am Ha Junzo, from today I will start joining your practice group. He observes carefully and asks, I heard that you are 18 years old, you started being a trainee a bit late. He answers a little awkwardly, everyone do not say that, even if it is late I will practice diligently to make up for it, please teach me a lot. In his heart he already knows what situation he is in. This is like old bullies bullying new ones in the rumors. Jun Hyuk asks another question, even more blunt, did you get selected suddenly, did you get cast randomly or something? Jun Seo does not hide it, also kind of like that, through a message. Hearing that, he is a little admiring, whoa, you are really lucky. Then praises a few words, you even directly signed a trainee contract. At that moment, Jun Seo is stunned in surprise. His first impression was that he was not a very good person but after getting to know each other through words, Jun Hyuk takes him to walk along the hallway. Do you know the monthly evaluation? That evaluation at the end of the month. Jun Seo does not seem to know anything. No, I do not know, he explains, that, if you get low grades and receive 3 warnings you will be advised to withdraw. We also have weekly evaluations. After a while, when the ranking list is announced, I gradually realized that that was his way of life. On the ranking list, Jun Hyuk is in 6th place, while Jun Seo is in 8th place. Seeing the admirable results, he widens his eyes and praises, whoa, Lee Jun Hyuk also did well in this month's evaluation. But his reaction does not have anything called joy, so what if I did well? I still did not get into the debut group anyway. Seeing his obvious disappointment, Jun Seo turns to try to save the situation. But with this level, it will be your name next time, right? When Jun Hyuk turns away without answering. He knows this is not very fun, no, is not it? Scene change, until Jun Seo is standing outside the office door, unintentionally hearing the conversation between him and the director. Director, why did not I get in this time? I did very well in the audition, why was I suddenly eliminated? The director also tries to comfort Lee Jun-hyuk. I have said it so many times, but this industry is. A moment later, without needing to hear the explanation, Jun-hyuk suddenly opens the door and leaves because he is too angry. Damn it, for the past 5 years even if I was tired to death I still tried to get first or second place. So why is some guy who has only been a trainee for 1 year allowed to enter the debut lineup, making the director inside also worry about how to speak? Hey, I told you to fix that way of speaking. When he looks over, his face is already red and his eyes are filled with tears. He sees Jun-hyuk with that look and those words just now, enough to stun him. He shouts angrily, what is wrong? Is there anything to see? Why are you standing there? Jun Seo only says softly, sorry, I did not intentionally eavesdrop, I came here because there are some things I need to discuss. And immediately after that, Jun-hyuk starts to take his anger out on him. Right, you came at the right time. If you do not like being humble for more than 5 years and then getting stabbed in the back like me, you might as well just give up too. But everything is heard by the director. He scolds, that Lee Jun-hyuk, I heard everything. A moment later, Jun Seo is also in the office. Hello director. He asks, you are Jun Seo. The director starts to say, there are people who have to work for 10 years to debut. That kid's hot temper still has not lessened, do not mind him. However, all of us trainees know, even practicing for 1 year is not an easy feat. Inside the practice room, Jun-hyuk is sitting in a corner again, embracing his face and complaining. Damn it, why does nothing ever go smoothly for me? Persisting for 5 years or 10 years is proof of true dedication. He appears on the other side of the wall, leaning his back against the door and asks, crying again. But he only replies coldly, I am not crying. At least, the Lee Jun-hyuk that I have always watched is a person with will, who has persisted in pursuing his dream for 5 years. But until now, Jun-hyuk's bad habits are still there. Jun Seo brings the phone to ask, Jun-hyuk, is this video real? He thinks in his heart, I can't believe that he would be pushed to the brink. Then the idol team starts to speak to Judge. No matter what you suspect, you should discuss it with us. Doing this kind of thing is not like you at all. It is like you intentionally cause trouble to pull Seo-han down. Hearing everyone criticizing him, he stands there silently for a moment. Then turns his face away with a contemptuous voice. You still do not know how things work in this industry, right? Seo-hyuk looks back, starting to expose the things behind the stage. Isn't it that all the people here who want to become idols have to pull someone down? Don't you know the meaning of a survival audition show or something? He clarifies, my point is, if you have any dissatisfaction or suspicion you should have told us first. In response he laughs coldly, is that so? Because I secretly investigated, so I am a cunning person. Is that what you mean? I did not scold or curse, I just asked why he was kicked out. I did not do anything. Suk-han stands there carefully listening. Honestly, I have already investigated, but there is nothing special, so that is it. If the fact that he left KJ is not a serious matter, then on the contrary everyone should thank me, should not they? Hearing those words, he purses his lips and thinks in his stomach, so he is saying that. Immediately, Suk-han thinks of Ian, who is the center of the rumors on the internet. Lee Jun-hyuk, thanks to your thoughtless actions, someone might lose everything. The internet is constantly mentioning him. WTF, he was abused. He just let the director order him around. Poor kid, he is really the type of person who is easily taken advantage of. He must have been beaten a lot. He also thinks of that time, when the TV station reported that Jun-hyuk committed violence against an employee. I should have investigated first and stopped him. Losing patience and feeling unfair, Suk-han seems to want to come forward and talk things out. Do you know that it will even affect people who are not members of our group? You say something. Meanwhile, Se-hyun stops him from approaching Jun-hyuk. Haim also feels that something is wrong. Hey, Suk-han. Even so, Suk-han continues to accuse. I have clearly explained that I left myself and there is nothing special, so why, making him reluctantly speak to stop. Hey, calm down. He still does not stand still. I am letting you go. It is not that I want to fight, I really just want to talk properly. He looks straight at him and says, are you also doing this to the members who will debut together in the future? We are sitting on the same boat that can sink at any time. At this time, Ian on the other side is scrolling through his phone, looking at the comments that are constantly whispering about him. WTF, he was abused. Why does not he report it? I think he does not want to report it because of the debut. That is right, how can a trainee resist the director? But Jun-hyuk still does not have any expression of remorse, only says without looking at Suk-han, hey, do not be so dramatic, damn it, anyway it is covered up by all the cursing at me. While Se-hyun wants to take him as far away as possible. Let us go, calm down. Suk-han is even more annoyed. Where are you going? After he leaves, he is released. Suk-han wonders, why did you keep holding me? I really just wanted to talk to him properly, he scolds softly. This kid, do not be so loud. I was just pretending to stop you. The screenwriter and director behind the camera are constantly discussing while holding their phones. Oh, they are arguing because of this. So now Lee Jun-hyuk intends to cause trouble for Do Suk-han. Se-hyun reminds him, making him click his tongue. Did you hear that? Let us go talk somewhere else. The whispering of everyone shows no signs of decreasing. What is going on, crazy? It seems like there is a controversy related to KJ, but I heard that the victim is Ian. Is he in the same group as him? Jun-hyuk sees all the scenes and seems calm, as if satisfied, and says to himself, oh my god, that, it seems to cause difficulty for many teams. A moment later in the hallway, where Suk-han is pulled to talk, Jun-seo becomes worried. If the article spreads that fast, the head of the room must have seen it already. When the two of them walk together, he has thought in his stomach, has Ian seen those reactions of the public? He must have seen it, right? With me, those are things of the past already. Halfway he speaks, we should go to a quiet place and call the head of the room first. Suk-han immediately thinks of the scene of Ian's face with bruises. That was at most a story of 2 years ago, but for him, it is still as clear as yesterday's story. And he can't help but think of one thing, the worst-case scenario. He will be labeled as a victim of violence. It will haunt him forever. Even Jun-seo feels uncomfortable, bowing his head to look at the floor for a while. In the future, he will have obstacles in being on TV. I saw how hard he struggled, but because of me. When he looks at Suk-han, he sees that his complexion has become noticeably worse. Suk-han, your complexion is not good. Are you okay? Can you talk? Jun-seo starts to intend to take Suk-han to the medical room, or let us go to the medical room. But he smiles normally and says, Hyung, I plan to go to this place for a while. He is still worried. Are you okay? Suk-han takes his hand away from Jun-seo's. I am okay, I will come back soon, so you go first. And then he runs away quickly. In his call, Seo-han In just a few hours, the incident has been put on the news, and the newspapers are constantly posting breaking news about Ian's case. Conflicting information related to the former director of the KJ Entertainment. The former director of the big entertainment group was discovered to have committed violence against the trainees. A video posted on Zday revealed the exchange of trainee 1 and 2 other trainees at KJ. There is accurate information that trainee L is participating in the survival audition show being broadcast Stardust Project, according to the information in the video. The victim of the violence is also participating in this show. Inside the office, there is a voice, head of the room, have you seen the article? It is Jin Ha's assistant who is talking about the news. These things are making her headache. The matter seems to be more troublesome than we thought. The KJ side is in chaos. He continues, if we are careless, Jun-hyuk, it seems we have to consider letting him leave the show. Jin Ha is speechless, hugging her forehead, I really can't live. She says annoyedly, mumbling to herself, damn it, that director, now he is reaping his karma. Looking at the article on the screen, Jin Ha also can't restrain herself from cursing. Just die alone. Why destroy other people's work for no reason? Jin Ha slams the table annoyedly. And that kid Lee Jun-hyuk, he is in the same group as Seo-han. Why did he go find out about that? Her assistant becomes awkward. Originally, he has a lot of dissatisfaction with this world. Jin Ha helplessly takes a long breath. I stayed up all night to encourage and increase the screen time of the little kids. Just when the show's viewership rating went up a bit, then again. She keeps complaining about her fate. In this world there is really nothing that happens according to plan. Do you know the phone number of the KJ director? Contact them for me. The assistant understands and goes out. Yes, I will do it now. I will come back right away. Suddenly, Jin Ha calls her back. Right, there is also this. The assistant immediately stops. Yes. Jin Ha rubs her hair tiredly and says, later drink a bottle of soju with me. The assistant looks at the person opposite in confusion. There is no other way. She nods in agreement. Yes, the head of the room will buy it, right? Yeah. At ward number 1, Suk-han is running urgently. Suddenly, he breaks in front of the ward door. Immediately after that, Suk-han opens the door and steps in. Ian in the room quickly calls, Seo-han, is that you? What are you doing here? What happened? He looks at him with a worried look. Suk-han notices Ian's hand holding the phone. He involuntarily takes a sigh. He saw it. Ian is stunned by Suk-han's strange reaction. What is wrong? Suddenly, both of them ask each other in unison, are you okay? Are you okay? Ian immediately laughs awkwardly. Wait. He realizes Suk-han's meaning. Don't tell me you were worried about me so you ran here. He shyly refuses. No, it is not that. Suk-han avoids Ian's eyes. He has to admit, yes, that is right. It would be strange not to worry. The whole internet is buzzing that you are a victim of violence. Suk-han glances at Ian with a calm but worried face. How can Ian's weak mentality handle this? He remembers the awkward situation before. No, it is not like that. They are really crazy. Doing that to a trainee who will debut tomorrow. Who did this? We have to sue them immediately. It is okay, Seo-han ah. At that time, Ian was sad and asked Suk-han to leave. I am okay, so can you leave me alone, I beg you. Even so he refuses. How can that be? Suk-han looks at him nervously. Leave you alone, Hyung, I can't do that. He quickly wants to demand justice for Ian. Let us talk about this with the other group members first. Who is the crazy person who did this to you? Who should we talk to? The director. Finished speaking, Suk-han grabs his hand to leave. You are injured, but you did not report this to anyone. And you are not angry. I must put that bastard in jail right now. Ian immediately stops him. Wait, Seo-han ah. He asks softly, can't you turn a blind eye? Suk-han softens a little and replies, what nonsense are you saying again? No way, there is not enough insurance for the face. What are you giving up? Ian in front of him at this time is full of tears. He says chokedly, if I ruin our debut, what should I do? Suk-han immediately panics. Don't cry, it is really impossible to ignore it. He remembers the situation at that time, and sighs silently. What do you mean ruin our debut? At that time, Ian was in an unstable mental state, and told him the whole story in detail. If you talk about this with other people, none of your friends will be able to debut. Do you understand? It turns out that the director threatened Ian with their debut. Suk-han's heart rises with bitterness. How horrified he was by the director's threat. That was like just yesterday, so of course I am worried about him. Ian suddenly speaks. The things from back then have been covered up as if nothing happened, but now everyone is bringing them up to discuss. It is ridiculous, right? His hands touch each other and advise him, but I am really okay. Suk-han on the opposite side silently listens to his words. So that is why you decided to participate in this show. Honestly, I am just a burden to everyone, but now I can be more like a Hyung. He clenches his hands into fists, his voice mixed with remorse. Don't say such words. I am sorry for causing you to be dragged into my group's matter. Suk-han remembers the situation of himself in the previous life. He understands. Seo-han I understand. At that time how his older brother wholeheartedly comforted him. So do not cry anymore. Tell me straight, from beginning to end, what exactly happened. Suk-han's face at that time was full of helplessness, so that I can help you. He secretly exclaims in his heart, what is it? Maybe that was the first and last time that I felt blood relations were so reliable. Anyway, let us talk about the rest later. I will tell you after eating. Maybe everyone is waiting for us now. Let us leave a message in the live chat. On the internet forums, netizens are constantly speculating. It is time to pay the price. Is it just me who thinks so? Yes, the practice video has been uploaded. This time it has been uploaded to YouTube. Only Lee Jun-hyuk is not seen. That is right. Bitch Jun-hyuk ha. What is it? Did he not practice and run away? Watching this controversy, it seems like he will be edited during the live broadcast. This video has taken me to heaven, because I can't reveal the stage so I can't say details. But Juns and Seo-han will take on the rap part, Seon and Hyam will sing, only the harmony part is left. Suddenly they pay attention to another point. How do you know? Wait, Seo-han will rap, ooh wow, so a rapper hamster will appear. I am looking forward to the rap part too much. LMAO, suddenly rap becomes a hot topic. Rap will be the trump card. At Jin-ha's office, Jun-hyuk is sitting on the sofa without saying a word. On the opposite side, Jin-ha says sternly, Jun-hyuk, do you know why I called you here? Even so he still maintains an indifferent attitude. Head of the room, I did not hit anyone or do anything. It is just that the public is making a fuss. The more she hears him say, the more Jin-ha frowns. That is the problem, Jun-hyuk. Waiting for Jun-hyuk to finish speaking, she says sternly, that is the problem, Jun-hyuk. Listening to each word Jin-ha says, he unconsciously clenches his fist. No matter what your intention is, in reality someone has been harmed. Are you still going to pretend you do not know? She still does not restrain herself and says sharp words. Moreover, you know how much they yearn to become celebrities. Should not you be especially careful in your words and actions? Jin-ha emphasizes each word to the end. I can ignore your mistakes because you are just a third-year student who has not grown up yet. Just a prank gone too far. But what about the public? They are not your parents or relatives, so there are no exceptions. As an idol you have to capture everyone's heart. That is the job you chose. If that is the case, it is understandable to avoid any behavior that could harm your reputation, right? Jun-hyuk pouts. His complexion also gets worse. I can't let you debut with your current attitude. Jin-ha secretly mocks in her heart. Look at his pouting mouth. Are you reflecting on your actions? Finally, she takes out a plan and instructs him. Temporarily stay still. I will talk to the editing team to handle this matter discreetly. Jin-ha's words are calm as if nothing happened, so you should withdraw from the program. Jun-hyuk's eyes widen. His pupils contract repeatedly. He immediately objects. No way, head of the room, I do not want to give up this audition. Jun-hyuk earnestly begs. You know I really want it. Please do not do this to me. But it seems that Jin-ha no longer wants to negotiate, Jun-hyuk. Her expression becomes more serious than ever. This is not a negotiating offer. You know what it is, right? Jun Hyuk's face at this time is extremely ugly. You need to remember that you reap what you sow. A moment later, Jin Ha is talking to the assistant. Has Lee Jun Hyuk's team decided the positions? Who is the leader? The assistant is a little hesitant maybe. But in the end she chooses to say, Ha Jin Seo is the leader. Jin Ha hugs her forehead and sighs, oh god, it is him, I must have cared too much about Jun Hyuk. She asks the assistant to pass on the message, call Ha Jun Seo to see me. The outsiders are still discussing non-stop. Ian really encountered this kind of thing. He is so kind and gentle. Who is Lee Jun Hyuk? If he was in the team I might get goosebumps all over my body. So no one noticed. The rumors are still spreading. Did you see that? There is a link in the group chat. Se-hyun witnessing everything can't help but exclaim ha, the current atmosphere is a bit strange. On the side, Ha-im also sighs several times. These days my psychology is like walking on ice. Se-hyun on the side also sighs tiredly. Endure a little, I also feel like I'm sitting on a scale. Not far away, Suk-han also adds dejectedly, oh my god I am sorry. The other two immediately jump up. What is it? Yeah, I told you not to say that anymore, oh my god. Suk-han raises a self-blame. Lee Jun Hyuk, if I was more patient with him, maybe things would not have come to this. He feels uneasy in his heart. Clearly, I knew some things about the future. It is undeniable. Suk-han's eyes become thoughtful. I tried to predict Venus's incident and avoid it, and now I am on the same team as Lee Jun Hyuk. I am the variable. Maybe that is why my team is in danger. He helplessly hugs his head and sighs no, thinking about it all the time is useless. Seo-han well. Suk-han tries to encourage himself. The matter is already done. What can I do now? He turns to calm Se-hyun and Ha-im. Everyone do not worry. If the group has 4 members I will rearrange the lineup. He looks at Suk-han suspiciously. What are you thinking? Have you been sitting here thinking about that? At this time, Jun Seo comes in from the outside that. He calls in a low voice, everyone ah. Jun Seo signals them to follow him. Wait a moment, come out here. Everyone is a little curious, unbelievable. Ha-im is the first to speak. Has it been decided? Jun Seo silently nods. It is Jun Hyuk, I think he will withdraw. Everyone immediately becomes awkward. The decision was made so quickly. There is not much time left until the group mission. The incident is flaring up. The director said it would be very awkward to look at each other again. Suk-han silently listens from beginning to end. He said he will quietly pack his luggage and leave. His eyebrows frown slightly. The double side will also speak to explain. In the end, it has become like this. In Suk-han's heart, a feeling of guilt rises. Although this is his retribution. But why do I feel so uneasy? Jun Seo in front gently reminds the team. There are many things happening so everyone is a bit confused. First focus on the group mission. There is not much time left. Se-hyun is the first to speak. I know, actually, on the name of teammates but secretly investigating each other. There is nothing worth missing. While they are still talking, Jun Hyuk has quietly returned. But, did not you say that he would quietly pack his luggage and leave? Se-hyun's question makes his eyebrows frown. Who is standing on the other side of the hallway? Jun Hyuk says calmly, what can't I say goodbye to everyone one last time? The team immediately becomes tense. He thinks in his heart, that is not what I meant. Ha-im replies a little cautiously, what should I say, have a good trip. Jun Hyuk suddenly turns to instruct Suk-han. I did not think he would show his face in this situation, hey you. He sighs in his heart, as expected. He can't be silent forever. Does he intend to cause trouble?
Jun Hyuk glances at Se-hyun.
Suddenly, he looks away in another direction. His conciliatory attitude makes everyone stunned. I am sorry. Se-hyun and Jun Seo behind are also shocked. What? Suk-han points at himself suspiciously. Are you apologizing to me? In his heart he sighs softly. He is not calling to fight. Jun Hyuk immediately returns to his usual indifferent look. What do you think I would do? Rush up and grab your collar? Suk-han screams in his head. Clearly you are the type of person who would do that. He once again turns away, not saying a word. Suddenly, Jun Hyuk turns to leave. Now even if I want to hold on, it won't change anything. Looking at his back, Suk-han has gradually accepted the truth. That is right. Now all the comments are malicious towards him. If I continue it will only make things worse. He is uneasy in his heart. Damn it, even so if he turns his back and leaves as if giving up everything like this, everyone here will feel uneasy. Suk-han calls him back.
Jun.
Jun Hyuk's whole body stiffens. He moves with difficulty. Suk-han slowly moves towards Jun Hyuk. Because you have apologized to me, can I say a few words to you? He sees him stop and seizes the opportunity constantly. You are a capable person, so no matter what you will be able to debut with another opportunity. It is just. Hesitating for a moment, Suk-han still decides to say, when that time comes, please treat your teammates well, do not act like the way you did with me, okay? Jun Hyuk glances at the person behind you. Finally, he rubs his hands and turns to leave. My path ahead, I know myself, so do not be so arrogant, kid, you nagging like my grandma is not fitting at all. Sukhan follows his figure until it disappears. His heart rises with a disappointment. Jun Hyuk left the audition so quickly like that. At the cafe, the space is extremely quiet. Seo Jun's assistant is constantly collecting news. She snorts coldly. Seo Jun appears from behind and says softly, "The Stardust project seems to have a lot of controversies." His assistant immediately replies, "Ah, it is the article revealing KJ this time, right?" She covers her mouth with one hand in disgust. "Oh right, that show." As if suddenly remembering, Seo Jun's assistant blurts out, "Do PD's younger brother is participating, right?" Seo Jun is stunned. "Where did you get the information that seems so sure?" The assistant looks at him suspiciously. "You came late, is not the rumor widespread?" Seo Jun says embarrassedly and turns away. "Why are you so sure?" She answers immediately, "Ah well, he often gets on TV, and also." Seo Jun at this time looks straight at her listening. "Do Seo Han, do Seo Jun. Just looking at the name I know they are brothers. Their faces are exactly the same." His eyebrows frown slightly. "You're saying I look like him?" The assistant is hesitant because of his gesture. "Is a more mature version of him, right? Only the hair color." Seo Jun replies coldly, not happy at all. "Look closely." He leans close to the assistant, making her startled. Yes, he is a very talented person." The assistant exclaims in her heart. "Very handsome." "No," Seo Jun still denies, "not that." The assistant sweats as she looks at him. Looking at it like this, it seems not the same anymore. The cafe owner suddenly saves her. "Your coffee is done." Seo Jun moves back satisfied. "That is right." Seo Jun takes the coffee and discusses work with the assistant. "Do PD is really excellent in everything, but he applied to be a PD," she sighs. "What about me?" The assistant talks about him with admiration. "Extremely excellent qualifications. I heard that you bought a villa. To be honest, with your face and height you could be a model." Even so, she also secretly complains. "Such a person but is committed to a hard work, staying up late and getting up early, hiding in the editing room. Do you see my dark circles?" Waiting for the other person to finish, Seo Jun has spoken. "Too honest, right?" He suddenly says confusing words. "I do not know, why is it?" Seo Jun honestly says to the assistant, "Maybe it is because I have an outstanding mind, so I chose the work that I want to do." It seems that he does not have any luck. She looks wide-eyed. "Therefore, can I ask you something? Why do you want to do this job?" Seo Jun snorts softly, Afterwards, he looks at the assistant mysteriously. Seo Jun glances at the assistant's phone screen. He pays attention to a small topic, Team B Iroy's practice video, Road to School. The assistant looks at him in surprise. Seo Jun pretends to be mysterious and says, "If you vote for Group B Iroy, then I will tell you." Seo Jun's assistant pretends to be troubled. "Ah, this is the video the technical team sent me. Team B Roy, do you also follow this show?" He explains indifferently. "I just think this team has the most outstanding skills and potential." She finds it difficult to make a decision. "Ahaha, I do not know what to say at times like this. Sorry, do PD. I actually watched the full show, compared to our show then. The Broy team is the team with the most amazing teaser and audition quality." As if realizing something, the assistant turns to look at him. "Your younger brother Do Seo Han is in that group." Seo Jun looks at her blankly. "Is there a problem?" She avoids it quickly. There is nothing." The two of them walk and chat. "Ahaha, I did not expect Do PD to also stan idols. I really did not expect it." Seo Jun answers calmly. "So what, is it strange that I stan someone?" The assistant immediately freezes, a little humph. The assistant follows his actions. "Support, if it is support then." Suddenly, Seo Jun's complexion becomes somber. Assistant Kong." He asks in a low voice, "Has the rumor about Do Seo Han being my younger brother been spread widely?" Assistant Kong is a little hesitant. That." She narrates this to Seo Jun. "I also only knew about it yesterday afternoon. Probably only our group knows. Why are you asking? Is there anything wrong?" Seo Jun avoids her question. "It is not a big deal." Suddenly, he warns seriously, "It is just, do you think we should keep our mouths shut?" Sukhan's phone screen shows the family chat. "How is my son doing today? I am leaving. There will be a voting assessment for each team at 10 p.m. tonight. Everyone try to wait. Remember to vote for number 03. Do Seo Han great. My Seo Han is so good. Oh, who his kid is so talented. Have you eaten enough? The trailer is so grand, okay?" He carefully looks at the display of views. Someone who just accessed immediately leaves. Sukhan looks at the screen and complains, "Really, Do Seo Jun, you did not even bother to reply this time." He puts his head in his knees and thinks, as expected, nothing can satisfy him, actually. Sukhan remembers his family situation in the past. Do Seo Jun, the brother who is 10 years older than me, and also the only one in the family who opposed my dream of becoming an idol. Sadness flashes in his eyes. Only he opposed this at that time. Sometimes I really hate him. After putting away the dream of becoming an idol, I started working part-time. Sukhan at this time bitterly realizes, when I am the age he is now, I will understand by that time. Among the people who have the dream of debuting as an idol, the success rate is only 0.01%, extremely slim. They had to prepare a lot since they were young, and had to sacrifice a lot of things. Sukhan reminisces about his dream in the previous life. If my child has a dream of becoming an idol, I would probably nag all day. He rises with a feeling of sympathy for his brother. Anyway, I have already understood your thoughts, but nevertheless. Sukhan picks up the phone to call Seo Jun. I have also decided to challenge the 0.01% success. Remove your iron mask. There is nothing I can't do. He starts to wait nervously. Seo Jun on the other end has answered the phone. What is wrong? Sukhan on this side sighs with relief. Wow, he answered the phone. He listens to him silently. Hyung, have you read the message? Why do not you reply to me? There is a voting at 10 of the clock, you know, right? Sukhan feels the silence on the other end of the line and stops. Ah. He realizes he was a bit out of line and asks, have you finished work? Seo Jun puts the phone on his shoulder and answers, you know, but you are still asking this kid. Seo Jun is a little impatient. Why did you suddenly call? I am very busy, I will vote for you later. So you hang up. Sukhan on the other end secretly complains. Really? Can't you work and talk on the phone to your younger brother for a bit? Seo Jun suddenly stops the work he is doing and replies, you said that, could it be that you think because I am a PD you want to ask for help? The call suddenly falls into silence. He thinks to himself, how does this person know everything? It is not like that, I am not such a conceited person. Seo Jun holds Sukhan's resume in his hand and reminds, you have not debuted yet, right, in this case? Sukhan hurriedly adds, if everyone knows I have an older brother who is a PD, it will only cause controversy. I said I do not want that to happen. On the other side, Seo Jun has noticed something different. Your voice is hoarse. He reminds him of some things and hangs up. Number 3, you are number 3. Do not choose someone else. You know the program starts at 10 of the clock, right? I know, hang up. Putting down the phone, Seo Jun sighs silently. Ha do Seo Han ah. 9:59. The time to open the voting gate is coming soon. At exactly 10 of the clock beeps a few times. Seo Jun's computer screen accesses the live broadcast. The live screen has a storm of comments. Wow, I am so nervous. The people watching this broadcast are looking forward to the dog of the team, thanks to some team. The debut of this legendary team is about to begin. Dawn immediately appears on the live broadcast screen. Oh, great producers of Stardust World, Noah. A storm of comments appears again. Codename The One sends greetings to you. Please give us a Yeodol Idol version. My Dawnmin is the center in there. Wow, she looks cold and somewhat arrogant but also very beautiful. I am going crazy, so noble, as beautiful as expected. This is really a legendary concept, haha. She gently informs the rules of the program. This time there will be an evaluation for each team. Although the individual scores are calculated, the team with the highest total score will win. The 3 songs are recommended. Do you remember? One song will have 2 teams perform the same song, with different concepts and 2 editing directions, forming a competition. 100 audience members vote at the studio. The audience below follows each word of Dawn. We will collect the votes of the Noah, the audience who are watching live all over the world. The audience from all over the world are watching the show. They are looking forward to the upcoming results. After the last performance ends, the voting will begin. Judge C says indifferently, because it is interesting, why are we wearing the same clothes? Not far away, Judge D and Jaden are chatting very happily. Oh, I am so nervous, I said it would be like this here. Then I will introduce the first team. Dawn takes out a small remote control. She reads the name loudly, Aventi Love Myself. Afterwards, Dawn starts to introduce about Aventi, famous for their deadly cuteness and voice that captivates the audience. The cameraman can't help but shout, Cha Sungbin appeared. Dawn quickly gives the stage to Aventi. Right now, the first stage officially begins. The members of the group appear one by one. Dear my destiny. Yoon Jae stands on one side observing. His face is a bit gloomy. Wow, great job, you worked hard. She secretly calculates in her head. This is already the 4th team, now there is only the last song and the Roy team left. Yoon Jae's eyes follow a person on the stage. I was promoted to be a reporter for this idol selection program, but... She starts to sigh annoyedly. Maybe the participants are too young. Ah, I missed the beat. Coupled with lack of experience. No wonder I got goosebumps. Yoon Jae raises the camera, her heart constantly mocking. My friend, why does your expression look like you are about to die? Even so I do not know what to do, my job as a reporter. A moment later, Yoon Jae has been bored and can't speak. To be honest, Kevin, Cha Sungbin, besides those 2, it is a bit of a waste of time. Even so, I am sure that Suddenly, another performance attracts her attention. Even so, I am sure that. Yoon-jae looks wide-eyed at Sung-bin shining on the stage. The people who debut this time will be completely different from those groups. I really just want it like this. She pays attention to Kevin not far away. Her heart snorts softly. Yoon-jae immediately becomes satisfied. I smell the need to press the photo button. Different, completely different. She nods, but that is also the case for Cha Sung-bin and Kevin. After watching the performance of the two of them, Yoon-jae can't stop exclaiming. Those two are trying to cooperate with each other to improve the completeness of the team. Dawn's introduction rings out. Next is Team A, with the song Road to School. At this time Jun Seo is still carefully auditioning. Come to me, then let us go to school together. The sounds of discussion are constantly ringing. These kids are singing Goosebumps too much. Instead of choosing 7 people, it would be better for Kevin and Cha Sung-bin to debut together. Yoon-jae holds the camera in her hand. In her heart she is dissatisfied. There is a beep again. Why is this idol selection program so unstable? The performances are performed one by one. Just now was the performance of the Roy Team A. The program is gradually coming to. Next is the last team. The stage is given to be Roy, the stage of Team B. In the MV, the brown-haired girl looks at the person in front of her in surprise. Why did you come here? Se-hyun turns away shyly. I mean, why did you come there? I told you, I do not go to school anymore. The two people chat a little awkwardly. Even so we can still go to the school gate together. What? Why do we have to go all the way there? The brown-haired girl suddenly becomes more serious. That is because we promised to go to school together every day. I will definitely take him back to school. The music slowly rises. Therefore you, do not let me go alone. A pair of slender hands immediately reach out. Ha-im and Se-hyun's voices start the performance. The road to school is so lonely. The two of them hold hands and cooperate very well. Se-hyun and Ha-im's fingers slowly intertwine. This makes the people below have different opinions. Crazy haha, the romance of youth. It seems like they are doing a parody opening. Jin Se-hyun suits the school uniform too much, but some others still use different reasons to criticize. The school uniform concept is a bit similar to the previous Team A. This concept is also worn out. How do we evaluate the two teams? The other person continues to observe the stage. What does it have to do with me? Anyway, my Sung-bin has already performed. The organizer quickly start voting. A small table is displayed in front. Everyone has gotten into the ready position. Se-hyun in the role of the teacher has a mysterious smile. The two people Ha-im and Jun Seo are chatting happily. Hyung Suk-han hums a long breath to take strength. Receive this. The ball immediately flies to this side. The remaining people have not fully realized the danger that is approaching. Suddenly they take off all the outer layers of their clothes. The basketball is carefully lifted high by a hand. While Se-hyun is standing in the middle of the court carefully looking at it, the aura around him is shining. When Se-hyun brings the ball down revealing his handsome face, the voice of the MC rings out. After counting 1, 2, 3, I will appear right in front of you. The whole crowd on the stage cries out, you are, oh my god A girl sitting there exclaims, wow, it is not a school uniform, but sportswear, wow. Below on the stage, the music rises and the members in the group are ready to enter the performance. I have never dreamed once. Jun Seo dances and sings, my life is confined to a narrow square box. They continue to perform their dance in the song. Suk-han stands in the center and sings, until I saw your name, my life turned a new page. The 4 members in the group kneel down at the same time. Your name is written all over the box. Ha-im's fist is raised high. At the same time he winks. It is a fantasy / is this a fantasy? Afterwards, Ha-im combines the dance with Suk-han, or just a destiny / or is it just our destiny? Everyone on the stage also shouts out, it is crazy cute. What is it? What is it? Is Seo Ha-im the killing part? Ha-im at this time is standing in the center of the lineup. Singing with a sweet voice, we have cried and laughed together, always in that corner of the table, hearing that the crowd also shout out, oh Maltese puppy The girl with black bangs is stunned, is he crazy? More and more people there are cheering more enthusiastically, wow, I am about to cry. Someone has even shed tears. Are they really trainees? This is sweeping the whole stage. Then a female reporter appears on there, in her hand is the camera. No, what is it? Reporter Yoon-jae, calm down. Yoon-jae carefully looks down at the performing group and thinks, they are just 17-year-old kids, no, but. Afterwards she sees Ha-im's bright smile and can't help but praise. Seo Ha-im has a baby face, it is round and chubby. Yoon-jae slowly brings the camera to her eyes to capture this moment, harmless, soft. Gradually her face becomes more and more red because she has been looking at that smile for too long. I want to protect that smile. Yoon-jae suddenly observes the whole group and suddenly thinks, wait, what number is Seo Ha-im? No, this whole team. The more she realizes, the more surprised she is. They can just debut without any obstacles. Below on the performance stage a hand is raised and does the action of knocking on the door. At that time Suk-han sings his warm voice, "Knock on the door instead of calling my name." The crowd on the stage is still shouting with great interest. It has not ended. Oh my god, everyone is going crazy. While below he is still continuing the song, "I'm in chase for you," until one day when the fire has died out. The sunlight shines and making Suk-han's aura even brighter. I thought I would not be able to stand under these bright lights again. He also cooperates with the movement, making Suk-han even more outstanding when he sings. They said that he is extremely lucky. They said that when he stops, he will be loved more. Next to him there are two people cooperating to dance together to complete the performance. What will I do if I do not stop? Suk-han's singing voice becomes sweeter over time when he sings, "My love for you does not necessarily have to be in this place." Above, the audience is still cheering enthusiastically without showing signs of stopping. Maybe it's destiny. If it is not, then it does not matter. Under the lights brighter day by day. Under the bright lights of the stage, the group cooperates well to perform, only heading towards one reason that makes my heart flutter. I am taking each step, walking to your side. Meanwhile, in a post on social media, people are discussing the song that the group is performing. Returning to the performance, Suk-han is still the main singer. "I will fly to your side. If I do not have wings, then I will make wings myself." The atmosphere is more and more heated than ever. "I will not leave you alone." Although he is performing, he sees something. Oh my god. Suk-han sees his name on the flag and can't help but think, my banner is that. That banner even shines thanks to its outstanding yellow color, my poster. He dances while remembering the past. It is not that I did not have fans in the previous life, but... Suk-han gradually sweats and feels tired because he is singing too much. It has been 8 years since I saw it again. He also does not forget to give a bright smile as a thank you for this encouragement from the audience. Thank you everyone for coming. Suk-han's eyes are gradually filled with happiness inside. Trying to do anything is good. Doing this is also very good. Turning back to Suk-han's past, Judge A is sitting examining the paper in his hand and says, "Okay, Team Roy B, tell me about your team's variation part." Se-hyun immediately presents to him, "I will take on the overall harmony part and Seo-han will take on the rap part." Judge A also quickly gives a comment, the original does not have rap, right? Seo-han is not even strong in rap. Rearranging it will probably be easier to listen to." He also asks suspiciously, "But why not let the person who specializes in rap, Jun Seo, take on this position?" Hearing that, Jun Seo and he immediately turn to look at each other. Suk-han speaks softly first, that part. But before he can finish speaking, Ha-im volunteers to speak first. "It will show the audience the difference, sir." Not only that he reveals more, and Seo-han raps quite well too, teacher. Judge A notices that and replies, "Really, let me hear you rap." Then suddenly Se-hyun strokes his head and says, "You have worked hard, do Seo-han." Suk-han asks confusedly, "What are you doing, Hyung?" He also answers modestly, "Hyung Jun Seo also helped me separate the beats, and Hyung Ha-im also gave me a little of the killing part." The more Suk-han says, the happier everyone is to be praised. If it were not for everyone's help, it would not have reached that quality. Then Ha-im gently strokes his nose and exclaims, "The baby hamster I am raising seems to be growing up." Suk-han says embarrassedly, "Stop it." While in Suk-han's heart he silently prays for this performance. This stage will definitely go well. I do not have that much confidence. At the same time everyone starts to urge each other. Let us go to the practice room. He is still standing there in his thoughts. Everything I decided to do after returning to the past, knowing the future. Those thoughts of Suk-han become sharper, the special existence that is always helping me. Without this ability, then the answer is even simpler. The image of him and 3 people in the group helping each other appears in Suk-han, is doing something that he has never done in the past. He raises the paper with the lyrics written on it and looks at it when it has been completed with his teammates. In other words, it is doing things that I have never dared to do before. Returning to the present, the hands of the 4 people in the group are placed on each other at the same time and they sing together, "The memories that never fade, let us meet again." The stage continues and they are still performing, in front of the alley that we once passed. Gradually the song comes to an end. All 4 members enter the ending formation with the song, "I will wait for you," on the road to school. When the music ends, the MC starts to speak, so the performances of the teams have ended. From now on 100 people of the live audience group in the studio. The stage becomes more and more lively when the MC announces, "And you the audience who are watching the live broadcast start total voting." The MC also says, "While waiting for the voting, we will show you a short interview video of the production team." Immediately after that, a large white screen appears. And then the interview footage of Ha-im is broadcast. "Hello everyone, I am Seo Ha-im from Group Roy B. I am very confident in this performance." Following that is a curly-haired boy being interviewed. The lineup of Roy B is really very strong. are not they all contestants who are rated grade A or higher? Another person says helplessly while being interviewed, there is also grade H, cheating, unfair. Not stopping there, the production team asks more, do you have any feelings? And the person who answers is Sung Bin, he even winks flirtatiously while answering. That team is also good but personally, my team is a little better hee. The interview still has not ended, another person even comments, but if you look closely, that team works a bit noisily, but the gap between the teams. The tone of that person also has some sarcasm, they are all bubbles, right bubbles, all bubbles, is there really ability? The next person to be interviewed is Se Hyun, hello, I am the shower gel that everyone is talking about. Hearing him say that, the live comments on the internet can't help but laugh when he calls himself shower gel. Moreover, everyone also follows Se Hyun's joke. On the side, Haim also can't help but laugh. Are you crazy? Would Jin Seon say that? Jun Seo nearby also can't avoid laughing. I can't live. He even adds, haha, really, I was standing waiting for my turn to be interviewed so I heard it clearly. After that he starts to imitate Se Hyun's interview at that time. Hello, the shower gel foam you mentioned has arrived. Being teased like that, he tickles Haim. Oh my god, oh my, I am getting goosebumps all over. Se Hyun reminds, don't imitate. Then suddenly another voice speaks. The behind-the-scenes video has been released. They also continue to say, it is lucky that they are on my team, haha. A moment later inside the lens turning, Jun Seo is standing there when someone calls softly, Ha Jun Seo, he turns his face and answers softly, oh yes. That person quickly asks, camera here, you are too busy, right haha, how do you feel now, is this really not your first time appearing in front of the public? Jun Seo adjusts his mic while calmly answering, yes, that is right. He is also shy when being asked more, everyone is asking me how I feel, well it is. Gradually Jun Seo's state turns to confused not knowing what to say, because this is the first time, that is all I will show. The person asking simply replies, Being flustered in front of the camera like that makes him worried and rub his head, what to do, I think I just said some nonsense, so Hana, do you see my coffee anywhere? Then suddenly Se Hyun suddenly appears in front of the lens, can I steal the spotlight? Afterwards he adjusts the lens to turn towards himself. When it is in the center of his position, Se Hyun confidently declares, our leader is a bit too nervous, we will definitely shake the stage. Then he turns his face to the back, don't change channels, please watch carefully, is this right? Someone says softly in response, yes. Returning to the present, the MC suddenly speaks, and one more thing. Sukhan below immediately knows what that girl is about to say, here it is, the MC reveals, today, there is a contestant who has to put aside his dream of debuting and temporarily leave Stardust World. Many people freeze for a moment when they hear that, the first ranking announcement, only 21 out of 34 participating trainees will survive and stay with the program. The girl MC seriously announces more, according to the results of the first evaluation, the total number of people left on the ship is 21, those with rankings lower than 21 will leave the ship. Ha-im below covers his mouth with his hand because of shock, oh. Se Hyun also can't avoid being a little worried, wow, only 21 people. They are eliminating a lot of people at once. While Sukhan turns to look at the expressions of the others, the number of contestants eliminated after the first round is indeed very large. The pair of brothers next to him look clearly scared. Hyung, we won't be eliminated, right please? More and more the broadcast becomes lively at any time. It has covered the entire social media. The live broadcast has reached the hottest peak. It is becoming more and more famous. And finally the winning team is also announced. As said before, for this group evaluation, after calculating the individual scores, the team with the highest total score will win. Then the summary score of all the team members appears on the screen, and all the members of the winning team will be added ranking points. Harim hugs Sukhan happily, we lived, we got added points. The voice from the organizer rings out, then now, first I will announce the contestants who are in the safe zone, who will stay with the program. He suddenly realizes what to do. It seems like it is just starting now. The first person to be called is, rank 20-minute Manhwa. Next is, rank 19 Choi Won-suk, rank 18 Jae Tae-hyun. Hey congratulations who? Over there is a bit hesitant, rank 17. That rank is mentioned again, rank 17, Ian. Ian is touched after hearing that, oh I am so lucky, thank you very much. The missing ranks are read out one by one, rank 16 is Ricky Kong, rank 15 is. Sukhan puts his hand to his ear and whispers, congratulations, Hyung. He also waves his hand back, don't cry. Other names are read out, rank 9 is Jin Se-hyun, rank 8 is Choi Jun-woo. Whoever hears their name is overjoyed, rank 7 is Ha Jun Seo. Ha-im explodes once again, rank 5 is Seo Ha-im wow. Do Kyung is also satisfied, rank 4 is Lee Do Kyung. The important moment has also arrived, and from rank 3, everyone please come forward and stabilize your position. Wait. That is also when Suk-han realizes the abnormality. It is already rank 3, I still have not been called. Clearly the fans of Du Seo-han across the country. Everything around him turns dark. You said you like me, I even got grade H, I am regressing, please save me. Every second and every minute becomes nerve-wracking. Before announcing rank 3, I will announce ranks 21 and 22 first. Ha-im puts both hands on his shoulders to stop the nervousness. Ah, my heart hurts. Am I eliminated? Suk-han is in a state of worry again. Am I really eliminated? Is it possible that I am eliminated? This time I can't even get close to rank 8 and I am eliminated. Save me. The long-awaited ranks are gradually revealed. Contestants rank 21 and 22. He still tries to comfort himself. There is still hope. There is still hope, if I am called at rank 21. The name that is called makes Si-woo shocked. Kong Si-woo, startled. Everyone also celebrates when the next winner is David. Their steps also gradually move. Please invite the two contestants to the middle of the stage. The bright light shines on the two tall boys. One of the two will have to leave this ship today. Ha-im turns to ask softly, Kong Si-woo, who is he? A freelance trainee. Se-hyun is also not sure maybe. Sung-bin also chimes in, wow, his body is really no joke. If both of them are eliminated it would be a pity. But who are you? He is a little unhappy. That is right, but who are you? The atmosphere becomes nervous. Who will be the one to leave the stage? Who will become the survivor? But before announcing rank 21, we will hear the thoughts of trainee Kong Si-woo. Jun Seo is stunned after hearing that name. Si-woo, creating a slightly scary impression, clearly is. His worried look is clearly shown on Suk-han's face. He is very handsome, but this look is not of an idol who has already debuted for N years, right? Everyone gradually discusses in whispers. Oh my god, how can you express your thoughts when you are about to be eliminated? If it were me I would have cried. That is right, express your thoughts. Too cruel. Everyone knows clearly that this is a question for the production team to choose the amount of broadcast time and editing length. I do not know if you will fall to rank 22 but expressing your thoughts, but for a trainee. Si-woo calms himself and holds the mic in his hand. This is the time to try to complete the role I am assigned without shedding tears. Before announcing the final debut lineup, let us hear the thoughts of the contestants ranked 7 and 8. The words before his throat seem to be blocked by something. Below are thousands of people listening to his statement. I have always tried my best in all the performances. His voice gradually becomes smaller. Whether I am eliminated or chosen, I sincerely thank the people who have worked hard with me and... Si-woo's hand trembles and clenches. I will try harder on the stage to be loved. But the mic is gradually falling. During filming, even if you try to restrain yourself to the extent, there will be times when you can't control your own emotions. Suk-han's eyebrows show a hint of regret. That is probably it. Maybe it is because that position is not like other positions. Si-woo murmurs softly but can't hide the sadness. I have enjoyed and tried my best in the performances. He tries to appear strong. Even if I accidentally get eliminated then I probably won't regret it, even though it will be a bit of a pity but. His face clearly shows gratitude. The members have led me, even though I still have many shortcomings. Thank you very much for giving me this precious opportunity. Ha-im cries like rain, don't go, do not go, then is glared at by Se-hyun. Do you know him? Si-woo also does not say anything more, just bows down. Thank you to all the Noah for giving me this opportunity. I will not forget this favor. Sincerely thank you. Sung-bin on the side also can't help but admire and regret. There should not have been this interview. If you give the speech and then get dropped, what do you do? Clenching, Se-hyun is even more surprised. He also said he did not know him. Jun Seo seems more worried about Si-woo's mood. What is his mood like now? Maybe. Suk-han contributes. If you know the result you will have to control your emotions well, probably thinking like that. The stage lights have also shone brightly again. Okay, now I will announce the last surviving contestant. The atmosphere becomes hotter again. The last one to survive on the Stardust ship ranked 21 is. The next word really makes everyone stunned. Is trainee Kong Si-woo. Congratulations, you have survived. Everyone seems so happy that they hug each other. A boy sniffles non-stop because he is too touched. Suk-han is also happy but in a subtle way. Kong Si-woo, currently I do not have any memories about him, now even if he has survived, but it seems he will be the one to be eliminated early. But in his head there are still quite a lot of questions, but if I think carefully, it seems like he has not appeared much on the show. All the glory is focused on Si-woo. He suddenly claps by himself. What is it? He has such a prominent figure, but why do not I remember anything, Even Do Kyung has to exclaim he is also lasting quite long. The words just now fall into Suk-han's ears, making his eyes widen. Did I not hear wrong? What is it? You are looking at Kong Si-woo, lasting long. Is that regret because he was not eliminated? What is it, Lee Do Kyung? Sukhan thinks for a long time but still can't understand. This time he and Kong Si-woo are on the same team. Could it be that those two have a conflict? However, the suspense is not closed. Congratulations trainee Kong Si-woo for surviving again. Next I will announce the limits from rank 3 to rank 1. Sukhan no longer has the mood to worry about other things, burp burp, from now on. That also means that, if I am not called here, then I will definitely be eliminated. The comments from the online community appear in his mind. Anyway, my name has been discussed quite a lot. The amount of screen time this time is also not bad. The more he thinks, the more sad he becomes. Could it be that in this life, it is still impossible? Why, is this the price to pay when trying to change my future? Like what I see in movies or TV shows. Sukhan's hand unconsciously clenches again. My ranking unexpectedly dropped to this level. A series of new comments jump up non-stop. Only one account, but has been commenting continuously. They are constantly discussing comfortably. Congratulations to contestant Kong Si-woo for surviving again. Sukhan's face becomes more droopy. If I have to say it, it would be a waste of words. Before Cha Sung-bin and Kevin always competed to dominate in rank 1 and 2. Thinking back, in the previous life Kevin was on the same team, but he usually did not talk much, always looking like a soulless person. Thinking for a moment again makes him blush. Being conceited here is a bit embarrassing. But, anyway, I was a good candidate for rank 3. However, rank 3. That is the ranking that I once dreamed of. If that number becomes my ranking, what would the feeling be like? Whispering, Seo Han, looks very nervous, gloomy, whispering, that is right. Someone's hand suddenly puts on his hand. It turns out that Jun Seo and Ha Im have also realized his uneasiness. Don't worry, you will pass, hey, that is right. Our whole team will be chosen. Everyone will advance together. In the words of the organizer carries hesitation. Next I will announce rank 3. Rank 3 is only a few words, but it warms his heart. Trainee Do Seo Han. Sukhan is so surprised that he is incoherent. Hey, it is me, Seo Han, wake up. Please invite trainee Do Seo Han to the front. Let us listen to the thoughts of the contestant ranked 3. Sukhan still can't regain his senses. Beep beep, first of all, I still can't believe it. All the memories flood back. Before performing on the final stage. The words of his heart are gradually spoken out. It is not that, I did not practice, just preparing for the performance. This is also the first time I am expressing my thoughts. Sukhan has teared up but still tries to say, just preparing for the performance. I was also very worried. Jun Seo below has given a satisfied smile. I was even worried about unnecessary things like a truck suddenly hitting me and I suddenly die, even if that happens then. On Ha Im's lips also a satisfied smile has appeared. Thanks to you Hyungs, I was very happy when preparing for the performance. A girl below is also frozen in front of his honest words. Even if I die tomorrow, I have to practice hard today. Sukhan's cheeks have blushed from when, every moment, I remember the people who will come to see our performance. Ah, so touching, tearing up. I am really jealous of Do Seo Han's fan. Hamster is also saying all the praises, with, maybe sometimes risking a little is also good. But not because of that he is arrogant. This rank means that I also need to work even harder. On the other side of the phone screen there is also someone watching live. Thank you, congratulations to contestant ranked 3, Do Seo Han. The ranking that was just called makes Seo Jun unconsciously open his mouth. He carefully looks at the screen. I will work harder, thank you. Yes, contestant Do Seo Han has expressed all his feelings. Please return to your seat. Next, before announcing rank 1, I will reveal 2 contestants. Sung Bin's lips slightly curve up. The next 2 names are read out, Cha Sung Bin and Kevin. Sukhan sitting on the chair also predicts. There is not much surprise. As far as I remember, these 2 are the 2 contestants ranked 1 and 2. But what he cares about is, if so then, will rank 1 be changed? The organizer continues to create a waiting atmosphere. Rank 1 that is expected by everyone is. Kevin's pupils widen. Maybe he is also looking forward to it very much. He has really smiled when he hears the result. Congratulations trainee Kevin. The comments explode once again. Even so, Sung Bin still is not sad at all. Congratulations to contestant ranked 2 Cha Sung Bin. Please return to your seat. The names of the members are also quickly updated. Like that, on the Stardust ship, 21 surviving members have been determined. The 3 proud boys sit on high-class chairs. The contestants can prepare for the next performance. Everyone also gives praise to the MC, Honda 1. You worked hard. Everyone also worked hard. A boy chats cheerfully, MS. Dawan, yes, how are our little kids doing? They must have watched a lot of idol performances to have the image to act according to. Dawan also only replies with a smile. Ahaha, maybe that is it. Even so, those little kids, maybe they are still not used to being on TV very much. There is still a Ha-im who is always cheerful and Jun Seo who is always by his side. He is a little surprised after hearing that. Is that so? That is right, there are still many small mistakes, right? But Do-won does not blame at all. Humph, even professionals make mistakes. On the contrary, the kids had a youth that was full of enthusiasm. She also defends, even if they make mistakes when singing live, they still perform very well until the last minute. She raises her face to the indefinite space and confesses, there are many things for me to learn really. That boy speaks sarcastically again, ms. Do-won is as beautiful as an angel and her words are also like an angel. Ah, what are you saying? The conversation has also come to an end. Alright, Ji-hyun is looking for you, go to the waiting room, see you later, thank you, please arrange everything carefully. The door is opened wide. Do-won's long hair has been let down. She rests her hand on her chin and looks out the window. I also had a time when. Suk-han's words of heart appear again. Every moment I thought of the people who would come to see the performance. She is like being submerged by the pile of thoughts. Get on the stage with that spirit. In her eyes there is a clear regret and sadness. Can I go back to that time? That is the image of Do-won being extremely radiant. Once again congratulations to the contestants who survived on the ship. Just as she introduces, I am Han Do-won MC, the one, oh beautiful, really beautiful, wow. Everyone treasures her, oh thank you, so cute. Today I will announce the next topic. Do-won is extremely enthusiastic about her work. Have you sat down according to the organizer's instructions? Yes, this time we will divide the teams according to the row you are sitting in. Her voice dissolves into the noise of the members. This match is called Community Destiny, Victory and Joy. Please take care of everyone, me too, similar stage. The rules of the game are also explained by Do-won. The team with the lowest score will have all the members eliminated. On the chat frame new comments jump up, wait, the seats according to the row right. Sweat on Suk-han's cheeks pours down, so me now. The eyebrows of his frown together now. Suk-han realizes the difference until now, please take care of me, could it be that I will become teammates with these time bombs? The rules of the game are continued to be explained to everyone. Each part of the song rap performance will be divided into 2 teams. There are a total of 6 teams. Each team will compete with a team in the same position. I will announce vocal team of first, Lee Ha-jin, Ju Na-kyung Jei. All the teams are divided the same. Next is vocal team B, Do Seo-han, Lee Do-kyung, Kong Si-woo. Suk-han worries about his upcoming fate because the teams are divided based on the interview before. The words sound like they are doing according to their wishes. But in reality it is no different from arranging randomly, no, more accurately it is editing by the devil that is patched here and there. In the interview, the production team continues to ask Suk-ha, trainee Do Seo-han, is there any position that you want to try, a position that you want to try? He is a little embarrassed and scratches his head. The vocal position, currently I am very confident. Everyone in the room immediately exclaims, oh so confident. Se-hyun looks at him suspiciously, what is it, do you want to be the main vocal? Suk-han immediately shakes his head repeatedly. No way. He turns pale and remembers the interview situation in the past. If I can try a position other than dance, I want to be a vocal, I have always wanted that position. But currently I am very confident in dance. The original content was like that. Suk-han at that time was still happily answering the interview, won't I be more active? The trainee who is full of confidence with the desire to be the main vocal. Even mixes the interview that was filmed right after getting rank H. Returning to reality, he starts to consider everything. In the previous life I was divided into the dance team and passed safely, but being in the vocal team is a different story. Suk-han turns to look at Si-woo but is noticed by him, not to mention, I do not know those 2 people. Suddenly, the B-I-Roy team behind cheers non-stop, vocal genius Do Seo-han, let us make our Magne the main vocal. Suk-han involuntarily sighs, these people are really carefree. Dawn continues to lead the program. Next I will announce dance team B, Jin Se-hyun, Ian, Mo Chong-jo, Seo-han Im, Gu Iwan. As soon as she finishes speaking, Se-hyun is surprised. No, I said I wanted to be in the vocal team. Genius rapper Jin Se-hyun, let us go. Dawn announces the next team. Dance team is Cha Sung-bin, Ricky, Kim Soo-jun. The remaining people silently follow. Ha-jun Seo, Kevin, Baek Dong-hyun. The team arrangement ends here. The space gradually only has Do-won's voice. After taking a break we will have time to meet in groups. Suk-han seems lost in this atmosphere. They really mix the information to maximize the broadcast time. I can't even predict the results of this mission anymore. While thinking he takes out his phone to look at the forum. The viewers must be buzzing. The audience is constantly discussing. Scrolling past some nonsense comments, Suk-han shakes his head in annoyance. These stupid comments. Next, he looks through the hashtag in one go. The current trend has marked the golden age of the Stardust project. In the bathroom, the sound of water flowing rings out non-stop. A mocking voice rings out in Si Woo's ear. You also survived. Kong Si Woo, congratulations on rank 21. Du Kyung still keeps mocking him. You did not expect much, right? If Lee Jun-hyuk did not leave the program, you should be at home now. Si Woo's complexion gradually becomes tense. Everyone here is as tired as you are also too lucky. Waiting for the other person to finish, he calmly asks back, what are you trying to say? Du Kyung still says with a mocking tone, I thought you had forgotten, so I am reminding you. Afterwards, he gradually comes forward, I taught you that, a surefire strategy, at least that is a way to attract attention. Du Kyung leans close to Si Woo's shoulder and says each word, but why do not you just follow that easy path? Si Woo avoids it with disgust, I won't use those tricks, at least before this audition ends. Du Kyung replies with an indifferent voice, ahaha, such a pity, if I were you, I would put it in a pot and stew it like beef leg bones and then chew the bones too. Meaning ruthlessly and cruelly. He continues to raise his voice and provoke, why, are you still trying to be recognized with your own ability, or saying that you are a boy who is immersed in dreams? Si Woo gradually becomes impatient, enough, Lee Du Kyung on the contrary, Du Kyung still maintains his undisguised mocking attitude, oh my god, do not look so uncomfortable. He leans close to Si Woo's ear and provokes, if our boy gets annoyed then will he be eliminated first? He of course also does not want to give in, I have warned you, I said to be moderate. Du Kyung smiles with satisfaction. His eyes still do not leave Si Woo. Finally, he also gradually loses patience and threatens, okay, I will say it straight, Kong Si Woo, I do not want to debut with you, so I want you to know yourself and disappear from my sight. After finishing speaking, Du Kyung takes out his phone intending to threaten, if you can't do it yourself then I will help, you also know what my sister does, right? Suddenly, a mysterious person appears from behind, making him pay attention. Suk-han steps out with a confused face, sorry. He blankly looks inside, it seems like both of you have something to say, I will go in later, what is it, what is this atmosphere? Du Kyung quickly says politely, it is not a big deal, you can come in. Suk-han slowly observes the situation in one go, Kong Si Woo and Lee Du Kyung, they are the people who have never been on the same team in the previous life. He glances at Si Woo who is turning away and sighs silently, regarding Kong Si Woo, to be honest, the amount of information is too little, and he is also a personal trainee. I do not remember anything about him. Then looks at Du Kyung who is looking at him with an undisguised interested look however, with Lee Du Kyung then, if I say I know him well is it okay? Suk-han is still immersed in his own thoughts, to correct it, I should say I know Lee Du Kyung's older sister well is correct, it is impossible not to know later. She will become a very influential journalist. Du Kyung is the first to leave, I will go out first, see you later in the practice room. However even Suk-han feels the suffocating atmosphere in this place. What do you mean it is nothing big, the atmosphere just now between the two was not a joke. What exactly were they talking about? He softly turns to glance at Si Woo with a worried look, clearly the relationship between the two is not good. Suk-han is the first to speak, have the two of you known each other from before? He quickly answers, ah, that is right. The atmosphere gradually sinks into silence, so that is it, so sorry. Suk-han is forced to speak again, what is it, Hyung Si-woo, was your original desire the vocal position? Si Woo answers bluntly, it was edited no mainly rap. He immediately has sympathy for the person in front of him, sure enough, so he is in the same situation as me, Hyung Si-woo is also a victim he observes his expression and seems to understand. Come to think of it, it seems that Han said that you are good at dancing, right? Suk-han scratches his head embarrassedly, hey, I am not very good, I am a little better compared to other things, but when I was divided into the vocal team, I was completely shocked. Even so, this person talks well, right? Si Woo did not outwardly show it, but he was already considering things internally. Based on his life experience, first impressions are very important. People who seem fierce are often the most sensitive and warm, as if they are trying not to scare everyone around them. He was still shy and hesitant, asking, it is our first time meeting, so I am still a bit awkward but. How old are you, Hyung, so we can use comfortable terms? Si Woo was just as embarrassed. He turned his head away and replied, I am 19. What about you, thinking that much testosterone packed into a 19-year-old? Why is he so shy? Suk-han was still flustered. I am 17 this year. Should we just casually call each other Hyung and Dongsing? In contrast, Si Woo awkwardly refused. It takes me a while to get comfortable using casual terms with people. They greeted each other and parted ways. Then, call me Suk-han whenever you feel comfortable. Okay, I will. Then. Later, when we are deciding on a song. Suk-han maintained a friendly attitude from beginning to end. Yes, see you later. However, he himself felt awkward about what he had done.
Suk-han smut plumata.
I am so tired, so tired. This is even more tiring than being on stage. He looked in the mirror and said to himself, I definitely need to figure things out quickly to have a peaceful group evaluation. Why is the relationship between those two so bad? Let us see how bad it is. A little later, the program recording continued. Sukhan's team had finished discussing things. Do Kyung was the first to speak. Okay, let us decide what song we should sing first. He glanced at him, his gaze undisguised. I have heard some rumors. Team B's main vocal is Lee Ha-jin. Sukhan immediately recalled his past life's memories. If it is Lee Ha-jin, he is the one who got an A in the rank evaluation just by singing a cappella. Even after the Stardust project ended, his voice still came up from time to time. He is a capable trainee. Immediately afterward, he spoke out against Do Kyung. It won't be easy. Did you hear any information about the song selection? He unconsciously frowned tightly. Sekhan. Do Kyung kept making things difficult for Sukhan. Do you think I am like an information vending machine? Like if you press beep, I will tell you, he awkwardly explained. No, I did not mean it like that. I am scared, so scared. Do Kyung pouted and said, at least I can predict the genre of song they will choose. The other two remained silent, listening to him. I have a friend in the same management company as Lee Ha-jin. Team B will put him at the forefront. The reason the management company did not suggest a song for them to practice. One of them politely praised, that is very useful information. Sukhan inwardly assessed him, this guy really is an information expert thanks to his wide network. Do Kyung suddenly made a decision, okay, now let us get back to our team's business. Sukhan also added his opinion, I have thought about it a lot, but vocal is not any of our strengths. So, at times like this, we need a clear strategy. Even though we are known by the public, I think a song that is not too strongly associated with the original singer is a good choice. We won't easily be compared. He continued to present his thoughts. This song has never been chosen as a competition song before. It is a bright and gentle love song that can be interspersed with some performance. A bright and gentle song. Do Kyung immediately added, you mean we should rule out ballads that are only emotional? Sukhan nodded. Yes, that is right. Do Kyung raised his hand in agreement. It is a little different from the direction I was thinking, but it is not bad. I agree. He, standing a little distance away, sighed in relief. Really, that is a relief. Suddenly, Sukhan turned to ask for Si-woo's opinion. So what do you think, Si-woo Hyung? He seemed to have been considering it for a long time. Si-woo's silence made him uneasy. Sukhan cautiously asked again, Hyung. Si-woo Young. I do not know. Do you agree? Suddenly, Si-woo replied with an excited voice, I think it is great. Yes. He turned sharply to look at the other two with anticipation. Objectively speaking, our vocal ranges are not very diverse. I will give the high notes to you too. Sekhan secretly exhaled. Thinking you scared me. Don't worry about that. We just need to harmonize. Si-woo picked up his phone and searched for a while. Also, I came up with some concepts that fit the atmosphere you mentioned. His enthusiasm amazed him. Thinking ignoring the feeling of connection on stage, what about a falling in love at a lively party concept? Like Sukhan said, if it is a bright and gentle love song, it would be great for a ship party, but I think a youthful style more suited to our age group would be better. And the performance should focus on standing so the vocals do not stray too far from their limits. Sukhan inwardly exclaimed, so that is why he was silent for so long, thinking about these things. He looked at Si-woo with disbelief. Where has this person been hiding all this time? Sukhan looked at Si-woo with unprecedented admiration. I have found him. The perfect leader for the group mission. He went to discuss his ideas with him. For example, attending a prom like in those famous teen movies. For example, a slightly older movie like this. Have you seen this movie? It is perfect. The two chatted very happily, completely forgetting about Do Kyung nearby. Seeing this scene, his expression was very unreadable. Sukhan's mind was completely uplifted. Why is it going so smoothly? He hummed non-stop as he walked. Looks like I was worried for nothing. Things are going very smoothly. Do Sukhan will soon regret what he thought. Sukhan opened the door with anticipation. Si-woo Hyung, who seemed quiet, is also actively participating. Even though Do Kyung is prickly, luckily he is also quite cooperative. This group mission. It probably won't be hopeless, right? Sukhan spotted Si-woo at the vending machine and immediately called out, Si-woo Hyung. Irreplicably. Sukhan. He walked over and greeted him. What is up, are you getting a drink? Siwoo recounted a little awkwardly, yes, but I think this thing is broken. It is not accepting my card.
Sekhan curiously approached.
Really, let me see. He quietly glanced at the card in Siwoo's hand. I have tried several times, but the payment still won't go through. Sukhan's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, a Korean black card. The annual fee is over 3 million won. Immediately, he imagined countless scenarios in his head. Thinking he is trying to pay for a vending machine with that, isn't he a third-generation chaebol who does not know anything about the world? Sign here. Since there is no paper, I will use money instead. Sukhan stared at Siwoo and said, as far as I know, that card won't pay for small amounts. He quickly suggested, do you have another card, a regular card for example? He replied a little awkwardly this. This is the only card I have. Glancing at Siwoo's troubled expression, Sukhan secretly sighed. Thinking, is he really a tycoon? This statement is going to cause a storm. Why does it sound so familiar? In the end, he had no choice but to let him owe him a favor. Just let me buy it for you. I came here to get a drink anyway. Siwoo looked troubled. I will definitely pay you back. Siwoo looked embarrassed and said, you do not need to. Sukhan was a little suspicious of him. It is just a can of drink. Why do you only carry a black card? He looked at Siwoo intently. Kong Siwoo, the more I learn, the stranger he seems. A little later, the group had gathered completely. Okay, let us choose this song. Is everyone okay with it? Sukhan looked at Do Kyung with bright eyes. Yes, it is great. Siwoo next to him replied perfunctorily, no objections. The final song chosen was Yu Young and Jin's duet, First Confession, with a difficulty level that ordinary people can sing along to and lyrics rich in emotion. So famous that it is considered a must-have song for proposals and weddings. He sat silently considering everything and made a decision. The special thing about this song is that except for the prominent harmony, there are no high notes. I can sing this much. At this point, Do Kyung took out a small envelope. Okay, so we have chosen the concept and the song. Everyone waited silently for him to finish speaking. Now we will slowly divide the parts. Suddenly, Sukhan felt nervous. It is finally here. No matter how good the group members are, conflict is inevitable. The worst time is when dividing parts and competing for screen time. He turned to observe the other teams. If there was a clear main vocal like in Team B, they would have decided quickly. In all three groups, no one has vocal as a strength. Seeing that the other two were still silent, Do Kyung spoke up. What is wrong? No one has any opinions, then I will divide it. He picked up a pen, his tone light as a feather. First, I will take the main part, is that okay? Sukhan sat on one side without saying a word. Honestly, if you only look at his skills in my memory, Lee Do Kyung's skills are the most outstanding of the three. Do Kyung did not care much and continued calculating. This chorus part and the last part. Memories from his past life surfaced. In the past, he was the only one in the three-person group who debuted. He was also in charge of the sub-vocal role. Sukhan suddenly said to himself, however, I can't be afraid and shrink back. He approached, stopping Do Kyung's hand that was about to put down the pen. Wait a minute. Sukhan faced him, frankly suggesting, the main part. Is not it also very suitable for me? Do Kyung's eyes narrowed slightly. He slowly replied, okay, if you have that kind of ambition. This move made Sukhan furrow his brow in thought. Ambition, he is already treating it like his part. He offered a fair solution. Then let us each try singing it. Okay, and the evaluator. The two of them turned their eyes to Siwoo, making him flustered. Siwoo pointed at himself, his whole body sweating profusely. Mimi, the other two immediately said in unison, we are relying on you. Who else would it be? Then, Sukhan stepped forward and began to perform. Actually, getting to take on the main vocal role on a big stage like this. The more attention you get, the bigger the risk. But I will start first. He looked at the two older men sitting in front of him. But it would be foolish to give up when the opportunity is right in front of me. Sukhan unconsciously clenched his fist, his heart full of determination. I know that my singing ability is lacking and is a big burden. He slowly placed his hand on his chest. The second audition. Now is the time to turn the impossible into reality. A little later, Siwoo quietly spoke up. According to me, the main part seems more suitable for Sukhan. Hearing those words, Do Kyung's brow unconsciously furrowed tighter. Do Kyung's voice tends to be higher and lighter. I think the intro part would be very suitable for you. Sukhan also looked over. Overall, Sukhan's timbre is very suitable. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Okay, all right. Du Kyung's expression became gloomy and unpredictable. His eyes were deep as if he was calculating something. He secretly glanced at Du Kyung and quietly pondered. Thinking back, what kind of person is Lee Du Kyung? Like Lee Jun-hyuk, he has to win at all costs. Suddenly, he laughed cheerfully. Du Kyung pretended to be regretful and said, "Too bad, but that is a part that is very suitable for Sukhan." This reaction startled Sukhan. Really, I am anticipating it, thank you. It seems like he is accepting the result more easily than I thought. However, he still smiled brightly on the outside. Then let us decide on the remaining parts. Let us hide the fact that we argued with Kong Si-woo too. Sukhan kept observing the other person's expression, inwardly thinking, in front of the camera, idols have to act too. Who knows, he might already be proficient. He glanced at Si-woo next to him. Unbelievable that he is so calm even at this age. Compared to someone close to turning 26, he is not even close. Suddenly, Du Kyung came up with a new idea. Then can I make another suggestion? Sukhan was immediately overjoyed. Yes, please go ahead. He continued, the rap part in the chorus. Du Kyung's expression became sinister. Besides that, what if I replaced it with the main vocal part? Sukhan and Si-woo instantly froze. He quickly realized, that is right, after all, that is Kong Si-woo's part. He kept pressing ahead in front. Okay, thinking the praise from about 3 seconds ago, please allow me to retract it. Sukhan awkwardly glanced at the person next to him. Let us see, strategically, I do not know if it is okay but... It depends on Si-woo's decision. He shouted inwardly, Kong Si-woo, that is your part. Be sober and protect it. We should try to see. Du Kyung also turned to look. Aha, of course, Si-woo's opinion is also very important. His expression had darkened quite a bit. So, what does Kong Si-woo think? Si-woo closed his eyes and calmed himself to think. He recalled Du Kyung's threat from earlier. If you can't do it yourself, I will help. He had blatantly threatened Si-woo at the time. You know what my sister does for a living, right? If you do it that way, you won't be able to debut anywhere else. He slowly opened his eyes. Si-woo hesitated to reply. I will think about it. Disappointment was clearly visible on Sukhan's face. What, you will think about it? He blurted out, I really do not understand. A little later in the dormitory, Ha-im asked Sukhan a lot of questions. What is wrong, what is going on? Se-hyun next to him quietly shook his head. I do not know, he must be in some kind of trouble. He kept biting his lip, focusing on thinking. There is no way he has to think about it. Normally, if he gives up that part, Kong Si-woo's part will be very small. Sukhan suddenly helplessly hugged his head. Looking at Kong Si-woo, he does not seem like such a weak person, so why is he yielding? His heart was in a complete mess. It is not even my part, so why am I so concerned? No, I am already extremely concerned. Sukhan recalled Si-woo's cold answer from this afternoon. The relationship is not just bad, give me some time to think. Unconsciously, he sighed again. Is Kong Si-woo going to lose? Since it is not my part, it is not convenient to intervene. If I ask first if he needs any help, it would be a little weird. The people in the room immediately shooed him away. You are scaring me. Stop mumbling. Move your feet, hey, move your feet. Suddenly, Ha-im snapped his fingers to signal. I know, you are thinking about what concept you should evaluate, right? Sukhan next to him mechanically nodded. Yes, there is also concept evaluation, right? The chatter continued non-stop. Sexy, cute, and what else? Among them, is there any concept that fits? That is right, maybe the next mission will be decided by this mission.
Ay mangrili puka sa yunsfot.
Your feet, Jin Se-hyun, did not you wash your feet? He immediately smiled happily. So have you decided what you are going to do? Don't kick my feet. Seo Ha-im has been insisting all day that I am cute.
Seok smiled awkwardly as Si-hyun.
He began to ponder. The concept evaluation shoot. It is a personal video shoot focusing on one of 3 concepts, hip-hop, cute, and sexy. After receiving concept votes from the audience through this video, for the concept evaluation, the song will be chosen based on the corresponding concept. Just thinking about training made his brow unconsciously furrow tighter. Actually, different from the broadcast order, vocal training, concept practice, team coordination, interviews, the trainees are all busy with schedules at the same time. Suddenly, Sukhan seemed to remember something. I almost neglected my concept evaluation because I was worried about those two. Sukhan's concept, isn't it completely cute? Haim turned to ask him, Sukhan's concept, isn't it completely cute, huh? Sukhan helplessly explained, there is no way that is true, no. Even so, Haim insisted really. He sat calculating his path. I tried cute in my past life. I'm almost 26, is not a cute concept a little scary? I'm thinking about sexy, but I'm not very suited for sexy either. Suddenly from outside, Jun Seo quietly entered. Oh gosh, what should I do, guys? I am back. Oh, come here, Seo Han is talking nonsense. Seeing this, Se Hyun immediately jumped up. You are back, what did the doctor say? Do you have a cold? Sukhan looked out blankly from behind. What? Jun Seo Hyung is sick. He has been coughing a lot since this morning. In contrast, Jun Seo answered everyone very easily. I am fine, it is probably because I stayed up all night. If I take medicine and get enough rest, I will be fine. He observed for a while, his heart filled with bitterness. Tomorrow is the concept shoot and the group competition is not far away. When did he get sick? Will he get enough rest? Everyone followed Jun Seo's actions. Anyway, it is really lucky, because he is in the dance team, so even if he loses his voice, it won't be a problem. Se Hyun approached and persuaded, look at you, you are too carefree, lie down quickly. He said very smugly, I have warmed up the spot, am I good? He slowly replied, thank you, what are you guys talking about? Everyone immediately got chaotic. I heard you are worried about tomorrow's concept evaluation. Should I bite my tie like this? Wake up, you are cute, you are cute. Hearing this, Sukhan reluctantly turned away. Isn't there anything hotter? Haim still could not believe it and asked again, really, I will take a walk for a while to think. At a deserted park. Sukhan walked around in a coat. The weather is really cold. He looked up at the stars. When following the sexy concept, what kind of props should I mainly use? Suddenly a sound came from behind, drawing his attention. That is hilarious, what is wrong? Not far away, Du Kyung was having a conversation with Si Woo. I also know how to distinguish between public and private. Did you see me smiling in front of the camera? Not me. At this time, he revealed his true nature. Choosing Sukhan as the main vocal, are you getting revenge on me? Si Woo's expression was still gloomy and unpredictable. Kong Si Woo really does not know what fear is, does he, a young master who ran away from home and does not know the way back? I have also never mixed personal feelings. He said casually, it is just that you could not do better than me. Du Kyung unconsciously burst out laughing. Ahaha, which side do you think he will stand on? He made a threatening statement. Sukhan is very perceptive. After knowing all those things, will he still stand on your side, a ticking time bomb? A noise made the two of them alert. Someone. Sukhan hurriedly hid behind the wall in the back. Someone.
Do que impaciente approached.
Don't hide like a mouse. He glanced at the deserted neighborhood. Come out quickly. Suddenly, a small kitten came out of the bush. Du Kyung did not expect the sound to be caused by the cat. Ha! He turned and left. It is hopeless. Sukhan stood huddled in the corner, sweating profusely. It was Sun. Kong Si Woo is being threatened. At this time, the reporter asked the artist, what are your thoughts on the opposing team? The boy confirmed the content of the question, vocal team B, right? The boy answered honestly, I think that group is more about visual. With Lee Du Kyung in vocal B, it is easy to understand. The only thing I am curious about is Kong Si Woo. He also had to exclaim with praise, frankly, I used to be on a team with him, handling both rap and vocal, it is rare. On this side, the cameraman announced before working, please step up in the order your names are called. We will start the individual filming. Haim worried about him and whispered, Sukhan, have you really decided to do it? Sukhan seemed to have made plans early. There is no problem, my concept for this shoot is sexy. He wanted to seize the spotlight that he had missed. I chose cute in my past life, but there are quite a few strong competitors to get enough attention. Sukhan always thought carefully before doing things. Moreover, in the past, among the performance songs, Betters with a sexy concept was the most noticeable. Sungbin pulled down his mask and complained, I am so worried. The document recorder called to him at the right time, number 33, please come to the stage. Sungbin turned and left. He opened with enthusiasm, hello everyone, I am individual trainee Cha Sungbin. Oh my god, what is that? Hey, take away that wink, it is killing me, so lively already. I will perform for everyone to see. Sungbin bowed to the audience, his voice still floating like that. Hey, there's only me and you here, where the wind blows wildly. He was like a halo shining everywhere on the stage. I will take you high. Sungbin's performance also captivated the nearby artists. Let us look at the bright sunshine over there together. He sang as if he had poured all his thoughts into the lyrics. I will take you to the clouds, I will be the courage, to let you fly into the sky, so hold my hand. The fans below were very excited, constantly praising, Cha Sungbin is great. He also happily replied, thank you. At this time, Sungbin immediately recognized, hey, Se-hyun. He startled and turned to look back, yes. Se-hyun also gave him countless compliments. Your performance was great, the concept was also bright. Sungbin was complacent after hearing this. How is it too good? He seemed very curious about his idea. Which concept is Se-hyun going for? Se-hyun always preferred outstanding style. I think I will go for a cool concept. At this time, Sungbin successfully built a relationship with him. It will definitely be a great fit. I also want to perform with Se-hyun one day. He nodded in agreement. Yes, me too. Actually, Se-hyun had other intentions in his head. I will choose a sexy concept, goodbye. Everyone inside was cheering for Suk-han. The youngest is going up. Good luck, Seo-han. The cameraman immediately recognized him. Oh, next is Seo-han, right? It seems that Suk-han is very nervous. He shyly raised his warm voice. Still can't know, this is no different from a prison. The lyrics described Suk-han's journey from beginning to end, where the eternal darkness cannot go further. There were still people supporting him under the stage. Look at that hand, it is so sexy. He hummed the lyrics, and I am here, a prisoner. Everyone had to be surprised, this song. Everyone had a common question. Isn't this the Dancing on Move song that he chose in the rank evaluation? Why did he choose this song again? Se-hyun saw it for the first time. Wow, this kid Seo-han is really something. He is shaking and dancing. Amazing Seo-han. Everyone recognized Suk-han's charm, but he is really into it. He continued to surprise his colleagues. What is the water bottle for? Sungbin and Se-hyun were suspicious when they saw Suk-han pour water on himself. He poured the water straight into his face. All the artists in the room were completely amazed. Not only did people not criticize him, but they also enjoyed it. Wow, ha, it is fire. Suk-han himself was also surprised. He wiped the water droplets still on his cheeks. Thank you everyone, this is number 3 do Seo-han. The reaction, it is pretty good. Suk-han gained more confidence thanks to his popular performance. Well, I am quite charming, the concept evaluation results might be better than I thought. Sungbin witnessed this scene for the first time. Is your friend originally like that? Se-hyun turned his face in a different direction when he heard him ask. I do not know him. He seemed to have caught a cold after splashing water on his face. Haim deliberately teased him. Are you trying to perform a hamster being dipped in water? He shyly smiled. Seo-han also caught a cold. Later, in the restroom area. He hid his true feelings and said, hello Lee Do-kyung-hyung. Thinking why do I keep meeting him in the restroom? Do-kyung highly praised his ability. I saw your performance, it was great. Suk-han was always polite to his seniors. Thank you. He told him, alright, I have some news for our team. It is about Kong Si-woo. He agreed to switch to vocal. Suk-han was shocked and turned to look at Do-kyung-ha. Perhaps he did not expect this. Si-woo-hyung really agreed. Suk-han became suspicious. Is it resolved? Did you really come to an agreement with Si-woo-hyung? That is a bit, it is not right. He was still unsure. Let us see, looks can be deceiving. Do-kyung prioritized his own interests, because he will be one of the people who will leave the game early. I mean Seo and I should leave as many impressive scenes as possible, right? He had already looked over the achievement results. In this group, only Kong Si-woo is not a rank H, you understand, right? He frankly stated, he will be eliminated soon. Do-kyung was shocked, Suk-han understood his intentions. Is that what you want to say to someone who is trying their best to their ability? Do-kyung mentioned the protection for Si-woo, Seo-han. You still do not know how big the power behind him is, right? It seems he had investigated his identity. Kong Si-woo is the grandson of the chairman of Tae-woon Group. Do-kyung revealed the truth. For him, a risky trip is just attending a party. The opportunities he misses are what we want to get and what we want to rely on for the rest of our lives. Who is worrying about who? He advised Suk-han in a sly voice. I mean, let us be self-reliant to make up for what we do not have. Let us cooperate. In an instant, he thought it over carefully. Tae-woon Group. Only Suk-han did not know. I thought he was just the son of a normal rich family, but he is a group in the top 10 largest food groups in Korea. Even a 3-year-old knows the name. It turns out he is a member of the chairman's family of that group. He thought about C1 being favored. Wait, if he has such strong backing, if he participates in this kind of audition, does he need to do much? But the analysis refuted Sukhan's thinking. The staff too, how could they not know? Why are they still using it? If it were me, I would definitely advertise it. A group with the largest jjajanggi and nuguri food group in Korea. He was a little hesitant, however, things like this. Sukhan agreed with his opinion. In my opinion, it really does not seem like a good thing. Do Kyung was somewhat regretful. That is one of the reasons I quite like you, Seo Han. If I knew earlier, I would have cooperated with you instead of Lee Jun-hyuk. He became nervous. Lee Jun-hyuk, you cooperated with Lee Jun-hyuk. I do not think he really. In the end, Sukhan understood. So it turns out you were the one who stabbed me in the back, not Lee Jun-hyuk, and Ian too, the root of the scandal at KJ. Do Kyung was very calm. That look, you must have resolved the conflict. My relationship is quite wide and I also have quite a lot of information. He seemed to have seen through his true colors. Now I understand, this character is a divisive person. Did you think I would just stand still and watch? Sukhan was not surprised at all and said calmly, because in the first evaluation, in Lee Do Kyung's eyes, I was just a kid about to fail. He skillfully sarcastically said in the first mission, and that is why you told Lee Jun-hyuk information. I also have a lot of information. I do not think that is how you look at other people. Because Lee Do Kyung is very busy. Sukhan took the opportunity to threaten Do Kyung, your girlfriend. Are they all okay? I am from the future. He was strangely calm. Do Kyung did not reveal any emotions. What are you talking about? But he did not need him to prove it. Don't pretend you do not know what I am talking about. Sukhan read on the news in his past life. After debuting, he was a regular in the dating rumors of Dollpatch. He counted on his fingertips, and the person who is said to be dating at this time is, let us see, 1, 2, 3. Sukhan did not hesitate to reveal their real names. They are all famous people, Kong Min, L, and actress Lee Seo-hwa. According to the information he knew, I heard that that person also came from a prestigious family. Only choosing people like that and dating them, it does not seem to be a simple matter of taste. Right. Sukhan slapped and stroked. I always support Do Kyung's love. He decided to confront him directly, but I do not know if society will support you. Do Kyung did not dare to look up who. He tried to be friendly, who would spread my story. How do you know about that? Sukhan asked back, why should I tell you? Do Kyung was flustered and did not know what to do. He threatened, anyway, the person who wants to compromise is not me. It is Lee Do Kyung who has to. He reluctantly accepted Sukhan's request. What do you want? He calmly said. There are 3 people who need to be kept secret. Sukhan successfully threatened him. Then I also have 3 conditions. The first is to keep Si-woo's part intact. Do not touch that part in this group's mission. The second is. He still had not finished speaking. Please give me the phone number of Do Kyung's older sister. Probably Sukhan had his own purpose. I want to have a close relationship with a journalist. He could only smile. You have investigated me quite thoroughly. Do Kyung boldly affirmed. She is my sister. Would she be on your side? He had a reason to threaten him. Even so, does she know that her brother is dating multiple women at the same time? Do Kyung could not refute then the third. Sukhan left a request blank in case he needed it. And the third and last, I will save it for later. Min Seo personally took charge. Has vocal team B finished dividing the parts? Then first let us sing from beginning to end. Team B all say in unison yes. She wanted to listen to it. Team A first. Si-woo focused on the lyrics of the song. He observed everyone humming. Min Seo stood observing. Her face did not reveal any expression. Suddenly she spoke, disagreeing with the way the lyrics were divided. First, vocal team A. Do you think dividing the parts like this is okay? Isn't Ha-jin's part a bit too much? Team A felt it was appropriate. That is our strategy. The person wearing the hat was excited. Ha-jin will be the one to carry the whole team. Min Seo officially criticized. And Na Kyung, your vocal range is not very stable. Did you warm up your voice this morning? Min Seo easily pointed out the difficulty. Ha-jin sings section 2. Are you really going to take on that section? Is not it too much already? Ha-jin boldly affirmed. It is okay. She did not want to see mistakes. You have to consider the situation during rehearsal. Let us make a plan B. I know you are good but do not be too confident. Ha-jin also agreed with Min Seo's point of view. Yes. She only gave the preliminary task. Okay, for now Team A will do this much. Min Seo hesitated a bit. Team B then. But she also gave words of praise to encourage them. I was a little worried, but you divided the parts well. Min Seo recognized the efforts in the activity, especially Si-woo. It is clear that you have practiced a lot. You must have worked hard. Si-woo politely replied. Thank you. Sukhan also felt he has worked hard. Seeing that it was already late, she made an appointment to meet everyone at another time. Very good. Then we will practice harder this weekend. We will have the final practice next week. You have worked hard. Ha-jin suddenly paid attention to the other band. Before returning to the dormitory, let us practice harmonizing one more time. okay, let us do that. He frowned and looked down on them after hearing that. According to Ha Jin's analysis, right from choosing the song, they chose a song that does not require too much technically. No matter how you look at it, the difficulty is lower than our group. He could not understand at all, why is that group being praised more? Sukhan's introductory video attracted a large number of views. He was a little unconfident. This time's concept is sexy. I have prepared with full ambition. But Sukhan managed to regain his composure in time. My concept is sexy. The charm will be very different from the center evaluation. Please pay attention and watch. Then let us start the performance right away. The online community was not satisfied with the group's introduction, confident that it is a sexy concept. So where's the sexy? He looks very confident. That is splashing water on people. My hamster will catch a cold QA2. More and more malicious comments emerged. Looks exactly like a drowned rat. What is it really? LMFAO, is not this the sexy type of weak beauty? Achoo, that is the standard. Oh, I am trying to convince myself that he is really sexy, weak sexy, that is killing him. The outfit he wore really had nothing unique. Soon everyone was happy again. Hey, what are you saying? It is rose sexy disease. Saying that, you guys must have the disease too. Hey, have you checked the X2 speed? Check it out. Everyone here is decisive. The girl curling her hair was skeptical of life. This is crazy. Is not that your bias? Her best friend next to her was almost speechless. Seo Han, what sexy? Do you like being splashed with water? They dug up more moments. There is even a behind-the-scenes video. Do you want to see it? Open it, open it. Sung Bin was the one filming the video. Hello everyone, I am today's MC, Cha Sung Bin. He quickly found a suitable target. Wow, today I am at the concept video shoot. It just finished filming. I see Seo Han, let us interview him. Sung Bin came to greet him even though he knew he did not like it. Do Seo Han. Sukhan quickly covered the camera with his hand. What the heck, is Sung Bin Hyung a YouTuber? He suddenly had an idea. That is right, today I will take on the role of filming the video. Harim in the back was even more excited than Sung Bin. No, film me too. He originally wanted to be on the air. Can you film later? But his camera had a problem. Oh my god, it is all blurry, you can't see anything. What the heck, making Harlem disappointed. Why is that? Sung Bin also deliberately teased on the live broadcast. Sorry everyone, Seo Han is very shy compared to his figure, making him speechless. Hey you. He will never understand, haha. But why splash water? Even though Sukhan tried to explain, because it is a sexy concept. He turned to ask for other people's opinions. What do you think, Harim Hyung? He praised Sukhan. No matter what anyone says, Seo Han is cute. Harim hugged the duck looking no different from a child. Of course I am cute too, cute. Sung Bin had to divert public opinion. Then let Seo Han go before he catches a cold. You have to take a shower. This time I will interview Seo Harim. People requested all kinds of things in the comment section. Cha Sung Bin is the best MC ever. I hope he will continue to take on the role. Mac Cha Sung Bin met a whiny baby X. My sister is really worried. Do something cute. Seo Han, Sung Bin, please occasionally film videos. Then let me see it. Anyway, the body is sexy. Harim is so cute. He is mine. Where's the bunny mask video? Please link it. I just noticed that scarf now. Do Yun also watched the video? She immediately turned off the computer. So, you have something to say, you want to say it directly. Do Yun gave a sly smile. Haha, I always welcome useful information. She was looking up Sukhan's information, but this Seo Han. It is not clear what Do Yun's intentions were. Aren't you participating in a tryout show? But it seems she just wanted to warn, if you get angry and act rashly, it will be useless to cry and demand to remove the article later. Sukhan guaranteed that there would be no similar incidents. I won't contact you just because of a momentary impulse. A sound came from Do Yun's phone, and Lee Do Kyung Hyung will also go along. She agreed right away without any hesitation. Then let us go, this is just what you wanted. Yes, let us go. Sukhan looked forward to meeting her. See you soon, journalist Lee Do Yun. Sukhan lay on the bed. The light of the phone shone on his face. Sukhan was engrossed in searching for information. No matter how much I search, I can't see the name Kong Si-woo. His eyes were fixed on the screen in front of him, the boy with no official name in the group. From here I can only deduce one situation. Sukhan looked at the headlines of the articles on the website, his mind still analyzing. In other words, is he an illegitimate child? Sukhan turned off the phone, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Really, this happened as a joke to the world. At this time, he was immersed in his thoughts. But does it really mean anything? It feels like bringing drama to real life. No wonder Lee Do-kyung used this trick to threaten him. Sukhan pondered to himself. Now everyone is diligently practicing, but if I leave it alone like this, I do not know how far the rumors will spread. A peaceful high-rise building in the night sky, his thoughts continued to be said, so even if it is just for one day, I have no choice but to negotiate with Lee Do-kyung. In another place, a voice of someone suddenly rang out. You guys have worked hard on your long journey. Three people Suk-han, Seo-jun and Do-kyung sat opposite when hearing the person speaking in front of them. I thought only Suk-han and Do-kyung would come. It seems my brother has quite a few friends. The woman moved herself on the swivel chair. Now then. It was Do-yun, she chuckled. What does Do-Suk-han want to report? He was silent for a long time, his eyes looking straight at Do-yun. Then Suk-han spoke frankly, causing Seo-jun next to him to startle. Kong Si-woo is the secret son of the Taewon group. She calmly raised the glass of water in her hand. Oh my, really? Several tabs about articles related to Kong Si-woo appeared on the computer screen. Do-yun calmly replied, but what to do, that is known information. He continued to ask, yes, I thought so too. Kyung must have told the reporter, right? Do-yun was silent for a moment then replied, that is right, because I am wondering when to reveal it to the media. She suddenly revealed, the Taewon group's illegitimate son wants to become a famous idol. As an entertainment reporter, I certainly won't be able to miss such hot news. Seo-jun stared at Suk-han. You, how on earth did you? He only smiled. So that is it then. Suk-han continued to interrogate. Does anyone else know this information? Does Lee Do-yun plan to keep the news private? She calmly replied to him, of course. No matter how special the news is, it must be exclusive to have such meaning. Suk-han immediately made a request. If so, then I want to suppress this news. Do-yun slightly asked back when she heard that. Is Suk-han saying this sincerely? She unexpectedly made a small deal. It will be very difficult to shut me up, or will you give me some more sensational information? Suk-han was not at all flustered after hearing that. Of course, do you want to hear it? He did not hesitate any longer and revealed, a trainee currently participating in a popular survival show, and 3 girlfriends are also active in the industry. Do-kyung stood next to him and got up, slamming his hand on the table. Wait, did you call me here just to say those things? Suk-han acted innocent and raised his hand to count. One person is an idol, another is a TNT weather broadcaster, and the last day is actress Lee Seo-wha, he angrily shouted. I spent all my time introducing my sister to you, and now you are just saying such nonsense. Do-kyung continued to yell, hey, is there nothing left to hear? What are you reporting? Do-yun's face darkened. He ignored him. Suk-han asked her, what do you think? Reporter, if this is enough, is not this sensational news? He blurted out a question that made Do-yun open her eyes wide. If this is a story about the reporter's brother, is it enough to shut you up? She frowned, angrily thinking to herself, this Lee Do-kyung, because of this incident, I was threatened by a 17-year-old kid. Do-yun's voice rang out, causing him to frown, his face red with anger. Hey you. She trembled and held the paper cup tightly. Seo-jun looked at the current situation in confusion. Can't get rid of that strange thing, huh? Do-yun lowered her face and made a promise. You do, Suk-han, I understand what you mean, so today ends here, I will contact you soon. Just hearing this, he stood up, grabbed Seo-jun's hand and said, thank you, then we will take our leave first, he reminded him in a low voice. Hyung, hurry up, let us go. Noticing that the situation was not right, Do-kyung hurriedly spoke, wait, I will also go back to the dormitory up here now. Do-yun's hand gently placed on his shoulder. What are you saying, baby? She glared at Do-kyung for a long time. We just met again, you have to stay and have a meal with me before you can go. The room immediately became lively. Suk-han urged him, let us go, Hyung. Both of them stepped into the elevator. He sighed, I am out, she is more afraid of that news than I thought. Seo-jun followed Suk-han. He turned to look at him, honestly, it has been a long time since I have been out, let us go eat something. Seo-jun reached out and took Suk-han's hand. He was somewhat serious, hesitating for a long time. Wait. Seo-jun immediately asked, you, how do you know so much? Suk-han blamed himself, I am being too nosy again. His eyes were fixed on him. Suk-han hurriedly explained, sorry if it is an uncomfortable story, that, Do-kyung kept asking Hyung to give up his part. So I just wanted to help Hyung. He immediately affirmed to Seo-jun, that, I won't tell anyone else about Hyung really. He hesitated for a moment then spoke, you're planning to help me, what about the information on the other side? Suk-han answered in a low voice, Lee Do-kyung's private life. He kept hesitating what to do, it is too complicated to tell the truth, my brother is a PD at TDN, it is not that he wants to interfere in my work, it is just that he gave me some useful information. I heard Lee Do-kyung is dating in the emergency exit, this is completely a lie but. Suk-han looked at Seo-jun, asking himself, Kong Si-woo, is he trustworthy? I do not know. He smiled slightly, raised his hand to his lips and signaled, this is a secret. If it is revealed, I will be in a difficult position. Suk-han looked straight at him, anyway, it is not fair that I am the only one who holds your weakness, then mischievously said to Seo-jun, then for now, let us just consider that we are even. He was silent, his face without any expression. Seo-jun glanced sideways, I know, thank you just now. Suk-han was stunned for a long time, then blushed slightly. He exclaimed with joy, Hyung, it seems Hyung has also talked comfortably with me. A little later, Suk-han waited on the stage. The level evaluation of hell had finally arrived. He stood in the middle of the contestants. The winning team here is guaranteed survival. This means that the losing team will definitely fall behind in the rankings. Even if your rank is safe, you can be eliminated. The phone screen reflected the text message between him and Do Kyung. As for Lee Do Kyung, from that day on, Suk-han smiled slightly as he looked towards Do Kyung holding a shirt and talking to the black hair. It seems that the agreement between myself and her has taken effect. Although it is a bit cranky, but it seems he does not bother Siwoo anymore like before. Moo Hyun glanced at Min Seo and politely asked, Min Seo SSI, how was the vocal association's rehearsal? She said seriously, well, it is almost the same as the mid-term evaluation. Almost no trainees have changed in a short time. He continued after hearing that, I guess so too. Moo Hyun explained, Team A also has a top vocal. That Ha-jin kid, what do you think? Ha-jin appeared with the image of diligently practicing his voice. He still has improvisation with every tone in the band, but he still performs quite well. Judge C glanced at him. I was very surprised that Team B did better than I expected. Judge D chuckled. Team B is probably the most popular team. There are 2 rank H in it. Min Seo's voice rang out again, but Team A has Ha-jin, right? Judge smiled. Oh, there are already conflicting opinions. It will be fun. Suddenly Da-won's voice rang out throughout the stage. Hey survivors on the ship, welcome to the community life stage. The voice of one of the judges rang out. Ah, it seems like filming has started. She appeared, touching the glowing squares in front of her. In this evaluation, the team that receives more votes from the audience will win, and the team with fewer votes will be eliminated. Da-won continued to speak as the information of Team A's members appeared. Please allow me to introduce the main characters of today. Team A includes Ian, Jin Se-hyun. Following that, Team B appeared. Team B includes Ha-jun Seo, Kevin, Baek Do-hyun, Cha Sung-bin, Ricky. She turned to look in the direction of the performance team. The first performance of the performance team. Team A began to stride towards the stage. Now, please allow me to begin. Jun Seo turned his head. His face seemed to glow. Ricky was worried. Besides me, everyone else is doing very well. I really do not know if I can do well anymore. I am afraid I will mess things up again. Jun Seo smiled lightly at this time, comforting him. Well, Ricky has worked very hard anyway. The dance is a bit difficult. Judge A was now counting the beats. 5, 6, 7, 8. Suddenly, 2 people accidentally bumped shoulders. It turned out that Ricky had bumped into Jun Seo. One of the members reminded him, Ricky, step back. He hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry everyone. Judge A was irritable. Don't apologize. Are you going to apologize even on stage? He spoke up to remind them. Don't stop practicing. Find a place to go. Wake up, focus. Judge A sighed in frustration. Everyone, is this Ricky's fault now? Did not you pay attention during practice? You did not coordinate well at all. He continued to criticize. I am not afraid that this criticism will be on the air, because this is my job. What about you? If you go on stage like this, you all want to be eliminated. The members were silent. If you continue like this, just pack your bags and go home. It is better than causing more harm to each other, okay? Ricky lowered his head, feeling guilty when he heard judges speak. I know it is very hard to prepare for the stage, but do you know that this is a big opportunity and many people are watching you? The host's voice rang out, filming Ricky turning around and leaving, but then suddenly Ricky said that he no longer had confidence. He said that he had to go to the hospital. So he asked for absence from the practice sessions. Ricky suddenly left the practice. He was in a private interview. Sadly speaking, to be honest, I was scolded too much, so I lost a bit of motivation. Ricky, I lost motivation. Sung-bin was embarrassed. He looks like he is discouraged. Ricky sat huddled on the ground. Sung-bin and Jun Seo comforted him from the side. Because he did not have the will, he seemed to have reached his limit. Kevin glanced at him and complained, oh, I am so messed up, it completely confused me. Private interview, he looked into the distance, scratching his head. Let us see, to be honest, the dance is not that difficult. Kevin, the dance is not that difficult. Negative comments gradually appeared rampantly on the internet. This is a bad episode. Is their performance okay? I have to go see the review. Ricky, I know you are tired but... Kevin is here, shining halo, hilarious. Ricky buys everyone food. It is not difficult at all like this. So naive, so you also fell into the same state as Kevin of the Flower Garden. 1 glutton, Kevin looks a bit dreamy. 2 gluttons, there is also a bit when he talks. 3 gluttons, if I had this face then it is really for gluttons, but his dark circles are so heavy. It hurts. The audience under the stage was noisy. What video is that? I hope performance team B is okay. Is this Ricky's difficult dance? It must be bad practice. The stage lights shone brightly, attracting the audience's attention. Oh, fire is rising. Team A finished arranging the formation. Sungbin started preparing. The people below were noisy. It seems like it is starting. The singing voice rang out at this time, my heart. He dropped his arms, revealing his bright visual face, like a cold moonlight. Looking deep into it, it clearly showed up as a crack full of wounds. The formation moved. Kevin sang, A Cracked Forest. The song continued to ring. The roar rang out, Your hands are colder than ice. Jun Seo was the next person to sing, In the heart that is full of, this passion, sunny side up. Judge D on the outside was very interested. As expected of this group, the visual is great. Judge A next to him also nodded in praise. Ricky started to appear on stage, I have a heart. The song rang out with sincere lyrics. The heart of a wolf, the heart of a wolf. The audience below excitedly shouted, ah. The audience was moved to tears. I am going crazy. The lyrics of the song continued to ring. Suddenly someone's footsteps slipped, I have. It was Ricky. He accidentally bumped into Jun Seo again. Yun spoke disappointedly, it is over, the dance steps are probably messed up. Judge D suddenly remembered, like during rehearsal. The lyrics of the song still rang out, but the members had started to panic, under the moonlight shining tonight. Kevin suddenly noticed something, I am only yours. Sungbin stepped forward, taking the spotlight by taking off his outer jacket, heart of wolf. Sukhan was in the backstage, his whole body froze when he saw that scene. There was not such a scene of undressing during rehearsal, it was clearly to save Ricky's mistake. He blushed slightly, his eyes looked full of admiration. Wow. Sukhan praised inwardly, Cha Sung-bin, even at this moment, his ability to handle dangerous situations is very excellent. The performance ended, the audience below went crazy and shouted continuously. Dawon's voice rang out, just now was the performance of Performance Team A. Sungbin cheerfully waved to the audience. Thank you, the host's voice continued to ring out. The audience's evaluation will begin, and there will be an evaluation from the judges. Ricky timidly waved hello. Please refer to the link below to vote directly. Du Kyung crossed his arms, his eyes observed slightly and then made a comment, truly an artist. As expected, Cha Sung-bin has stage qualities, and his sense of situation is quick. Sukhan asked him after hearing that, Ricky seems a bit dangerous. On this side, the host continued to lead. Next is the performance of Performance Team B. He suddenly asked blankly, oh, going in right away. The members laughed lightly when they heard it, yes. Se-hyun smiled mischievously, promising, I will tear that group apart and show you, so watch closely. Haim standing next to him also smiled brightly, I will come back, Sukhan. A young man ran up to the stage first. He stopped in the middle of the stage, so that all the lights were focused on him. It was Ian. He gave a distant look. The audience below was puzzled, oh, why is only Ian appearing, is that blood, is it makeup? He was now starting to prepare for some action. Lon shouted when another member arrived, stay away from me quickly. Se-hyun sat down on the ground, no one can stop me. Then he raised his head, smiled slightly, and his singing voice rang out, passing through the dark obscurity, find that lonely ray of light. Judge A looked at the scene before him and praised, oh, it is like a musical. Judge C echoed, the apocalypse style concept is also good. Se-hyun performed the dance as the singing voice rang out, don't stop and do not back down, there is no such thing as giving up in me, keep running until the destination. Next was Ian, no one can stop it. The members put their hands near him as Ian was singing, the sunlight of tomorrow will explode like fireworks, get out of my way. The members took their hands out, revealing him inside. Ian reached out and took Haim's hand, get out. The whole group performed an excellent dance, get out of my way. At this time, Judge A made a comment, it seems different compared to the evaluation. Moo-hyun was very satisfied, much neater. The judge continued, Ha-im and Se-hyun's expressions are very good. Judge C observed for a long time and then spoke, but the spotlight of this stage this time. Her eyes were fixed on him, smiling brightly and waving, it seems to belong to Ian. He smiled radiantly, it is like he is shining, it feels like I have found a precious gem. Judge D was excited, oh, look at that do not care expression. Judge C could not take her eyes off him, that kid is good at those tricks, wow. Judge A cheerfully praised, Se-hyun is so good. Ian's face shone, his beauty is captivating, but I thought Ian had a hard time, I was very surprised because that thought completely disappeared. Flashback to his dance, the dance has improved a lot, he must have practiced very hard that day, so cute. His slender hand raised high. An excellent dance was performed, Ian's singing voice rang out, passing through the dark obscurity, find that lonely ray of light. He clenched his hand, we will find the beat of our heart again. The dance and the song still continued to echo, get out of my way. Dawon spoke, the audience below was excited as if they were about to cry, so Team Performance B has completed their performance. The audience's voting begins, you guys did a good job. The screen of the voting page appeared, that will be done by voting online, through which the team with the highest score will advance to the next round. She continued to popularize. The lower team will be pushed out of the rankings and will compete for individual scores. Siwoo raised his head and looked. His expression was complicated. Anyway, the members have stepped on the stage together. When we fall into the fork of life and death like this. Negative thoughts kept appearing in Siwoo's head. I will feel much heavier. Team B completed their performance. The whole group hugged each other. Cha Sung-bin and Kevin's group have an overwhelming fandom. It seems there is potential, but everyone worked hard. It is a pity. What to do? Do not worry, you did very well, completely well, his thoughts continued. When you really stand on stage, everything is not like that. Kevin hurriedly said. Sung-bin Hyung fainted. Siwoo gave him a cup of water. Do you want to drink this? Sung-bin spoke worriedly, trembling. I am so trembling, I really hope. He turned sharply to look at Siwoo. Do you have a cold? He smiled awkwardly. Now I am going back to the dormitory to rest. Good people will meet good things. It is really hard to distinguish the appearance. He sat silently, his eyes looking at the phone in his hand. A mysterious person was texting with Kevin. Today 21:00 at the second Flower Garden Jambong station. He replied, still filming, there are too many people. That person texted back. How about 4 a.m.? Kevin replied, okay. A curious member approached him. Oh, are you using an old phone? Kevin was startled, hurriedly put his phone away. Then. Suddenly Dawn's voice rang out. Next is, the stage of vocal team A. Words of encouragement were said. Lee Ha-jin, let us go. Ha-jin was adjusting the mic on stage. He froze when he heard the encouragement. Ha-jin was happy. Thank you, the audience below screamed. Judge D chuckled. No matter how he greets, Ha-jin's voice is still as sweet as honey. Moo-hyun laughed heartily, really looking forward to it. He cleared his throat to adjust the sound from his throat. Ha-jin started to warm up his throat. You're all re-hi-ho. The member next to him laughed when he saw that action. Again, he is warming up his throat in a special way again, haha. The stage started. Vocal Team A, Hold Me, the round of shared suffering. Vocal Team A, Hold Me performance. TPLE, El Ha-jin, Juna Kyung, J. Composition, Billy Binger. Matthew Anderson, Lyrics, Jayam, Choreography, Jarson Harper. Siwoo looked at him worriedly. Has it started, the legendary vocal stage? He started his train of thought. Before that, I was very worried before the stage. Siwoo seemed to be immersed in his thoughts. Ha-jin started to sing. I do not remember Lee Ha-jin's live being praised so much. Lee Ha-jin, although he could not debut as an idol later. He was recognized for his voice, and has conquered many OSTs and actively participated in music programs. He showed it with all his strength. He was engrossed in his thoughts. More and more I am seeing performances of talented people. Siwoo's eyes did not leave Ha-jin. Sometimes just watching makes me feel like I am learning. He turned to ask Sukhan, Ha-jin's part just now in the verse, he explained. Gosh, when you switch to his verse it looks like discomfort from what Hyung encountered. Siwoo was satisfied when he heard that, so you can sing like that. Ha-jin's group had completed. All three of them said in unison, thank you everyone. Da-won continued to lead. Just now was Hold Me by Vocal Team A. She introduced the next performance. Next is, the performance of Vocal Team B. In the room behind the backstage, a person was secretly leaving. Da-won's voice echoed, let us start right away. That mysterious person covered his face tightly. The stage of Team B was arranged properly. Vocal Team B, First Confession, Performance, Do Seo Han, Lee Do Kyung, Kong Si-woo, Composition, Brave Soul, X-Walt.
Lyric, Bravun, Ikwant, Dance, Kim Yi.
Sukhan started to sing, I want to know everything about you. He seemed to have thrown himself into the song. From the first sight he realized and believed that. Sukhan raised his eyes, this is. All three said in unison, is love. Do Kyung sang the next verse, I built a white wall, making you unable to refuse, but you came and painted it, I want to know. At this moment, Siwoo sang his lyrics with all his heart. His eyes met, everything about you. Judge D widened her eyes in surprise. Siwon's voice is really deep and nice, right? Moo-hyun helplessly said. Anyone who looks at it would think we are fangirls. Judge A was excited. Great, they harmonized very well. Judge C continued. Siwoo must have worked very hard. All three shone brightly under the stage lights. I want to know about you, about the small laughter that rings out with every step. Sukhan continued to sing. Do you know, my shirt is dyed with your color. He made eye contact again. I want to know everything about you. You are my music that makes me unable to stop. Siwoo smiled slightly. We can't go back to the way we were. With every step of theirs, your world has become mine here. The hand clenched the microphone tightly. That hand decisively removed the mic from the stand. Do Kyung stepped forward. I want to know everything about you. He continued his singing. Listen, this is all I have. Sukhan reached his hand forward. My peaceful world is now stirred up just because of you. Please allow me to be filled with your melody. He started to enter the climax. I crave to you. Thus Sukhan was immersed in it, everything about you. All three harmonized together. Please allow me to do everything for you. I want to know everything about you. The audience's eyes were completely blank, stunned by the performance just now. The whole auditorium rang with excited screams. Ah. A mysterious person stood in the emergency exit, witnessing everything. His eyes lit up, found him. He stared at him smiling and shooting hearts. So you are Du Sukhan. Dawon appeared, continuing to host. The final performance of Team Vocalby has ended. I will announce the final results of the vote from the 100 people participating in the direct evaluation. Which team will be the team that passes this round, Team A or B? Both teams stood on the same stage. The lights shone brightly. Dawon's voice continued to echo. Even if they are in the safe zone, members can still be eliminated. Who will it be? The screen showed the teams competing against each other. Team Rap A versus Team Rap B. Team Performance A versus Team Performance B. Team Vocal A versus Team Vocal B. The result depends on the individual ranking. Sung Bin glanced at the ranking. Kevin was silent. His eyes slightly glanced at the ranking. Ian and Ha-im were tense. Dawon raised her hand high, announcing the results. The people who will stay on the Stardust spaceship. I would like to announce the final lineup. She put her hand forward. Her voice spoke slowly, receiving the choice of the Noah. The team staying on the ship is. The screen showed the members of the teams. Team Vocal B, Team Performance B and Team Rap A. Congratulations. Netizens exploded, arguing noisily. What, so Cha Sung-bin and Kevin's team lost. Ricky messed everything up and now forget it. Se-hyun, I know you can do it. I always believed in you, that is right. Since you filmed the apocalypse, you have to survive. So good. My heart is beating so fast. At first I was just planning to watch and did not plan to bias anyone, but in the end I was attracted to Ian. The team mixed a fresh style and the apocalypse to perform. Maybe the evaluation from the direct evaluation group reflects the results. I heard that the reaction of Team B was very overwhelming. Can you believe it? Team B were all surprised. Oh, our group won. Si-woo was silent for a long time. Suddenly his name was called. Si-woo Hyung. He recalled the old days when the trio Si-woo, Do-kyung and Sukhan appeared, when the vocal team was called up for evaluation, and then received the result that the division of positions was not reasonable. All three sat next to each other, pressured. Paper scattered in front of them. I thought that my opportunity could only come here. I thought that was the last stage I could perform. Si-woo reached his hand out, but he clenched his hand. This stage is not the last stage. The audience cheered. Cheering boards are everywhere. Team A were all depressed, not believing they had lost. Team B were happy, hugging each other. Dawon's voice continued to lead. Trainee Lee Ha-jin was eliminated because of the position evaluation round. Initially he could have prepared for the next round. With 14th place. The cards of the eliminated contestants gradually turned gray. On the other hand, trainee CO Ian of Performance Team B. Ian's card appeared prominently. With 16th place surviving after the first round, he has become one of the survivors on the spaceship in 15th place. Congratulations. The audience below was extremely lively. The program showed scenes of all the members of Group B so that everyone knew how hard they had worked, all the efforts that we showed for this position evaluation. Jun Seo was sick, he had to get in 4 drip. We tried our best for this stage. We understand very well. Then Ha-jin appeared, warming his throat while covering a heating pad. Although they have survived on the ship, the challenges of the boys have ended, but now on the stage, they were hugging each other and crying. On another stage, I will wait until the day we meet again on a new planet. Sukhan looked up. He did not seem too happy. Dawon continued the program lead. The rankings of the members were displayed on the screen. Next, we will announce the rankings of the trainees in the top 5.
Top 1, Cha Sung-bin. Top 2, Do Seo-han. Top 3, Kevin. Top 4, Lee Do-kyung. Top 5, Seo Ha-im.
Everyone paid attention to second place. This is crazy. Sukhan, Do Sukhan. He saw his name and stood up, surprised. Second place, too. Sukhan was not shocked with this new ranking. From third place just now, I thought I was lucky twice, but now. A message from his family appeared on his phone screen. My dear son, congratulations on getting second place. When you come home, our whole family will treat you to beef to celebrate. Congratulations. Can mom show off to the neighbors? Well done. Sukhan widened his eyes and looked at the screen, his eyes clearly showing emotion, a congratulatory message that he had never heard before. His father texted to ask, where can dad see it again? Son, this seemed to be what Sukhan had longed for so long, a feeling that he had never felt before. Currently, he felt indescribably happy. I am not lying, that day was really a day like I was reborn. In the dormitory, everyone was discussing, But hey, Sukhan's birthday, it is probably not the lunar calendar, right? Of course, these days kids use the solar calendar more. Jun Seo sat on the bed, speaking up to participate in the story. When you say that, I feel like I am starting to get older. Ha-im was curious and asked what. You are not planning to say it is the lunar calendar, are you? He immediately retorted no. He lifted up the plate of chocopi cakes stacked on top. Ta-da! Ha-im's handmade chocolate cake is complete. Everyone was excited. I will put the candles on. Oh, it looks so good when stacked up. Se-hyun turned to ask Jun Seo, have you finished blowing up the balloons? He was preparing to eat the chocopi cake. Oh. Jun Seo hesitated. Next to him were completely miserable balloons. Let us ignore that, he suddenly asked. How many did you blow up by yourself? Do not eat the chocopi cake anymore. Then Se-hyun bluntly chased Jun Seo out. Don't play anymore. Go outside to keep watch a bit. If you see a shadow in the hallway, tell us immediately. He curiously turned back to ask. But Sukhan said he went to the bathroom. But I do not see him coming back. We should have prepared a constipation medicine as a birthday gift. From a distance, he was coming up the stairs. Ah. Jun Seo turned to the inside of the dormitory, signaling he is here, get ready. Ha-im was blank, But then he and Se-hyun both smiled lightly, putting up the like sign, okay. The dormitory door closed tightly. Sukhan still did not know anything, standing in front of the room door. He stood still in place. Countless negative thoughts appeared in his head. What is wrong? Why are all the lights turned off? Did everyone go back? Sukhan's expression was clearly sad, a little regretful. There is no one here. If I go in alone, there will be a chance. He was tense, clutching his clothes. That is not right. I am 26 years old now. I am past the age to be afraid. Do not tremble anymore. Let us go inside. Sukhan was worried and scared as he slowly opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, everyone in the dormitory turned on the lights and exploded confetti to congratulate him. Happy birthday. All three people, Se-hyun, Ha-im and Jun Seo, said in unison, congratulations on getting second place. Sukhan stood still, motionless. Then, he almost fell to the floor. Everyone hurried over to support him. Sukhan, wake up, you have to blow out the candles. He changed his clothes, wearing a birthday hat on his head. Sukhan took the opportunity to complain. I thought it was a ghost. Everyone laughed happily. Ah ha ha, sorry. I did not expect you to be so timid. Ha-im gave him his gift. Even so, it was very interesting. Right here, this is my gift. Sukhan was polite, thank you. It turned out that he had given him a bag of sunflower seeds. Sunflower seeds? Why are the gifts all sunflower seeds like for a hamster? Ha-im smiled brightly, slowly recounting. We bought them directly from the US area, the central area of the sunflower field. Se-hyun laughed loudly. This is chocolate. It is really tastier than I thought. Jun Seo took out his phone to press something. Sukhan did not pay attention, eating and talking. Oh, but it is really tastier than I thought, he smiled happily. Does it have a soul? At this time he noticed him. Why are you taking pictures of me? Where are you posting them? Jun Seo seized the opportunity, took that photo and posted it on Instagram. Happy birthday stage genius DOJP, this whole concept too, we are doing it for you, you kid. The dormitory room was filled with laughter. Come on, let us have chocopi for dessert. Wait a bit, let us blow out the candles again. Let us take a few more pictures to post on SNS. On the other hand, Ian was on the balcony. Comments about the Just Now music show appeared. Ian is in 15th place. It is not fair. Give back Lee Ha-jin. The producer is so cruel that the ranking is decided by a fixed victory evaluation. If I were a fan of Lee Ha-jin, I definitely would not be at peace today and could not sleep, but with Se-hyun being promoted, it is enough. It is really annoying. Ian, get out. I am really angry when I see him. I really do not want to see this ruined. It is a pity for Ian. If he kept quiet, Jun Hyuk would not have brought disaster upon himself. He was criticized because of the ranking system. It is the producer's fault. But thanks to that, everyone experienced a lot of emotions, right? Ian, read each one. But now there is nothing to do, right? This is an individual competition, so if you do not get into the final, you will definitely be eliminated. Holding the night sky, the wind blew gently across his body. He suspiciously asked himself, me favored. Thousands of comments discussed noisily on social media. Has Limousine entered the next round yet? Give back Lee Ha-jin, who he was eliminated because of you. Ha-jin's fans are too enthusiastic. If you are eliminated, shut up. You have to tell the truth that it was the organizers who eliminated him. Why blame the innocent trainee? But the matter of Ian advancing thanks to random chance is true. 16th place, honestly. Is Ian really good? Is his appearance good, or has he shown anything yet? He only survived because he was pitted. If he gets into the final, I will bite my tongue and jump into the Han River. His strength is good and his visual is also very beautiful. Prepare your things and go to the Han River because I will grit my teeth and vote for Ian. Is Ian planning to freeload in the next competition? From now on it is an individual competition. How can he freeload? He probably won't get into the final and will be eliminated. Honestly, Ian is not at fault, he is just not popular. Poor Lee Jun-hyuk brought disaster upon himself. While he is sitting pretty, clearly it is the production team's fault. Why does a 20-year-old have to suffer attacks from fans? He will be squeezed to death. The production team made a mistake, but thanks to them he became famous. Just consider that he is receiving criticism, and is receiving benefits. He leaned his head against the wall. Oh, this time is really. Lon remembered the time on stage. I prepared so much to the point of tears. His eyes gradually became empty. I do not want to read the comments either. He curled up. Negative thoughts kept appearing. Maybe this time someone will recognize my efforts. I had hope. It seems everyone hates me, even when I do not do anything. Lon felt like he was walking in darkness. Only the stage lights illuminated him. If it is like this, will I never be loved? Ian remembered when he was young, when his mother took Lon to meet a man. Oh mother, please come in. Lan's mother smiled brightly, flattering. Oh boss, you really have an eye for talent. Her hand reached out to touch his young face. Fear appeared on the child's face. Our child is really very beautiful. He has been very gentle since he was young, so he will do everything you ask. The man heard that and echoed, of course, that is why I researched and contacted you. Ian fearfully urged his mother. Mom, I am scared. Let us go home, Mom. She did not care about him. Mom is doing important work. The man continued to ask. Is this child mixed? He looks like a foreigner. His mother quickly asked about the fees. So, how much is the advertising cost for a young model? The man replied. This is important, so I have to tell you. When Ian grew up, the man proposed. This is an idol trainee contract. Before the money, we will pay 30 million won in advance as a deposit for the first contract. He tried hard to persuade his mother, and before debut, tuition fees will be calculated continuously. If the debut is successful, all these fees will be refunded. You can pay off all your debts immediately. Ian entered the practice room. A few members in there noticed him. Is that CO Ian? One of them came up and grabbed his collar, pushing him against the wall. Ian did not resist. That is right, you guys, he suddenly interrupted. No, friend, we do not have time to mess around in this practice room, right? That person started to use force, threatening, if you want to catch up quickly, you have to work hard and train diligently like that. I heard you used to be a child model. Do you still do that job these days? His face was almost distorted. Then you can't reveal it. I won't hurt your face. Even he did not know the reason. It seemed that unreasonable hatred always existed from a long time ago. During practice, Lon was scolded. CO Ian, why do not you dance properly? He could only say in a low voice, sorry. More and more Lon retreated into himself. Even though he had been many times, he could never get used to it. Anyway, my talent to make a living can only be shown in front of the camera. Originally, if you want to become an idol, you have to suffer like this. He had thought if you want to succeed, you have to endure these things. Suddenly Suk-han appeared. No, Hyung. He continued to reassure, looking at your expression now, you are not happy at all. Ian cried when he heard Suk-han's words. There are also many other entertainment companies here. And you can also be an individual trainee. Suk-han tried to ask, are you happy to prepare to debut with the people who abuse you like this? At least it is not me. He tried to continue to persuade, that is not a thing worth enduring, this is wrong, Hyung. He lowered his head, hesitating to speak. Thank you for thinking about me, but we also have our own contract. Suk-han frowned slightly. Hyung, did you choose this job to live happily? But there are still people who use violence to solve things, and those who pretend they do not know anything. I do not think you can continue to operate happily. Ian's emotions became even more chaotic when he heard him ask, what about you? His eyes dropped. I forgot that I tried so hard not to be hated. That word was simpler and clearer than I thought, to the point that I wondered why I had forgotten it. Lon reached out and wiped away his tears. Suk-han quietly said worriedly next to him, do you have to be in KJ? If not, let us get out, let me help you. Every word. His hand hovered on the phone screen. After deciding to focus on myself, it is okay. Then, Lon lowered his head again. I did not think about being hated by the public. Suddenly Kevin opened the door and came in. He greeted, Kevin's back. He glanced at Lon. Have you seen the comments? You keep watching the comments saying something good. Hey. He was blank. Oh, how do you know? Kevin hesitated. Well then. Lon smiled lightly, asking him, Kevin does not watch. There are a lot of encouraging comments. Number 1 all the time. He looked uncomfortable. Why watch that? Kevin started to explain. Imaginary images appeared. Some encouragement is wrapped in beautiful words. If you are not careful, it can hurt your psychology by wearing the mask of a fan. He raised his eyebrows. It seems you still have a lot of questions. I guess it is about you. No one cares what is the truth and what is the lie. His hand still held the phone tightly. It is just that everyone is busy with their work. Kevin was silent after hearing him say that. After a long pause, he began to speak. I do not know if you are suffering a lot. Suddenly Kevin made a suggestion. I will introduce you to a way to make it better. Ian naively asked back, is there such a thing? He explained after hearing that question. After debuting you will suffer more from words that are worse than this. Honestly, it is hard to stay sane when you are exposed to those things. He seemed to have opened a new horizon after hearing that, so that means if it is not good at first, then it will definitely be worse later. Lon asked, is there a way to control it? Kevin saw that he seemed to understand and continued to explain, artists now only need to eat, like mental and health supplements. He hesitated a bit, do you have? Then Kevin suddenly suggested, want to try eating it once. At this time, Suk-han was standing in front of Ian's dormitory door, raising his hand and knocking on the door. Ian's voice rang out from inside. Oh, Suk-han's here, he replied. Yes, if there is someone else, I will come back later, he quickly replied. It is okay. Hearing that, Suk-han reached out and gently turned the handle to open the door. Suddenly Kevin ran out quickly from the inside, making him blank. Oh. Suk-han followed his hasty running figure. So he is with Kevin. He quickly greeted him. Hello, why are you in such a hurry? Suk-han looked towards the inside. He began to have an ominous premonition. No way, it could not be that, right? Ian walked closer to Suk-han, looking gloomy. Hello Suk-han, making him a little startled. Ah, I forgot you. Suk-han noticed his trembling lips. Why are his lips trembling? The whole appearance of Ian without any energy. What is with that pale appearance? He was tense, sweating a lot. Hyung. Suk-han hurriedly asked, did Kevin say anything weird to you? Ian was surprised. What? He continued to ask. Something like that is good or illegal? He pretended not to know anything. What do you mean illegal, but? Lon finished his question. You probably know what Kevin is doing, right? Suk-han scratched his head. I have nothing to do with it, unintentionally. He remembered a news item, that Kevin Stardust for suspicion of using and distributing drugs. Is he planning to pull Ian in? He reached his hand closer to Suk-han. Sorry. Then that hand hung limply by his side. Hyung. Lon lowered his face, sadly. I guess he thinks I am a bit ugly. He almost wanted to grab Kevin's neck and shake him. Suk-han uncomfortably asked him, why do you have to apologize? You did not do anything. His appearance was like that, but in his head he cursed. Damn it, that dog. If you're doing something illegal, then do it alone. Suk-han was angry, thinking it won't work. I have to speed up the process of kicking Kevin out. That is right. What was the answer? What was the answer? He grabbed Ian and shook him. You did not say you would do it, right? He was stunned. Ah, no, of course not. Suk-han looked up at Ian, making a promise between the two. Promise, you must never touch those things. Got it? No, I know that if I do that, it will harm my health. He blushed slightly. His smile was also gentle and light. Okay, this time, we must be together. In Ian's mind he imagined the scene of him and Suk-han putting their arms around each other's shoulders, smiling brightly. I will help you debut, Hyung. He suddenly pulled Ian back to reality. Hyung, I think this is the opportunity. Just as he placed his hand on Ian's shoulder, a voice rang out. Ian, I see this as an opportunity. Suk-han said seriously. I know our part of the plan has been exposed, even though we never wanted that to happen. But let us try to see it through one last time. Let us turn this into a story about overcoming obstacles and growing stronger. Now that the public knows who you are, flip the narrative and show them your true talent. Internalizing, he thought, why am I even doing this? I am losing my mind. You have never tried the center position, right? At this question, Ian quickly replied, I have tried, but I think those parts were always cut because someone else was always chosen. The moment he heard this, Suk-han thought to himself, I already have so much to worry about. Am I really in a position to be helping others? Despite that, he still tried to help. What about the main vocal position? Have you ever been interested in that? Ian said no. Suk-han once again sank into his own thoughts. In my past life, Ian did not even make it this far. Is there any point in helping him now? As soon as the thought ended, Suk-han spoke up. But you are a great singer, Ian. Why have not you ever tried? Ian replied calmly. The right opportunity just never came along. But even so, I really hope we can perform together again. Those practice sessions were quite fun, remember? Hearing this, a smile spread across Suk-han's lips as he told himself, I know something that others do not, so I can't just leave him be. With that thought, he quickly spoke up with a bright smile, I hope so too. Once he finished the sentence, he affirmed in a firm tone, since I know Ian is fully capable of shining on stage. Suk-han said gently, if we end up on the same team next time, I promise to do everything I can to support you. After finishing the conversation, Suk-han stepped outside. Holding his phone in his hand, he told himself, first things first. I have to stop Kevin. Very quickly, a text message arrived. It was a message from Do-yeon Lee. Congratulations on ranking second. Why did you send me this photo? Suk-han quickly replied, and there was an immediate response from the other end. You seem quite confident. Do not you? Fine, I will look into it and get back to you later. Reading this, a sense of unease rose within Suk-han. I wonder what is going on. Back at Du Yun's place, she stared intently at her phone screen with a cold expression and remarked, but the woman in this photo. She is Jeon Chae-yun, the actress. I can't wait to see where this clue leads. I wonder what the producer suggested to Sehun. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Attention all trainees, please gather on the first floor for the announcement of the teams for the concept evaluation round. As soon as they entered the practice room, everyone was struck with curiosity and wonder by the scenery. Where is this? I do not think I have ever been in this room before. That screen is huge. Suk-han, on the other hand, paid no attention to that, only thinking anxiously, it is here. They are announcing the results of the concept evaluation. This is the deciding moment. I will find out if my gamble paid off or not. The song list prepared this time consists of unfinished tracks they kept specifically for the survival show. Even though I really like the song Nudge, I already performed it in my past life. So this time I really want to be assigned to betters. As soon as the thought ended, he spoke up curiously, I should be in the sexy concept this time, right? While Suk-han was deep in thought, Siwoo suddenly said, I hope I get a song with a cute concept. Hearing this, Suk-han was incredibly surprised. What, he wants to perform Nudge, even though he does not look like the type people want to run into on the street. I am sure his fans would agree too. Shu actually fits the sexy concept very well. Siwoo suddenly struck up a conversation. Seohan, which concept are you planning to choose this time? Suk-han replied with a smile, me, I am hoping for the sexy concept. Hearing this, Siwoo showed clear regret in his voice, that is a pity. I am aiming for the cute concept. I was hoping we could be on the same team again. Suk-han grabbed Siwoo's hand and asked, so you want to perform Nudge? I think that song suits you. Siwoo politely replied, and I think you would look great and sing very well performing betters. Just like that, the two of them shook hands while laughing and talking happily. Seeing the two of them like that, Se-hyun could not help but feel a bit helpless. Alright, those two are giving me the creeps. Are they serious? Jun Seo, standing behind him, replied with a forced smile. Personally, I think Shu fits betters more, but I am not so sure about Seohan. Hearing this, Suk-han felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He asked blankly, why not, why can't I do betters? Seeing the way Suk-han was looking at him, Se-hyun quickly hid behind Jun Seo and said wearily, did you see the look he just gave me? Jun Seo calmly replied, he just has that kind of vibe. Staring into Suk-han's fiery eyes, Se-hyun affirmed, this song is meant for me. Just look at his eyes. Seeing how determined he seemed about that song, Haim could not help but chime in, good grief, he looks really determined about that song, but I doubt the voters will see it that way. Ignoring everyone discussing his issue, Suk-han was lost in his own thoughts. I will never let him live this down when the results are announced. Just then, a voice from the TV suddenly rang out. Producers of the Stardust Project, we have held a week-long concept evaluation vote for the boys competing to stay on the spaceship. Based on these results, they will be divided into teams and receive new songs composed exclusively for the Stardust Project. We are very excited to introduce 3 special tracks written by our talented musicians as a gift for the boys. We are very excited to introduce 3 special tracks written by our talented musicians as a gift for the boys. We also have some behind-the-scenes footage for everyone to preview. As soon as they appeared, the composer and choreographer introduced themselves with smiles. Hello, I am composer Billy Bingair, and I am choreographer Choi Myung-won. Billy Bingair gently said, Betters has an extremely strong hook near the end. Hearing that, Choi Myung-won immediately replied, they say that great choreography naturally emerges when there is a great song. Watching the two of them talk on the big screen, the crowd of trainees in the room gossiped non-stop, that is Billy Bingair, that is amazing. I hope I get picked for that song. I can't believe they invited these people. The TV quickly showed the dance moves of the famous people. Witnessing them perform, Siwoo's group could not help but be incredibly surprised. Billy Bingair, the Korean-American composer behind countless hits for so many idols, and Choi Myung-won, an A-list choreographer. Suk-han also could not help but silently admire that. Even 8 years later, Betters is still considered a timeless classic hit. But, while he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly cut through his mind. Hello everyone, I am the composer of Nudge. Instantly, the whole hall erupted in surprise. Suk-han's thoughts quickly surfaced. In my past life, Nudge was the song that helped my ranking rise significantly. This is one of G.'s masterpieces. She is the one who wrote many hits for the big company, Doubles. Even though I am starting at a completely different rank this time, it is still a tough decision because Nudge really suits me. Why am I so obsessed with Betters though? Maybe it is because when I performed Nudge, I ended up in 8th place. While he was deep in thought, the announcement continued, and those are the 3 new song choices for this round. Everyone quickly responded, every song sounds amazing. I am so nervous. Taking out several cards, the instructor spoke up, it is time to distribute the song assignment cards to each contestant. As soon as he received his card, Suk-han was deeply contemplative. I am in Class C. I do not remember what that song was anymore. In just a moment, orders rang out, staring at contestant rank 15, Ian, please go to your designated practice room. Ian quickly replied, understood. The command continued, Kevin and Seo-han, the first and second place finishers, please go to the interview room. At Class C. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, Siwoo felt a bit anxious. Is this it, Class C? The moment he saw him, Sungbin burst out laughing unexpectedly. Yeah, quite a surprise. To think you would be in Class C. Seeing Sungbin appear in the Class C lineup, the people behind him could not help but look confused. Why are you in the nudge group? A second later, Haim spoke up politely, Hi Shu, it looks like this will be the first time we perform together. After saying that, Harim told himself, the competition to be chosen for betters was truly fierce. It seems Sisu ended up here because he is not as popular as some other trainees. Before Siwoo could reply to Ha-im, Sungbin immediately cut in, there is only one spot left. I bet that person will be Seo-han. Hearing this, Ha-im looked at Sungbin intently, suspicion clear in his eyes. Sungbin's fans are really hard to predict. I do not understand what he is doing here. With that thought, Ha-im said, Seo-han seemed quite confident that he would be chosen for the sexy concept. Ian replied with a forced smile, I have that feeling too. Or how about this, let us tease him a little bit. While they were busy chatting, the room door opened, accompanied by a greeting hello. Is this Class C? The person who opened the door was none other than Suk-han. As soon as they saw him, everyone gave him a smiling welcome, Seo-han. Seeing this lineup, Suk-han's face lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling as he thought, if these people are here, then this group must be the one performing betters. Once the thought finished, he stepped forward with a face bright as a flower, it is so good to see you guys. So this is the betters group, we are still missing one person. I wonder if Kevin is the last one. Looking at Suk-han's expression, Ha-im's group huddled at a distance and whispered, he must be so happy. He looks like he is walking on air, now I feel bad for him. He looks way too excited. Sungbin spoke out clearly, now you know you'll be performing betters, your number one choice. How does it feel? Suk-han replied with a smile, I am so excited. I am determined to pour my heart and soul into this. As soon as he finished speaking, Se-hyun, who was standing next to him, quickly chimed in, ahem. Being in the same room as you, I have had the chance to observe closely. That you always do your best regardless of which song you end up singing, right? Hearing this, Suk-han looked visibly confused. Wait a minute, what? Meanwhile, Se-hyun continued, you're still just as enthusiastic no matter which song you receive, are not you? After just these few words, Suk-han's face darkened completely. He asked in a voice like someone possessed, this is not the betters group, is it? Seeing Suk-han's reaction, Se-hyun was extremely puzzled. Seo-han, you are not going to toss me back and forth like a ragdoll, are you? As soon as Se-hyun finished his sentence, Ian and Ha-im jumped out in front of Suk-han and said happily, surprise, Seo-han, come on, show everyone the cutest performance ever. He realized it so fast. Contrary to their cheerful faces, Suk-han was gloomy, weary, and utterly despairing. No, this can't be happening. At the interview round, Suk-han was currently facing the question of whether he was sad. Suk-han sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he replied, I am not angry, I just feel a bit betrayed. I did not expect them to do something like that. Instantly, his answer became the focus of the comments section. Thousands of comments erupted. The training program finally began. With lavish sweets on the table, a gentle voice rang out, for today's event. We have prepared a wonderful buffet, all thanks to our sponsors. The theme is the Last Supper. As soon as this segment was shown, the audience was extremely interested. The trainees were no exception, looking very excited. Look at all that mouth-watering food. Are we really allowed to eat it all? At this point, the instructor quickly reminded them, everyone knows the rules. Only one team gets to enjoy this luxurious buffet. That naturally made the comment section even more lively. The instructor continued, let me explain the rules. There are 40 candles here. Your goal is to blow them all out using this baseball bat. If the bat touches any of the candles, you will be deducted 1 point, so be careful when you swing. After listening for a while, Sung-bin could not help but judge a little. They play this game on many variety shows, do not they? The candle-blowing challenge. After he finished speaking, Sung-bin noticed Ha-im, who was mesmerized by the chocolate fountain in front of him, and called out, "Come over here." Meanwhile, the instructor continued intently. "Before we begin, you have been divided into teams based on your songs, nudge, betters, and all-time." Hearing this, Sukhan asked, "Have you ever played baseball? Can you swing a bat?" Ha-im replied blankly, "Me, honestly, I think you should try." In the comment section, thousands of conflicting opinions arose regarding Sukhan's team. Sung-bin spoke up confidently, "I heard Seohan used to play in a youth baseball league." Sukhan replied, "Actually, I was on the soccer team." Sung-bin calmly continued, "It is basically the same thing. They both use balls." Hearing this, the comment section found it somewhat confusing. "Stop talking, Sung-bin lol. He is the champion of nonsense. Can he even distinguish soccer from baseball?" Sukhan said seriously, "It is not that hard." Hearing that, Ha-im supported him with both hands. "Do it, Seohan. At least you have played sports before." At that moment, Se-hyun suddenly interrupted, "Alright, team betters, who is the first batter?" Watching Se-hyun holding the baseball bat and taking some practice swings, Ha-im wondered, sure, he is good at wrestling, but baseball is a completely different sport. There is no way he is good at both, right? At Se-hyun's turn, using his strength and the baseball bat, he easily knocked the candles away. That took everyone completely by surprise. Even Ian and Sukhan's group could not help but marvel. Wow, that swing was terrifying. How is he so strong when all he does is eat and practice singing? Ha-im, from a distance, quickly chimed in with encouragement, "We knew we could count on you, Seohyun." At this point, the announcement rang out, "Next is Team Nudge. Who will step up to hit?" It was none other than Sukhan himself. Staring intently at the candles in front of him, he calculated meticulously in his head, "Let us see. If I swing the bat at a 27-degree angle." Seeing him like that, Sung-bin could not help but wonder, it looks like he is muttering to himself. "What is he doing?" Se-hyun calmly replied, "I think he is measuring the angles of reflection and incidence." This took Sung-bin by surprise. "Is that really it? Is that what he is doing? Are you two math experts or something?" Se-hyun explained, "Sehen steps into the batter's box. When he was a kid, he played on a boys' soccer team." Watching Sukhan focus as he prepared to make his move, Sung-bin quickly added, "And now he grips the bat like a pro, his eyes full of determination." With eyes reflecting his effort, Sukhan told himself, "I know it might not look like it, but I was a chemistry major in my past life." As soon as the thought ended, he easily sent the small candles flying with his strength. This left Sung-bin's group dazed with shock. He swung that bat really hard. Everyone in the stands immediately became excited. A perfect hit, unbelievable. Seohan just sent 40 candles flying. Even Sukhan himself seemed unable to believe what was happening. The comment section quickly filled with excited laughter. The announcement rang out immediately after, "Seohan, ahem. Because your swing hit all 40 candles, that is 40 points for your team." Siwoo broke into a cold sweat and said helplessly, "So now we have to score 40 points just to get back to zero." Ian, standing next to him, immediately comforted him, "It is okay, Seohan." Just like that, others continued to participate in the challenge. They could not help but look bewildered by their own performances. The moment Ian used his strength, the announcement rang out, "Team Nudge, Ian, you blew out 21 candles. Therefore, your team is currently at -9 points." This caused Sukhan's group standing behind to praise him. The MC continued, "Now I will announce the final results of today's challenge. With a total of 34 candles blown out, Betters takes first place, and with -9 points, Nudge ranks last." Following their team's crushing defeat, Sukhan's group sat at the table looking lifeless. Siwoo asked helplessly, "Fried eggs sound really good. Should I go see if I can get some eggs?" Sukhan quickly replied, "I am going too." And so, he had to go to another table to beg for food. "Sorry, everyone." In another location, a deep voice rang out, "Kevin." Kevin obediently replied, "Yes." The person still had not said anything, only calling out once more, "Kevin." Kevin patiently said, "Yes." A second later, the editors asked, "Who do you think is your strongest rival in the second evaluation round?" Kevin calmly replied, "I would have to say Seohyun. He is a good singer and really knows how to put on a performance. That is probably why his team beat ours in the last round." The editor quickly asked further, "Are there any other trainees you are keeping an eye on?" Kevin said with a smile, "Songbin is very creative with his performance ideas. He also seems to be good at almost everything. Hearing this, the editor spoke up. So what do you think about the trainee who ranked second this time? Kevin could not help but evaluate. He also seems to be good at almost everything. This made the editor very curious. So what do you think about the trainee who ranked second this time? Under their questioning, Kevin's eyes suddenly became incredibly cold as a thought surfaced. Why do they keep mentioning the other trainees? It feels like they are just trying to pull me down to flatter. Sehen. Sehen has that good guy vibe and a cute face that teenage girls love, but that is it. I admit he can dance, but I do not think he brings anything else to the table. I do not understand why he has so many fans. Songbin is very special and clearly talented, so I understand why people compare us. But why am I being framed as a rival to an amateur like Sehen? As he thought, Kevin irritably clenched his fingers. A second later, he quickly regained his composure and answered the question. You mean Sehen? He has that cute younger brother look, so I think that is why the other guys tend to protect him. After a while, the interview finally ended, and Kevin was able to rest. Alright, that concludes the interview. Thank you for your time, Kevin. Kevin returned to his break room. As soon as he saw him, Sukhan asked, Are you done with the interview? Can I go in now? Kevin said coldly, I think so. As soon as the words were spoken, they brushed past each other like two strangers. At that moment, Sukhan seemed to smell something. There is a strange scent coming off him, and it is not the smell of cigarette smoke. I knew it. Once the thought ended, he quickly spoke up. Kevin. Have you been sleeping okay lately? I am just saying, but you should avoid things that are not good for your health. Hearing this, a flash of annoyance appeared in Kevin's eyes as he asked, And why are you suddenly telling me this? Sukhan calmly replied, I guess you could say I am just a little worried. I heard you are taking quite a few different supplements. Taking too many pills is not good for you. At his words, Kevin felt even more confused. What? Thanks for the unsolicited advice, but what I do is none of your business. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned away irritably and left immediately. As he walked away, Kevin thought anxiously, there is no way. He could not possibly know. Besides, Ian is too weak to go talking about that to anyone. Seeing Kevin leave, Sukhan told himself, maybe I should have been more direct with him. I do not know if I am doing the right thing, but the important thing for me right now is to keep the promise I made. Just then, Sukhan's phone suddenly rang, causing him to marvel. It is like she has a sixth sense. Answering the call, Sukhan politely said, Hello, Ms. Lee. Sorry, but I have an interview soon, so can we keep this? Before Sukhan could finish his sentence, Doyen interrupted. How long have you known about this? How did you actually get this information? The moment he heard that, Sukhan's face went completely blank, followed by a look of utter amazement. Seeing that he was silent on the other end, Du-Yun continued, You know that actress you asked me to check on. It turns out Cheon Kian is quite a heavy pill popper. Hearing this, Sukhan thought to himself, so she really did find something out. Then he quickly spoke up, a pill popper, you mean she is using drugs? Du-Yun reminded him coldly, Seohan, stop playing dumb. I know you know. You were the one who asked me to investigate her, though maybe at the time you did not realize it would be this scandalous. Anyway, from what I have discovered, it seems there is a fairly large drug ring operating within the entertainment industry. How did you know about this? After listening to her analysis for a bit, Sukhan calculated his response. Well, I can't tell you exactly, but in a few years, it will be all over the news. Then he forced a smile and made up an excuse. She just has that kind of face, you know. Hearing that, Du-Yun gave a cold laugh. A second later she wondered, what about Kevin? Does he have that kind of face too? Who would have thought he would be involved in something so big? So, did the producers leak this news to you because they are worried about it getting out? At Du-Yun's words, Sukhan quickly put on an act of extreme shock, saying loudly, Kevin is using drugs too. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Du-Yun could only remind him helplessly, don't take this the wrong way, but if you are ever invited to act in a movie, remember to ask for an honest review of your acting skills. It is obvious you are lying. Painfully, Sukhan explained in a low voice, no, I would never do that. Despite what he said, Du-Yun obviously did not believe it and only said seriously, anyway, this is huge news, but we have to think carefully about the timing of the release. Sukhan quickly replied, I know. I am sure the other trainees will be shocked, but Kevin is almost certain to make it into the final top 7. Wouldn't it be better if this came out before he debuts? Du-Yun spoke up, I agree. And I can't have my brother getting involved with someone like that. So when do you want me to release this article? Sukhan said innocently, actually, that is for you to decide. Du-Yun smiled and replied immediately, of course. I will post it whenever you want. That is the least I can do to express my gratitude. After finishing the conversation with Do Yun, Suk-han could not help but ponder his thoughts. I believe that no matter when she releases it, she will be the one to benefit. Before hanging up, Do Yun added a few more words. Remember to call me if you find any more hot scoops. Hearing her tone, Suk-han told himself, she sounds very happy. I do not think Do Yun has met my brother yet, which means they do not know each other yet. As of now, they are still complete strangers. Am I putting too much trust in her? At the interview location, the MC asked gently, ready to start the interview, Seo-han. Suk-han immediately agreed. In just a moment, the first question was asked. Here is your first question. In your opinion, who is the most handsome trainee in the Stardust project? Suk-han hesitated as he replied, the most handsome trainee. Before he could finish, another video clip was quickly inserted. We will be back in 60 seconds. Ha-im's group, watching the recording at home, made a comment, there are so many commercials. Did they have to cut it here? I am going to get some coffee. While waiting for the commercial, Se-hyun could not help but ask out of curiosity, so what did you just say? Suk-han quickly replied, Be patient, Seo-hyun. You will find out after another 30 seconds of commercials. Hearing that, Se-hyun teased, you are so petty. While they were busy chatting, Ha-im turned to ask Jun Seo, we all had interviews today. Tell us, who did you pick? Jun Seo replied with a smile, come on, we are not supposed to reveal our choices for these kinds of questions. They might not even broadcast it. As soon as the program resumed, the name Jun Seo chose was revealed. Definitely Songbin. Hearing that, Ha-im's group criticized him relentlessly. You traitor, why did not you pick us? You just said they would not broadcast those parts, Jun Seo said with a forced smile. That is strange. Normally they cut those parts. At that moment, Suk-han suddenly said, you guys make me feel so betrayed. This caused Jun Seo to start whining and crying. Seo-han, are you disappointed in me too? Suk-han replied grumpily, I can't believe you chose Songbin over us. Hearing this, Jun Seo asked back, is this whole thing scripted or what? I bet you guys did not pick each other either, right? To that question, Suk-han did not reply, only thinking to himself, wrong. Indeed, just as he thought, Suk-han answered the question clearly, for the most handsome trainee, I would have to choose Jun Seo. This left Ha-im's group filled with amazement. Look Jun Seo, Seo-han chose you. Even Jun Seo was so surprised he broke into a sweat. What, no way. You chose me, Suk-han said calmly, I told you I felt betrayed. With just that short answer, countless comments appeared. There were many comments agreeing that Jun Seo was the most handsome person on earth. Seeing Jun Seo's surprise, Suk-han could not help but sigh and say, why are you so surprised? You were voted the best. Look back at the last time. Jun Seo said shyly, that was just luck. Hearing that, Suk-han silently judged him. This guy has zero self-awareness. I mean those round dark eyes, that high bridge of his nose, and that naturally charming smile. While he was lost in thought, Jun Seo suddenly said in a grateful tone, I promise I will choose you next time too. Suk-han, on the other hand, was still lost in his thoughts. Songbin is definitely handsome, but Jun Seo has a very classic kind of handsome look. He is the only one who does not realize it. Just then, Kevin's interview suddenly appeared, and a question was heard, what is your overall impression of Seo-han? As soon as they saw the person being interviewed was Kevin, Ha-im's group spoke up, it is Kevin. Kevin stated clearly, Seo-han. Sometimes he tries to act cool, but I think he is more of the boy next door type. He seems a bit sheltered. There is an innocence about him that makes me wonder how he will manage out in the harsh real world. Hearing this, Se-hyun snickered and said, he called you sheltered. Clearly, he does not know you. Ha-im could not help but agree, the two of you are not even close. Jun Seo quickly added, they edited it to make it look like you two are rivals. After listening for a while, Suk-han simply replied calmly, it is fine. As soon as he said that, he thought to himself, anyway, none of them have reached an age where they truly understand what the world out there is like. But still, he thinks I am sheltered. At the practice session, standing in front of everyone, Suk-han spoke seriously, I have gathered everyone here today to discuss the concept for our next performance. I was thinking we could. I will show him just how harsh the real world is. You know that motif, the younger, slightly shorter boy next door, almost like a little brother, who suddenly grows up and becomes a romantic interest. That is the concept we are going to do. Hearing this, everyone wondered, so it is the boy next door motif. That is a pretty detailed explanation. Suk-han quickly continued, I understand the concept for the song Nudge is supposed to be cute, but the lyrics do not entirely match that adorable vibe. Hearing that, Sungbin agreed, the lyrics actually feel more flirtatious, like they are suggesting a bolder attitude. Sukhan smiled and replied, exactly. It is not something a sweet, shy boy would say. A second later, Sukhan was full of calculations in his mind. As for the lyrics, we have Songbin and Sisu. In this group, keeping the original cute concept would not suit them at all. Once the thought finished, Sukhan played the role of a meticulous analyst. This is a strategic move, so trust me on this. As you know, there are a few members in the group who do not fit the assigned concept. Sungbin said leisurely, that is fine with me. Since Seohan can cover the overall concept, we should decide who will take which part. At that moment, a hand suddenly went up. Accompanied by a request from Ian, can I try for the main vocal position? Seeing Ian volunteer, everyone was incredibly surprised. Wow, Ian. A second later, Haim spoke up, I had no idea you could sing. Last time you were in the performance category and did not sing live at all. Seeing that no one else had any issues, Sukhan finalized it, I do not think anyone else wants to try for main vocal. But just to follow the process, could you sing a line or two for us? Hearing this, Ian was a bit startled. He slowly stepped forward. Then he replied clearly, all right. At this moment, Ian looked like a sculpture with a rugged yet refined appearance. Ian gently began to sing, You are my star, my guiding light. You keep touching me softly, I can't resist. After hearing just a part of it, everyone could not stop praising him. That sounds really good. Sungbin stepped closer, slapped Ian on the shoulder a few times, and said with a smile, It looks like you will be the lead vocal for this song. This left Ian very confused. Are you sure? I only sang one line. Sungbin said calmly, That is enough to prove you are a perfect fit. See, no one objects. You can sit down now, Ian. If you want, you can sing a bit more later. Sukhan stood to one side, observing everything. He could not help but be secretly happy. He is a bit nervous, but he is still doing great. Once the thought finished, Sukhan spoke up, Now we just need to practice the choreography like there is no tomorrow. Let us start right now. Immediately, Sukhan demonstrated the dance to the music. I will tease you a bit, I will make you notice me. Soft touch, baby into your heart. Watching Sukhan's every move, everyone was full of praise. Wow. It seems like he has a photographic memory for dance moves or something. He only watched the choreography a few times and already mastered it all. Moving to the music, Sukhan told himself, as soon as the intro starts, my body moves automatically. I might need to double-check a few details, but I still remember the entire choreography. It is incredible. After practicing for a while, he could not help but pant with exhaustion, saying I have memorized all the steps, so if you guys need help, just let me know. Hearing this, Sungbin was incredibly surprised. Wait a minute, you remember everything already, are you a robot, or did someone leak the choreography video? Sukhan forced a smile and did not answer, only thinking to himself, I wonder if this counts as cheating, since I have practiced this choreography before. At that moment, Ian suddenly approached and requested, Can you help me with the ending? I do not quite understand the mechanics of it yet. Sukhan quickly agreed, Sure. Want me to do it one more time? Soft touch, then step. Following his instructions, Ian immediately followed along. Soft touch, then step. Dancing fluidly, Sukhan added, Then jerk back and spin your hands really fast. Easy, right? After observing for a bit, Ian broke into a cold sweat and requested again, Can you do that angle again, maybe a bit slower this time? Sukhan said happily, All right, one more time. 1, 2, and 3. Just like that, under Sukhan's guidance, the whole team practiced diligently. Step, then lean and spin. Seeing that Ian did not have enough power in his movements, he immediately reminded him, Come on Ian, you can do better than that. Put more power into it. Imagine you are breaking something with your elbow, like this. Sungbin, exhausted, chimed in, We appreciate your enthusiasm but... Ian, who had just been reminded, also could not help but cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Sukhan was still absorbed in every beat of the dance. 1, 2, 3. Even though Ian was now drenched in sweat, he did not back down. He continued to dance and memorize the choreography. Step, lean. Staring at Ian practicing, Sungbin wondered, Does he never rest? Sukhan, sitting nearby, immediately replied, Actually, he should take a break. The choreography is already quite heavy. Sungbin quickly added, That is coming from you, the one who made us practice so hard. Hearing this, Sukhan thought to himself, this time he is really determined to prove himself, is not he? Meanwhile, Ian was still putting in endless effort and passion. And step. After practicing for a while, Ian asked, did I do well, Seohan? Sukhan said with a smile, exactly right, but I think it would look even better if you raised your arms a bit higher. While they were busy chatting, Sungbin suggested, I am going to get some water from the vending machine. Don't push yourselves too hard, okay? Seeing Siwoo also stand up, he could not help but find it strange. You too. And so, each of them went about their own business. Just then, a figure came running in hastily. Opening the door, Harim called out, everyone. Come here quickly. Junseo just fainted. Hearing that, Sukhan was filled with amazement. What happened? Running after Haim, he was worried. Oh no, no way. I forgot. I should have remembered that Junseo would faint during this time. At Junseo's location, everyone was crowding around busily. What is going on? Who fainted? What should we do? Should we call 911? Se-hyun, carrying Junseo on his back, spoke out breathlessly, move aside, get out of the way. Oh my god, Junseo, you are so heavy. Come on, please wake up.
Despite Sehyun's urgent plea, Junseo remained motionless.
This left Sukhan completely stunned. The image of Junseo quickly flashed through his mind. Junseo. Immediately, Sukhan spoke up hurriedly, Seo-hyun. Take him straight to the medical room. I will let the staff know what happened. Carrying Junseo down the hallway, Se-hyun replied, Seo-han. At that moment, Haim suddenly asked, it looks serious. Shouldn't we call an ambulance? Grabbing Haim's shoulder, Sukhan said, you go with them. For now, he might have fainted from dehydration. Try to give him a few sips of water if you can. Haim quickly complied. Okay. Before leaving, Sukhan added a few more reminders, if he wakes up, call me immediately, okay? And so, he left in a hurry. This left Haim feeling very suspicious, thinking to himself, Seo-han. At this moment, Sukhan was trying to run as fast as possible. As he ran, he was filled with worry. Junseo has not been in the best condition since he was sick a while ago. I am sure something similar happened in my past life. But I do not remember if he was okay after that. I know he is the type who won't say anything even when he is pushing himself too hard, because he does not want to be a burden to his team. Thinking of this, Sukhan felt extremely remorseful. I knew this would happen. I should have been able to do something. Why do I feel like? What is the use of knowing what is going to happen if I can't prevent things like this? I am really going to regret not remembering sooner. I clearly remember something about Junseo fainting in my past life. How could I forget something so important? Was I so focused on doing better this time that I missed this? Despite these thoughts, Sukhan still had a glimmer of hope. Everything will be fine. It has to be fine. He is one of the debut members. A single fainting spell at the beginning won't ruin his chances of debuting. But still, after coming back to the past, I want to be there for Junseo more than I was last time. At that moment, Sungbin suddenly saw Sukhan running in a hurry and asked curiously, Seo-han, where are you going in such a rush? Hearing the call, Sukhan turned his head to look. Seeing Sungbin, he thought, it is Songbin. Meanwhile, Sungbin was still speaking calmly, I need to use the bathroom urgently. Hearing this, Sukhan noticed the person next to him, and he is with Kevin. Wait, since when did they become so close? Maybe it is just because Songbin is usually friendly with everyone, but it is still a bit worrying. Why are they so close? Seeing Sukhan lost in his own thoughts, Sungbin was a bit confused. Is everything okay? I am going back to the practice room. Sukhan paid no attention to that, only thinking to himself, no way. Did that guy approach Songbin to drag him into it? At this point, Kevin suddenly asked, what is everyone doing in the hallway? Sukhan only looked at him with his own calculations. Anyway, the article about Kevin will be published soon. I am sure Songbin will stay away from him after that. They can't be that close. Everything will be fine. Once the thought finished, he immediately spoke up, oh, have not you heard what happened to Junseo? Just then, a classmate approached and shouted, where are you two going? What? Junseo fainted. This left Sungbin in shock. What did you say? He fainted. Seeing the classmate holding the two of them back, Sukhan prayed silently, keep them busy. I do not have time to stand here anymore. Songbin is not the one I should be worried about right now. To be honest, I had the choice to go to Kevin and try to convince him to stop using drugs, but what if he did not listen and still debuted while lying? Never. That is not even worth considering. If rumors spread that he was involved with drugs, the entire group's career would end. The whole group would suffer a chain reaction leading to disbandment, so that was never a real option. Even if it means I can't join the debut group again, Kevin cannot debut. Thinking of this, Suk-han stopped immediately. Wait, what am I saying? I can't let myself fall into that negative spiral again. No matter what, I have to debut this time. Oh, it is just me. I remember why my heart seemed to stop for a second when I saw Junseo faint. Messages from Junseo in his past life quickly flooded back into his mind. How have you been lately? We have a concert today, and I hope you can come if you are free. I will send you some tickets. Everyone really wants to see you. Just a few hours later, breaking news appeared on TV. After an arrest warrant was issued for Stardust member Kevin for drug use, the remaining members of the group, who were scheduled to make a comeback in the first half of the year, have undergone drug testing. At that time, Junseo had to stand before the public and take the blame himself. Hello, I am Junseo, the leader of the boy group Stardust. I am here today with a heavy heart to apologize on behalf of the group for causing fans to worry once again. I am deeply sorry. Recalling the image of Junseo at that time, Suk-han told himself, one look was enough to see how thin and sickly pale he had become. An idol who should have been on stage was now standing before reporters looking so haggard. Just looking at him was enough to see that he no longer wanted to continue working in this industry. In the past, Suk-han had also talked to Junseo about this issue. Junseo, why are you the one speaking? Shouldn't your company handle this? I wish the reporters would not surround you like that. Recalling his words from his past life, Suk-han thought to himself, he was the first person I was truly happy for regarding his success. None of this was his fault. It is so unfair that he had to give up his dream, especially when he is such a good person. So, even if it makes me look overprotective, I will make sure no one in the debut group ever has that expression on their face, as that is also one of my goals. At the medical room, a voice of concern rang out, Junseo, are you okay? Se-hyun said, you scared the life out of me. I thought you were fine, then suddenly you fainted. Haim also cried and said, you said you were not sick anymore, why did you lie? Seeing everyone so concerned for him, Junseo smiled and replied, I am really sorry for making everyone worry about me. Hearing that, Haim's group reminded him, promise me you will go see a doctor, okay? Alright, I need to call Seo-han. This made Junseo a bit curious. Seo-han, Haim explained, he went to get the staff. They will be here soon, so just lie down and rest. Upon hearing that, Junseo gave a forced smile and reminded her, he does not need to do that. I can go to the hospital myself. Haim quickly cut him off, don't say another word. But you know, it was really reassuring having Seo-han there, right? Se-hyun could not help but wonder, what about me? I am the one who carried Junseo on my back. Haim quickly spoke up, Seo-hyun, can't you just agree for once? Everyone else was panicking, but Seo-han stayed calm and immediately went to get the staff, as if he knew exactly what to do. Hearing this, Junseo felt a bit curious. He really was like that. The scene flashes back to Junseo's interview. A question was quickly posed, Junseo, are you particularly close to any of the contestants? Hearing this, Junseo smiled and replied, well, we are all pretty close, so it is hard to single out just one person. But if you had to choose, who would you say you are closest to? If I have to pick just one person, I would say Seo-han. He is the youngest among all the Doubles trainees, but he is very polite, friendly, and an incredibly hard worker. The more they listened, the more the recording crew laughed happily. You sound just like a proud parent. Junseo continued with a smile, I am proud of him, but it is more than that. He also considers me a good friend. Actually, could you ask him for me? At his question, everyone seemed to burst into laughter. At Suk-han's interview, alright, on to the next question. You said Junseo is the most handsome trainee. Are there any other strengths he has? Suk-han replied, Junseo definitely has the looks, but it is not just that. He is truly a great person and a very good friend, even if he is a bit quirky sometimes. Back to the present, Junseo, Ha-im, and Se-hyun suddenly looked in one direction. It was Suk-han, frantically opening the door to the room. Suk-han was panting heavily from exhaustion. Then he gently stepped inside. Giving Junseo a big hug, Suk-han said, Junseo, I was so worried about you. You should take better care of yourself. I was so worried. You need to take better care of yourself and stop trying to say you are fine. You need to see a doctor, okay, Junseo replied with a smile, you do not need to worry, I am going now. The scene changes to a small internet cafe, where laughter rings out incessantly. Come on, the performance team lost. I thought it was a team-based thing. Why was no one eliminated? A man frowned in annoyance and said, how were their individual rankings even factored into this? Poor Ricky, he got a terrible edit and then got eliminated after being unfairly targeted. Another person quickly replied, I really feel for him. Why did not everyone on Team B just get eliminated instead? Popular contestants like you guys probably think it is always going to be smooth sailing, do not you? Ricky seemed a bit discouraged, but he did not seem to want to change anything either. Hearing this, a man with blue hair got so angry he turned pale and shouted, what does he know? Who is he to judge whether Ricky wanted to try or not? This all started because of his careless comment about Ricky. Now everyone hates Ricky, and he was unfairly eliminated. I am sick of hearing about Songbin and his loyal fandom. He deserves a taste of his own medicine. And so, those people continued to leave bitter comments for Songbin. In a small kitchen area, a voice filled with surprise rang out, well, this is unexpected. I am honored that you wanted to meet me privately, Sehen. Songbin leaned his hand lightly on the chair he was sitting in and asked with a smile, does this mean you are finally starting to notice me? Songbin smiled and spoke up, so that means you are finally starting to care about me. Sukhan quickly replied, yeah. I need to talk to you about something. Hearing this, Songbin wondered, what is it, and why do I get the feeling you are stalling for time? This made Sukhan freeze for a moment. A second later, he asked immediately, are you and Kevin very close? Hearing this, Songbin gestured dismissively with a puzzled look, why do you ask, are you jealous? After saying that, he burst into a joyful laugh, come on, I am just kidding. Of course we are friends. It is hard not to be close when we have been on the same team so many times and even performed a few dance duets together. To Songbin's words, Sukhan did not reply, only thinking deeply to himself, from what I remember in my past life, Songbin was not involved in substance abuse at all but. The thought finished and information from his past life echoed in his mind. Kevin, a member of the famous boy group Stardust, is currently under investigation for suspected drug use. Another famous member of the same group, Cha Songbin, was rushed to the emergency room after overdosing on antidepressants. Their management agency has announced that they are currently assessing the situation. Remembering this, Sukhan thought anxiously, I am sure Songbin was devastated when the rumors about Kevin's drug use first surfaced. If they were close since their trainee days, then would Songbin be dragged into this mess if the article about Kevin goes public? That might make my depression a little less heavy. Seeing Sukhan still lost in his own thoughts, Songbin could not help but ask, you sound like you are worried about me, so why won't you look at me? As for Kevin, he is not easy to read at all, and he does not talk much. He is quite private about his personal life, so I am still trying to get him to open up more. So there, does that satisfy your curiosity? After listening to him for a bit, Sukhan could not help but judge, he is really good at probing for information. Then he said, oh, so you and him are not as close as I thought. Even though he said that, Sukhan still felt a bit skeptical. Is he telling the truth? If so, things will be much simpler. The thought finished, and Sukhan stood up to remind him, your shoulders are way too light. Just do not get any closer to him than you already are, okay? At Sukhan's words, Songbin was a bit startled and confused. Wait, what do you mean by that? Are you just going to leave it at that? As he spoke, he helplessly grabbed Sukhan's leg to stop him. What do you mean, you can't just tell me to keep my distance without explaining? I can't stand being alone, and neither can anyone else here, from doubles to independent trainees. Watching Songbin's current attitude, Sukhan looked bewildered. What is this? What are you talking about? We are right here, do not. At his words, Songbin immediately asked back, then will you be my best friend, Sukhan forced a smile and replied, alright fine. Actually, no one here is really that close anyway. Once he finished speaking, he told himself, it looks like I do not have to worry about Songbin for the time being, at least. Stepping into the practice room, Sukhan said, there they are. The moment they saw Sukhan and Songbin, Haim's group in the back was extremely curious. Are you two together? Sehen. I need a little help with the choreography. As soon as he finished speaking, Haim quickly pulled Sukhan away. This left Sukhan a bit confused. Can't you let go of my hand? Once he said that, he stared intently at the phone screen Haim handed him. Sukhan's expression quickly changed. Reading the comments on the phone, he was filled with doubt. What is this? Haim replied anxiously, have you seen this? Does Songbin know? At this point, Songbin still maintained a joyful attitude and said, time to practice. This led Sukhan to judge immediately, I do not think he knows yet. I just finished talking to him, and he seemed normal. At his words, Haim quickly asked, do you think these things are true, Seohan? Sukhan did not answer, only thinking deeply to himself, No, it is not even worth verifying if there is any truth to that post. If I remember correctly, Songbin participated in quite a few variety shows. Back in middle school, I think. Suddenly, Songbin asked me which part of a hot dog would be like a friend. Back then, Songbin even burst out laughing happily. Good grief, do not bring that up again. Sukhan's thoughts continued. He was like the sausage and bread. And I was so dazed I blurted out ketchup, you idiot. Then he got hurt by that. I only said it because it is my favorite part, and besides, I was pretty approachable and got along well with my classmates, back then. So anyway, these rumors will disappear so fast they are not even worth remembering. Or perhaps something new happened in this timeline that did not happen in my past life. Everything has changed so much since the Stardust project was the first part. As he thought, a sense of worry rose in Sukhan. What should I do? Can I trust that this won't turn into a huge mess? Just then, Songbin suddenly spoke up. What is going on? Why are you two just standing there? Haim did not answer, only tapping on the phone screen. Then he stared at it incessantly. He was typing a few lines on the phone that read, I will pick the Songbin news. As soon as the message was sent, Haim immediately turned to Sukhan beside him. Instantly, the two of them redirected their attention to the same side. Ian's group quickly got the message and nodded immediately, which made Songbin feel even more confused. What is happening? Haim spoke up hurriedly. Let us practice until we are so exhausted we can't lift a finger. Seeing Haim change the subject, Songbin could not help but be suspicious. Are you ignoring me? Fine. Siwoo immediately interrupted. I was thinking that maybe today everyone should put their phones in this basket. Hearing this, Songbin laughed and said, isn't that a bit extreme? I swear I won't check my phone, so I would rather keep it with me. Contrary to his words, everyone else agreed with the proposal. Fine with me. Me too. Count me in. This left Songbin feeling incredibly confused. Come on, is this really necessary? This is the 21st century. How can anyone live without a phone? Placing his hand on Songbin's shoulder, Haim gently reassured him, don't worry, you will survive. Alright, let us start. And just like that, they easily separated Songbin from social media. This made Songbin feel even more suspicious. The comments continued to trend like wildfire. They were negative comments. And then just like that, more anonymous accounts talking about Songbin began to appear overnight. Ian approached Songbin's bed and asked, Songbin, do you want to go have dinner with us? Songbin replied calmly, I am fine. You two go ahead, I will eat later. Hearing this, Ian felt a bit worried. But you have barely had any lunch. Come with me, or you might not have enough energy for our song later. Curled up in his blanket, Songbin said, I just want to be alone for a while. This made Ian feel even more concerned. At the dining hall, Se-hyun wondered while eating, have you seen those comments? They are tearing Songbin apart. Seeing him appear next to him, Haim could not help but find it strange. Why do you always sit at our team's table? Then Haim shifted the subject towards Sukhan. Has the company done anything to handle this yet? I heard Songbin has not said a word about it. Hearing this, another person immediately spoke up. Then why has not he denied it? Does that mean it is true? Putting his chopsticks down on the table, Sukhan interrupted, no, that is not it. I heard from my cousin's friend's ex-girlfriend's aunt's niece that Songbin is not that kind of person. At his words, Se-hyun and Ha-im looked bewildered and replied, so basically, you heard this from a complete stranger. At that moment, Jun-seo suddenly said, anyway, I am on Se-han's side on this. Even though we are not that close, I know Songbin a bit since we were in the same group. Back then, Songbin was full of enthusiasm for work and encouraged everyone. It is okay, Ricky. Let us start from the beginning. Do it one more time. Watching Songbin's attitude back then, hearing this, Haim wondered, then why does not he just deny it all? Jun-seo quickly replied, maybe it is more complicated than it looks. Especially with the surge of malicious comments spreading everywhere. The rumors continued to spread. Some even said it was a sign of just how popular he was. But sometimes, the very applause of those who support us can easily turn into something that drags us down to a dark place that is exactly how it is. At Ian's place, he was talking to Songbin. Do you want to hear what I have to say? Songbin immediately replied, none of the rumors about me are true. But I can't just run around denying it to everyone. It is really frustrating. I wish I could ignore it, but doing nothing only makes things worse. It feels so unfair. They won't even give me a chance to explain. I do not know how to get through this. After listening for a while, Ian replied, I know. This too shall pass. But before, when people were talking about you, how did you deal with it? Hearing this, Songbin stepped down from the bed. Sitting next to Ian, he said, Songbin. Songbin quickly turned his head to look at Ian. Ian advised in a gentle voice, you know, when someone hears their name, they reflexively turn around immediately, just like you did. I think it is the same with hate comments. You can't help but notice them because they are aimed directly at you. Even if what they say is not true, people will still believe what they want to believe. So maybe it would help if, when reading those comments, you try replacing your name with someone else's. Try using the commenter's username instead, like, Anonymous is the most annoying person in the world. At his words, Songbin suddenly burst into a joyful laugh. I wonder if that would actually help. Ian blushed in embarrassment and replied, I am just sharing the advice that Seohan gave me. Songbin smiled and said, if it worked for you, then that is great. At Songbin's praise, Ian could only force a smile and think, actually, I can't even believe I am giving advice to the person in first place, especially when I almost got eliminated. At this point, Songbin returned to his true emotions and spoke seriously, to be honest, I know I still have a lot to work on. I have not been a trainee as long as others here. Maybe that is why I am always trying too hard. I am afraid that one day, everyone will turn their backs on me, and then everything will start to crumble from there. I kept thinking it was my fault, that I was not good enough. If I just tried a little harder, maybe people would see the real me, not the rumors. The moment he saw the look on Songbin's face, Ian was struck with amazement. He is crying. Songbin hurriedly said, I am sorry. I talked too much, did not I? Ian replied awkwardly, good thing he is not here. No, not at all. Then Ian sank back into his own thoughts. He actually thinks he is not good enough, but all the trainees know he deserves the #1 spot. After expressing himself for a while, Songbin could not help but feel relieved. Now that I have said it all out, I feel much lighter. This is not the kind of thing you can say to just anyone, and you know, I could not tell my family either. Ian smiled and said, yeah, I understand. The thought quickly surfaced, he always looked perfect from the outside. I had no idea he was struggling with so much doubt. The moment they saw Ian and Songbin come out, Sukhan's group immediately spoke up, you guys have not eaten anything yet, right? Ian replied with a smile, let us go have dinner. Hearing this, Sukhan said to the two of them, remember to order the green onion kimchi today. It is delicious. Ian quickly said, all right, thanks. As soon as Ian finished, Haim waved goodbye, see you later. They had not gone far when Songbin suddenly changed the subject, about yesterday's practice session. You guys asked Shu to take everyone's phones because of me, right? At Songbin's words, everyone could not help but look a bit bewildered and surprised. Meanwhile, Songbin continued, I did not expect that. If the goal was to keep me away from social media temporarily, I have to say it was very effective. Thanks for protecting me. See you at the practice room. Hearing this, Sukhan's face turned pale and gloomy. He found out. Meanwhile, Haim kept praising Songbin's attitude. Songbin handled that really maturely. At that moment, Junseo suddenly wondered, it is about that anonymous post, is not it? Do you think he is okay? Before Sukhan could reply, Haim interrupted, to me, he did not seem very affected. With only 2 days left until the performance, the cameraman spoke up to remind them, Team Nudge, we are going to start filming your practice for some insert shots. Just act like the cameras are not there and practice normally. And begin. A look of determination quickly appeared on the screen. With his body drenched in sweat from practice, Songbin stared intently at the camera pointed at him. And just like that, he slowly approached his teammates. Then before long, the day finally arrived. Looking through binoculars into the distance, a voice immediately rang out in amazement, I did not expect us to be standing this close to the stage. The fans waiting below for the performance could not stop buzzing with excitement. Oh my god, I am about to freak out. If Seohan looks this way, I swear everyone will go crazy. He is definitely going to wear something cute today, right? I will die if I get to see him in a beret. Please, stop being so obsessed. Backstage, countless voices mingled together. My earpiece is not working. Are the mics all ready? We need a new pair of shoes here. Listening in, Sukhan helplessly told himself, good grief, backstage is such a mess. There are fewer trainees, yet somehow it is even more chaotic than before. The thought finished, and he glanced in one direction. It was Songbin's spot. The person doing his makeup was asking with concern, why are you putting your hand on your chest? Songbin quickly replied, my heart is beating so fast. Hearing this, the makeup artist was a bit surprised. Wow, Songbin, I have never seen you this nervous. Hearing this, Sukhan told himself, wait, Songbin. You are actually really tense. At Songbin's spot, the assistants were trying to calm him down. Let me get you some water. Take deep breaths. Just breathe. Watching Sung Bin like that, Sukhan thought to himself, I guess it is normal to be like that before a performance. At Ian's spot, seeing everyone a bit stirred up, Ian wondered, what is going on? Are they redoing Songbin's makeup? The assistant quickly replied, he is sweating more than usual today. Songbin spoke up with a forced smile, I do not know what is happening to me, but my heart is beating faster than normal. We are about to go on stage. Just then Sukhan suddenly said, Songbin, could you come over here for a second? As soon as he finished he thought, a former student of mine used to have symptoms exactly like what Songbin is experiencing. Sukhan immediately checked on him, how's your breathing? Are you sure you are okay? Songbin smiled and replied, I am fine really. Despite that, Sukhan warned him with concern, if you are not okay, do not try to fake it. It is hard to tell with all that makeup on. As soon as he said it, he thought to himself, he might not give his best performance today, but if it is not handled correctly, it could turn into real stage fright. Sukhan could not help but cheer on Songbin. Alright, Team Nudge, tidy up, you are about to go on stage. Normally I would not suggest this, but given the situation, just do it. Those people out there, you know they came here for you, right? Songbin replied calmly, I guess so. Hearing that, Sukhan wondered, what do you mean, I guess so? You should say they are definitely here for you. Sukhan immediately reassured him, if you feel nervous on stage, just look at me. If you find it hard to breathe or your mind goes blank, promise me you will look my way, okay? At this point, the logistics crew shouted a reminder, Team Nudge, get ready, 10 seconds left. 10. 9. While they were counting down, Songbin was still absorbed in his conversation with Sukhan. Do you think that will help? Sukhan affirmed firmly, you will be fine. Remember that you are not alone on stage. At this point, the countdown was gradually shortening. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Meanwhile, Sukhan continued to speak to Songbin, we are right here with you. Seeing Sukhan still standing there talking to Songbin without taking any action, everyone could not help but call out, Seohan, come here, we need to take that hairpin off. And just like that, the first performance of Sukhan's group was only seconds away. 3, 2, 1. As the stage lights flared to life, the MC announced loudly, first on stage is Team Nudge. Let the show begin. As soon as he appeared, Da-won introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Don Han, your host for today. The team that takes first place in this concept evaluation round will receive an additional 100 points in the final selection round. All current points will be reset, and the final result will depend entirely on your votes, half from the live audience here, and half from online voting. We have 300 audience members with us today. Are you ready for these performances? The first team to perform is Team Nudge. The lights hit the stage, and Team Nudge was ready in position. Seeing them lying there, comments flooded in, why are they lying on stage like that? Oh my god, I thought they were eliminated. The show started, right? Sukhan, lying in the center, slowly sat up. Seeing that, the audience went wild, oh someone's standing up, is that Seohan? Please tell me it is Seohan. In an instant, Sukhan began to sing, I will tease you a bit, make you notice me. He sang and danced with perfect skill. This, of course, made everyone fall in love instantly. With a radiant smile, Sukhan immersed himself in the stage, a soft nudge girl, right at your heart. Just call my name. Immediately after, the others slowly appeared. Accompanied by Si-woo's voice, and my mischievous heart skips a beat. I remember every little promise we made. Seeing that handsome face, the comment section immediately became lively. Si-woo was full of confidence with his mic, just tomorrow, I will call your name. Just wait and see. Next was Songbin's appearance. He was trying his best to fulfill his role, step by step. Then one more step. In the blink of an eye, you know, I will be there. I will tease you a bit. Appearing with a pure look, Haim quickly spoke his lines, make you notice me, Nudge. Ha, my love is both playful and fresh. While singing, Ha-im and the others focused on the choreography. Everyone was well rehearsed and fluent in their performance. At that moment, Sukhan suddenly turned sideways. Then he clapped hands in interaction with Ian beside him. Seeing them enjoy the stage like that, the comment section exploded, Anon 10:33 p.m. Wait, they even have a little dance duet, Anon 10:34 p.m. Anyone who knows the journey these two took together would probably die from the emotion. Meanwhile, Ian continued to sing sweetly, why do you keep nudging my heart, just a soft touch. Ian, why do you keep nudging my heart, just a soft touch. While singing, Ian interacted perfectly with the camera. Ian, why do you keep nudging my heart? Just a soft touch. Ian, my heart is beating for you, now it is my turn. Ian, I am so worried, afraid it is already too late. As the line ended, Ian lowered his head. The lights still illuminated the entire studio. A hand appeared softly from nowhere. As if opening the door to everyone's hearts, Ian continued to sing, Ian, but I will knock on your door every day, just wait and see. Immediately, Ian appeared with a smile like an angel's. The shining light further enhanced his beauty. Ian continued singing, now, I will be the one to nudge you first. Witnessing Ian's sculpted beauty, the comment section erupted even more fiercely. Just like that, Ian's group gently enjoyed the stage. Please open the door, let me in. Watching them perform, the audience was filled with excitement. Did everyone see what I just saw? Oh my god, that body looks like it was carved from stone, even though he usually looks like a piece of soft tofu. Hey, that tofu has insane abs. How does he have a baby face but such a solid body? When did that happen? I can't help but wonder if Ian chose that shirt on purpose. I need to know. I am desperate to see some behind-the-scenes footage. While the comments were pouring in, Ian's group was still performing, getting closer to you. At that moment, a problem suddenly arose for Sung Bin. Though he still had a smile on his lips, his face clearly showed panic. While the singing continued, my mind is a mess. Right then, Sung Bin noticed a sign held by someone in the distance, which left him stunned. Can't breathe, can't think of anything. The audience member holding the sign was quickly moved away. This caused him to constantly struggle internally. Even so, it still affected Sung Bin's psyche. Seeing this, Sukhan told himself, calm down, Songbin. Calm down, Songbin. Don't let anyone get to your self-esteem. Sung Bin stood dazed and vacant for a long moment. He seemed to remember what Sukhan had told him and immediately turned toward him. This was quickly noticed by Sukhan. Immediately, his previous words flashed through his mind. He remembers what I told him. If you feel nervous on stage, just look at me. Good grief, I really did say that, but it is not like it was some profound solution. All I can do is give him a reassuring smile. The thought finished, and Sukhan smiled at his friend. While cheering for Sung Bin, Sukhan thought, but there is one thing I am sure of now, he is someone who needs to be cherished, not treated half-heartedly. Harsh criticism won't help him at all. And so they went back to enjoying their own stage. I will tease you a bit, make you notice me. No hesitation this time. I won't linger. Just 1 second, that is enough. A soft nudge, at your heart. After a few minutes of performing, the song finally came to a close. Countless positive comments exploded. While Si-woo panted from the exhaustion of the performance, the MC cheerily said, let us hear it for Team Nudge. Now let us see, what does Team Nudge have to say about their performance? Hearing this, some chatter broke out. Looks like it is finally his turn. Ian deserves to debut. We love you, Seo-han. Sukhan smiled and greeted the audience. Si-woo and Sung Bin were no exception. Da-won spoke calmly. That was the first performance of the concept evaluation round in the Stardust project. Team Nudge did not disappoint. Now let us hear from the contestants. Starting with the leader, Shu. Immediately, the mic was passed to Si-woo. Seeing the crowd cheering so enthusiastically, Sukhan could not help but think, the crowd is going crazy for him. Si-woo quickly spoke up, hello everyone, 3, 2, 1, we are Light, hoping to be your one and only North Star in the whole universe. Hearing that, people in the comments were very amused. So cringy, doesn't it seem like they named the group in a hurry? The group name sounds like, well, like there should have been other options. Seo Hyam looks like the most excited one among them, so he probably named the group. Meanwhile, Si-woo continued, we hope today's performance nudged your hearts. Thank you. I will pass the microphone to the next person. As soon as he held the mic, Sung Bin smiled and greeted, hello everyone, I am Cha Sung Bin. In an instant, cheers erupted. This left Sukhan even more stunned. Good grief, the cheering just now must have been 10 times louder than when they cheered for Shu. Sung Bin spoke loudly and full of life. Did you guys hear that we practiced incredibly hard for today's show? The audience immediately replied, Songbin, you were great, we love you. Hearing this, Sung Bin bowed and thanked everyone. We know there is still a long way to go, but we hope to continue receiving your support. The moment he finished his sentence, he directly passed the mic to Ian. Ian said shyly, did everyone enjoy it? Before Ian could finish, the audience below screamed wildly, Ian, your abs are top tier. Hearing that, Ian laughed joyfully. The funny thing is, Sehen kept saying we should show our abs to make the performance more explosive. I had no idea he was that serious, which is why he kept pushing me to go to the gym. At Ian's words, The audience could not help but be curious. Do they really have to be that polite to each other? Wait, so Seo-han was the one who planned for Ian to wear that shirt. Holding the mic, Suk-han spoke up. I just said it would add a little spice to the performance. I did not expect him to be so serious. He did not even have abs 2 weeks ago. Hearing this, everyone was incredibly surprised. He trained 6-pack abs in just 2 weeks. That is a whole different level of effort. Hope he keeps up that workout routine. The next person to introduce themselves was none other than Ha-im. With a smile on his lips, he spoke gently. If even just one person enjoyed watching our performance, then we have achieved what we wanted. At Ha-im's words, comments immediately exploded with excitement. For real, Ha-im was. After saying a few words, Ha-im quickly handed the mic to Suk-han and reminded him, your turn, Seo-han. You are the last to speak. This action made the audience love them even more. So cute. As Suk-han spoke, the audience quickly shifted focus. It is our dance king's turn to speak. Bet Seo-han is about to say another inspirational quote. Placing his hand lightly over his heart, Suk-han thought to himself, I just want to say exactly what I am feeling right now. The thought finished, and he expressed his feelings. I have never felt as happy as when I am standing on stage, hearing your cheers and feeling that support. My biggest wish is to be able to return the happiness that everyone has given me. After everyone finished sharing their thoughts, Suk-han's group spoke in unison. 3, 2, 1. Thank you everyone for watching our performance today. We hope to see you back on stage next week. Immediately, the comments section responded very positively. At Kevin's place, he was also preparing for his performance. Seeing that, Do-yeon, who was watching on TV, felt extremely intrigued. Alright, it is Kevin's turn to step onto the stage. She stared at the photo Kevin had posted on social media with a massive number of likes. Below it was a barrage of comments. Jun Seo's sexy photo was no exception. Looking at those photos, young women shared their opinions. They are wearing fishnets. I get that they want to look sexy. But when I see all those holes in his shirt, it feels like he is wearing rags. A bit too much, maybe, to the person saying it is too revealing while still staring like that. But seriously, his outfit is too exposed. Maybe I should send a complaint. Anyway, you were the one who voted for his sexy concept. In a small room, a computer screen glowed brightly in the middle of the dark night. A message was typed out and ready to be sent. It was Do-yeon. She was doing what she needed to do. Seeing the stage lights, the audience below cheered incessantly Kevin. Watching his appearance on TV, Do-yeon frowned and said, it is all over now. Give the greatest performance of your life. But after today, no one will want anything to do with you. You might lose everything you have worked so hard to build. Actually, it is a bit sad, especially since he is around Do-jeong's age. But after all these years as a reporter, I know that once someone starts using drugs, they become numb to any real joy and extremely sensitive when things do not go their way. His body has probably changed to the point where he can't even feel happiness anymore. Someone must have tricked him, saying drugs would give him the best high in the world. So goodbye, Kevin. At this moment, the performance was about to begin. The music began to play softly. Immediately, Kevin's group appeared. The stage lights illuminated all of them. This further highlighted their beautiful physiques. A second later, Se-hyun's voice rang out, you would better run. No, you can't leave this place. In an instant, the comments section became lively. With a smile on his lips, Jun Seo tried to fulfill his responsibility. Come closer, show me you can do better. You should do that. Seeing Jun Seo's beauty, countless complimentary comments flooded in. Who voted for Jun Seo in the sexy concept? I really have to praise that person's vision. Oh my god, his face is the most innocent. But why does he fit this concept so well? My eyes are glued to those slashes showing off his shoulders. Now it was Kevin's turn to perform. Run. Don't look back. The more they performed, the more the audience below screamed wildly. Thousands of excited comments exploded. Right at that moment, the news article accusing Kevin was posted online. Reading that, an audience member quickly voiced a rebuttal. Meanwhile, Kevin was completely unaware, just enjoying the atmosphere on stage. While Jun Seo smiled, he had no idea what was happening. More and more conflicting comments about Kevin appeared on social media platforms. Kevin also did not seem to know about it yet. Outside, the night had covered the landscape. The news about Kevin quickly went viral online. Reading this news, Jin-ha's face showed clear irritation as she told herself, this is it. It is over. Standing up abruptly, Jin-ha shouted, doesn't he even care that this could bring down the whole show? He is practically begging to go to jail. Get Kevin in here right now. Once she said it, she told herself, This cannot be handled lightly. Even if no one says it outright, there are two things that are absolutely taboo for celebrities. While Jin Ha was lost in thought, a string of insults from afar rang out incessantly. What am I paying you for? You are supposed to keep the trainees on the right track in this industry. If you do not resolve this, consider yourself fired. And not just your job, I will make sure your whole team is kicked out too. First, getting involved in a romantic scandal. You know better than anyone how hard I worked to close the deal with TDN. If you do not fix this fast, then get ready to kiss your career goodbye, understand? And this is the second time. After listening for a while, Jin Ha obediently complied. I understand, sir. I will ensure this causes no further trouble for us. After saying this, Jin Ha told herself, any kind of stimulant, including drinking, smoking, and drugs. Wait, no, that makes 4 things. The more she thought about Kevin, the more confused she felt. Did fame really make him that arrogant? But regardless, how could he do something so incredibly reckless when he is only a trainee? It is not easy for an ordinary person to get drugs, so Kevin must have already had connections with a supplier or dealer. And the thing about addicts is, cutting through Jin Ha's thoughts were the various rumors among the trainees as they saw Kevin pass by. Did you hear the rumors? I heard he even knows some celebrities. Hearing these words, Kevin judged internally, they have no idea what they are talking about. They are just a bunch of people who want to be famous. They drag others down into their mess, like a black hole sucking everyone around them in. When Kevin appeared before her, Jin Ha sighed and spoke up, sigh Kevin. Tell me who else is involved. Seeing Kevin stay silent, she could not help but get incredibly angry. Don't pretend you are the only one. Who else is using? Are there any other trainees caught up in this? The police are going to interrogate you anyway. If you want a reduced sentence, you will have to talk. So, who else? After listening to Jin Ha's analysis for a while, Kevin still did not bother to say a single word. After a long moment, he finally spoke coldly, it is just me. So what is going to happen to me now? Seeing him act so arrogantly, Jin Ha could not help but find it baffling. He has lost control, has not he? The thought finished, and Jin Ha announced clearly, you know what is coming. You are disqualified. Because you have violated the terms of your contract, you will face penalties as regulated. Kevin was a bit surprised by this. Really? MS. Song, can I ask you something?
Gina replied grumpily, speak.
With a darkened face, Kevin said coldly, who was it who reported me? This is just a scandal in the news. There is no real evidence. I am shocked you are cutting ties with me so quickly. Hearing this, Jin Ha quickly replied, Kevin. The truth has been exposed, and yet you are asking who reported you. Get out, and do not ever think about coming back within 100 meters of this company again. Once she said it, she sadly told herself, I told him. I used to wonder if those allegations had any truth to them, but I did not expect it to be proven this way. The thought finished, and Jin Ha remembered the past. At that time, she had jumped up and cursed at the person in front of her. So what made a VVIP like you visit my dusty little office? Hearing that, the person sitting in the chair calmly replied. Oh come on, are you teasing me anyway? MS. Song. You really should keep a closer eye on your trainees. That Kevin kid, do you know what he is using? Hearing this, Jin Ha was a bit stunned. Meanwhile, the masked person continued, he gave me some pills, but I panicked and ran out of there as fast as I could. I have thought about this a lot, and I thought you should know, which is why I came here. The more she heard, the more bewildered Jin Ha looked. Wait. Seeing that she was so shocked she spilled her coffee, the masked person could not help but remind her, your coffee. After exposing the truth, he quickly left immediately. You do not necessarily have to believe my words, but once you investigate, I hope you will get the situation under control. Right, I am only saying this because I do not want other trainees to be dragged into this. Consider it a good deed on my part, since I used to be in their position. Recalling that, Jin Ha told herself after that, he said his piece and left, as if he had never appeared here. Either he was paranoid, or Kevin really was a troubled kid. Unfortunately, it turned out I really did have a problem-filled boy on my hands. The Stardust project is a big hit right now. I can't let anything affect this show. I have worked too hard to make it what it is. We are removing you from the show, Kevin, and this matter will be handled quietly. At Sukhan's place, he was staring intently at his phone with a look of utter amazement. Good grief, I did not expect the article about Kevin to be published so early. A message from Du Yun quickly appeared. Messaging her, Sukhan thought in bewilderment, I can't believe this went public right after our performance. I know I asked her to do it, but I almost forgot. I wonder how Songbin is doing lately. Is he okay? The thought finished, and Sukhan opened the door and entered the room, asking Si Woo curiously, is Songbin here? Seeing him, Si-woo greeted, Sehen. Sukhan could not help but wonder, what are you doing, and have you seen Songbin around? Si-woo said calmly, he went to the bathroom and should be back in a few minutes. As Sukhan listened to Si-woo, he felt suspicious. I am just wondering what he is doing that makes him crouch on the floor like that. Seeing that he was still lost in thought, Si-woo asked, should I tell him you stopped by? Sukhan replied, no, it is fine, I will just wait here. Now that you mention it, I did not expect you to be into plants. It is actually quite surprising. As soon as he heard this, Si-woo was a bit taken aback. You think so? Is it weird to like plants? Sukhan smiled and said, what, no, I just think your potted plants look cute. This made Si-woo quickly break into a shy smile. They really are cute. Seeing that reaction, Sukhan could only sigh inwardly. I mean, it is not exactly a hobby that seems to suit you. Nevertheless, Si-woo was still very excited about his hobby. I named my plants Dendro and Hoya. Upon hearing the names Si-woo gave them, Sukhan judged them slightly. Sounds like a band name or something. A second later he asked, that is cool. Do those names have any meaning? While pointing at his two pots, Si-woo passionately explained, this one is a Dendropanax morbiferus so I call it Dendro, and this one is a Hoya carnosa so I named it Hoya, now I get it. Hearing that, Sukhan offered some praise. Those are clever names, though he could not help but judge a bit internally. Wait, so they are just shortened versions of the plant names. After talking about plants for a while, Si-woo suddenly changed the subject. By the way, why were you looking for Songbin? Is it because of what happened with Kevin? As soon as he heard that, Sukhan scratched his head and spoke up. How did you guess? They are very close, so you probably already know. Si-woo said with a serious face, I thought so too, which is why I am worried. Songbin seems to have been quite down lately. While they were engrossed in conversation, the sound of a door opening came from outside, which immediately caught both of their attention. As soon as he walked in, Songbin asked with a bright, energetic smile, are you two talking about me? In another place, an excited voice suddenly rang out, Seo-han, I hope you are practicing hard. I have already cleared Kevin out of the way for you. So this time, you would better take first place, the mysterious person said while wearing an excited smile. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, Songbin called out, Seo-han. What were you guys just talking about? I heard my name. Seeing him still smiling brightly, Sukhan could not help but be a bit surprised. At this moment, Songbin suddenly asked, I mean you guys were not talking behind my back right here in my room, were you? Sukhan quickly explained, that is not what we were doing. Are you okay? I mean after what happened with Kevin? Seeing Sukhan blurted out, Si-woo, sitting opposite, could not help but feel bewildered. Well, no point in beating around the bush. After hearing Sukhan's question, Songbin finally seemed to realize what was going on. Now I understand. No wonder everyone has been acting so strange around me today. I guess I am not as good at reading people as I thought, he said as he lay directly on the bed and pulled up the covers, which made Sukhan feel extremely worried. Wait, you are not going to cry, are you? Songbin replied seriously, I always thought he would debut one day, even if this audition did not work out. I even kept telling him not to forget me, and that it would be great if we could debut together. But now I really just want him to forget I even exist. This whole thing is just too exhausting, he said, his face clearly showing sadness and gloom. Just then, Songbin suddenly sat up and said, wait, I just remembered, you once told me I should keep my distance from Kevin. What was that about? Did you know he was involved in this? Songbin asked in a whiny tone, making even Si-woo feel a bit helpless as he quickly asked Sukhan, did you really say that? Sukhan answered calmly, I found out by accident. I happened to overhear him trying to persuade someone to try it. As soon as he heard this, Songbin was incredibly shocked. What, you mean he was giving drugs to other people? Si-woo, sitting nearby, immediately chimed in, was it one of the trainees here? The more Songbin heard, the more suspicious he became. Wait, does that mean Kevin was not the only one involved in this? This made Si-woo feel it was unbelievable as well. No way. Just then, Ian suddenly opened the door and walked in from outside, then said softly, I think Seo-han is talking about me. At those words, it was like a bolt from the blue for Songbin and Si-woo. What? Seeing Ian suddenly appear, Sukhan was a bit curious. Why are you here? Ian replied with a forced smile, I just intended to stop by and see how Songbin was doing. As soon as he heard that, Songbin was totally confused. Why is everyone so worried about me? Anyway, what did you mean when you said you are the one Seo-han was mentioning? Did you use that stuff too, like Kevin? Ian quickly explained, what, no way, he offered it to me but I did not use it. He asked me if those hate comments were getting to me, but come on, I would never go that far, even if I were struggling. Hearing this, Songbin could not help but exclaim, wow, I did not expect you to be so tough, Ian. Ian quickly replied, so how are you now? Did my advice help at all? Listening to the conversation between the two, Si-woo looked completely bewildered. What advice? A second later Songbin replied, just a tip Seo-han gave me. Seeing this, Sukhan, who was sitting to the side, spoke up and asked, "Oh, I see, now I know what you were talking about. Did you really share that with Songbin?" Ian said calmly, "Why not, it actually helped me a lot." Hearing this made Sukhan complain a bit. "Now I am a little embarrassed, seeing them constantly talking about a topic he did not understand." Siwoo looked confused. "What are they talking about?" A second later he interrupted, "You do not look that embarrassed to me." Just then, Songbin suddenly let out a small chuckle. Then with a smile on his face, he said, "You guys are really weird." Seeing Songbin's mood improve, Siwoo and Sukhan both breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, he is finally smiling." Immediately Sukhan advised, "Look Songbin, no one could have guessed Kevin would get involved in that stuff. So do not blame yourself for being friends with him, I guess." After listening for a while, Songbin replied in a gloomy tone, "I do not know either, I really started to care about him while we were living together." Sukhan comforted him with a forced smile. "I am sure everyone feels that way, and I can't even imagine how disappointed the audience must be." Raising his hands high, Songbin continued, "Why would someone do something so pointless and harmful? I do not get it. Even big celebrities get caught up in things like that. If one of us debuts, we will probably have to face a lot of hate and rumors too, right?" Ian also could not help but wonder, "I wonder if people do it to cope with the pressure, like if things are much harder than they thought." To everyone's questions, Sukhan just replied calmly, "I am not sure it is even that deep. Maybe he just did it because his friends were doing it too, you know, like when someone you admire offers you a cigarette, and you just follow along without thinking. That is how it usually starts." Songbin got more curious as he listened, like kids in school forcing you to do something. Meanwhile Ian did not think so at all. "Do you really think it is that simple?" Sukhan replied, "No one is responsible for what you put into your body except yourself." As soon as he finished, he told himself, "I still remember what Kevin said in his interview. That he used drugs because someone close to him told him he should try it once. But even so, he was old enough to know right from wrong. He threw away his career and his future just because he wanted to know what it felt like, and no one else can be held responsible for your life." Thinking of this, Sukhan added a few more words. "Most of the time, when people our age get into drugs or gambling, it is usually just out of curiosity." Realizing he was talking so much, Sukhan felt a bit guilty. "Wait, I sound like a know-it-all, as if I am lecturing them." At this moment, Ian suddenly asked, "Seohan, have you ever had to deal with someone using drugs, or did someone let you down?" As soon as he heard that, Sukhan immediately denied it. "What, no way, that is not it," Ian replied seriously. "It sounds like you are speaking from experience." Songbin also could not help but agree with that. "Exactly, I was thinking the same thing." A second later Sukhan interrupted with a bit of annoyance, "It is not just you." Songbin did not pay any attention to that and continued to joke. "Imagine Seohan becoming so suspicious that he won't even spend $10. Sukhan quickly denied the fabrication. "I am not that stingy." Listening to them talk, Siwoo looked happy and had a smile on his face. Just then, he suddenly looked down at the floor intently. It was a phone ringing. As soon as he saw the name on the phone, Siwoo was a bit startled, and his expression quickly changed. Immediately, Siwoo pressed the cancel button. Seeing him like that, Ian, who was sitting opposite, hurried to remind him, "You do not have to ignore the call just because of us, we do not mind." Siwoo replied with a forced smile, "It is not that, it was not an important call anyway. Regardless, I agree with Sahin's point of view. If any of us go through a hard time and need support, we should be there for each other. I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but you can definitely count on me." Hearing that, everyone praised him. "You're so kind." Sukhan also smiled and admired him in his heart. He really is the perfect model of a group leader doing a group project. Just then, Songbin suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Do not forget what we said today, okay? Even if we join different companies later, promise that you will answer the phone for any of us." Even in the middle of the night, Sukhan replied calmly, "I will remember, but I am not sure if you will." Ian suddenly opened his phone to note something down. "I can send you all the research papers on the side effects of drugs right now if you want." Hearing that, Songbin quickly declined, "Oh no, I have no intention of starting right now." Only after seeing him smiling and talking happily as usual did Sukhan feel more at ease, thinking to himself, "Songbin. He is the mentally strongest person I know, and it is true he can be a bit much sometimes, but with the right people by his side, I believe he can do so much more than this." And before long, the anonymous account spreading rumors about Songbin was forgotten, overshadowed by the big news about Kevin. Thousands of comments erupted on social media platforms. Sukhan's narrative continued. Scrolling through forums and social media, it is as if people have sudden amnesia. The producers did not waste any time either. They quickly cut Kevin out of every episode possible. All videos featuring Kevin were completely edited out. A tense atmosphere spread throughout the dormitory as trainees were about to make the debut lineup. We were all speculating on who would fill Kevin's spot at which rank. And finally, the live broadcast announcing the third rankings began. As soon as everyone gathered, a soft voice rang out, "The journey is almost over, only one more challenge stands between the trainees and their debut. Today we will announce the top 12 who will move on to the final round, starting from 11th place." The first finalist, while everyone was waiting for the final result, Suk-han was still focused on his own thoughts, as is typical in survival shows. Just then, someone's voice suddenly rang out, "Thank you everyone." This naturally made Suk-han realize something was unusual. Things did not go as predicted. To say this ranking was a shock would be an understatement. Even he could not believe what was happening. Countless comments erupted. It even topped the chat. A female viewer with an angry face looked at her phone screen and said to herself, "No way, there is no way Sehen is in 5th place, he was second before, how did he drop 3 ranks so fast?" Meanwhile, there were people who were overjoyed for their idol. "Oh my god, Ian's rank rose so much, he actually made it into the top 7, he is truly the dark horse of the show." Just like that, people were both happy and sad during the results announcement. After learning his rank, Suk-han's face showed clear anxiety. "Damn it, it is no wonder, I have always felt like I was just getting lucky with these rankings. I always thought I was just lucky with these rankings, but right now, I am in 5th place. Meaning I am still a very strong candidate to debut since I am in the top 7. But in the end, there is always a possibility I will be eliminated." After almost not making it by placing 8th last time, when many other audition shows like this were broadcast. But despite all those opportunities, I chose not to keep trying to become an idol anymore. Oh no, wait, while he was immersed in thought, a call from somewhere suddenly rushed back into his mind. Sehen. The image of Seo Jun appeared, along with a serious reminder, "Sehen, it is not too late to consider going back to university. Perhaps more accurately, I could not try one more time." Before Sehen returned to the past, after being eliminated in the final round. As the thought finished, Suk-han spoke out loud, "I know you put everything into this, and I have already tried with 3 different companies. Now that I understand this industry better, because you were once in it yourself, I can't say that I want you to continue following this path anymore. You can still pursue your passion for dancing in other ways, even if it does not involve becoming an idol. I have not said anything until now because I knew you would not listen. But I think it is time you considered moving on, maybe you should start preparing for the SATs." After hearing what he said for a while, Suk-han just wondered, "Do you have to be so rational right now? We are family, can't you just keep supporting me?" Seeing him like that, Seo Jun felt a bit helpless. "Seo-han." Standing up abruptly, Suk-han shouted, "You are my brother, why are you the one telling me to give up on my dream? Even our parents do not nag me about continuing to practice. Just because you studied at a good school and now have a stable career, does that give you the right to control my life? I know this is a very hard dream to pursue, but it is still my choice. You have seen how hard I have tried all these years. So how can you tell me to give up like it is no big deal?" As soon as he finished, Seo Jun asked, "Do you really not understand? Just look at the expression on your face right now. How can I encourage you to keep going down this path when it is clearly tearing you apart from the inside?" At this moment Suk-han was indeed crying piteously. Taking the opportunity, Seo Jun continued, "It is not that I do not appreciate your passion, I really admire your determination in giving everything to your dream. But the reason it is so hard is because you see it as the only path. I never said you had to give up your dream, you said becoming an idol was something you wanted to try while you were young. But have you ever thought about all the other things you are missing out on?" Suk-han sadly questioned, "Almost my whole life I have been a trainee, so what else do you expect me to do now?" A second later he asserted loudly, "I know my abilities better than anyone, do not waste your breath, I am not giving up." After remembering the entire conversation with his brother, Suk-han became pensive again. It was not until much later that I understood what he said to me. At that time Seo Jun still held on to his viewpoint. "That is why I forced you to consider other options. I did not want you to believe that this was the only thing you were born to do." After he saw me break down in the interview following my elimination in the final round, he decided to talk to me about it. Seo Jun's steady voice was trying to advise his younger brother, "Try exploring things other than singing and dancing. Once you have more real experience, pursue what you truly want most. And you should think about going back to school, I will help you with that." Remembering those words, Suk-han told himself, "Looking back, I think he saw through me. He saw that I had lost confidence in myself and was struggling to find my way. As I got older, I started to see things more clearly. Everything my brother said was the truth. But my 18-year-old self back then was not entirely wrong either. Even in the years I spent away from my dream, nothing made me happier than dancing and performing on stage. Maybe I should have tried a little harder. Thanks to my brother, who told me I was not a failure even if I did not debut. I was able to give it my all without holding anything back when I got a second chance. I realized that not winning this audition did not mean I had failed, and that there were still so many other things I could do with my life. So that is why I decided to pursue what I really wanted most. And to be able to enjoy every moment on stage, my brother can sometimes seem a bit annoying. But honestly, I want him to see me standing on stage more than anyone else. On the brightly lit stage. All the trainees were present, along with lively conversations. Wait, we have to do another pre-recording for the final round. Hey, how much have you practiced? I do not know. I am so worried I can't think of anything. While observing his surroundings, Siwoo asked curiously, "What are we doing here? What are we filming?" Se-hyun immediately replied, "I do not know. I think they mentioned something about a promotional video. Is that why we are here?" While the TV screen was still showing the prominent trainee Junseo, an announcement rang out, "Attention, all contestants. Please gather in the center of the stage." Hearing this, some trainees were filled with anxiety. What is going on? I am so worried. Suk-han's group was no exception. Everyone looked bewildered. Just then the lights suddenly went out, which gave Haim a bit of a start. The lights just went out. In a moment, a soft voice rang out in the quiet space. "I can't believe it, but you are almost at the final round. I can't believe it, but you are almost at the final round. I know how hard you have worked to get this far in this competition." As soon as he saw the person on the screen, Haim was suddenly embarrassed. "That is my older sister." The voice continued, "It has been a while, has not it?" This made Suk-han think, wow, so that is Haim's older sister. So that means she is Chako's sister. While he was lost in thought, Haim spoke up in shock. "I did not know they contacted my sister, but why does her voice sound so stiff? Like she is reading a script." With a somewhat stiff appearance, Haim's sister tried to cheer for her younger brother. "Just remember, I am always rooting for you, good luck." Watching that, Suk-han thought helplessly, you can tell she did not want to do this. She is only doing it because he is her brother. Even Haim burst out laughing at his sister's current state. She sounds like an AI bot talking. Seeing family members gradually appear to cheer for the trainees, Suk-han evaluated in his mind. This must be the episode where all the contestants receive video messages from their families. "Junzo, I know this journey has not been easy, but like we always tell you." As soon as he saw his parents, Junseo was overjoyed. "Mom and Dad, do not worry too much and try to enjoy the process." The parents immediately smiled and replied, "We are always rooting for you, honey." This made Junseo very touched. "Okay, I will do that. Wow, I did not expect this at all." Seeing Junseo's teary eyes, Suk-han, standing next to him, wondered he is about to cry, is not he? A video message from your family, who would not get teary-eyed in this situation. As the thought finished he asked, "You okay, Junseo?" Before Junseo could finish his sentence, thoughts rushed back into his mind. "Now that I think about it, I have not seen my parents in a long time. I almost forgot that they sent a video too." Immediately, a soft call rang out, "Seo-han." This made Suk-han curious. Is it my parents next? However, contrary to what he predicted, the person who appeared on the screen was Seo-jun, that is my brother. As soon as he saw that, Harim said, "Wait, is that your older brother?" Jun Seo could not help but exclaim a bit, "He is really handsome." Even Suk-han was surprised to see his brother there, Seo-jun. What on earth, this is such a mood killer. I mean, why is he the one in the video? Seeing his bewildered face, Haim, standing next to him, found it incredibly amusing instead. Watching other people's siblings appear is even more fun. Se-hyun and Ian immediately chimed in, "Is that your brother? He really looks like an actor, and he looks a lot older than you." Haim also wondered, "I think I remember you mentioning something about an older brother before." Suk-han said softly, "Yes, he is my older brother. He is 10 years older than me." At his words, everyone was shocked. "Wait, 10 years, what is with you? Why do you look so dazed?" Suk-han did not answer their questions. He just silently immersed himself in his own thoughts. Why was the person sending the video my brother and not my parents? There is no way he would say anything negative. I mean, he is on a broadcasted show after all. Immediately, countless past pieces of advice from Seo-jun echoed in Suk-han's mind. You should give up on this foolish dream and start thinking seriously about going to university. Remembering this, Suk-han tried to reassure himself. He would not say something like that. That would be a total disaster. A producer working in the industry would not make such an amateur mistake, right? But why did he agree to do this? Please, Seo-jun, do not say anything embarrassing. Seo-jun slowly began to speak. A second later he said, "That was the first time I saw you truly dance and sing properly on stage. I saw a new side of you. You impressed me." Hearing these words, Se-hyun's group commented, "Seriously, that is such a typical older brother comment. Do not you think he is handsome?" While everyone was still buzzing, Suk-han listened intently to his brother's heartfelt words. "Honestly, if you had been eliminated early, I was planning to advise you to go back to school and focus on university. But now, I think you truly have what it takes to be an idol." As soon as he heard this, Suk-han bowed his head and told himself, it is just a little recognition from him, but suddenly I feel like this. This made the two people next to him extremely worried. Seohan, are you crying? Is our youngest finally crying for the first time? Sukhan stammered in response, I am not crying. I am just a bit embarrassed, seriously, I swear I am not crying. After finishing his sentence, he thought of his beloved brother again. He actually watched my performance. He has always been the role model of maturity in my life, and his advice really helped me a lot in the past. But hearing those words, I feel like the person who did not give up and kept going down this path finally received some recognition. It is like maybe I really do have the potential to make it. While Sukhan's group was happily chatting, countless comments erupted upon seeing these videos. Oh my god, so Chako's real name is Chako Seo. I am truly shocked. Did everyone see Seohan's brother? Why is not he the one debuting? They look so much alike. He is like a more mature, refined version of Seohan. With that face, he could totally compete in SDP with his brother. By the way, have they confirmed all 12 trainees who made it through? At this moment, Si-woo's face suddenly turned cold and expressionless. After speaking his heart, Seo-jun also said goodbye to his dear brother. Good luck, Seohan. As soon as those words finished, the MC's voice rang out. So that is all of them, all the surprise and heartfelt messages from the contestants' families. Immediately, the comment section exploded with curiosity. Sukhan's thoughts quickly surfaced. Finally, the practice for the final stage has begun. Over the past few months, all 34 trainees have worked tirelessly toward a single goal. But like any survival show, one moment my friends were here, and the next they were gone. Now there are only 12 contestants left. From here, 5 people will be eliminated, and only 7 will debut. Holding the instruction sheet, the teacher asked, so you guys are the odd-numbered team, right? The trainees immediately replied, yes teacher. Hearing that, the instructor reminded them, figures, this live stage will be a real challenge for both teams. This seemed to be something Sukhan had already calculated in his mind, including the bonus points from the concept evaluation. Our rankings have been finalized. And we were split into odd and even teams. And so Seohan me, I'm Seo, Songbin Cha, Han Choi, Shu Kong, and Dojiang Lee, the 6 of us are on the same team. As for Dojiang, ever since I told his journalist sister that he was dating multiple girls at once, he has been keeping his head down. But honestly, he is still like a ticking time bomb. The instructor spoke seriously, so we are performing this song for you to see. It is definitely not an easy one. It is one of those songs that is nearly impossible to perfect in such a short time. None of you can cut corners on the choreography, otherwise, if even one person is out of sync, it will show immediately. Man, it is really unlucky that you guys lost at rock paper scissors. I do not know how you are going to manage. As soon as he heard this, Sukhan's thoughts flared up again. The moment we saw the demo clip, everyone knew they had to avoid being assigned this song at all costs. Jun Seo and Sung Bin quickly faced off in the first round, rock paper scissors. Immediately, the confrontation had a result. As expected, Sukhan's team sank into a gloomy, dejected atmosphere, and it really was unlucky. We ended up with the exact song that no one wanted. The instructor asked, so have you decided on a center yet? Sukhan's team quickly replied, not yet. Following this, the instructor made a suggestion. Songbin or Dojiang are the only 2 choices for the center position. They are the only ones who can truly pull off the sexy concept. Si-woo also spoke seriously, since this is our final stage, we have to make it perfect. The center should be Songbin or Dojiang. Listening to Si-woo, Sukhan told himself, they fit the vibe of this concept best, and everyone on the team agreed. Suddenly, a reminder rang out, Dojiang, come up here and try the killing part. Dojiang immediately obeyed, okay. He immediately performed his talent. These chains cannot be broken. I will keep struggling until I escape from you. After watching for a bit, the instructor continued calling the next person, Songbin, it is your turn. A second later, Songbin seriously performed the test. These chains cannot be broken. I will keep struggling until I escape from you. After observing for a while, the instructor said, this situation is not great, both of you. Neither of you met the mark. Something is missing. You two have never smelled a truly bold perfume, have you? It has to feel like when you inhale it, it is almost overwhelming, like you can almost taste the thick, intense scent of perfume from someone's wrist. The instructor demonstrated for them as he spoke. As soon as he heard someone exclaim, the instructor angrily questioned, who just said yuck, come up here right now, stand in the center. Haim spoke up shyly, sorry, teacher. After evaluating for a while, the instructor reminded them, anyway, neither of you has that strong aura, find out what you are lacking before the next lesson, either work harder. Or choose someone else to try again. Sukhan walked out of the small room. It was his group's practice room. Stretching after a long session of hard practice, Sukhan thought to himself, I guess I will have to step in and help both of them with the center choreography. Looking up at the clock, he felt a bit gloomy. How unlucky, why does the number 4 keep showing up? I will warm up some milk in the break room before going to bed. Not far from Sukhan, a voice was talking to Si-woo. Shu, the vice president is waiting for you in the car. Si-woo replied coldly, I thought I told you already. I am not getting into that car, not now, not ever. Seeing Si-woo talking to the person in front of him, Sukhan was taken aback. Shu. Meanwhile, Si-woo was still lecturing the person in front of him, and yet you actually came here. I should have guessed it when he called like that. At this, the person opposite just asked curiously, why did not you answer the phone? The vice president had to come here personally because you kept dodging his calls. If you keep him waiting any longer, he will only get angrier. Si-woo gave a cold laugh and replied, so he came here just to scold me. What is he mad at me for this time? The assistant said helplessly, well, he does not need a reason because. In another place, as soon as the black car stopped, the car door opened. A figure slowly stepped out with an elegant demeanor. Wearing sleek, polished black shoes. As soon as he appeared, a stern voice rang out, I am here because. I want to stop my son from ruining his life. Humph, he is still just a child, and yet you could not even bring him to my car. Seeing the director, the staff member stammered, not knowing how to answer. Si-woo, standing to the side, called out awkwardly, Father. Before Si-woo could finish, his father spoke up, I have told you, please do not call me that in public. Just get in the car, I need to talk to you, and I won't do it here. How long are you going to keep acting like a child? I can't keep coming here myself forever. Do you know how late it is? After listening to him for a bit, Si-woo firmly refused, I am not getting in your car. If you have something to say it here. The private matter you suddenly came looking for me to talk about, I know what it is. You are just going to tell me to quit the audition. Seeing his son disobey him, the father glared at Si-woo with angry eyes and growled his name. Shu. If you are so smart, then tell me, why did you choose to become a celebrity of all things? While they were talking, Sukhan, standing to the side, overheard everything and could not help but think. In shock, he is. Shu's father, the vice president of Tae-lin Group. Si-woo's father spoke loudly, I raised you and put you through school, provided for you, paid for your education, and even said it was fine if you spent all day partying and drinking. I really do not understand what is going through your head. Do you know how many other people would do anything to be in your position, and yet you choose to do something that leads nowhere? Why did you choose to do something so pointless? Si-woo's eyes showed a clear coldness combined with determination, Father. A second later, he answered firmly, you are not saying those things because you are worried about me, you are only worried about your own image. Therefore, your so-called support for me means nothing. You never cared about me or my life. You left, and only after seeing me on TV did you pretend to care about my dream. Anyway, I want to pursue music, my dream is to debut. I am too tired of the feeling of living as if I am invisible. Hearing this, the father shouted angrily, you insolent brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Watching the situation intently from a distance, Sukhan thought to himself, this situation is no different from a long-running TV drama. The more I eavesdrop, the more I feel like I am hearing something I should not, but I do not know when I can sneak back in at the right time. Clenching his fists, Si-woo continued, just say that you will go back to pretending I do not exist. I promise I will never mention the family business again. At his words, the father suddenly gave a cold laugh, then followed up with continuous insults, you and your mother happily spend every penny I give you, and now you say you can't give up just one tiny dream. Please, you are both ungrateful and disrespectful. You understand nothing about how a businessman thinks. Is this about money? Is the money I give you still not enough? Or are you being stubborn just to extort more money from me? There is nothing about you that deserves being my son. Si-woo looked down at the ground and replied sadly, I am sincerely grateful for everything you have done for me, I will never forget it, and I swear I will pay it all back myself. Hearing this, the father frowned and questioned, you always have to have the last word, do not you? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you forget who I am? As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped Si-woo directly across the face. Si-woo did not fight back, his mind only filled with thoughts, I know exactly who you are. Deep down, I always thought this would happen sooner or later, ever since I decided to ignore your calls. But he is still an adult, I should not have said such harsh things. I know I have to cut ties with him right here. While he was lost in thought, his father was still scowling and throwing out insults, go on, say it again, and what is with that look in your eyes? Do you still not understand? You are nothing. As he spoke, he moved to hit Si-woo again. Si-woo closed his eyes, bracing for the blow. The father's hand was raised, ready to strike. However, before he could act, his hand stopped, then trembled slightly. It was Suk-han. Holding the man's hand firmly, he greeted him politely, "Hello, Mr. Kong No, Vice President Kong." Seeing him, Si-woo's father asked, "Who are you?" Si-woo also quickly chimed in, "Seo-han, when did you get here?" Suk-han said calmly, "Actually, I'm glad you asked, because the timing of my appearance here is about to become very important. I really do not want to interfere in someone else's family business, especially when things are this complicated." Hearing his words, Si-woo felt uneasy. "Seo-han." Si-woo's father's staff member also reminded him, "Let go of the vice president first and then we can talk." Suk-han ignored them, still holding the father's hand, and spoke up, "But honestly, he is your son. Should not he be the last person you take out your violence on?" After listening for a bit, Si-woo's father asked, "Who are you? Why are you interfering? This is a private matter between me and my son." Immediately he ordered, "Drag this kid out of here right now, and make sure he stays quiet about everything." The staff member immediately obeyed, understood. However, before they could do anything to him, Suk-han quickly spoke up, "No need. You see, I just recorded the whole thing, and I have already drafted an email to send to a reporter friend of mine. All I have to do is hit send. If you do as we ask, I will delete the video from my phone right now." This made Si-woo incredibly shocked, and even his father was no exception, asking seriously, "By the way, I guess you are one of the contestants in this audition show, right? Fine, name your price." Contrary to his expectations, Suk-han flatly refused, "I do not want your money, but there is one thing you can do for me. Stop interfering with Shu's debut, and stop pressuring the TV station to cut him from the show." After listening for a while, Si-woo's father smiled and said, "So your name is Seo-han, right? Tell me. Do you really think that little threat can scare me? Blocking a news article from being published is as easy as turning over my hand for me. Therefore, I won't stop. Shu will never debut, and I won't allow him to continue appearing on that show." Seeing his attitude, Suk-han replied firmly, "You really are tough, are not you? What a pity. I only asked you to leave him alone. Well, it seems you have left me no other choice." As soon as he finished, he sent the email. The phone quickly notified, "Email sent successfully." In the current situation, both Si-woo and his father were left jaw-dropped in shock. "Wait, Seo-han, did you really just?" Si-woo's father shouted angrily, "Why did you actually send it, you insolent brat? Why did you actually send that?" Contrary to his anger, Suk-han just calmly shrugged innocently. Si-woo's father hurriedly turned to his assistant and urged, "Handle this immediately." The assistant replied seriously, "Yes sir, I am calling the office right now." While he was frantic about the matter, Suk-han remained composed, reminding him, "You would better hurry if you want to stop that exclusive article about you from being posted on Yun." Hearing this, Si-woo's father felt even more annoyed. "That is enough, young man." Just then, a security guard suddenly walked over from somewhere. "Who is out there?" Seeing this, Suk-han said immediately, "You know, you probably woke up the whole building by shouting at me like that. Unless you plan on bribing everyone, it would not be good for anyone to see us here together. You would better leave right now." Si-woo's father seemed somewhat intimidated by his words. However, he could not do anything but hurl a few insults before leaving. "You little brat." The guard quickly approached to investigate. "Who is there? Are you trainees from the dorm?" Before leaving, Si-woo's father did not forget to mention a few things. "Shu, this conversation is not over. Remember to answer your father's call next time." Si-woo did not answer. His face remained calm as if he had not heard anything. At this moment, Suk-han suddenly spoke up. "No matter how he performs in this audition, you should still wish him luck. Because that is what family should do." As soon as his sentence finished, the guard came up to remind them, "You guys, it is too late to be making noise in the lobby. Go back to the dorm." Suk-han obediently followed immediately. "Yes sir, sorry for making noise." After only the two of them were left, Suk-han gently turned to apologize to Si-woo. "Shu, sorry, I did not mean to eavesdrop like that." He replied calmly, "Actually, there is no need to apologize. I feel ashamed that you had to witness all of that." Hearing this, Suk-han felt a bit doubtful. "There is no need to be ashamed, it was not your fault. At first, I intended to stay out of it because it was between you and your father. But the more I listened, the more I saw that he was not acting like a father to you at all. So I stepped in to stand up for you, but was that wrong? Maybe I misunderstood the situation." Si-woo smiled and replied, "No, you were not wrong. What happens between me and my father, even strangers would not treat each other that badly." As Si-woo got to this point, Suk-han immediately interrupted, "It seems you have realized that too." Entering the elevator, Si-woo asked, "So what about that email, did you really send it?" Suk-han smiled in agreement, "Yeah, I sent it to Ms. Lee." Do you remember Du Yun Lee, right, the reporter we met last time? She already knows your secret. Indeed, just as he said, Du Yun replied to Sukhan's message a second later. Sukhan continued, besides, she can't do anything anyway, since we have leverage over Du Jiang. Hearing this, Siwoo was a bit surprised. After a long while he finally replied, yeah, I guess so. Because the atmosphere was too dull, Sukhan could not help but gently call out Shu. He had a few questions. After everything you have gone through to stand up to your father, if you do not debut, won't everything become meaningless? At his question, Siwoo was suddenly stunned and speechless. Seeing this, Sukhan spoke up to encourage him, so let us do our best until the very end. At this moment, the elevator doors opened. Stepping out, Siwoo replied with a smile on his face, all right. Before leaving, he also wished his friend good night, and Sukhan quickly replied, good night to you too. After being left alone, Sukhan suddenly stood pensive in front of the bedroom door. As he gently opened the door, he thought to himself, his father does not support him, just like my brother did not support me before, but there is still a huge difference between us because we come from completely different backgrounds. Facing my brother in the past helped me a bit, but that vice president was truly terrifying. I am glad I did not tremble as much as I thought I would. Thinking back, there is still one thing I do not understand: why does Dojiang hate Shu so much? As he spoke, Sukhan curled up on his beloved bed. Why is life so difficult sometimes? Everyone here is facing their own set of problems. But they are all still trying to move forward, putting everything they have into this competition. While he was feeling utterly helpless with his own thoughts, Ian was sleeping soundly in the dark. The next morning, the instructor asked curiously, have you chosen someone new for the killing part? Don't tell me you still have not decided. The other team has already made their choice, but here's the problem. Seeing Sukhan's group remain silent, the instructor continued his critique, I can't remember a single thing about your performance. What do you think will happen when you step onto the actual stage? It means the other teams will surpass you, and your rank will drop. Do you understand what I am saying? Everyone replied gloomily, yes sir. The instructor continued, while I was watching all of you just now, I think this choreography suits Shu best. Why do not you guys take some time to calm down and discuss it together? Hearing this, Sukhan was full of questions and thought to himself, so Shu is being pitted against Dojiang again. What will he do this time to stop Shu from getting that part? Luckily, we have his sister on our side, so hopefully he won't go too far this time. While he was lost in thought, Dojiang suddenly looked at him and called out, Seohan. Do you have a minute to talk? Sukhan swallowed hard and thought to himself, if it is for you, I do not have one. As soon as they stepped outside, Dojiang spoke first, I think we can go to the small men's restroom to talk, since there are quite a few memories there. Sukhan immediately declined. I will pass. Hearing that, Dojiang calmly said, I knew you would say that, so let us go somewhere else then. There is no need to look so tense, I swear it is nothing serious. Sukhan did not pay any attention to that and replied seriously, I think I will be the judge of that after I hear what you have to say. Dojiang said, you are really hard to get close to. It makes me a bit sad since you are so friendly with everyone else. The more he heard, the more bored Sukhan looked. Why should I be nice to a womanizer? This made Dojiang feel helpless and extremely annoyed. Alright, do not say it so loud. Anyway, it has been a long time since we have talked privately, just the two of us. Hearing this, Sukhan felt confused. Why are you suddenly acting so close? Dojiang replied. Well, my sister suggested that I should treat you well, considering you have a golden intuition when it comes to digging up shocking news. Anyway, let me get straight to the point. At this point, Dojiang stepped closer and whispered into Sukhan's ear, I need to ask you for a favor. As soon as those words were out, Sukhan's expression quickly changed. It was a look of helpless bewilderment and a clear lack of desire to help. Dojiang pressed the button to lock the door. A second later, Sukhan asked with a pale face, I will help you however you want, but can you say it after giving me some space? And let me make it clear, if this is to tell me not to consider Shu for a certain position, I won't agree. Hearing this, Dojiang gave a frustrated forced smile and replied, I have not even said anything yet. By the way Seohan, I want to ask you something. You know about Kevin, right? To his question, Sukhan did not answer immediately, only questioning back, who told you I knew, was it your sister? As soon as he said that, Sukhan wondered to himself. Or is it just that family gene of not being able to keep a secret? Dojiang spoke leisurely, no, it was not my sister, let us just say I have a hunch. You know, the day the article about Kevin was published, while everyone else was panicking, you were the only one who looked completely unfazed. That is when I realized. Once again, you know something that we do not. So here's the thing, I hope you will share your thoughts on something, because it seems like you have a sixth sense about these matters. Do you think you could hear me out? The more he heard, the more suspicious Sukhan felt. Wait, did not he also say I have good intuition? As soon as he finished that thought, he quickly spoke up, are you thinking about quitting? Dojiang replied, I do not like the way you put that, it sounds like I am a quitter. I would rather you say I am being smart and looking for a more certain debut opportunity. In the current situation, Sukhan suddenly fell into contemplation. I do not understand. In my past life, Dojiang made it into the final debut lineup. Maybe Shu's messy private life is not ideal for someone about to debut, but I was not planning on exposing him this early. But besides that, should he really share such an important matter with me? While he was lost in thought, Dojiang held out his phone and suggested, I need your opinion on this offer I received from them. They said I could join a group that is already confirmed for debut. Don't you think that is a better option than me jumping back and forth between 6th and 7th place? The more he heard, the more confused Sukhan felt. He is doing this because he is worried about whether he will debut or not. Immediately, he judged helplessly. To be honest, I do not know what to say. Sukhan's thoughts quickly surfaced. I understand why he is considering the offer. HDN is a pretty big entertainment company. Wait, does that mean I can take this ticking time bomb with all his girlfriend drama and let him join another boy band depending on my answer? Finishing his thought, Sukhan said firmly, it is not a bad offer, but whether to accept it or not is your choice. I heard HDN's new group is all rookie trainees, it is worth keeping an eye on. Sukhan thought to himself, that is the truth. The debut group Dojiang is talking about is probably the boy band Fly B. They are expected to debut around the same time as Stardust. At his previous words, Dojiang seemed to realize something. See, I knew you had some info. Or are you just saying that because it means one less rival for you? Sukhan replied helplessly, you were the one who asked for my opinion. Dojiang smiled and countered, I did not mean it in a bad way. Before leaving, Sukhan could not help but add a few more things anyway. I think I will just say this straight out. If we end up debuting in the same group, I'm going to demand that you end things with all the people you are involved with. At his words, Dojiang froze for a few seconds. A second later, he burst out laughing and asked, is that a threat? That is cute, but I'm not giving up because of something like that. Sukhan did not care about those things and only asked one thing. Are you finished saying what you needed to say? Dojiang quickly replied, one more thing, are not you curious at all about how I found out Shu's secret? At this question, Sukhan was suddenly speechless, not knowing how to answer. A second later he asked, if I say yes, will you actually tell me? Or are you just keeping it as a bargaining chip to make sure you get the killing part? Forget it, you do not have to answer. Seeing Sukhan like that, Dojiang could not help but feel a bit disappointed. What, at least pretend to care a little. Sukhan replied coldly, to be honest, you are not the only one. Who can tell me how everything happened? Dojiang suddenly gave a cold laugh at those words. A second later, he evaluated Sukhan's action of slamming the door shut. It looks like I really pissed him off big time. Under the starry night sky, the MC's voice rang out softly, we have come a long way to this moment. This is the final round of Project Stardust, where the future of these young men will be decided. To choose the top 7 who will remain on the spacecraft. The final survival battle will consist of 2 teams, each with 6 contestants, performing to prove their skills as artists. Now it is time to announce the first mission song for the final stage. The first mission song, Tied to You. It features dynamic choreography and a rhythmic chorus. After seeing the choreography on the big screen, Dojiang was a bit curious. Did we really look like that during practice? DeWon announced loudly, the contestants for this song are Shu Kong, Seo Han Du, Songbin Cha, Han Choi, Dojiang Lee, and Ha Mco. As soon as he heard this, Songbin turned to cheer for Si Woo, we can do this. While they were talking, DeWon continued, the second mission song, Drawn to You. It features a retro style with vibrant and catchy choreography. Both songs have their own killing parts that create distinct colors. Jun Seo could not help but feel confident about this part. We have got this part in the bag. His trainee friend standing next to him immediately replied with a smile, let us do it. And finally, let us see who was assigned the killing part for Tied to You, while watching the practice clip and mission song teaser. All 6 members gathered to decide who would get the killing part. Seeing his team like this, Haim said boredly, everyone looks so scary. Since this is our final stage, everyone wants the killing part for themselves. Moo Hyun suddenly said, I remember Choi nominated Shu for that part, so maybe he should get it. Dojiang replied calmly, but I want to do it too. At Ha-im's spot, he was speaking up loudly, since Seo Han Dojiang and Shu were tied last time, how about we vote again to see who gets the most votes? everyone can vote for themselves. In the current situation, Siwoo did not know how to act. Only when the votes were decided did he look up in bewilderment. Shu 3, Seohan 2, Dojiang 1. The winner is Shu Kong. After knowing he was chosen, Siwoo bowed politely and thanked everyone. Thanks everyone. Actually, I was thinking, can I do a dance duet with Seohan? As soon as he heard this, Sukhan looked visibly surprised. What, are you sure, you really want me as your partner? Siwoo said calmly, you practice the same way every day. It is not like you are not good enough already. I need you to dance with me, please. As he spoke, Siwoo bowed to Sukhan earnestly, which made him feel very embarrassed. Oh my god, of course I will do it. You do not need to beg. While they were talking, Harim standing further away interrupted. Shu has the perfect vibe for the song, but Seohan can really pull off the choreography. So it is decided. Now that we have finalized our parts, let us start practicing. Get up everyone. Seeing Sukhan's group liking him so much, Dojiang just watched coldly from a distance without saying a word. Thousands of comments quickly erupted on social media. In the past 3 months, all the boys have worked non-stop, each growing in their own way, giving their all at every step. All the moments of everyone practicing were shown. Now is the time for the final stage to decide their debut. A second later, the MC quickly reminded, when the live performance begins, you can send your votes via text. Only these live votes will count toward the final result. Just text the name and number of the trainee you support to 18. Remember, each phone number only has 1 vote, so make it count. Now if everyone is ready. The team performing tied to you is about to take the stage. The stage lights were dim and ethereal. 2 figures in somewhat strange outfits appeared first. As soon as they saw them, the audience spoke up, look at Shu and Seohan. Sukhan, who opened the performance, softly spoke the words, can't you hold yourself back? As soon as he finished the sentence, he held out his hand toward Siwoo, creating a mysterious red-hued scene. Seeing that, countless audience members felt extremely excited. Immediately, Sukhan and Siwoo performed together. Too late to run, I am already tied to you. These chains won't break, but I will find a sharp blade. And tear through to escape with everything I have. Beg for anything you want from me, I will swallow every cry like a black hole. Going back to the past, Haim spoke helplessly. They said the dance duet is missing something, like it lacks a wow factor. I mean, not everyone is born with such a naturally sexy vibe. What should we do now? After listening to Haim's complaining for a while, Siwoo replied, one member's killing part stands out, but overall they think the choreography is only okay. This was the evaluation written by the other team after closely watching this team's performance. Shu Kong, this feedback is not great, but it is not bad either. Sukhan also quickly interjected, if they say it is only okay, then something is definitely missing. We have performed enough to know what this kind of feedback really means. True, we might have the most popular contestants on our team, but we can't just be satisfied with a fairly okay performance on stage. We have to enchant the audience, that is the only way to get votes, Sukhan said in a determined tone. Sungbin could not help but agree, I know, but exactly how do we come up with something to make our performance stand out? Seeing everyone also feeling helpless in the ideas department, Sukhan asked seriously, you guys trust me, right? Seeing him like this, Sungbin felt that something extraordinary was about to happen. Even Ha-im was full of curiosity, why does that sound so familiar? With that look too. Seohan has that determined look on his face again, just like when he wanted to do the sexy concept. A second later, Sukhan acted like a professor, carefully analyzing every detail. After thinking for a long time, I have decided we need a prop, specifically a ribbon. Hearing this, Ha-im was shocked. Are you serious? You are only saying that because you still want to use a tie, right? Sungbin spoke up quickly, actually, I think it could work very well with our choreography. Siwoo could not help but agree, and the song title is tied to you as well, so it is very fitting. But if we add a prop to the performance, there is one disadvantage we have to consider. Just then, Dojiang suddenly interrupted, he is right. Another small thing is that the choreography will be much more complicated if we use a prop. After listening to them for a bit, Ha-im's jaw dropped in disbelief and said, I would not call that small. If we add something new now, we might not have enough time to practice. With a determined look, Sukhan said, do you really think we won't have enough time? We might still make it. I am just, mentioning it. It is fine, after all, this is our final stage. We just need to take the time to make everything perfect. Seeing him trying so hard to persuade him, Ha-im finally could only helplessly comply. Fine, whatever you say. After everything was settled, Sukhan fell back into his own thoughts. Alright, now that we have found the next step, the only remaining problem is. Can Shu do it? He has not been a trainee as long as we have. Siwoo suddenly asked in curiosity, using a ribbon. Sukhan replied, Shu, that is what I am thinking. As he spoke he thought to himself, it seems like he is still not quite at that level yet. Just then Siwoo suddenly said, I know what you are about to say, Seohan. Hearing him say that before he could even speak, Sukhan was a bit surprised. What? Siwoo replied seriously, say it. Just make me practice as much as you want. As he spoke he put on a pitiful look, which made Sukhan feel truly guilty. Wait, do not talk like that, the other guys might misunderstand. You know what time I go to bed, right? Remembering that conversation with Siwoo, Sukhan became pensive. It seems he was really serious back then. Debuting was his dream. Returning to the present, Siwoo was immersed in every word and lyric. These chains won't break. But I will find a sharp blade, and cut through everything with all I have. Watching him perform, the audience could not stop praising his handsome looks. After the opening, Sukhan's group finally appeared. Someone's hands were tied tightly with a ribbon. It was Sung Bin. While trying to untie it sexily with his mouth, he sang the line, Can't you hold me back, magnetic charm pulls me toward you. I am stuck in your trap. Watching Sung Bin perform, countless cheers erupted immediately after. The singing continued, I am standing in the darkness, accompanied by the action of gently holding the ribbon in his hand. Sung Bin used the ribbon to cover his own eyes. With a mysterious and romantic look, he continued his song, searching for the answer to the riddle you left for me. Don't brainwash me. Just like that, Sung Bin enjoyed his own stage. The music played continuously, push me away as much as you like. Push me away as much as you like. The more they watched them perform, the more the audience could not help but praise them. Songbin is so beautiful, who thought of this incredibly sexy choreography? They did amazing, this performance will definitely go 100% viral, please let all of them debut. Haim danced to the music in excitement, I will be patient, I will wait. Positive comments continued to explode. This gave everyone more motivation for their performance, I am standing in the darkness. Siwoo's eyes flickered with a vague, unclear emotion. He stared intently at his hand holding the ribbon. Then while following the choreography and enjoying the stage, searching for the answer to the riddle you left for me, do not brainwash me. Under Siwoo's sexy physique, female audience members naturally had tears in their eyes from the emotion. Shu, you are amazing, you completely owned the stage. That rap part was insane. The chorus rang out immediately after, tied to you, these chains won't break, these chains won't break, magnetic charm pulls me toward you. The more people watched Sukhan's group's performance, the more they praised them. Now I understand why he was chosen as center and to duet with Seohan. How could anyone not vote for him? Everyone in this group is perfect. A debate quickly broke out. Wait, if all 6 people in this team make the top 7, it means only one person from the other team survives. Do not say that, you will jinx it. No, seriously, think about it. This is the best they have ever looked, you have to admit that. Now it was Dojiang Lee's turn to perform. I am standing in the darkness. Slowly approaching, searching for you, always close, always by your side. But never escaping from you, you hold me back, tighter and tighter. Tied to you. In another place, with a somewhat suspicious tone, a female colleague spoke up, so, you are watching the final round. I thought you swore you would never tell anyone, but I saw the video message you sent. Was that your plan from the beginning, to keep everyone quiet until you got on air? Seo Jun took off his glasses and replied calmly, of course not. MS. Kong, if you are sitting here talking to me, I assume the proposal for the new show is finished. MS. Kong smiled and said immediately, to be honest, when everyone is talking about you appearing on the live broadcast, can you really blame me for being distracted? The comments section has exploded with people saying you should debut. So what are you going to do now? As soon as she finished, she thought to herself, he might be handsome, but his overly disciplined personality ruins it all. Thinking that, MS. Kong continued with a few more sentences. I mean, if people find out you are actually a producer, they might say your brother used connections. The more he heard, the more confused Seo Jun felt. But why is it a problem when we have done nothing wrong? By the way, I will be the one leading SBC's new idol audition show, Boy's Dream. At these words, MS. Kong was incredibly shocked, shouting as if struck by lightning, what? Back with Sukhan, as soon as their group finished performing, the MC immediately spoke up, and that was tied to you. To vote for your favorite trainee, please text their name to number 18 during this live broadcast. We are about to announce the current rankings for the final round. Seeing the 9 rankings about to be revealed, the audience was extremely excited, with thousands of comments erupting. OMG, I am not ready for this. I heard Seohan came up with the choreography for this song. He is so cute and soft. yet a dance genius. K-pop's future is looking bright. No, I do not see Shu's name up there, but why? He performed so amazingly today. They barely gave him any screen time, so I kept forgetting. But after today's performance, I am definitely voting for him to be in the top 7. He must debut. That fierce gaze totally won me over. As the names gradually appeared, the audience became even more curious. I know these are just the current rankings, but I am so nervous. Who is in first place? Please, my bias has to be there. Finally, only the first and second ranks remained unannounced. Ultimately, the 2 names in the top 9 were none other than Sukhan and Sungbin, making the chat even more heated. OMG, this is so tense. Should we accept that our bias won't make the top 7? If we do not see their name now. Don't lose hope yet. These survival shows always have a big twist in the final round rankings. Right now, it seems the top 7 won't change anytime soon. Alright, these are the people I think will make the top 7. Standing in the center of the stage, Dawon calmly hosted the show. We have reached the final performance of the grand finale. Get ready, because Drawn to You starts right now. Immediately, Jun Seo's team appeared in a brilliant glow. They quickly danced to the vibrant beats, stepping forward, performing that jump, coming closer. Dynamite hunters, breakers of all limits. As Se-hyun's part was shown, the comment section became lively. Seo-hyun in those bandanas is seriously too much. My heart skips a beat every time. Seo Hyun-jin is doing this well for his first time. I am totally drawn to him. The boy next door vibe is just top tier. The singing continued. I am drawn to you, oh, I am drawn to you again. I have never had this feeling before. Just then, everyone suddenly noticed Ian's clothes. Wait, is Ian wearing a mesh shirt? This left everyone incredibly shocked, and in an instant, the chat was flooded with praise. This is definitely the best concept they have done so far. Everyone looks so good. Please release an album with them dressed like this singing this song. The chorus saying "You pull me closer" is so catchy. SDP definitely has much better production value than other survival shows. I even heard the trainees actually came up with their own outfit ideas. SDP definitely has much better production value than other survival shows. I heard the trainees actually came up with their own outfit ideas. It makes sense. Especially since they even adjusted their own choreography. That is exactly the kind of dedication expected from trainees about to debut. Se-hyun sang confidently, I will stay in your heart until then, so my heart can be pulled toward you. This made the audience even more excited. I wish this performance would never end. This whole performance is such a visual feast, one handsome guy after another. Through just one performance, the stage atmosphere was hotter than ever, with countless cheers echoing. Dawon held the result sheet in her hand and announced loudly, and so the Drawn to You performance has ended. Voting is officially closed. We have received 9,823,192 votes from 184 countries worldwide. It is time to announce the final 7 contestants. Those who will earn their place on the spacecraft. Starting from 6th place. The first debut member of Stardust, hearing that the results were about to be announced, Harim prayed fervently for himself. The entire studio atmosphere seemed to settle into a hush. Ian was also extremely nervous, his eyes clearly showing it. Dawon's voice quickly rang out, with a total of 632,189 votes. It is Ian. As soon as he heard his name, Ian was completely dazed. Meanwhile, Dawon continued, as the charts have shown until now, Ian is a trainee whose popularity has steadily increased. Congratulations on winning a spot in the debut lineup. Hugging his friend, Sukhan congratulated him warmly. Ian, congratulations. I am so happy for you, you totally deserve this. Be careful though, do not lean too hard on my shoulder or your makeup might smudge. Ian snuggled into his arms like a child. Softly replying thanks as soon as he spoke, Sukhan told himself, Ian is the one who made the top 7 in the end, and yet here I am. I feel like I am about to cry. As Ian moved up the stage, Dawon announced further, now, let us move to 5th place. With an impressive 672,189 votes, this trainee will debut thanks to the wonderful support from his fans. Please give a round of applause for Double Entertainment. Hearing this, Sukhan was filled with anxiety. Wait, Double, could it be me? Is this finally my moment? However, contrary to his expectations, the name Dawon called was Seo Hyun-jin. Immediately, countless rounds of applause rang out. Congratulations. Dawon continued the announcement, in 4th place, with a total of 752,303 votes. Congratulations, Harim Seo. As soon as he heard this, Haim jumped up for joy. Crying tears of joy, Haim was interviewed by the media. I am debuting. I can't believe this is actually happening, thank you. Seeing Harim like that, Sukhan clapped and smiled, thinking to himself, I should have known he would be sobbing, even though he was smiling brightly when he went up there. Indeed, as he thought, Harim ran over to hug Se-hyun in excitement. Dawon said, "Next, I will announce the person in third place, with a total of 832,013 votes." Hearing this, everyone buzzed with excitement. That is a huge jump in votes compared to fourth place. Please let it be me. In the current situation, Sukhan was as nervous as if hanging by a thread. Will my name be called this time? Honestly, I would rather be called for third place. Dawon added some drama. Another trainee from Double Entertainment. This made Sukhan even more expectant. Nevertheless, third place went to another name, Junseo Ha. Dawon spoke, "Congratulations, Junseo Ha." As soon as he heard this, Sukhan hugged his friend and shouted, "Junseo. Congratulations, oh man, I am so relieved." As soon as he said it, he told himself, he is someone I can truly be happy for.
Junseo replied happily, "Thanks, son.
I will be waiting for you up there." Sukhan immediately broke into a smile. On to the next announcement, and now. The moment you have all been waiting for. It is time to announce who takes first place. Upon hearing this, Sukhan turned to look at Sungbin, who was standing frozen like a stone statue. I am pretty sure Songbin just fainted while still standing. Dawon announced, the winner of first place is between Songbin Cha and Seohan Do. With an incredible total of 1,012,458 votes, this contestant has received unbelievable support from their fans. Hearing this, Sukhan was immersed in his own thoughts. I am in the race for first place, which means, this time, my debut is finally about to happen. In an instant, the comment section exploded repeatedly. Seohan has so many loyal fans, why would anyone doubt it? Seohan definitely has first place, his fanbase is too huge. Wait, so both of them debut since they are competing for first, right? OMG, congratulations to both visual kings, they totally deserve it. Dawon announced loudly, the first place winner will receive a cash prize of 20 million won, but that is not all. First place will also become the center for Stardust's debut song after they debut. The contestant who won first place received an incredible 1,012,458 votes, but before we officially crown the winner. Seeing her being a bit long-winded in announcing the results, the audience was naturally very nervous. OMG, just say it already, do not drag it out. I know it is a live broadcast, but I wish I could. Fast forward, this is pure torture. Even Haim could not help but feel frustrated. I thought you were about to announce the winner. Dawon quickly moved to the main topic. It is time to reveal the 7th place contestant, the final member to join Stardust. In the current situation, Sukhan felt a bit worried for everyone below. There are still those whose names have not been called, and there is only one spot left up there. Only one spot left. The other trainees also seemed full of anxiety in this situation. I am not ready for this. Seeing Dawon being hesitant, Junseo got a bit impatient. Come on, just say their name please. Hands were clenched tightly together. Si-woo's face did not show a single hint of emotion. Even Dojeong was the same, his gaze even exuding a bit of scary coldness. The comment section surged even longer. Everyone was waiting for the final person to be revealed. Sukhan could not help but think to himself, right now, the top candidates for the debut lineup are Dojeong, Han, and Shu. Honestly, given what I know about them, I would not be too excited if I had to debut with any of them. He is the best choice to be in a group with out of those three. While he was calculating the best fit, the 7th seat was finally announced. It is time to reveal who will take the final spot in the top 7. With a total of 603,928 votes, 7th place goes to
Shu Kang.
Congratulations, you are the last survivor to board the spacecraft. As soon as they heard that, the audience was utterly shocked. What, no way, is this really happening? OMG, Shu debuted, I can't believe it, I think I am gonna cry. I did not expect this, but I never lost faith, I knew he could do it. Look at his face, he looks truly shocked, even this angle of him is adorable, but honestly, I am just as surprised. In a flash, all his friends rushed toward Si-woo. They did not seem to notice the one who was eliminated, Dojeong, who stood pensive like a stone statue. Only Dojeong's fans noticed this. Wait, what, are you serious? Dojeong was eliminated. Wait, this can't be real, they need a recount. But seriously, I have seen Dojeong. If he is not the perfect idol, then who is? No way, this can't happen, please reopen the voting, I still believe in you, Dojeong. You will sign with another group and debut, just remember that. After announcing the 7th member, Dawon returned to the 1st and 2nd place contestants. Alright, no more delays, now is the time to announce the 1st place winner. These two have consistently been in the top rankings, swapping places throughout the competition. While she was talking, Sukhan and Sungbin stepped to the front of the stage. They looked at each other intently, waiting for the results to be spoken. First place soared to an incredible 1,012,458 votes, and the runner-up followed closely with 999,531 votes. Holding Sukhan's hand tightly, Sungbin said, "I can't stop shaking." Sukhan immediately comforted him, "It is okay, just take a deep breath." Dawon spoke loudly. "And now the contestant who takes first place receives the prize money, and will become the center for Stardust's debut song is Seo Han-do from Double Entertainment." As soon as she heard the name, Harim broke into a bright smile. Se-hyun also could not help but be happy about it. Seo-jun happily moved closer. Meanwhile, Ian also wore a satisfied smile. Even Sukhan could not believe what was happening. Everyone was coming forward to congratulate him. In his bewilderment, Sukhan immersed himself in his emotions. "I have dreamed of this moment for a long time. Stardust, the boy group I used to only see on screens or read about in news headlines. Now they are right in front of me, and I am a part of them." While Sukhan was deeply moved, Dawon's voice suddenly rang out, "Seohan, how does it feel to win first place?" "Sincere congratulations, Seohan. Please share your thoughts on being in the leading position." Holding the mic, Sukhan replied with satisfaction, "I can't thank everyone enough for this opportunity. I will work hard and will never let anyone down. I swear, I will also become an exemplary citizen." After Sukhan's thanks, Dawon spoke up again, "Congratulations once again, the 7 boys have made it." Hugging his friends, Sukhan thought to himself, "I am now part of a new family, and we will be together through all the good and difficult times ahead." Thinking of that, Sukhan felt even more emotional. Sniff, I did not know a human could be this happy. In another place, a voice cried out in shock, followed by the panic of Sukhan's family upon learning he won first place. "Dad, come home quick, Seohan just won first place." "Oh my god, that is my grandson, he is a star now. I am so proud of my nephew, he did it. Wow, he really won, that is wonderful." Sukhan's mother said happily, "How should we celebrate? Should we hang a huge banner in the neighborhood, hand out rice cakes, or throw a grand party, and what should the banner say? Like the pride and joy of Gigong neighborhood, or Stardust Project's #1 lovely boy. I always said my 2 sons were as handsome as movie actors since they were little." Seeing her like this, the grandmother spoke up, "This must have made your head spin too. Right, you have been cheering for your brother all along, have not you, Seo-jun?" Seo-jun immediately replied, "That is right, Grandma." While they were talking, Minju was also happily telling her friend, "I am Minju due from 3rd grade. Did you watch the final episode of Stardust Project?" Just then, Sukhan's father suddenly announced, "Honey, look who is home." Appearing from behind, Sukhan greeted them, "I am back." Upon hearing his voice, everyone simultaneously turned toward him. Seeing his house so full, Sukhan was also surprised. "Wow, I did not expect everyone to be here." Everyone approached him responding joyfully, "Of course we had to be here, we would not miss the chance to celebrate our nephew winning first place." "Wait, this means you are like a celebrity now. Wow, Seohan, can I get your autograph? I am so proud of you, my son. Seohan, my precious grandson." With a smile on her face, Sukhan's grandmother said happily, "Welcome home." As soon as he saw her, Sukhan quickly replied, "Grandma. I thought you would be asleep by now. Why are you still awake so late?" as he asked. He snuggled into his grandmother's arms, and she stroked his head, then replied calmly, "I could not sleep without seeing my grandson. You have been singing and dancing since you were a tiny boy, and now look at you, you have succeeded." Sukhan smiled happily and called out, "Grandma." His grandmother said softly, "I knew you would achieve your dream one day, no matter how long it took, I really knew it." While the two were hugging emotionally, Minju suddenly interrupted, "Seohan, I need your autograph." Hearing this, Sukhan stammered in response, "I want to, but I have not really decided on my signature yet." Hearing this, Minju suggested, "It is okay, we can think of one right now. I am going to need a whole bunch, I am selling them to my classmates." Hearing this, Sukhan's face turned pale in bewilderment. "What, you can't sell autographs like that?" Just then, a voice from afar suddenly rang out, "Seohan." A white sheet of paper was quickly placed on the table. Immediately, Seo-jun smiled and said, "I think you can write something for me, like your name for example." Hearing this, Sukhan was surprised and a bit annoyed, "Even you too? Seriously, you want me to write my name down? What is this? Is this how you ask for my autograph? Why do you want that?" The more Sukhan asked, the more Seo-jun felt puzzled. "Why are you asking so many questions? Just sign the paper I gave you, it is not like I am asking for your soul. If you must know, I am planning to sell it." At his brother's words, Sukhan could only comply, signing with annoyance while thinking to himself, "I knew he would say that." Then he spoke up, "Fine, but I might change my signature later." "Do not say I did not warn you when no one wants to buy it." Minju, on the other hand, did not care at all, saying happily, "I need a few more copies." In the current situation, Sukhan was moved, thinking to himself, they might be a bit awkward in the way they say it, but I know it is my family's way of saying they are proud and truly happy for me. Sitting here, surrounded by all of them, feels surreal because I did not realize that in my past, they had gathered here to watch the final episode too. Then he thought, perhaps back then I was too lost in my own thoughts to notice, as I thought my life was over. I spent so much time running away from everything. And all that time, my family was right there, cheering for me. Scene change, at a small meeting room with a smile on his face, the instructor spoke happily, long time no see everyone, congratulations on your official debut. I know you guys must be worried, but seriously, you can relax now. So everyone has signed their contracts, right? And for those who are minors, your parents or guardians have signed the consent forms too, right? Everyone immediately replied in unison, yes sir. As soon as he finished, Sukhan turned to look at Siwoo with a confused face. Wait, consent forms, how did Shu persuade his parents to agree to this? Seeing Sukhan looking at him like that, Siwoo immediately realized and whispered in his ear, it was not long ago that my birthday passed, so I am officially an adult now. Hearing this, Sukhan was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, really, are you a mind reader or something? After a while, the instructor continued, alright, first off, your group name is Stardust, reflecting the name of the audition program. Now let me introduce the team that will be managing you from now on. Immediately, Ji Shin was the first to greet them. Hello everyone, I am Ji Shin from the planning team. Seong Kim smiled and said, nice to meet everyone, I am Seong Kim from the ANR department. As for your manager, we are still looking for the perfect candidate for that position. Listening intently to their introductions, Ian clapped politely and said, nice to meet you guys. Seeing this, Haim sitting next to him remarked, oh man, everything is finally starting to sink in now. Ian naturally agreed, there will be a whole team actually working with us. Seeing the two of them talking, the instructor immediately reminded them, you two, be quiet for a bit. I have an important announcement to make. Jie, would you like to do the announcement? Jie Shin replied with sparkling eyes, of course, I would be happy to. I am very pleased to announce that we have decided on Stardust's debut concept. Hearing this, Jun Seo was a bit curious, but we can't see anything, the screen is all blurred out, Se Hyun sitting behind immediately guessed, it seems to be to avoid spoilers. Jie Shin strictly reminded them, this concept was developed even before the audition program started. Now please look at the materials in front of you. Sung Bin obediently followed, flipping through each page of the document in front of him. Meanwhile, Jie continued speaking, the audition program took outer space travel as its theme, so we decided to carry that over into the debut album concept. Do you remember what the trainees represented in the show? Siwoo stammered, I do not really remember, while Sukhan raised his hand and asked in curiosity, weren't we an alien species? Jie Shin quickly agreed bingo, which led Jun Seo sitting opposite to clap in praise, that is our winner for you, still remembers it. Jie Shin continued firmly, the 7 of you escaped when your home planet was destroyed, and your spacecraft made an emergency landing on Earth. And that is where you meet the person you love, and here's the twist, it is... Do you remember Noah's character concept? Hearing this, Se Hyun was curious, wasn't Noah an inventor? Jun Seo also wondered, the commander of the spacecraft. Jie Shin replied, exactly. The person who voted for Noah I mean they are the ones who discovered you and supported you until the very end. And finally, they sacrificed themselves by staying behind, giving up their spot on the spacecraft to save all of you. The central theme of the album is parallel universes. The idea is that you are searching for this Noah across different timelines and dimensions. After saying this, excitement showed clearly on her face as she asked, so, what does everyone think? Harim quickly responded, that sounds really romantic, whereas Se-hyun felt there was a bit of an issue. Wait, is not this basically aliens invading other planets? Seeing Jie Shin constantly radiating sparkling energy, Sukhan praised her for it, she is truly full of passion and energy. Is she new here, at this moment? Jie Shin was indeed speaking with eyes full of life, it is going to be amazing. The more Sukhan looked at her, the more he smiled to himself, but I can't complain. Stardust gained popularity thanks to the bold and over-the-top concepts we are known for. Furthermore, our debut album Wander topped the music charts, broke records, and became a massive hit. That same year, Stardust swept all the Rookie Awards. How long was it at #1 on the charts? Honestly, I can't believe I am actually going to be a part of this album. But sometimes it feels like this has always been my reality, while my past life feels like nothing more than a short dream. While he was lost in thought, everyone's conversation remained lively. This is not an invasion. The whole idea is a person traveling through the universe to find the one they love. If you put it that way, wow, could he act any less interested? Continuing Sukhan's thoughts, I was 25 then, working in a cafe, and then a truck hit. Thinking back, it is unbelievable. What if that life was actually the dream? And this life is the real one? Back then, Sukhan lay alone on the cold ground with a dazed face. It was as if he could let go of life with every passing moment. The more he remembered that image, the more confused Sukhan felt. Why does that accident still appear so clearly in my mind, as if it happened just yesterday? I still do not have any answers as to why I returned to this time. I know all I can do is pour my heart into every moment. While he was deep in thought, someone spoke up. The title track demo is ready. Want to hear a bit? Everyone quickly agreed. Really, it is done already immediately. Sukhan was pulled back from his thoughts. But right now, pouring myself into it makes me feel like. The music quickly started playing. Listening to the melody, everyone stared in stunned silence. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. The more Sukhan heard, the more shocked he was. What kind of disaster is this? This can't possibly be the melody for our debut song Wander. Jun Seo, breaking into a cold sweat, forced a smile and said, "This song is very intense," a comment Sukhan understood immediately, thinking to himself, that is putting it mildly. This is the wrong song. Does this mean everything is ruined? My Rookie of the Year award, our #1 trophy, and all the records we broke with our first album all gone. Contrary to their bewildered faces, someone seemed incredibly excited about it. Alright, that is enough for now. Take a short break. A phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, Sukhan felt suspicious. I wonder who that could be. There will be a day. Do I have a Sayseeing fan already? When you receive a mysterious call and you just feel like you have to pick up. Immediately, the person on the other end spoke. "Hello, Seohan." Hearing this voice, Sukhan thought to himself, I do not recognize this voice. It sounds like a guy around my age, as he thought. He asked politely, "Hello, who is this?" The other end did not answer. After a long while, they finally spoke. "Congratulations on your debut. You do not know how worried I was. You truly gave it your all, especially since this is your second chance. Thank you for your dedication." With eyes flashing a cold red, the voice continued to remind him, there is still a long road ahead, but anyway, let us meet and talk in person soon. My little rookie. As soon as he heard this, Sukhan seemed to realize an underlying storm was brewing. The shadow that had been silently watching him all this time had finally broken its silence. The intro appeared. Sukhan stood in the middle of a nebula and spoke, "I am swimming through the infinite starry sky. There is only light, and I can go to the very end. There is only light, and I can go to the very end. I fold the universe in half, chasing the moments that have passed. That person is you, always in my mind. I am swimming toward you in this space journey. I walk among the stars, keep moving forward, hoping I will reach you, the one I always miss." As soon as the words ended, Sukhan's eyes showed clear bewilderment. The person in front of him was gradually disappearing. Feeling the warmth, Sukhan thought to himself in a soulful way, "You are my entire universe. You are my shining galaxy." The moment the sentence finished, the intro immediately stopped. Having just watched the intro, the audience was flooded with mixed opinions. Go back to Earth. Enjoy it because it is all yours now. Okay, but why is this concept so perfect? I have goosebumps. This is the first Earth invasion and you have already invaded my heart. Seriously, this song is so fresh and sharp. I need to know who directed the visuals. Turning us into stands as soon as they landed. Truly a strategic genius. Seeing the positive comments, Se-hyun could not help but feel happy. OMG, did you guys see that? That part was truly fire. Even Jun Seo was surprised. Wait, why do I look so amazing too? Se-hyun asked in curiosity. Are you still allergic to being self-aware or what? After watching the intro, Sukhan only fell into his own thoughts. I am truly relieved. This teaser turned out much better than I thought, although it took a lot to get here. Especially with Wander, a song that, with its original beat, might never have been released to the world. It sounds completely different from the Wander I remember. Returning to the past, Sukhan had asked with a panicked face, "Are you sure? Did Billy Bingair really say this song is called Wander?" Sukhan then recalled the version of Wander from his past life. The version I remember had a clean and sharp beat, and it fit the main concept perfectly. Who knew? The original demo sounds like a weird retro experiment. Something is really wrong with this whole thing. In my past life, I am sure Songbin helped produce the debut song. Finishing the thought, he asked, "Hey Songbin, do you want to try taking over the production of this song?" This left Songbin incredibly shocked. Wait, you want me to produce it? Sukhan thought helplessly. He has to get started on this right now, otherwise we are doomed. Immediately, Sukhan reassured Songbin, "Definitely. I remember during the audition period you fixed the lyrics and adjusted the composition." Despite that, Songbin was still a bit worried. "To be honest, I do not really fit the vibe of this song but..." Seeing Sung Bin's hesitation, Sukhan did not rush him but calculated in his mind. Alright, I need to approach this more carefully. Finishing the thought, he spoke up. I just think this song could go in a stronger direction. Since it is just the two of us, let us be honest, what do you really think? Sung Bin replied, the problem is I heard the company wants to catch the Y2K wave, so they are pushing these retro songs. Sukhan said, you just take that beat personally. I do not think chasing trends will help us long term. If we have a song that truly fits the group's color, international fans will respond much better. Hearing this, Sung Bin could not help but agree, right, that is exactly what I am thinking too. After discussing for a while, Sukhan finalized the idea. If you feel the same, maybe we should try editing this song a bit. I will talk to Mr. Bing Air and the team to see if they are open to it. I mean, after all, this is our song. We are the ones who have to sing and dance to it, and honestly, I think it would be much more special if you produced it. The more Sung Bin heard, the more suspicious he felt. Do you really think I can do it? Sukhan replied calmly, definitely. I will help with whatever you need. So, what do you think the fans are expecting from us right now? At his question, Sung Bin confidently proposed, I think something bright and energetic, a fresh feeling, like a space or universe vibe. This made Sukhan incredibly happy. Exactly, that is the vibe I was thinking of too. He could not help but celebrate secretly. Almost there, just one final push. Just then, Sung Bin suddenly came up with an idea. Wait, I just had an idea. I think it could work. Sukhan smiled and asked, really, then why do not we try coming up with a few more samples together? Hearing Sung Bin's suggestion, Sukhan was stunned, unable to believe he had managed to do it. Man, did I really convince him. Now if next time I can lead to better feedback, we might create something closest to the real Wanda version. Just then the phone rang, making Sukhan curious. Wait, I have an incoming call. Seeing the phone display a blocked ID, Sukhan found it strange. Caller ID blocked. A blocked number. A second later, Sukhan quickly headed outside. I will call back. I will take this risk. Hearing that, Sung Bin was a bit worried. Wait, you do not even know who it is. What if it is a Saseng fan? Wouldn't it be safer to ignore it? Sukhan smiled and said, even so, I should tell them to stop doing things like this. I still think it is a bad idea. As soon as the phone was answered, the voice on the other end quickly rang out. Congratulations on your debut, Seohan. Sukhan asked suspiciously, who is this? The other end did not pay any attention and just continued, you truly gave it your all, even though this was your second chance on this show. I appreciate that effort. Hearing this, Sukhan was a bit surprised. He knows about this. This really is the second time I have participated in an audition show. The other end reminded him leisurely, anyway, I was thinking we should meet soon. The more he heard, the more suspicious Sukhan felt. Wait, hold on. I asked you who you are. Those words caused countless thoughts to spark in his mind. Could this guy really know I came back from the future? Sukhan asked in a serious tone, tell me who you are. How much do you actually know about me? Hearing this question, the person on the other end laughed joyfully. You want to know who I am? That is a funny question, Seohan. My name is Yoo-chan Kim, and let us just say I am very interested in the real you, Seohan. I bet you know exactly what you are thinking right now. You are wondering if I am Yoo-chan Kim from the group The Way, right? And you guessed right, it is me. After listening for a while, Sukhan just stood there dazed and replied, alright, I am hanging up. Then he could not help but get lost in his thoughts. I have heard stories like this but never thought I would actually be pranked over the phone by a celebrity impersonator. Whoever it is, this person really has issues. At Yu-chan's place, he spoke coldly. It sounds like you do not believe me. Then how about this? I will tell you something that will happen in the future. If I am right, you have to promise to meet me at the cafe on the first floor of your company building. Actually, if I wanted to, I could come find you right now. Seeing Yu-chan talking incessantly, Sukhan was so helpless he had to ask a tough question. Sorry. Are you going to let me speak? Despite that, Yu-chan ignored him and added, but since we have a lot to talk about, it is better if you see for yourself that I am not lying. It will save time for both of us later. You have your debut interview soon, right? At the photo shoot for Universe Variable Keep Seohan Do 2 Alive, one of the lights will fall, right on your head. If you are unlucky, you could fall into a coma, so do not forget what I said, and try not to die. Goodbye then. As soon as he finished, he directly hung up, leaving Sukhan completely bewildered. Alright, either that is an extremely elaborate prank, or he has completely lost his mind. I narrowed it down to two possibilities for the person who called me. Either a scammer, or an extreme Saseng fan pretending to be a celebrity. Or someone from the future, just like me. As he thought, he carefully researched the person who called him, Yoo-chan Kim. Yoo-chan Kim, 25 years old, a member of the boy group The Way. This year is the group's 5th anniversary. He is mainly famous for his looks, basically the visual of the group, just like our Junseo. I remember seeing him in a bunch of ads and brand representation deals. A truly top-tier idol. So is it possible someone like him was involved with me in my past life? I thought about it over and over, but all I remember is his face on giant billboards. Even if he is just a scammer or some weird fan, maybe I should try meeting him anyway. I have nothing to lose. Seeing Sukhan constantly deep in thought, Ian immediately came over to ask, Seohan, you okay? Anything on your mind? Sukhan replied, Ian. It is nothing, really. I am probably just worried about the debut interview. Despite that, Ian did not stop worrying. I heard from Songbin that you got a weird call. Who was it? Just say the word and I will take care of him. Hearing this, Sukhan was incredibly surprised. What, you're going to take care of him for me? He could not help but think, what the heck, since when do you talk like that? Thinking that, Sukhan changed the subject. We have a few minutes until the interview. Can you tone it down a bit? Hearing this, Ian was a bit confused. Tone it down a bit. A second later Ian understood, smiled, and replied, that is a pity, I could have gone crazy for you. Although Ian had a smile on his face, Sukhan seemed to feel a chill down his spine. You know, smiling like that does not make those words any less scary. Seeing the two of them still engrossed in conversation inside, the director immediately approached to remind them, you two, stop chatting. We are about to start. I need you both ready. Ian and Sukhan immediately replied, got it, sure. Stepping onto the stage, curiosity rose in Sukhan's heart. The light accidentally Chan warned me about, will it really happen just like he said? The director strictly reminded them, alright everyone, gather here. I will explain today's photoshoot concept. Since you are all wearing the same outfits from the music video, we will. Ignoring what he was saying, Sukhan remained lost in thought. It is just a call from some stranger, should I really still be thinking about it? Being a little careful does not hurt, right? As he thought, he stared intently at the lights above, while reminders continued incessantly, over here. Sukhan focused on one side in suspicion, what about the light? Just then, a panicked voice rang out not far away, where is the lighting crew? The logistics staff were busy talking, we are missing a spotlight over here, alright, I will handle it, I will bring another one over, hurry up, there are 7 members. Each obviously needs their own spotlight. Only when he heard them discussing work could Sukhan breathe a sigh of relief, oh man, almost scared me to death. I really thought that light was about to fall. I could not even focus, I was just checking if any lights were loose, all because of that fake Yu-chan guy, he thought with a hint of annoyance. Just then a reminder rang out, alright, first we will take a group photo. While the individuals take theirs, we will record one-on-one interviews, got it? Sukhan's eyes darted around for a while. He still kept Yu-chan's warning in his heart like a thorn that would not go away. Alright, which light is it? Did that guy really warn me? Because he knows what will happen today. Great, so this time I might die from a falling light instead of a truck crashing into the cafe where I used to work. Thinking of this, Sukhan told himself. I feel like my life is cursed. Did I do something terrible in my past 2 lives to deserve this? Seeing him standing frozen, the director found it strange. Seohan, everything okay? Sukhan replied, director. He found it a bit hard to speak. Despite that, Sukhan still tried to warn his director, it might be nothing, but I think the ceiling light over there just shook a bit. Could we have the technical team recheck the mounts? Hearing this, the director immediately reassured him, calm down. That was installed not long ago, and all the mounts were checked dozens of times before you guys arrived. This made Sukhan feel a bit embarrassed, and he quickly bowed his head to apologize. Sorry for the bother. I just felt it would be more reassuring if we could check one more time. The director said calmly, no problem. If it helps you focus, we will quickly recheck everything. As soon as he finished, he scowled and thought to himself, as if we do not know how to do our jobs. What is their group's name? Stardust. Never heard of them. Just a bunch of rookies and already a bit arrogant. A second later, the director turned and left, then ordered, hey, is the camera ready? Alright, start filming now. Sukhan was surprised by this, thinking to himself, wait, did not he just say he would check the lights? I kind of want to say something again, but everyone has already rushed off to work. The more he thought about it, the more he sighed helplessly. Sukhan told himself, I guess I have no choice. I do not want to make things more complicated for everyone just because I am being paranoid about something. While he was deep in thought, everyone had started working. Posing is very good so far. Now can the member on the far right move to the center and try lying down? Trying to complete his responsibility, Sukhan thought, thinking back now. If that impersonator knew from the start that I came from the future, why did he only contact me now? In an instant, a scene played out in his mind. Alright, you have achieved what you wanted and debuted. It is time to wake up, no, please let me stay. Countless questions suddenly surfaced. What on earth is this? Just a long and crazy dream. What if I wake up and everything disappears? What if I return to the exact moment right after that accident, where I do not even know if I am alive or dead? At that moment, only Sukhan's face remained with a look of desperate daze. The more he remembered it, the more terrified Sukhan became. I can't go back to that moment. I truly can't. Just then, the light on the ceiling suddenly wobbled. Then it fell straight down. Sukhan's thoughts immediately raced. It turns out his prediction was wrong. The person the light was about to hit was not me. In an instant, a loud shout rang out, "Ian, watch out!" As soon as he heard this, Ian looked up. In a split second, Sukhan threw himself to save Ian. Though I guess it was not entirely wrong, the light ended up hitting me after all. Seeing the current scene, everyone huddled around in a panic. "Seohan, oh my god, is he okay? Someone call an ambulance right now." Ian called out worriedly, "Seohan." Sukhan replied helplessly, "This is why I asked for a safety check." Hearing that, Ian could not help but be confused. "What were you thinking?" Sukhan did not pay attention to that, only asking, "You are not hurt, are you?" "I am just glad you are not dead." As soon as he saw Sukhan's head bleeding incessantly, Ian became frantic. "Oh my god, you are bleeding." Immediately, Sukhan's thought surfaced again. Maybe that Yu-chan impersonator just wanted to scare me, or maybe he really wanted to warn me. Either way, Ian is safe, and I am still breathing. But the light really did fall on me, just as he said. A message from Yu-chan quickly appeared on Sukhan's phone. "Hey, today is the debut interview, right? Still alive? Oh, you just read my message, so you must not be dead. Good, let us meet tomorrow at 1 o'clock at the cafe." Sitting in the cafe as planned, Sukhan angrily slammed the table and thought, "I really can't believe this guy. If the person appearing is really the Yu-chan Kim from the message, then he has been in the industry much longer than me. So today, we are finally meeting face to face." As soon as he heard a noise, Sukhan hurriedly turned his head to look. A handsome Yu-chan appeared and greeted him. "Hey Sehen. Finally getting to meet you, pleasure to meet you. I am Yu-chan Kim. I am glad we have a chance to talk in person like this." Sukhan's limbs went stiff. He approached to start the conversation and replied, "Yeah, me too. Hello." Looking at the person in front of him, he found it hard to believe. What the heck, is that really Yu-chan Kim? Despite his thoughts, Sukhan politely spoke up. "Nice to meet you, I am indeed Du Seohan." "Wait, no, I mean I am Du Seohan, I do not even know what to call you," Yu-chan immediately interrupted as he sat down. "So, seeing me in person, do I look dorkier than you imagined? You can call me whatever you want, no need to be too formal, but I am not sure how I would feel if you just called me by my name directly, so just do whatever makes you comfortable." Hearing this, Sukhan felt a bit confused. "Wait, I just said no need to be formal, right?" A second later, he said seriously, "So, I just want to clear up one thing about our call the other day. I did not mean to be rude, I truly did not realize the person I was talking to was you. And about the fact that you could tell what would happen in the future." Yu-chan smiled and replied, "I understand, you must have a million questions. Go ahead, I am listening." Sukhan immediately got to the main point. "Then can I be blunt? How much do you actually know about me, or about this whole thing? Even if it is just a little, I want to hear everything you know." To his question, Yu-chan could not help but be somewhat impressed. Straight to the point, huh? "Well, all I know is that you came from a future a few years ahead of now, and technically you are older than me." The more he heard, the more Sukhan looked incredulous. "I can't believe it, he knows all that and still treats me like a junior." Yu-chan continued, "It is not that I expect you to treat me with extreme respect or anything, but in this industry, is not seniority based on whoever debuted first." At Yu-chan's words, Sukhan had no rebuttal. "Please do not read my mind like that." Yu-chan said calmly, "Considering you are only 18 now, I would guess you died quite young in your past life." As soon as he heard this, a thought flashed through Sukhan's mind. "Wait, did you also travel back in time like me?" Yu-chan continued, "If I told anyone else, they would think I am crazy, but since you have experienced a similar strange phenomenon, I do not think you will think I am talking nonsense. Whenever I stand before a major turning point in my life, a system window appears right before my eyes." Hearing this, Sukhan felt a bit interesting, and it sounds quite familiar. "When you say system window, do you mean like those screens that pop up in games when you receive a quest?" Yu-chan smiled in agreement. "Exactly like that. I knew you would understand without me having to explain everything." Watching his actions, Sukhan thought, he really is poking at the empty air in front of him. Meanwhile, Yu-chan calmly spoke, "It happens occasionally, but sometimes I also get glimpses of what will happen in the future, like your debut, or that falling light incident. And the latest mission I received was, goal, keep Du Seohan alive. This mission will be completed as long as the target remains alive in any form or state. Status: in progress. Keep Do Seohan alive. After listening for a while, Sukhan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Well, I guess I should be glad the mission is not to eliminate me or something. Then he confessed honestly. To be honest, that sounds a bit scary. I might be in life-threatening danger again. Seeing that Yu-chan did not respond, Sukhan found it strange. Wait, why are not you saying anything? Yu-chan quickly replied, before I answer, let me ask you one thing, Seohan. Sukhan said immediately, alright, go ahead. Yu-chan spoke up, I am just wondering, what exactly is the relationship between us? Hearing that, Sukhan's face turned pale, showing clear bewilderment. What did you just say? A second later he asked, what are you talking about? There is no relationship between us at all. Yu-chan shrugged in response, come to think of it, you are right. This really is the first time we have met. Sukhan felt completely confused. Then why did you ask if you already knew? Yu-chan said, I was just curious. I thought maybe there was some deep connection between us from a past life. It is strange, is not it? This really is the first time I have met you. Yet my system window says that if I do not complete the mission to keep you alive, I will die too. It is like our fates are linked together. Countless question marks appeared in Sukhan's head. You and I, bound by fate, but why? Seeing him so dazed, Yu-chan felt helpless. I give up on you. Can you stop looking at me like you are disgusted by that idea? You are hurting my pride. Then Yu-chan said something completely outrageous. He said, it sounds like you are not someone meant to live a long life in this one, which naturally made Sukhan very annoyed. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Yu-chan answered calmly, I mean that should not surprise you. After all, you are someone who has already died once. Immediately, images of Sukhan's past life being bullied flashed before him. Despite being bullied, he still maintained a determined gaze. Yu-chan continued, simply put, this mission is pushing you toward a certain path. You either unlock an achievement. Or go back to being a dead person. After listening for a bit, Sukhan replied, look, I can't even see those system windows myself, so I do not know what the mission actually says. You understand why I can't just follow your words blindly, right? Yu-chan quickly agreed, true. Perhaps I should have said this from the start. The truth is, you do not have many options, Seohan. As I said, the only goal of my mission is to keep you alive. Sukhan asked curiously, what about your choices? Yu-chan smiled and said, just consider this a friendly warning. You have only just debuted, after all. I do not want to leave you dangling on the brink of death. That would be a bit too cruel, even for me. This made Sukhan even more brain-addled, and he hurriedly asked, so basically, are you saying you would just let me fall into a coma and ignore the mission? Yu-chan explained helplessly, I do not know what to tell you. I do not want to die either. Sukhan felt completely confused. This guy is truly unbelievable. Before they finished their conversation, Yu-chan did not forget to remind him, anyway, when the next mission appears, I will let you know. For now, try not to die. Last time, that bull almost gored me before I could even move. At Se-hyun's place, he was talking to Ha-im. Hey Ha-im, look at this. Remember that magazine interview we did? It is starting to go viral. Wait, why did you put your hand there? Ha-im stammered, I do not know either. Just then, Jun-seo suddenly interrupted from behind. As expected, there is not a single word mentioning the stage light incident. Ha-im quickly replied, right, I thought they would say something. That thing scratched Seohan's face. Hearing this, Ian felt extremely guilty from a distance. Sukhan hurriedly reassured everyone, it is no big deal. They paid the hospital bills, so I am fine. Se-hyun reminded him sternly, it is not just about the money. Sukhan added with a forced smile, and the cut really was not that serious, it is healing very fast. While everyone was talking in a somber atmosphere, Sungbin suddenly chimed in, can everyone relax a bit and stop being so tense, we are about to do our first live stream. Come on, everyone smile. I do not know what your faces are doing, but it is definitely not smiling. Only positive energy, please. Placing Sukhan in the middle of the frame, Ha-im, sitting next to him, hugged him and said, I am freaking out. This is our first live stream, it is so stressful. At this moment, Siwoo suddenly said, everyone has read the script, right? Just keep the conversation natural and check the comments when you can. This made Ha-im panic. Wait, there is a script immediately. A small note caught their eyes. Livestream checklist. Decide on a leader, choose fandom name, promote upcoming showcase. Seeing that he had not read it, Sukhan spoke up quickly. Hurry up and read those bullet points. Just then, a staff member suddenly said to them, I will filter the top comments and pass them over. Suk-han's group obediently replied, understood, thank you. The staff member politely said back, alright, thank you very much, and Suk-han's group added a few more thanks, that helps a lot, I really appreciate it. Yes madam, thank you. After a moment, the staff member gently reminded, we are about to go live. Get ready. Her hand held up 2 fingers. Then 1. And finally, the live stream began. As soon as they were on air, they shouted in unison, Stardust shining here. Seeing the 7 of them, the comment section exploded, OMG, they look so much more mature. Everyone is even more handsome than before. Look at those awkward faces, haha, it is clearly their first live, but I still love them so much. Suk-han's group bowed politely to the camera, thank you for joining our first live stream, which made the audience even more infatuated. Yay, they are back. I missed you guys so much. They look like adorable high schoolers. I am melting, my babies are live streaming, I am screaming. You can tell they are much more At this moment, Haim suddenly confessed, hello everyone, I really missed you all. Seeing him suddenly block the camera, the audience did not forget to remind him, Haim, please step back idol. Haim, you are covering everyone LMAO. The first timer energy is too real. They are such babies, oh my god. Se-hyun said with a bright smile, the chat says you are hogging the whole frame. Step back. Alright, we have quite a lot to do in today's live. The first thing on the list is choosing the group leader. Listening to them talk, the audience was incredibly amused. There has not been a single quiet moment since they started the live. Typical Se-hyun moment, he just loves getting lost like that. The way he fills every second with chaotic energy is hilarious. I absolutely love this. Se-hyun asked, alright, any volunteers for leader? Seeing a few hands go up, he was a bit surprised. Looks like Si-woo, Jun-seo, and Wait Songbin. The audience continued to evaluate. I can actually see all 3 of them as leader. Honestly, wait, did Songbin nominate himself as leader? Bold move. Songbin spoke seriously, yes, as one of the oldest members of the group, I feel it is my responsibility to step up. Hearing this, the comment section found it hilarious. Wait, what, he is one of the oldest, really? It looks like he is running for office or something, why so serious? Suk-han, sitting next to him, suddenly pulled Songbin's hand down and reminded him, right, I totally forgot you were one of the older members, which also drew fan responses. You can tell right away, no one takes him seriously, lol, Seo-han is pulling his hand down. Songbin just let Seo-han pull his hand down without resisting, lol, I really did not know Songbin was one of the older members. Se-hyun asked playfully, alright, it is the youngest member's turn to speak. Seo-han, who do you vote for? To the tricky question, viewers seemed to pray for Suk-han to answer well. Se-hyun really said good luck with this one. Suk-han quickly replied, it feels like asking a child to choose between mom and dad. Before he could answer, the comments took turns calling out names, but honestly, Jun-seo gives off mom energy, while Si-woo is 100% the dad. Okay, but that is too accurate. Either of them as leader is fine, honestly, everyone is pretending to be modest. Songbin was not even truly in the race. Songbin asked suspiciously, so am I the mom or the dad? Suk-han said with a forced smile, you're just you Songbin. This naturally hit Songbin like a bomb, making him look gloomy, whereas the comment section felt happy about it. RIP to our friend Songbin, he tried, we all knew this would happen. Se-hyun asked sternly, alright, who takes the crown, mom-type leader or dad-type leader? At this, the audience had a few questions, so everyone admits the real rivals are only Jun-seo and Si-woo. Songbin is suffering emotional damage in real time. After a while of debating, Se-hyun reminded everyone, come on, let us vote. Hands up, everyone. Alright, 4 votes for Si-woo and 3 votes for Jun-seo. That means, Si-woo, you are our new leader. As soon as they heard this, the chat was thrilled. Yes, Si-woo really exudes leader vibes. It makes sense, that vote was probably decided before the live started. Seems a bit staged, but I am all for it. Shu Zara, you deserve this. Shu, let us go. Si-woo happily bowed to everyone and said his thanks. As the new leader of Stardust, I promise to do my best. Thank you very much for choosing me. Meanwhile, Songbin standing next to him was completely dazed. Wait, no one voted for me. Thousands of comments quickly erupted. Shu, 1,000 congratulations, you did it. Shu is exactly the responsible leader type. I support this completely. This company really talks about democracy. The company lets members vote instead of just appointing someone. They really are icons in every way possible. A voice with a serious tone rang out. Alright, moving on. Second item on the list. Time to choose our fandom name. Hearing this, the audience felt a bit curious. This is not a race, guys. Oh, calm down, take a break. It is not that serious. Se-hyun thought for a while, then stood up and asked everyone, want to go with this one, Chonkster? As soon as they heard those words, countless viewers praised him. OMG LOLOLOL. I swear Se-hyun reads every single fan comment. How did he read them all? A bit scary. LOL, is he reading the script and the chat at the same time? Did I miss something? What is a chinkster? People use chinky boi to refer to cute round hamsters. Sukhan asked in bewilderment, wait, am I a chunkster? Se-hyun replied with a grin, who else? Watching Sukhan's current state, the audience commented, chunky. Yexi has stopped working. But seriously, he caught on fast, LOL. They all did that thing where they lean forward and squint whenever they try to read something. They were definitely reading the script on the screen. So cute. Sukhan suddenly squinted and said, anyway, the 4 fandom name options are already on the screen. I'm immediately added, everyone, please vote, something should pop up down here, right? The fandom name options were, Dusties, Sparkles, Univ, Ella, Sparkles. Reading these names, the audience felt a bit helpless. What is this? These 2 sound so cheesy. They probably included them so we would not pick them, right? But what if it was their idea? Now I feel guilty. Sungbin awkwardly told himself, twinkle, twinkle, little star. The more the audience heard, the funnier it got. OMG, did they really think of these? He is pushing Sparkles so hard it makes me want to cry. Sorry Songbin. But Sparkles is a crime, sorry. But I need to write a whole poem about these names and title it, Why Is This So Cringe? But honestly, Dusty is not much better. It literally means dust, like actual dust. Just then, Se-hyun spoke up, alright, who proposed the name Dusty? Ian replied shyly, me, it was me. As soon as they knew it was Ian, the comments quickly shifted, if you are the one who thought of it, I will be proud to be your dust bunny. Not joking, Dusty is starting to grow on me, actually, I find it quite cute. Seeing the livestream becoming a bit unstable, Sukhan could not help but break into a cold sweat and think, I did not expect the live to be this chaotic. After a moment of checking, Se-hyun said loudly, based on the live votes, it looks like options 1 and 3 are taking a surprise lead, but I am not sure. Looks like the results just updated. Can I get a drumroll please? As the drums sounded, he reminded Jun Seo sitting next to him, hey, stop hitting my thigh. Se-hyun continued his role as MC, and the official name for our beloved fandom will be. Ready, here it is. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted. Haim said seriously, I have something very important to say. Can I interrupt for a bit? However, the audience did not seem to agree. No, we are almost there, just say it. Haim pleaded sincerely, can I just say one quick thing? Seeing this, Se-hyun made an exception. Fine, go ahead. Haim said innocently, actually, the company already chose option 1, so letting the fans vote is just a formality. I mean, hearing this, Se-hyun looked completely dazed. Wait, what? Haim, on the other hand, did not realize he was wrong and continued innocently, it would be great if everyone could pick number 1. That is such rookie behavior, and I love it. Haim was directly muted before he could finish his sentence, which quickly became a topic of discussion among the audience. Double is definitely scheduling a meeting right now. Is Haim declaring war on Double in the middle of a live stream? LOL. Sukhan said in a panic, Ian, hurry up and say something to wrap this up. Ian was completely confused. What else can I say? Se-hyun explained, just say anything. Seeing them in a frenzy, the audience was even more amused. We just witnessed a train wreck on live. This is truly a K-drama boy group sitcom episode. In the current situation, Ian had to step up. Hello everyone. Dusties, as soon as they heard the name, the audience was utterly shocked. Oh, so that is what he meant by wrapping it up. Alright, no turning back now, LMAO. Se-hyun could only sigh helplessly and say goodbye Dusties. His words left everyone confused. Wait, so that is it is official. We did not even get to vote, and it is over. I am about to cry, this is too much, lol. Sukhan asked awkwardly, should I just turn this off? I guess we should end the live stream here, right? Seeing Se-hyun signaling, Haim sitting next to him asked with a pale, confused face, why? The fans deserve to know the truth too. Just like that, Sukhan's group could only wave goodbye to the audience and turn it off. Sukhan said with a hint of disappointment, so, was our first live stream a complete failure? We were so panicked that we forgot to mention when and where the surprise showcase would take place. Right after watching the live stream, the audience left excited comments. OMG, I could not watch the live yesterday, but watching the replay is so hilarious. Hearing that, the schoolgirl sitting next to her asked curiously, whose live are you talking about? Are you watching those guys again? The girl with the bun smiled and replied. Of course, I voted for him 100 times so he could debut. I can't miss a single moment. Come on, look at my bias. Wait, am I a chunkster? That is him again. As soon as she saw Sukhan, the long-haired girl said, that is the first place winner, Do Seohan. Right, I swear you show me this guy every single day. But I have to admit, he is really cute. The girl with the bun immediately agreed. I swear someone like that will still be handsome 18 years from now. Too bad no one like that exists in real life. But listen, since they just debuted, it is still fairly easy to get into their showcase. The showcase details are out. The notice has been posted. Date and time is May 10th. Saturday, 8:00 p.m. Korea Standard Time. Entry by random draw. 1,000 winners. Location Red Square Mass. The girl with the bun continued. The album also has a lot of nice merch, and the price is reasonable. Everyone says it is worth it. Plus, it gives you an automatic entry to the fan sign. It is a real steal, but they only pick about 1,000 people. The chances are really low, but showcases are usually like that. Seeing her so enthusiastic, the long-haired girl was truly speechless. A second later she said, I really can't neglect my upcoming mock exams, so you go without me. The girl with the bun sadly asked back, but can you help me try to hunt for tickets? Asking that is not too much, right? Seeing that, the long-haired girl had to comply. Fine, I will help. Remembering Sung Bin, the long-haired girl thought to herself, to be honest, that black and white-haired guy is exactly my type, but there are probably a million clips and videos of him online already. So do I really need to go to the showcase? A showcase is like a mini-concert where idols perform a few songs from a new comeback album for fans to see before official promotions begin. If that is what a showcase is, I really do not see a reason to go in person. Is not it better to stay home and watch everything comfortably in 4K? Why bother going? I mean, it is probably not worth it. So why are they telling us not to refresh the page constantly? It just makes me panic more, right? Only when she saw that she had successfully registered did she feel happy. Great. At the stage, as soon as she saw the long-haired girl next to her, the girl with the bun exclaimed, You're so lucky, I still can't believe you got in. That queue was a total battlefield. The long-haired girl immediately replied with a confused look, You did not say that at first, you said it was easy. The two of them stayed focused on their conversation. Meanwhile, I stared at my phone for hours to hunt for cancelled tickets, as if my life depended on it, and I was the one who finally caught a ticket for you. Remember that is why I love you, Jisoo. The girl with the bun asked happily, So are you expecting anything? This is the first time you will see an idol up close, right? The long-haired girl could not help but agree immediately. That is true, but I do not think I will really feel anything until they actually step onto the stage. Seeing the stage lights gradually brightening, they spoke up, It is starting. Footsteps grew closer and closer. Hearing this, the entire audience felt excited. Wait, who is that on stage? Probably the MC, they do not look like our group members. Seeing the figure step out, they were filled with amazement. No way, wait, that is Do Han. She was the MC for Stardust Project, so she must have agreed to be the MC for their first showcase too. She really is part of the Stardust family now, a true queen. Appearing in a graceful manner, Dawn greeted them. Hello everyone, long time no see. I am Do Han, today's MC. I am very happy to be back with all the Stardust fans. Does everyone remember what those 7 boys went through, competing, surviving, and fighting for a spot on the spacecraft from the world of Stardust to Earth? The audience replied in unison, Yes, we remember. This naturally brought a joyful smile to Dawn's lips. She quickly announced, And today, finally, those 7 boys have landed on Earth. Please give a round of applause for Stardust and their first showcase. In an instant, images of the 7 members were projected, followed by their grand appearance. Sukhan lowered his head, mentally preparing himself. The moment he heard the cue, he immediately looked up. In an instant, the music resonated. You are spinning around. Spinning endlessly. You are the only one always on my mind. I am drifting toward you. On this stroll through space. Hearing the beginning of the performance, vibrant cheers erupted throughout the stands. Se-hyun, Ian, and Ha-im enjoyed the performance. I walk among the stars, keep moving forward. Ha-im and the others wore bright smiles on their faces. That seemed to give Si-woo more strength to perform his part well. Hoping I will reach you, the one I miss, you are my universe. Universe. You are my brilliant galaxy. Amidst the stage lights and everyone's cheers, the group of 7 moved to the music. Shine on, hello, we are Stardust. Thank you everyone for being here with us today. After finishing the performance, Si-woo asked everyone, It is great to meet all of you. I am Shu, the leader of Stardust. Did everyone enjoy our debut track, Spacewalk? The audience quickly shouted, We love it. Immediately, Ha-im and Jun Seo said, To all our fans across the world, whether you flew in from overseas or live nearby, we are truly grateful that you are here today. This is our first showcase, so we are indeed very nervous, but we have practiced a lot, and honestly, I can't wait to show you everything we have prepared. Watching them intently on stage, the 2 schoolgirls below were completely infatuated. OMG, they are seriously ridiculous, right? But they also perform live so well. They look great, and their live vocals are serious. Everyone says idols from public auditions have top-tier visuals, especially in real life. I mean, the audience votes right after seeing them stand on stage. Sukhan said calmly, "We still have a lot to show you today, so let us continue the show." Next is a song that I am sure everyone knows. Stardust Project's theme song, Take Me. While they were focused on the performance, Yuchan had appeared there at some point, standing patiently with a cold gaze. Looking at his mission screen, he felt confused. Tisk, come on, he just debuted. How can a rookie complete a mission like this? Meanwhile, on stage, the announcement continued. Next is Stardust Project's theme song, Take Me. Hearing it, Yuchan became somber. Then he could not help but evaluate. Stardust really has just debuted. I can't believe what kind of mission this is. How can he possibly pull this off? The more he spoke, the more helpless he felt. Gosh, what a headache. Should I tell him or not? Scene change. With a smile on his face, Stardust's manager, Jae-yoon Lee, spoke happily. It is a big day, everyone. Today we are filming a music show for a cable station. Everyone remembers what I said, right? The first thing we do when we get here is go around to the other waiting rooms and greet the artists. Then we will film some challenge mission sheets. Hearing this, Se-hyun immediately replied, all right, you have said that a million times already, we remember. Seo-jun, standing next to him, reminded him. Don't be like that, Jaein. He is probably just nervous too. After all, it is his first time. Jae-in Lee replied calmly, technically, it is not my first time, but it is yours. All right, let us go to the first room. We will start with Morpheus. After finishing his sentence, he knocked on the door a few times. As soon as they entered the room, the whole group bowed in greeting. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. We are Stardust, the new rookie group from Doubles Entertainment. Seeing this, a young man with blue hair asked, you are the ones who debuted from that survival show, right? I heard you are a project group. So, when are you guys disbanding? At these words, Sukhan could not help but judge silently. Are you serious? What kind of rude question is that? We just met and the first thing you say is that, are you joking? Finishing his thought, he quickly said, excuse me, you want to know when we are disbanding? Right after finishing his sentence, Sukhan thought worriedly, is he trying to intimidate us? It really feels like they are trying to give us a hard time and put us in an awkward spot. Jun Seo said with a forced smile, actually we have signed a 7-year contract. Hearing this, the blue-haired guy was a bit surprised. Oh really, a full 7 years, that is quite long. Anyway, everyone must be busy, right? I am sure you have many other rooms to visit, so we won't keep you any longer. Good luck with your performance. Sukhan's group quickly bowed politely and said, thank you, it was nice meeting you. Looking at the people in front of him, he judged, they really just sat there the whole time. At this moment, Haim flew out the door like a shot. He spoke with an annoyed tone. Gosh, did you hear what he said? He asked straight out when we are disbanding, how cruel. I do not think I could stay in there another minute. Ian spoke helplessly, it really feels like the law of the jungle here. Seeing this, Sukhan immediately reassured them, there is no need to pay it much mind. This left Ian feeling confused. Sukhan explained with a smile, it is true they have been in the industry longer than us, but in terms of age, they are not much older. We should still show respect, but do not let them rattle your spirit. It is not worth it. Hearing these words, Sungbin joked happily, sometimes I swear I forget who the oldest person in our group actually is. Haim also could not help but agree, old man Sukhan is starting his lecturing. Again. Jae-in Lee chimed in with a forced smile, alright everyone, that is enough talk. Now we have to go this way. We are about to greet a major artist in the industry, so please be exceptionally polite. At TPLE's waiting room. As soon as they saw the name, both Sukhan and Ian looked shocked. TPL no way TPLE. Se-hyun was completely confused, wait, why is his name on that door? With an incredulous face, Sukhan told himself, there is no mistaking it, and then fell into deep thought. TPLE, a top-tier K-pop idol group that lives up to their name and reputation. They have been in the industry for 8 years now. Currently, they are one of Doubles Entertainment's biggest moneymakers, and even though the members have spent the past 2 years mostly focused on individual projects like acting and solo albums, their fandom has not left at all. Among the members, main vocalist Yeonu Choi and main dancer Ji-hoo Song are particularly famous. They are global stars at this point. If I remember correctly, this is around the time Yeonu Choi releases his second solo album. I suspect it, but he would not really be here, would he? I am not sure, but I am also a bit disappointed. Ian spoke with a face full of joy. OMG, I can't believe it, it is Yeonu, he is actually here. Hearing this, Sukhan replied with a smile, ah, that is right, I almost forgot. You said Yanu Choi was your role model, right Ian? After letting them talk for a bit, Siwoo reminded them, alright, is everyone ready? I am opening the door. The room door was quickly opened. A second later, Sukhan's group bowed politely. Hello, it is a great honor to meet you, we are Stardust. We just debuted under Double's Entertainment. Seeing them, a happy smile appeared on his lips. Yanu Choi replied politely, hello everyone, it is very nice to meet you. As soon as they saw the idol aura radiating from him, Sukhan's group was completely stunned. He really gives off a very gentle feeling. Ian spoke awkwardly, it is a pleasure to meet you. I really love your new album. I have always been a very big fan. Seeing Ian like that, Sukhan thought helplessly. Come on, just say it. Tell him you are a fan. Yanu Choi suddenly bowed in thanks. Thank you very much for listening to my music. Now that we are in the same company, I have been meaning to come greet you for a long time, but my schedule has been truly too busy lately. I am very sorry about that. Seeing this, Ian even knelt right in front of him and replied, no, you do not need to apologize. Watching the two of them interact, Sukhan judged from the side, just tell him you are a fan and that is enough. With a bit of hesitant stammering, Ian tried to say, after we finished taking photos, could I please seeing Ian like that? Sukhan was truly speechless, gosh. Just say directly that you want an autograph. Before Ian could finish his sentence, Yanu Choi interrupted, that is right, my friend is here too, would you like me to introduce you? Ian hurriedly agreed. Of course, that would be great. Seeing Ian still unable to voice his wish, Sukhan even felt anxious on his behalf. Honestly, I wish I could just speak for him. Yanu Choi reminded him, hey Ji-hoo, stand up for a second, some new people from the company are here. At these words, Sukhan's eyes widened in surprise. His mind flashed right after, Ji-hoo, you mean Ji-hoo Song? In an instant, Sukhan's face showed clear excitement. Sukhan's memories quickly rushed back when I still could not give up on dancing. Even after losing the chance to debut as an idol, I still remember how respected Ji-hoo Song was even in the professional dancer circle. He was that good. Back then, Sukhan had intently watched every bit of Ji-hoo Song's choreography on his phone. He is performing that choreography and singing live at the same time. It is truly incredible. His movements are very powerful, yet every muscle moves in perfect rhythm. Most idols are only famous for their looks or flashy performances, but he has both a powerful voice and beautiful choreography. At the same time, it is unbelievable. So this is the kind of person people call an all-rounder. Returning to the present, Sukhan was still immersed in his own thoughts. There was a time when I binged every performance clip of Ji-hoo I could find. But I have only ever seen him on a screen. Seeing Ji-hoo still not getting up, Yanu Choi called out again, Ji-hoo. This made Sukhan even more curious. I wonder what he is really like in person. At the call, Ji-hoo slowly woke up, soft light reflecting across his face. Upon waking up, Ji-hoo spoke, sorry, I must have just dozed off. Who did you say was here just now? In an instant, Sukhan felt as if he was seeing sunshine through Ji-hoo's smile, which naturally left him deeply satisfied. Ji-hoo Song in real life is definitely 1,000 out of 10. 2 giant thumbs up. Kevin, with a friendly face, praised the performance. Stardust, I watched the performance, you guys were great. Sukhan bowed to shake hands with him. Thank you, it is an honor to meet you. Kevin gave a forced smile and gently reassured him. Come on, we will probably be seeing a lot more of each other now that we are in the same company, so no need to be too formal. Once again, he smiled warmly and called Sukhan's name. Ji-hoo Song is often called one of South Korea's most famous comedians. He also jumped in surprise at Kevin's appearance. Alright. Sukhan was so enamored with his beauty that he smiled like a fool. Indeed, Kevin's beauty is very attractive regardless of gender, because just looking at him makes you smile. By the time he regained consciousness, Sukhan looked around in bewilderment. Wait, when did we leave the room? Se-hyun could not help but tease him. Gosh, you guys were so dazed earlier. Now you do not even know where you are. Sukhan held his head, unable to grasp the situation. It is strange, I know something happened in there, but I do not remember what it was. Se-hyun shrugged and pointed at Ian. Don't worry, your feeling is perfectly normal. Ian is still dazed too. At this moment, Shu spoke up, drawing the group's attention. Great job so far, this is our last stop. He seriously announced to everyone, let us go, we are entering the Core's waiting room. Ian frowned, his face unable to hide his worry. Sukhan was equally tense, thinking to himself, the Core just a minute ago we were in heaven. Sukhan was very vigilant, information about his rivals running through his mind. Now we are standing at the gates of hell. I know they only debuted 3 months earlier than you, but sunbaes are still sunbaes, no matter how small the gap, so treat them with the same respect as any other artist. And the group Sukhan's team was about to face was quite talented, the boy group The Core. They debuted as rookies around the same time as Stardust and were considered Stardust's main rivals. Even if that group had some trouble, their talent was undeniable. There were some trouble surrounding them, but to be fair, the group itself was not the problem. Just one specific member causing all the trouble. Outside, Shu spoke a greeting. "Hello, we just stopped by to introduce ourselves. We are Stardust, the new rookies from Doubles Entertainment." Someone immediately opened the door and replied. "Nice to meet you all." Ray, with a friendly and bright appearance. "Welcome Shu's group. I did not expect to see you here, but I am glad I did. I followed Stardust Project religiously. I am Ray from the Core." He bowed and introduced himself again. "I am Shu, the leader of Stardust." Ray was gentle and very welcoming. "Nice to meet you." "I am Ray. Wait, I should introduce you to our leader too." He turned back inside, his voice serious as he spoke to the person in front. "Hey, do not just sit there, come say hello. Jaehyuk, don't ignore me, we have guests." However, Jaehyuk did not care, not taking his eyes off his phone. "Dude, I am busy. It is reward drop time, I gotta grind while I can. Talk later." Ray was annoyed by that attitude and scowled back. "Are you being serious right now?" Ray could not hold back his anger and directly yelled at him. "Are you really going to keep acting like an arrogant jerk? This is the first time we have met them. Can't you at least stand up and say hello?" Jaehyuk remained unbothered, not even acknowledging Shu's group. "Calm down. They debuted through a survival show, that is not even a real debut, why should I bother standing up?" Jun Seo, seeing this argument, remarked timidly. "They do not seem to get along very well, do they?" Haim stood there dazed, finding it hard to adapt. "That is scary." Ray became even more furious at his words and argued back. "Do you hear what you are saying? You could at least pretend to have manners. What is wrong with you today?" Shu saw the situation was not good and tactfully prepared to leave. "I am very sorry for the intrusion, but our filming is about to start, so we probably have to go. We will stop by later to introduce ourselves properly." Suddenly Jaehyuk changed the direction of his attack toward him. How arrogant. "This is exactly why I can't stand idols who only got in through connections. They act like they are better than everyone else." Jaehyuk's mouth kept moving condescendingly to lecture Shu. "I bet it is easy to ignore us when you have someone important backing you. What, just because we debuted a few months earlier? We do not deserve basic respect. Can't you kids leave here any faster?" Ray looked at his teammate in disbelief, thinking to himself, he is the one starting trouble when they are just standing here. Seeing this, he could only back down and apologize for Jaehyuk. "I am truly sorry, we did not mean any disrespect." Finally, he apologized on Jaehyuk's behalf to mend the relationship between the two groups. "Sorry about him, his mood is not great today. Hey, why do not you guys stop by after the filming? I will introduce you to the rest of the members properly." Unexpectedly, Jaehyuk spoke up again, his voice even more sarcastic. "Alright, it is not like everyone in Stardust is a stranger to me. Right, Seohan." His expression turned sour as he called out the name. "Hey Ian." Jaehyuk targeted Ian without hesitation. "Maybe you should stop looking like a deer in the headlights." He continued relentlessly while Ian stood there frozen. "Standing there like a statue makes me wonder whose ass you had to kiss this time to get your debut." Both Se-hyun and Ha-im simultaneously turned their gaze toward Ian. Meanwhile, he stood there paralyzed, his face filled with nothing but anxiety. The atmosphere grew tense and heavy. No one spoke a word. Finally, Sukhan spoke up in a low voice to intervene for Ian. "With all due respect, are you treating us like this because of what happened between Ian and me?" He was not stupid. He clearly recognized Jaehyuk's intentions. Instead of getting angry, Jaehyuk just laughed loudly at Sukhan's words, making him realize even more that this was just a petty display of power. Jaehyuk raised an eyebrow, continuing his mockery fearlessly. "Look who finally figured it out. What, are you planning to play the knight in shining armor and protect him again?" Jaehyuk Kong of the Core. Sukhan frowned, thinking back to the past when they were trainees together at KH Entertainment. This was also where his path crossed with Ian's, the same company he had pulled Ian out of before it could ruin him. Because of that, Sukhan knew the hidden truths. The director might have been the one who abused Ian the most. However, in his eyes, Jaehyuk was not a good person either. Jaehyuk was no better. He had hurt Ian and bullied him just the same, arrogantly mocking him from above. Look who finally grew a backbone. His words grew more venomous as if he knew everything. "So, who is pulling your strings this time? Is your mother's usual ass-kissing trick not working anymore?" Hearing Jaehyuk's words made both Shu and Jun Seo uncomfortable. "I wonder what she did this time to get on your CEO's good side." Sukhan had to cut off his poisonous tongue. "Watch your mouth. You know that is not what happened." But Jaehyuk refused to let it go, continuing to slander Ian. "Oh please. Everyone knows he used that pretty face to get close to industry people. Rumors spread fast. In the face of those words, Ian stood like a statue, silently enduring the onslaught. His eyes looked empty as he stared blankly at Jae-hyuk. Jae-hyuk did not back down either, locking eyes directly with Ian. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk broke into a contemptuous smirk. Seeing that, old memories began to flash in the depths of Ian's eyes. In the past, Jae-hyuk had always made things difficult for him. Hey brat. You have to say where you are going before you leave. Is that so hard, or did the trainee rules suddenly change when I was not looking? Do you think that pretty face means you do not have to follow any rules? He kept hurling insults, belittling Ian. Maybe I should just tell the director. Some of us have been sucking up to him for years just for a chance, but you just stroll in and suddenly become his favorite. Feeling powerless, Ian pleaded with Jae-hyuk in a soft voice to keep it a secret. I am sorry. I was practicing all night and just stepped out to get coffee. I was not trying to run away. Could you please keep this from him? He agreed, but with a condition. You want me to stay quiet? Fine, as long as you. Ian feared the fist clenched near his face. Please do not do this. Jae-hyuk was not stupid enough to leave visible marks. Shut your mouth after I beat the breath out of you. But do not worry, I will avoid that pretty little face of yours. While lost in his memories, a hand was suddenly placed on Ian's shoulder. Ian. A teammate's reminder snapped him out of it. Let us go, come on. Ian turned around, his body trembling as he tried to explain. Right, sorry everyone. Just give me a second. About what he just said. I will explain everything. He kept his head down, his voice soft and reassuring. So, Jae-hyuk and I used to be at the same company, and I think there is a misunderstanding that was never resolved. Let us just finish our shoot first, and then I will explain everything. The black and white-haired member questioned the issue between Ian and Jae-hyuk. What misunderstanding? Ian could not give a clear answer yet. First of all, I just want to clarify that I did not receive any special favors from our company. The teammate asked again, what misunderstanding are you talking about? He let out a sigh and firmly stated his thoughts. No, seriously. I do not think there is any misunderstanding here. It is obvious what he is trying to do. Do you really think we would believe him? Shu agreed. Yeah, no one here is being favored. Then he expressed his frustration over Jae-hyuk's words. Gosh, I am still angry. Maybe I should have said something to him before we left.
Sejun Kaimdin. Yeah.
And then you would become the rookie who started a fight at your very first music show. He cracked his knuckles, his body burning with intensity. But seriously, the way he insulted you in front of all of us really pisses me off. How should we get back at him? Sukhan spoke up, suggesting a way to retaliate against Jae-hyuk. The only way is to hit him where it hurts. He seriously affirmed the best counterattack. He is about to find out what it feels like to lose first place to a rookie group that just debuted. And while we are at it, we are taking the Best New Artist award too. Ian was deeply moved by his teammates, everyone. Sniff, I am really touched. But he still felt anxious about the final result. It is not like we can just take first place and that award just because we want to. It is all up to the fans. Se-hyun sighed at his innocence. Wow, you really know how to kill the mood. We are trying to take your side here. The black and white-haired member put an arm around Ian's shoulder to comfort him. Seriously, do not think about it anymore. None of us ever thought you were that kind of person. Ian replied with genuine gratitude. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Se-hyun remained silent, thinking about the earlier situation. Still, if Sukhan had not told us the whole story beforehand. He really thought there would have been a misunderstanding if they had not been warned. Then one of us might have actually. Jae-hyuk's tactics were indeed clever. They could have caused discord within the group if they had believed the nonsense he said. A while later, back in the room, Sukhan peeked in and asked, Hey, are you guys still awake? He looked at his two teammates and got straight to the point. There is something I need to say. It was rare for just the two of them to be there. The black and white-haired member lying on the bed responded casually, Yeah, what is it? Se-hyun was equally curious. Yo, that sounds serious. Are we about to hear some midnight secrets or something? Sukhan paused for a moment before speaking. It is about what happened with Ian. You know, the stuff that blew up when we were filming the survival show. He honestly shared the story he knew. All of that happened when he and I were trainees at KH Entertainment. We actually made it into the debut lineup, but then something happened and the company kicked us out. Se-hyun already knew bits of the story. That thing. The black and white-haired member asked, and then? Sukhan continued his thoughts. I did not really get a chance to tell you during the Stardust project because things were so chaotic. But as you know, it was a pretty big deal back then. Rumors spread fast and people talked a lot. Since we are going to be in a group together from now on, I thought you should know the real story. The two listeners looked at each other with understanding. He seemed tense as he explained, I can't speak for the parts Ian has not told me himself, but I can say this. Suk-han described Ian's efforts from his perspective. He is one of the most stubbornly hard-working trainees I have ever met. He was also our main vocal. Worried about their future relationship, he tried to clear all doubts, and we all know that you do not get that position just by knowing the right people. Once Suk-han finished, Se-hyun spoke up, yeah, we know. He had chosen to trust Ian from the beginning, so basically, you're saying he was so good back then that no one in the group could deny his talent. Se-hyun stepped forward and playfully pinched his cheek to lighten the mood. Buddy, we understand why you are worried and why you are telling us this. Suk-han, still feeling uneasy, continued, anyway, the point is Ian is too kind for his own good. That is the only reason he had trouble staying away from those shady people, not because anyone gave him special treatment. If there is anything else you are unsure about, just ask me. The black and white-haired member rested his chin on his hand and commented on Ian, we get it. But you know, even if he was like that before, I do not think he is the type to let people walk all over him now. Suk-han was confused by his words. What do you mean? He explained clearly. The Ian CO I see now is much stronger than people think. Ian, sitting next to Sung-bin, opened up, you know, I am also afraid of malicious comments and people assuming the worst about me based on groundless rumors. He was not as carefree as he appeared. I am scared of those comments and people believing the worst. It is really just another form of harassment or bullying. There was so much anxiety surrounding Ian back then. At my old company, there were times I seriously considered leaving the industry forever. But then I realized. But at the same time, it helped him grow. That no rumor, criticism, or hate from strangers can outweigh my own drive. And I know that when the time comes, your determination and love for the stage won't be easily broken either. Sung-bin blushed, thinking shyly about Ian. He is a truly kind person who still knows how to speak his mind, and that is the kind of person you should not underestimate. Ian thought seriously about the encounter with Jae-hyuk. Jae-hyuk, I knew I would run into you sooner or later. He could not have predicted Jae-hyuk's current personality, but I did not expect you to be this rude, especially in front of others. And after this time, Ian silently made a resolution. Next time, I won't hold back. The two hosts opened the show cheerfully. You're watching Music Center, the ever-changing heart of K-pop. It is the second week of May, and it is time to announce this week's first-place winner. They pointed the camera at Yeonu Choi while introducing him. Candidate number 3 is Yeonu Choi, who is climbing to the top of the charts uncontrollably with his second single. The female host continued to announce the other contenders. Candidate number 2 is Stardust. Only 4 hours after releasing their new song, they reached 21st place on the top 100 chart. As she spoke, the screen showed images of Shoes Group. This is an astonishing record for a rookie boy group, proving their massive popularity already. They are currently at 31st during the chart freeze. Period. Their first album is truly a big bang in this Nero-style dark age of boy groups. Chart freeze, from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m., rankings only reflect total 24-hour listens instead of real-time updates. The group's notable achievements were listed clearly. Now their title track Spacewalk is competing for first place this week. The battle for this year's Best New Boy Group award will certainly be fierce. The core is a top contender, but Stardust is also exploding. Then the female host introduced the opponent-facing Shoes Group, and finally, our last candidate is the core, returning with their second mini-album, Core Base. They also had incredible achievements to watch out for, combining scores from digital charts, album sales, broadcast appearances, first-place nomination points, and your live votes today. And the climax is the result of this battle. This week's first-place winner is. The screen displayed the voting results from the audience for the two albums. Quickly, the winning group appeared, Spacewalk Stardust. The host announced the final result, Stardust, congratulations. Hearing the congratulations, Shoes Group was deeply moved. Suk-han received the result, his face still filled with disbelief. Down below, fans held up signs for him to see. Suk-han, we will definitely help you win first place. Suk-han pointed at a fan's sign in surprise. Then a bright smile spread across his face as he received the cheers. Comments flooded in with congratulations and praise for Shoes Group. All those times I secretly streamed Spacewalk at work were totally worth it. Congrats to my boys. Look at them tearing up, so cute. I bet even their tears are sweet. It has only been 10 days since their debut and they already won first place. Unbelievable. Pretty sure I picked the right boy group that is about to blow up fast. They have the skills to prove it, so it is not just hype. They loved every gesture of the group members. Dohami is so excited, I can feel the energy through my screen. He usually has that calm old soul vibe. Why is he so cute today? Then the comments turned to Jae-hyuk's group as they prepared to leave. Did the core already leave the stage? Is that even allowed? And the clash between the two fandoms began. Wait, Yonu Choi from TPLE is still there congratulating Stardust. The core guys should look at themselves. You are still rookies. Remember, you only debuted 3 months ago. They look like they are being salty because Stardust beat them. Nah, do not start drama over nothing. But did you see Jaehyuk's face? He looked furious. Clear evidence right there. Though his face is like that all year round anyway. Gradually, the competition to protect their idols grew between the two fandoms. While Stardust easily outperformed the core in almost every category, the poorly hidden tension between the two fandoms continued to rise, and at the same time, another show was about to start. Around that time, the next survival show, Boy Dream, was preparing for its big debut. In an office where that show was being produced, Boy Dream, contestant list. Seo Jun arrived at his workplace and spoke with a colleague. Well, I can't say I disagree. He commented on the idols participating in the show. They are definitely the type of contestants who will attract an audience. There seemed to be a few things Seo Jun was not happy about, but seriously, is this the best lineup we could manage? Trainee profile, Jun Hyuk Lee, former Stardust trainee. He rubbed his head, looking deep in thought. The female colleague quickly spoke up to break the tension. I see your point, but with this lineup, the show will definitely get a lot of attention. We have a contestant who made it to the top 8 of the Stardust project and one who has already gained some buzz, along with a bit of controversy. God, so the rumors are true. He is as picky as he is handsome. She felt overwhelmed facing Seo Jun's perfectionism. Everyone swore this new handsome producer was obsessed with ratings, but now I am not so sure. Is he really? The female colleague imagined what he was about to do. He looked ready to reject a lineup that would clearly draw viewers. But on the contrary, Seo Jun did not make things too difficult. Thanks. I will handle the rest from here. Good job today, you can go now. She flinched, asking softly, no wait. Should I redo the contestant list? He gently declined since he had already accepted the plan. No, there is no need. From a production standpoint, it makes sense. Suddenly, Seo Jun shared his true thoughts. I just hate that I am the one bringing in people who intentionally try to sabotage others. The show he was scripting was truly captivating. The survival show Boy Dream, an idol rebooting project, was one of many selection programs that appeared after the global success of the Stardust project. The content was also very fresh and unique. In the concept of this show, contestants were trapped in a world full of infected people, and to survive, they had to climb a building with missions on each floor, like levels in a video game. Participants had to meet different criteria to pass a stage. Contestants worked in teams to complete missions, and whoever reached the highest floor would become part of the final 8 to debut. That was the point that created the show's unique appeal, and here is an important detail about this program. More specifically, there were close ties to Seo Jun. My only brother happened to be the youngest producer of the show. The two Seo Jun brothers had very different paths. My brother and I did not interfere much in each other's lives. Quite different from most siblings, not hearing from him meant he was doing fine, so we did not really share much about our work with each other. Se-hyun held his phone, following information about the show. Damn, that is fast. There is already a new survival show. Jun Seo leaned over to look as well. Really, what is it called? He answered Jun Seo. I think it is called Boy Dream. Se-hyun cried out in shock at the latest news. Good grief, there is an interview with Jun Hyuk saying he is on the show. Hearing this, Sukhan immediately turned his head and asked. What, are you serious? He firmly confirmed it to the two of them. Yeah, they already released the teaser and he is in it. Sukhan still did not give up, wanting to verify it himself. Are you sure it is him? Let me see. Sure enough, the official page confirmed Jun Hyuk's participation. In the video, the interviewer asked him, I heard you are quite close with Sukhan Do, the contestant who ranked first on the Stardust project. Is that true? Jun Hyuk did not hesitate to talk about his relationship with Sukhan. That is right. There was a time when I really went through a lot of hardships, and he was always there, encouraging me and giving me advice. He even acted humble compared to Sukhan. Even though he is younger than me, he is someone I have learned a lot from. Jun Hyuk continued to express himself to the camera. Honestly, he is the reason I had the courage to pursue my dream again. Sukhan heard those words and could not stop sighing, and here I thought he had run out of nonsense to say. Se-hyun found it strange and questioned him. Wait, did you make up with him without telling us? Sukhan replied without emotion, not at all. Jun Seo also noticed the hidden agenda. It feels like they intentionally edited it that way. Haim agreed, yeah, they probably just put in the parts they knew would grab attention and create buzz. Jae-in Lee, who was driving, chimed in to lighten the mood. Well, if that was their goal, mission accomplished. By the way, everyone has thought about what they are going to say in the weekly pocket. Idols meeting, right? Then he switched topics, kindly reminding the members, this meeting is very important. You do not know what we had to go through to get a spot on this show. Variety shows almost never focus on rookie idols. Do you know how rare it is for a new group like us to get airtime on a major network show? So let us focus. Sukhan knew that very well. Yeah, of course we know. He leaned against the window and replied, all right. Sukhan began to sink into thought with many worries. The problem is it is not just us. We will be filming with the core. It is unavoidable since both groups are promoting at the same time. He knew how hard the group had worked to avoid conflict, but we had tried our best to stay out of their way as much as possible. But Sukhan quickly regained his composure, thinking positively. As they say, you have to pick your battles not because you can't handle them, but simply because it is not worth it. He silently prayed for everything to go as smoothly as possible, hoping he would not try to start trouble for no reason and that the meeting would end well. By the time Sukhan sat down for the meeting, a sense of unease rose within him. Usually, the more you hope something goes your way, the more it feels like you are jinxing it to happen the opposite way. A professional-looking female writer welcomed them and set the direction for the meeting. So today, I will be asking a few questions to help shape the direction and concept of the show. I am the sub-writer for Weekly Pocket Idols. This is not being recorded, so do not worry, just be yourselves and answer honestly. Then she started with Shu and Jaehyuk since they were the leaders. Alright, why do not we hear from the leaders of both groups first? This was normal and expected. After all, group projects always start with the leader's statements. Shu answered cautiously, clearly tense, what I am most confident in. Probably physical strength, I guess. Ha-im, sitting nearby, whispered a rebuttal, wanting to say it was the whole group's strength, not just his. The writer accepted the answer cheerfully, shifting the mood. I see, physical strength. Then maybe we can add a segment for that, like a pull-up challenge or something. Alright, Jaehyuk, your turn. Jaehyuk did not answer right away, instead casting an unfriendly side glance. He maintained his arrogant attitude as he replied, you want to know what makes us better than them? It is a no-brainer. We are just more talented. The members of Shu's group were taken aback by this controversial statement. Seriously, this is a business meeting, do not start trouble right now. Everyone seemed to freeze upon hearing Jaehyuk's provocation. The writer broke into a sweat at Jaehyuk's bold claim, I see. So you mean your group's talent is your greatest strength? Then how should we showcase that on the show? Ray, sitting next to him, tried to smooth things over. How about we do something to show how talented both groups are? For example, each group could learn the other's debut song and perform the choreography. Shu's group had to applaud his quick thinking nice save. Ray and the writer was very interested in the suggestion. I actually really like that idea. But Jaehyuk was not cooperating with his teammate at all. No way. We are swamped with promoting our own song. Why should we waste time learning another group's song and performing it? Sukhan, Ha-im, and Jun Seo all wanted to shut him up at once. Please, just be quiet. And then Ray had to argue with his own leader. Seriously, what is wrong with you? Don't you realize you are making everyone here uncomfortable? Jaehyuk did not back down. Defending his actions, we were asked to give ideas, and I am just sharing mine. What is wrong with that? Seeing the tense situation, the writer suggested a break. Let us take a short break then. I will go grab some drinks. Just text what you want in the group chat, and I will get them. Shu stood up, wanting to help her. I will go with you. You will probably need an extra hand. Sukhan also offered to help. I will go too. The writer responded politely, her appreciation for them growing. Thank you so much. They were very thoughtful. Even if it was just basic courtesy, the fact that they offered was sweet. The three of them chatted happily as they left. We will call the rest of the group. So, what do you usually drink? Suddenly, Sukhan turned his head as if signaling to his teammates. The black and white-haired member looked up and caught the signal. The door to the room then slowly closed. Immediately, Jaehyuk spoke up, targeting Ian. Yo, Ian. We need to talk. Ian looked up at Jaehyuk, his face unable to hide his tension. Suddenly, a warm hand gripped Ian's hand tightly. The black and white-haired member shook his head, not wanting him to respond to Jaehyuk. Seeing the encouragement, Ian was no longer on guard. He patted his teammate's hand to reassure him, it is okay. Then Ian stood up, wanting to change the setting. Maybe we should not do this here. Jaehyuk gave a challenging smirk at this attitude. He accepted Ian's suggestion. Fine, let us talk outside. A while later, those who went for drinks returned. We are back, brought drinks for everyone. Sorry it took a while. Jun Seo, with a worried face, kept calling Sukhan's name, Sukhan. Seeing his expression, Sukhan asked anxiously, "What is wrong? Is everything okay?" Jun Seo hesitated. Well. Harim spoke up to recount what happened. Ian and Jaehyuk went outside to talk. Ian is not even answering his phone. He felt a bit more relieved knowing someone followed them. Songbin went to check on them. Sukhan frowned, wanting to confirm. Wait, they left together. Sukhan immediately dropped the drinks in his hand. He whirled around, questioning further, "How long has it been?" Sukhan wanted to chase after Ian. Which way did they go? In a more private spot, Ian asked Jaehyuk directly, "So what exactly do you want to say? Isn't it obvious enough?" He made an unreasonable demand. "I can't even stand looking at your face. So you are going to tell your company that you are pulling out of this show?" Jaehyuk continued to pressure and attack him. "Seriously, why did you even agree to this? You know appearing on the same show as me won't end well. Or do you actually think debuting in a group will magically make everything go back to the way it was?" Ian frowned in anger at being targeted. "I knew it. He just dragged me out here to pick a fight." Jaehyuk, displeased by his firm look, brought up the past. "What is with that face? Do you need me to remind you how things used to be?" He played the victim while complaining to Ian. "Man, when you walked out of the company with Sukhan, the director gave us a lecture you would not believe." Then Jaehyuk went back to mocking him. "Honestly, if I were you, I would be too embarrassed to even show my face in this industry anymore." Ian remembered being a child and trembling at his parents' arguments, thinking that shamelessness must run in the family like mother, like son. Jaehyuk prodded, "But tell the truth, you only got to debut this time because your mom pulled some strings, right? Come on, admit it, she bribed someone, did not she?" At a convenience store in the past, Ian's voice was somber. "Hey, Sukhan. I think I am done. I am going to quit being a trainee." Sukhan, mid-bite of his noodles, looked at him in surprise. "You mean you are not even going to look for another company? Come on, you do not have to quit. Can't you just see this failed debut as bad luck? You have practiced for so long, it would be a waste to quit now." Ian toyed with his chopsticks, his expression pensive. After a moment of contemplation, Sukhan spoke. "Actually, I have been thinking about this for a while. The problem is, I never really wanted this in the first place. Being a singer was never my dream." He recounted with a heavy heart. "My mom was always a bit too pushy and overbearing. She probably thought I was born to be a singer the moment she saw me singing and dancing as a kid. But parents are often like that. They think their kid is a genius no matter what they do." Ian confessed honestly, "I think she just had this delusion of making me a celebrity at all costs. I tried my best because I was grateful for her support. All I thought about was succeeding to repay everything she did, to the point where I did not realize I was just forcing myself to endure everything on this path." Sukhan looked at him with a sympathetic gaze. After thinking it over, he comforted Ian. "Yeah, I understand. You have been through a lot. I can't imagine how hard it was for you to bear all that alone without telling anyone." The deep moment did not last long before his face turned blank. Sukhan asked, "But can I tell you something honestly?" Ian replied casually, "Sure, what?" Sukhan's tone was sincere. "I am just telling the truth, but you look like the type of person who was born to be an idol. Even if you quit being a trainee now, I bet another company would snatch you up immediately." Ian's eyes widened in shock upon hearing that, and he exclaimed, "Good grief." Ian covered his mouth, his cheeks turning red from embarrassment. "How can you say things like that without even blinking?" Sukhan went back to eating his noodles, his tone calm. "Because it is the truth. Anyone who looks at you would think the same thing. Anyway." Having said that, he picked up the cup and took a long gulp of the noodle soup. After finishing it, Sukhan set the cup down with a refreshed look. He frowned and spoke to Ian in a serious tone. "In the end, what matters is what you want. Tell the truth, were you really forcing yourself to sing and dance just because you felt like you had to?" Ian replied with a pained expression. "Well, not exactly. I do not hate it either." Sukhan clenched both fists, his tone firm. "If you do not hate it, does that mean you like it?" He tried to explain to Ian, while Ian looked down in thought. "If singing and dancing do not make you happy anymore, then I won't force you to continue. You can't force yourself to love something you do not love." Ian finally hesitated. "The truth is." He stirred his noodles and said, "What I really like is being with you guys. From practicing choreography to recording in the studio. Standing on stage alone is scary, but I always thought that if we stood there together, I would be okay. But I do not know if that counts as loving singing." Sukhan's voice dropped. "What are you talking about? Of course that means you still love singing, even for just a moment." He then gave a bright smile. "I thought I was the only one who enjoyed our last recording session. Don't scare me like that. I am really happy to hear you say you still like making music together. Personally, I feel like I will love music for many years to come, so as long as you do not give up. Ian was taken aback by his words. Sukhan looked optimistic, his voice playful. Don't you think that one day we will have the chance to stand on stage together again? Hearing that, Ian gave a radiant smile. You are right. And when that day comes, we won't be eating instant food to celebrate. We will go out for a proper meal. Sounds good. Promise, promise. Jaehyuk's tone was sharp. You're not the first kid I have seen. He suddenly shouted. Whose parents threw money and connections around to turn their kid into an idol. Spoiled brats like you never last in this industry, what? You think just because you can sing a little, you are automatically idol material. Jaehyuk loudly tried to convince Ian, stop lying to yourself. You do not belong in this industry. Give it up, stop acting like you deserve your spot, just because you have a pretty face. Ian looked directly at him with a cold, annoyed gaze. Who are you to decide whether I last in this industry or not? Do you realize how incredibly childish you are being right now? He stepped closer to him with an overwhelming presence. Unlike you, who has been whining and blaming others for your failures since we were teenagers. I am staying calm in this professional environment while you are acting like an emotional, out-of-control amateur. Ian said firmly, so believe me when I say I will be here a lot longer than you. You will see. Stop bringing your personal grudges here. We are here to work, and if you can't handle that. His voice flashed with disgust. Then get lost. Veins popped on Jaehyuk's face as he stubbornly shouted back, what the hell did you just say to me? Impulsively, he swung a fist, his tone threatening, you are getting too ahead of yourself. Let me remind you who you are talking to. At that moment, Sukhan rushed over, I knew this would happen. He thought to himself, here we go again punching people the moment he gets mad. Sukhan quickly grabbed a live streaming stick and pretended to put on a show. Wait, stop right there, you're Jaehyuk Kong from the core, right? Jaehyuk snapped, what the hell is this? Sukhan ignored him and calmly greeted the viewers on the screen. Hey everyone, I was filming a vlog on my way to work this morning, and you won't believe who I just ran into. Ian looked at him in shock. Sukhan, what are you doing here? Jaehyuk, standing opposite, was furious, his voice low and growling. What the hell is this? Where did you come from? Shoving a phone in my face, are you kidding me? Get that away from me right now. Sukhan acted fake nice to subtly warn Jaehyuk. Oh my, calm down a bit. Do you really want to sound that angry on camera? Just so you know, this video will be posted on our main page without any editing. Jaehyuk roared in anger. What kind of trick are you trying to pull? Sukhan frowned at him, thinking it was ridiculous. What do you think I am doing? I am recording evidence of you bullying someone. You can act like a jerk all you want, but violence is where I draw the line. Look at this, our hero defending justice. Jaehyuk then switched to a mocking tone. You're still as hopeless as you were at the old company, always trying to protect that poor weakling. And now you are still playing bodyguard. Sukhan faced him directly. No, you have got it wrong. I left because of my own decision. I did not plan on staying at a company that turned a blind eye to bullying. Jaehyuk gave a sly smile, filled with a hint of contempt. Jaehyuk said dismissively, that is why I hate talking to local kids like you. You do not know a damn thing. Didn't you ever wonder why KH Entertainment let you two leave so easily? Then again, I doubt you two even had the brains to realize something was wrong. Hearing that, Sukhan pondered, what is he talking about? Does he mean there was another reason they let us go? I was only 15 at the time. Of course, I never thought deeply about it. It did not even seem strange to me that they never mentioned contract violations or penalties. Jaehyuk mocked Sukhan with a fierce gaze. Good grief, if I were your older brother, I would feel completely unappreciated. Hearing about his brother, Sukhan's tone became urgent. My brother, what do you mean? Jaehyuk ignored his confusion and turned to leave. Why should I tell you, God, who keeps calling, move it? Sukhan called after him, hey wait. He cursed, that damn disrespectful jerk. His 26-year-old soul twitched with anger. Ian peeked over and asked, your brother, what did he mean? Sukhan replied, that is exactly what I want to know. Back at an office, you want to know how? Seo Jun spoke over the phone. Back then, I was the one who got you out of KH Entertainment. Actually, I did not have to do much. I just recorded the director's verbal abuse and threatened to release it to the media if they did not tear up your contract. But why bring this up now? Did something happen? On the other end of the line, Ian and Sukhan listened intently as he repeated, I just recorded the director's verbal abuse and threatened to release it if they did not tear up the contract. Sukhan thought to himself, remembering back then he had blackmailed someone. Hello, MS. Lee. I have some exclusive information about the Taeyeon group that I believe you will find interesting. You see, I just recorded the whole thing. Seo Jun continued, and I had an email ready to go to a reporter friend of mine. All I had to do was press send. I did not know making threats ran in the family. Sukhan blushed in embarrassment. When did you do that, and why did not you tell me at the time? On the other side, Seo Jun leaned back in his chair, looking very stoic. He sighed. You were only 15 then. You were not just whining about wanting to quit because it was too hard. You wanted to leave because you could not stand the injustice there. So what else could I have done? Seo Jun clenched his hand, his voice steady. I believed you were right to leave, and just the fact that you decided not to endure it anymore was enough. You did not need to worry about the legal side. That was for me and the other adults to handle. He looked away, thinking to himself, honestly, at that time, the only thing I cared about was getting you out of that shady company as fast as possible. Seo Jun spoke up, anyway, your question has been answered, has not it? All right, I am hanging up. Get back to work and do not let yourself get distracted. Sukhan tried to stop him but it was too late. What, wait, hold on, he thought. Ugh, I hate it when he does that. He always hangs up the moment he finishes what he has to say. Ian spoke up, is that really true? Then that means. He gave a satisfied smile, your brother ended up helping me too. Since he helped you back then, could you introduce me to him next time? I want to thank him properly. Sukhan looked at Ian with a confused gaze. Thank him, didn't you hear what he said at the end? My brother is not exactly the polite type. Ian chuckled awkwardly, he sounds pretty kind to me though. Sukhan gasped, kind, were we listening to the same person? Sukhan immediately fell into thought typical Seo Jun, always acting like he is the busiest person in the world. Couldn't he have waited 2 seconds for me to actually say thank you? In the office, Seo Jun was frustratedly ruffling his hair. The TV screen showed, welcome back to Weekly Pocket Idols. A voice rang out, it is finally here, the episode you have all been waiting for, our Rookie Boy Group special. The host announced loudly, joining us today are the Core and Stardust. The black-haired MC said, I heard these two groups debuted only 3 months apart. The blonde MC next to him added, exactly. Which means the atmosphere today might be a bit tense. They said excitedly, their volume increasing. Both groups will battle it out in a series of fierce challenges for a prize, 10 servings of premium Korean beef. Let the games begin. Fierce, how intense are these games going to be anyway? The black-haired MC teased the viewers, you will find out soon enough. But before the comment section starts exploding because we are talking too much, let us let the audience see the handsome faces they have been waiting for. He announced solemnly, please welcome our Rookie Boy groups, the Core and Stardust. Hello, both groups greeted in unison with a bow. Hello. Stardust said cheerfully, shining bright, this is Stardust, we are so excited to be here today. The Core followed with their introduction, keeping the Core spirit, hello, we are the Core. The audience comments became increasingly lively, who do you think will be the next third-generation boy group king? In terms of debut songs, Stardust wins. No, the Core definitely wins. True, but the Core's streams are terrible. Stardust is still in the top 20 and holding steady on the MC then got to work, alright, our first game is the pull-up challenge, we will see who can hang on the longest. He requested, both groups, please choose your strongest member and step forward. The comments immediately cheered, Shu, let us go, show them what you can do, if anyone is the muscle of the group, it is definitely our husky Shu. Crush them for us. Harim said firmly, our group will send. He confidently declared. Sekhan. He will win it for us. The comments immediately buzzed, wait what, why Sukhan, why is Sukhan stepping up? Siokata, of all people, that choice is so random I just spat out my soda. What are they thinking, are they serious? Sukhan patted his jacket. The bro looked like he was about to head to a battlefield. The comments were confused by Sukhan, wait, is this going to turn into a toy hammer fight like in the Stardust project? OMG, these uniforms, who designed them? I am crying laughing. The MC hyped up the atmosphere, this is completely different from what we expected, it looks like the leader of the Core. Then he announced. Versus. The youngest member of Stardust. Both stepped up to the pull-up bar at the MC's command. Alright, take your positions. Sukhan asked the MC to confirm once more, so the rule is just to hang on as long as possible, right? No other conditions. The MC replied happily, that is right. As long as you last longer than your opponent, anything goes. Comments popped up continuously, why is he asking that? He is definitely calculating something. What is he planning? I swear he is asking because he is about to use some weird loophole trick. Now I am getting worried. Plot twist, Sukhan has been hiding gym rat arms this whole time. They rolled up their sleeves a bit, but compared to Jaehyuk, I do not see how Sukhan wins. Sukhan said calmly, alright, I got it. Let us start then. A large hand gripped the horizontal bar tightly. Then, the other hand also gripped the opposite side. Jaehyuk had finished preparing his position. Oh wow, Jaehyuk is not even breaking a sweat. Look at that grip strength, solid as a rock. Everyone was discussing it animatedly. His breathing was still completely steady, but wait a second. Their jaws dropped as they looked at Sukhan. What on earth was Sukhan doing? Seeing this, Ray let out a helpless sigh. At that moment, Sukhan was using both his hands and feet to climb up. Was he actually trying to scramble on top of the bar? He managed to hoist his body up there, leaving everyone stunned. No way, is he really planning to sit on it? Is that his strategy? The audience comments flooded in. OMG, Sukhan, yes, Sukhan, you can do it. He is literally using the bar as a chair. Wait, does this even count as hanging from the bar? To be honest, it is a genius move. Smart thinking. He just needs to sit there until his opponent can't hold on anymore. Sukhan's teammates could not stop praising him. Nice, he looks so much more comfortable. Good job, it is time for payback. Exactly, honestly no one can last long just dangling there like that. On the other side, Jaehyuk was shaking uncontrollably. What? Oh come on, that is not fair. His hands slowly began to slip. He is clearly cheating. The sound he made when his hand slipped. I can't stop laughing. And his ego just dropped right along with him. Seeing that, Sukhan gave a bright smile and a thumbs up. Goodbye, victory belongs to Stardust. Sukhan, wait, no way, that should not count. Others found it entertaining. Technically, he did not break any rules, right? No, but I have never seen a pull-up challenge done that way before. When Jaehyuk returned to his team, he clutched his head in frustration over the loss. Alright, this is the round where the core can turn the tables. They still have a chance to tie it up in our next segment, the special talent round. The host spoke excitedly, and speaking of talent, we just heard that Stardust Sukhan has a few unique tricks up his sleeve, broadcasting live globally. Sukhan's special talent. Imitating a cicada. His cicada imitation alone has reached over 1 million views online. A question was posed to Sukhan. So Sukhan, are you going to imitate an insect again this time? He denied it and said no, this time it is a bird. His answer sent the comments into a frenzy again. A bird, this guy is so unpredictable. Only Sukhan could come up with the weirdest imitations. I swear, I love his quirkiness. He is literally a hamster-style imitator in human form. Blank eyes but pure chaotic energy. First it was C. Okada, now it is C. Birdie. I wonder what kind of bird he is going to mimic. They continued to joke around. Now imagine it wandering the mountains, searching for its next meal. Oh I know, it is a hyena, right? A hyena is not a bird. Sukhan continued to explain, this is my imitation of a parrotbill. Everyone was surprised. Wait, a parrotbill, really? How do you even imitate a parrotbill? Why would a parrotbill roam the mountains like an eagle when it is a decoy bird? He is completely insane and I love it. Never thought my bias would be an idol whose special talent is bird calls. The audience was incredibly curious. What does a parrotbill actually sound like? That is exactly what I am wondering too. Then, the bird sounds began to ring out, making everyone's eyes widen in amazement. They could literally imagine Sukhan transforming into the bird. He even crouched down on the floor to make the depiction more realistic. What exactly is he doing? Why is he sitting like that? Look at his sleeves, he is really getting into character as a parrotbill. And I am crying laughing. Jun Seo was stunned, unable to believe it. Wait, so all those chirping sounds I kept hearing at the dorm were Sukhan, and just like that, the studio was no longer a studio but turned into a forest. The audience was thrilled. In case anyone's curious, this is the sound of a real parrotbill. Stop it. People even commented on the video of the real bird. Hello, I came here after seeing Sukhan's bird imitation. Hi, Dusty checking in. So glad to see another Dusty here. Ah, so this is the parrotbill video where all the Dusties agreed to meet up. So parrotbills actually make those sounds. He really nailed the imitation. I did not expect him not to be lying about them. Wandering everywhere. The scene shifted to a dark room. An unfamiliar voice rang out. Hello, how have you been lately? Thank you for getting back to me. Two people were discussing something. I saw your appearance on Weekly Pocket Idols. You did a great job. Stardust's debut album seems to be selling very well too. Congratulations. Thank you. Sungbin sat silently listening to him speak. Now, regarding the reason I contacted you. Have you had time to look over our proposal for you to join Boy Dream? In a room, a piece of paper was placed on the table, and a finger lightly pushed it forward. A voice spoke up in the quiet room. As I mentioned in the email, our program has an anonymous evaluation mission. We pair contestants with producers who have about 1 to 5 years of practical industry experience to guide them. The person opposite offered a suggestion. If you as a member of Stardust who participated in producing the group's debut song and turned it into a massive hit were to appear as a mentor, it would be a golden opportunity to promote your group and showcase your talent. And the one being persuaded right now is Sungbin. Do not you think so? Both fell into a moment of silence. In a way, this was a rather sensitive offer for an idol whose career started from a survival show to appear as a mentor on that very same type of program. But Sukhan could already imagine the direction of public opinion. It was the kind of decision that could easily cause a backlash if not handled carefully. No way. Is he really agreeing to this? Does that mean he does not put the group first? They have just started gaining ground as rookies, and he is already here looking for a way to start a solo career. Seriously, Songbin, why would you do that? It does not make sense at all. Despite knowing those risks, Songbin still could not make a decision. His desire for success was undeniable, and more than anything, faced with such a tempting piece of the pie, Songbin did not decide on his own. I will need to discuss this with the others first, he said. He yearned to be recognized by those closest to him as soon as possible. Sukhan was quite surprised to be asked when he picked up the phone, "Are you asking me if I get along with the others?" His gaze turned toward the two people focused on eating. That is a pretty random question to call and ask. Aware of the amount of food on the table, he hurried to stop them. What if you gain weight? Don't eat so much." However, she did not care about those things now. It is fine, beef is just protein. Lon agreed with her, exactly, and who knows when we will win premium beef on a variety show again, better enjoy it now. The interaction between them said it all. Yeah, we get along very well. The dining table was still boisterous. Want me to put some more on the grill? Don't take it all. Give me some too, the person on the other end of the line took in the situation. Good to hear, if that is the case. Then he went straight to the point. Anyway, you know why I called, right? A new mission has just appeared, a mission that our survival depends on. Hearing that, you immediately wondered, what mission? Is that why you asked about the others? Does it involve my group? Yu Chan's gaze was somewhat indifferent. That is something we should talk about in person. The voice on the other end was a bit urgent. Can't you just say it over the phone while we are already talking? Of course, he had no intention of agreeing with Sukhan. Sorry, but no. You might faint after hearing it, and I need to be there to catch you. Sukhan felt like he had nothing left to say to Yu Chan. It took a few seconds for him to speak again. Did you seriously take a class to learn lines like that? He chuckled softly. Why, are you thinking about signing up? How could Sukhan be like that? No, I am asking so I can stay far away from it. With the familiar lollipop still in his hand, Yu Chan's tone was slightly reproachful. You know, I am literally your only ally who knows your secret. So should not you treat me a little better? Sukhan answered him seriously, is that supposed to be a threat? Yu Chan's laughter came through again. Come on, who threatens people by asking them to be kind? Anyway, look at the time, I have a meeting so I have to go. I will text you the time and place to meet. Okay. Immediately after, he hung up without waiting for Sukhan's agreement. This scene suddenly made him think of someone. Good grief, why are they always the same, hanging up as soon as they have said what they wanted? Anyway. Yu Chan sat there, putting the candy in his mouth without paying attention to the confusion in Sukhan's heart. What on earth could cause trouble between all of us? Before him now, a large screen appeared, achievement selection, syncing with the nearest universe, reward for success, your survival, penalty for failure. Expulsion from this universe. He really would faint if he saw this. To partially answer his own questions, Sukhan turned to ask the people busy eating, Hey, I am just wondering, have any of you been fighting and hiding it from me? Or is there something bothering you? Haim immediately replied no. Seeing this, Lon also asked why, did something happen? One of them was caught acting strangely by Haim. Songbin, your shoulder just flinched. Are you hiding something? Attention shifted and poured onto him. Wait, is there really something wrong? Sukhan seized the moment and immediately rushed over. There it is, you have something on your mind, do not you? What is it? Tell us. From his expression, it was clear Sungbin had something going on but did not want everyone to worry. Everything is fine. At least. Until a moment ago. The other two started getting rowdy again. So you finally admitted it, huh? Wow, so when Sechin asks you talk but when we ask you do not, that is not fair at all. He insisted, it is really nothing serious. Time rewound to not long ago, when Sungbin stepped through his front door. I am home. As soon as he looked up, he saw an unidentified object flying toward him. Reacting quickly, Sungbin raised his hand to block it. What the? Yunhe, Did you just throw that at me? I just walked in. The other person, looking disheveled, screamed, "Get out, I told you, you are not welcome in this house if you insist on being an idol." Sung Bin did not expect to receive these words of reproach upon his return. Did you learn nothing from watching me, or are you really that stupid, or do you completely not care about everything I went through? Ignoring the reproaches, he leaned down to pick up the item. I told you, it is a soul-crushing job. No matter how good you are, people will still hate you, and if you make a mistake, they will pull you down even harder. Have you forgotten the hell I went through when people started calling me a trot genius, the hatred I had to swallow every day? Sung Bin kept his cool and replied to the person in front of him, Yunha, I am still your brother. You should not throw things at me like that. And I never said I did not care about what you went through, but she was still furious. Then why are you still doing this idle job? 2 rows of tears rolled down her cheeks. Why won't you give up? Do you still think being a singer is everything people paint it to be, that it is a glamorous life? Yunha did not even give him a chance to say another word. Then you are wrong. You are the one living with your head in the clouds. Don't forget what I said. If your name appears next to mine anywhere, I won't forgive you. Then she bluntly kicked Sung Bin out. Now get out. His tall frame slid down to sit on the ground. That temper of hers. What am I going to do? Sung Bin held his face and sighed. He was just trying to help her, his younger sister, Yunha Cha. The girl who stood on stage shining like a star, once called a trot genius as a child. She did not just have talent. Her adorable looks also made her very popular. She used to sing at live events, had a career as a child singer, and even had her own fan club. Along with popularity came more public scrutiny. But then, Yunha Cha in our neighborhood's young talent section was exposed. I go to the same school as her. To be honest, she can't sing at all. Everyone saw her fail the choir test and then storm out of class halfway through. She even kicked the door on her way out. Then a malicious rumor appeared on an online forum, and in the blink of an eye, it tore her world apart and shattered her self-confidence. It was all like a shattered dream. She who used to always sing with a bright smile. The girl's hand dropped in helplessness. But as time passed, that smile disappeared. The doctor said she had eventually developed panic disorder. Leaving the spotlight, she now went to school like any normal girl her age. But perhaps normal was not the right word. There was always a gloomy atmosphere around her, like a gray cloud constantly following her. Sung Bin sat there with a troubled mind. That is why I am not allowed to make mistakes. He told himself he had to avoid his sister's mistaken path from that day. He could not give people any reason to tear him apart, especially when he knew she would be watching everything that happened. All his efforts were for the sake of an innocent childhood image deeply imprinted in his mind. If he could succeed and hold his head high, if he could show her people cheering for him and supporting him as a solo singer, then maybe one day she would find her smile again and sing like before. After listening for a while, Suk-han half understood. So that is the reason. You really want to participate in Boy Dream. Wait, is this the conflict Yu-chan warned me about? Sung Bin presented seriously. Yeah, just listen to me. If I participate, I can show everyone more of what I can do. It will also attract more attention to Stardust. Hyam did not see any problem. To be honest, I think it could be fine. He felt worried but did not know how to speak up at the moment. No, this could backfire. Memories of those malicious outcries flooded back. We are still rookies, and it has only been a few months since debut, yet he is already doing solo activities. They just debuted. Please put the group first. Why not put the group first? He is out there promoting the group, true, but the group has not had many activities yet. That is why people are upset. Songbin, are you taking every job possible just to win Rookie of the Year? Stardust has not even had their first concert. The group still has a long way to go. Is this really the right decision? Fans might think he is not serious about our music. Suk-han fell into deep thought. And honestly, that could take up a lot of his time. With the current situation, is Songbin really ready to face public reaction, whether positive or negative? Songbin's whole body was shaking, his face turning pale. Do you think I will get a backlash? Just looking at him, there was no need to doubt further. So I have my answer. He is definitely not ready. Suk-han continued to weigh the options. Is it better to attract new fans by having him make a surprise appearance on the show, or should we decline and focus on group activities? Clearly, the second option was wiser, right? Then he asked a question that already had an answer. Do you really want to participate in that show? I feel the right answer is too obvious. Suddenly, the alarm on his phone vibrated. Time to meet the fans. Jun Seo appeared right at the tense moment. Everyone, We have to go now if we do not want to be late for the fan sign. Seeing everyone's serious faces, he was a bit worried. Why are you all sitting like that? What is going on? Haim quickly explained. We were just giving him some advice. I am going to wash my face first. Sukhan asked Sungbin again. You still have time before you have to answer them, right? Receiving his nod, he made a suggestion. How about we discuss this with the rest of the members after the fan sign ends? A new hope lit up in his heart. It might help. Seeing fans in person, who knows, maybe after that, he will feel differently. Their products were being warmly welcomed by fans. Hello everyone. Today I am going to unbox Stardust's first mini-album. I swear, I have to get into the fan sign. Please, let me win a slot. The clear female voice could not hide her excitement when introducing the album. Everyone knows this album has two versions, right? The star version and the line version. I need Sukhan's photo card, like, I absolutely need it. Slender fingers quickly made a tapping motion on the surface. Alright, let us open it. The girl decided to slow down a bit to pray. Wait, before opening, please heaven, my higher self, Buddha, the universe, anyone out there, please do not let there be duplicates. Just let me pull Sukhan, and then Shu too, please, I am begging you. This time without further hesitation. Alright, opening for real this time. The cards inside were taken out. Oh my god, I am so nervous I do not even dare to look. The most thrilling part had arrived. Her fingers could not help but tremble slightly. Come on, come on, come on. The secret behind the curtain was revealed. Unbelievable. Sukhan's image appeared, his slight smile like spring sunshine making him even more radiant. The girl got her wish and was so excited she screamed. Her volume unconsciously rose. Do you guys know how long I have been waiting for this? I finally caught you. Feast your eyes on Sia Hadu. I can feel it. I am extremely lucky today. I will definitely get into the fan sign, right? And true enough, the girl received the official notification. The screen shook violently. Alright everyone, I can end this video in peace now. In Sukhan we trust, amen. The fan sign venue was carefully prepared, cameras and lighting were all ready. Fans' phones and cameras were constantly in action. Harim looked at the number of people and felt dizzy. Good grief, I am so nervous. Jun Seo came over to him. Want some iced coffee to calm down? Harim curiously asked him, how many shots did you put in this time? Jun Seo held his coffee cup with a calm face and replied, just the usual, about 6 shots. Hearing that, he no longer wanted anything to do with that drink. 6 shots? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Stay away from me. Jun Seo tried to persuade him, just a sip, I promise it will help you calm down. Sukhan felt he had to stop his actions before it was too late. Jun Seo, I told you. Your coffee is basically a biohazard to anyone but you. Just then, Seong Kim walked in. Everyone ready, the fan sign is about to start. You stalled for more time for everyone. Can you give us a few more minutes? Anyway, this was an important milestone, our very first fan sign event. Under the lights and the watch of a large audience, for a rookie boy group that just debuted, standing in that room was as stressful as performing on stage. And for fans, it was like a minefield. Just one bad interaction could cause a mass exodus from the fandom. Sukhan himself had never experienced this. In my past life, I did not even have an autograph, let alone know what to do at a fan sign. But I knew one thing before going into this. During the fan sign process, all those overly cheesy memes started circulating around this time. Interactions with fans would have many surprises. Oh my god, you are covered in sunlight. The deciding factor is, if we play our cards right, we can handle any difficult question without breaking a sweat. Just one action could change a lot. Really, then tell me which part of me shines the most, and we could even increase our popularity with reactions that are even better than the original memes. From that experience, Sukhan gave his own speech to the other members. So, I have compiled a list of all the cheesy memes I could find and remember, the ones that were popular around this time. 100 memes you must know for this period. Anyway, just look through them, okay? That way you won't freeze up if fans use these cheesy pickup lines on you. Sungbin read seriously, but his face was truly speechless. Hey, I heard you are in a band lately. It is called My Husband. I already know all of these. I want to be a baby hair on your head, so I can always be your baby. He looked extremely serious. Scientists studied you and found you are made of sulfur, uranium, phosphorus, erbium, and boron. Do you know what that means? It means you are SUPRB. Harim looked at his back. Jun Seo is not even reading any of them, he is just about to leave.
Jun Seo, wait.
Unfortunately, Seong Kim could not give them the chance. I know you guys want more time, but they need you at the standby positions right now. Sorry, but you have to move. The whole group naturally did not make it difficult for him. Understood. The whole group took their positions one by one, having changed into the prepared outfits. Before stepping out, Sukhan turned his head to remind them once more, and one more thing, we can't forget that every fan here bought dozens of albums just for the chance to meet us today. He hoped no one would forget this. Make sure it is worth it for them. Se-hyun put his arm around Sukhan's shoulder. Relax, pleasing fans is what I do best. As soon as they stepped out, the fans' eyes sparkled like stars. Oh my god, it is really them. The group took their seats and waved to the fans just as the MC's voice rang out. Welcome everyone, and thank you so much for attending Stardust's fansign today. Before we begin, we have some important guidelines we would like everyone to follow. First of all, please follow the staff's instructions throughout the event. Each request was made very clear. No photos or videos are allowed while the event is in progress. We also ask that you refrain from making inappropriate requests or asking personal questions to the members of Stardust. When the fansign started, the first thing Lon received was a pair of wings. If you brought gifts or letters, please give them to the staff when you enter. He even used them as a blindfold. Finally, any accessories or props you bring must be checked by the staff before the members can wear them. The person opposite Jun Seo seemed a bit awkward. Hello, sorry, I am a bit nervous. This is my first time attending a fansign, so I do not really know what to do. Wearing cat ears on his head, he kindly reached his hand forward. If you are that nervous, do you want to hold my hand? He asked a very casual question to help them relax. Have you eaten anything today? The fan's voice was still a bit shaky. Not yet, not yet. Jun Seo comforted them like a big cat. What about the snacks we prepared? Have you tried at least a little bit? This gentle action alone made many fans online swoon. Shu is truly too dangerous for my heart. Someone stop him, that voice is both sweet and deep, I am about to lose it. Seeing that the fan had not improved much, he added, are you nervous? I understand. The first time I met fans at the debut showcase, I was a mess too. Standing on stage and shaking terribly. Actually, I am still a bit nervous right now. The person opposite finally managed a complete sentence. You are really handsome in person, it feels like you are not real. His face was a bit embarrassed. Wow, you really think so? Thank you, that means a lot. Netizens liked him more and more. Jun Seo is actually shyer and clumsier than I thought. Must protect this cute boy. Sungbin played the role of a true heartthrob. So how do I look? Does this outfit suit me? I look pretty good, right? He immediately got a response, yes, absolutely. You look great, extremely great. The light quickly surrounded him. Anything else you want me to try wearing? The fan kept praising him. You're so handsome. Sungbin responded very well, really. Then thank you. The performance quite surprised Sukhan. It feels like Songbin becomes a completely different person when he is in front of fans. Ha-im tilted his pink head. Put this on for me. The female fan in front of him could not stop smiling. Wait, really, I can. Both were very happy, but the person who was not happy was the bodyguard. Oh, is it not allowed? Ha-im made a pitiful, pleading face. Can't we just let it slide this once, please? The action was fine, but the question had not changed. From the beginning until now, he kept asking every fan to let him wear whatever accessories they brought. After Ha-im's pleading, he was granted permission for the fan to put bunny ears on his head. So, how do I look? Headlines related to them quickly appeared. Where's the person who said going to a fan sign would make you leave the fandom? Everyone warned me that the law of K-pop is that you always regret it after. Your first fan sign, but Stardust's debut fan sign is truly a miracle. They are incredibly polite and sweet, pure boyfriend energy. Seriously, idols like this are rare, they are truly golden boys. I do not even know how to process this. Bro, I thought they had done dozens of fan signs already. They are so familiar with fan memes. At that moment, your name rang out, Sukhan. A fan sitting in front of Sukhan asked him a question. Want me to show you something beautiful? When the mirror was brought out, he had already guessed it. This meme, where they hold up a mirror. Luckily I saw this before, I have the perfect answer ready. Before the person opposite could act, Sukhan replied, I am already looking at something beautiful. He rested his chin on his hand, looked straight at the fan, and softly said one word, you. That one word made the internet explode. Currently, people everywhere were discussing it. Everyone look at this. One of our fans posted about an embarrassing moment in the fan sign, and it is getting so many views.
Men. Jun Seo.
Sukhan turned to look at Jun Seo beside him. See, I told you, you should have studied the top 100 memes. Jun Seo covered his face, looking a bit embarrassed. Oh no, this is bad. People are actually talking about it. Se-hyun was still the most relaxed one. Calm down, most of the comments are saying how cute you were. Even so, it was hard to settle his mood. That does not make it any less embarrassing. He lay stretched out on the sofa, phone in hand. I have scrolled through a bit, it seems our first fan sign is getting good feedback. Harim looked at Se-hyun in surprise. Where did you dig up those posts? He immediately grimaced at the dummy. I have my ways. Suddenly, Se-hyun's eyes stopped. Something made him sit bolt upright. What is it? Ha-im was startled by Se-hyun's sudden movement. What is wrong? What happened? His brows furrowed slightly. Someone just posted something. Then he talked about the information he just saw. It says Yoon Ha-cha from our neighborhood's young talents is Songbin's older sister. Do you remember the super pretty trot genius Yoon Ha-cha? Is she really Songbin's sister? Does anyone else remember Yoon Ha-cha from those young talent segments? She was famous for a while because she was both incredibly beautiful and an amazing singer. A clip of her popped up on my feed, and I saw a comment saying she is Songbin's sister. Didn't she get caught up in some controversy back then? I heard someone say they saw Songbin at her school graduation before SDP even became famous. Songbin's eyes widened in shock at the news. As soon as he reacted, he jumped up, trying to grab the phone from Se-hyun. Let me see, who on earth wrote that post? How could he easily give it to Songbin? Dude, why are you so panicked? Wait. So it is true. They started another debate. What, you mean that Yoon Ha-cha, the one from our neighborhood's young talents? Come on, people are just connecting because they have the same last name. That is a huge reach. Lon walked out of the bathroom, his blonde hair still dripping with water. Yoon Ha-cha, you mean the girl everyone used to call a genius? Wasn't she really popular back then? Now that I think about it, she really did disappear. Suspicion grew in his mind, just like the others. Yoon Ha-cha, Songbin's sister. Suk-han did not continue the discussion. He was more focused on his hair. Where's the hairdryer? Then Suk-han gave Lon a hint. You can try checking Shu's room. I do not remember any drama about that before. He had a certain impression of that name. She was the one who started the nationwide trot craze with the song, I Only Need One Star. At that time, there was no one who did not know that song. Looking at the struggle between him and Se-hyun again, he thought, but looking at Songbin's reaction now, could she really be his sister? Finally, he clasped his hands together, his voice pleading, please, my sister hates receiving any media attention, so you have to promise not to tell anyone. The playful smile on his face suddenly froze. So. It is true, even Haim looked at him in disbelief. No way. However, he quickly understood the reason. But honestly, I kind of understand how she feels. Haim reflexively thought of his own older sister. After my sister sent that video message during the Stardust project, people kept bothering her. I heard she even told her colleagues at work that, we do not talk anymore, just so they would stop pestering her. Hearing that, Se-hyun's expression twisted, making him furious. What is so funny? Are you laughing at me? Actually, that was exactly the kind of advice he could use. The sound of their arguing echoed nearby, but Songbin was unusually quiet. So it means you and your sister really do not get along. Actually, it is not that strange, right? Isn't it more common for siblings to clash? After a moment of thought, Songbin stood up. Maybe it is better if I do not join Boy Dream after all. If I get too much media attention, this rumor might get even worse. Suk-han's voice rang out, I will. He picked up his phone and looked straight at him. I will contact someone who is quite specialized in these kinds of things. I had something I wanted to ask them anyway. Songbin scratched his head, a bit incredulous. What, there are actually experts for this stuff. And the person mentioned was none other than Do-jeong. Hello. Oh, this is a surprise. I never thought you would be the one to call me first, Suk-han. You did not even bother to read the messages I sent you before. So what is up? Do you need my help with something? His voice was somewhat reproachful. You know, you only call me when you need something. I am starting to feel a bit hurt. Suk-han thought Do-jeong was being unusual. But is not that the whole point of a phone call? People call when they need to talk about something. He was left speechless by those words.
Fine.
Just say what you need. In making this decision, he had considered a lot. Honestly, a part of me still feels uneasy about asking Do-jeong for help, but I do not think this will cause trouble for me or the other members. Suk-han gazed at the group photo for a long time while still on the phone. More importantly, in this world, He has connections that no one else has. As long as I keep my distance and find a way to cooperate properly. Whatever the reason right now, accepting his help and utilizing those connections was the wise choice, not just for Songbin's situation. His back looked even more pensive now, but it was because of something else. The phone kept vibrating, an issue he still had not resolved. Sukhan directly made a request to Dojiang. You know Yuchon Kim, right? Can you dig up some info on him? He was now sitting upright at his desk. Yuchon Kim, you mean the guy from The Way, the Pretty One? He spoke up to confirm, yeah, that is him. If possible, I want you to focus on any suspicious or shady parts of his past. Dojiang did not agree immediately. Wow, that kind of dirty info is not easy to find. A hint of calculation appeared in his eyes. To be honest, this is not the kind of thing to discuss over the phone. We should meet in person and make a proper deal. Yet another person with this request for Sukhan. Again, why does everyone I talk to insist on meeting in person? He was extremely curious about this. Why do we have to meet in person? Can't we just do this over the phone? Dojiang bluntly stated his desire. We could, but I prefer meeting because I also have a favor to ask you. He figured as much. I knew it. I just knew it. Fine, tell me what it is then. The person on the other end smiled after getting his way. I wonder what it could be. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something important. Alright, there's a pretty interesting rumor going around that someone from Stardust might appear on Boy Dream. Is it true? Sukhan was stunned for a few seconds. Just how wide is this guy's network? Dojiang asked again, so what do you think? Do you want to meet me now? He had phrased it in a way that clearly forced Sukhan to agree. Fine. Where do you want to meet? The final location chosen was a convenience store. Dojiang wore a mask that covered his face completely, leaving only his eyes visible. Of all the places we could meet, you chose a convenience store. We could have gone to a nice cafe, or even a meeting room at Dobble's. Sukhan, disguised with a pair of thick glasses, did not think so. No, this place is perfect, especially since I am meeting you. He stopped arguing about the location. Yeah, I guessed as much. But this really is about one of the Stardust members, right? Otherwise, I doubt you would have agreed to meet me so easily. The two of them got into the main topic. As for what you said about a Stardust member appearing on Boy Dream, I'm sure it is just a rumor. Their outfits were attracting students passing by. Isn't it too hot to wear coats and masks? Maybe they are celebrities. Sukhan replied to Dojiang. I checked, nothing has been confirmed on our side. He took off his mask, revealing his handsome face. Really, there were many whispers from a distance. The guy with brown hair is more my type. He looks tall too. What about the other one? I bet both of them are handsome under those masks. He could not help but ask Dojiang, by the way, how on earth do you know these things? He just smiled. Curious. Immediately after, he brought his face closer. Want me to let you in on the secret? His voice took on a mysterious tone. About how I know everything that happens in this industry. Sukhan lightly pushed up his glasses. It is obviously thanks to your sister, Doyen. The words immediately broke the weird atmosphere between them. You really know how to ruin my fun. He ignored his little expression. So do you really know anything about Yuchon Kim? Dojiang sat back in his seat. I do, and it is actually quite crazy. But what do I get out of it? I am not giving it away for free. Sukhan sighed in relief internally. He was really trying to bargain, as if he were the only one who knew how to play this game. But I have my own cards too. You are still seeing Seo Ali, right? He knew it for a fact. Actually, I did not even need to ask. With your personality, there is no way you would proactively cut ties. Dojiang slammed the table loudly. Good grief, did you have to bring that up right now? Sukhan was much calmer than him. I am just saying you are not the only one holding all the cards here. Dojiang gave in and started his story. I think it was about 2 years ago. That guy, Yuchon Kim, turns out he once halted activities for a while due to health issues. He took a break for about 3 or 4 months. Anyway, at that time, some rumors were quietly spreading among the staff at his company. The past was slowly revealed. Of course, their group is very popular, so all sorts of wild stories and rumors fly everywhere. Just take what I say as a reference. But from what I heard, his health problem back then was not just physical. Sukhan had not considered this. You mean he had psychological issues? Dojiang confirmed. Yeah, according to people around him, it looked like he had lost control a bit. The man often fell into a state of panic. It was said that his condition was so bad at the time that he could not take photos, perform, or participate in any of the group schedules. His eyes became strange. I also remember hearing that he kept muttering about seeing strange shapes floating in front of him. While they were talking, their drinks arrived. Luckily, he is fully recovered now. But at the time, many people actually thought he was either possessed by a demon or suffering from some kind of disorder. I heard his company went through a terrible time trying to handle it. Even so, Suk-han was not entirely convinced. Wait, so is it possible that Yu-chan is just a mentally unstable person, and everything he has said until now is just a coincidence? Do-jiang slowly picked up his glass and took a sip. And the weirdest rumor I heard. He finished the rest of his story. He said he could see random letters floating in the air. And he kept repeating a certain name over and over, demanding to know who it was. From these pieces of information, he basically had his own answer. If the so-called hallucinations he mentioned were actually mission windows, then everything fits. So does that mean the man named Yu-chan only started receiving missions in the last few years? The voice of the person opposite began to hesitate. As for other things. A smile on his lips and a hand extended towards Suk-han. I do not think I will have the motivation to dig deeper unless I get something in return. Suk-han gave a tired sigh. Of course, classic Do-jiang. He asked, fine, what do you want? Do-jiang rested his chin on his hand and answered leisurely, can you make people think you are closer to me than to Junhyuk, for example, by making a cameo on Boy Dream during the semi-finals? Suk-han thought to himself, so he just wants to exploit our fake friendship. He replied lazily, yeah, that sounds like a real pain. Plus, I do not even know if I will be free then. Do-jiang said with a sly look, by the way, a very close friend of mine used to be a trainee along with Yu-chan. Suk-han nodded. Fine, we have a deal. Hearing that, Do-jiang laughed with satisfaction. See, this is why I like you, Suk-han. You do not waste time hesitating. Now, on to the next agreement. So about the artist mission on Boy Dream, you are sure none of the Stardust members are scheduled to appear as producers? He probed, not even Songbin. In a dimly lit room. A smashed phone was still lying on the floor. A post about a watch appeared on the phone screen. In the comments section of the post, two people were chatting back and forth. Kong JH, what do you think of this? JH King, I love it. Kong, want me to buy it for you? JH King, yeah. JH King, Hyok, that painting you mentioned in the live, I will buy it for you. Just DM me your address. Kong, whoa, that is so cool. Throwing money around like it is nothing. Honestly, it is pretty badass. Ray sat on the bed, his voice trembling. Jaehyuk. That bastard. What the hell is he thinking, looking for a sponsor again? The phone screen showed news articles about that Instagram post. Ray's face was resigned, looking extremely resentful. Fans also expressed their feelings about KJ Entertainment's post. Fans in the comments section were constantly worried. Why now of all times? The situation is already bad with Jaehyuk's scandal breaking out. Maybe this is the reason he is on hiatus. Ray, please be okay. Ray pushed back his chair. He sat familiarly in front of the computer screen. On the screen was Boy Dream Contestant Application, full name, date of birth, vocal training, dance training, rap training, instrumental ability, what role are you applying for? Debut experience, stage name, group name, trainee or artist background, audition history, programs, competitions, achievements, other experience related to entertainment, broadcasting, performing, modeling. Ray just sat dazed in front of the computer without taking action. Sway announced in a serious tone, listen up, everyone. I have bad news. Everyone, I do not know if you have heard yet. Sway recounted, but it looks like the core will continue to promote as a duo without Jaehyuk. They officially kicked him out. Haim puffed his cheeks gloomily. Yeah, I saw that article too. Plus, Ray is on break because of an injury. The last time we saw them, we could see the tension between them, but who would have thought things would get this bad? Suk-han was pensive upon hearing that. Actually, I always knew Jaehyuk would not last long. Even in my past life, his sponsor scandal broke out around this time. It would be nice if he could give a proper apology, but his career is effectively over, and I do not want Ian to get dragged into that pointless drama. And more importantly, Haim rubbed Ian's back and cursed resentfully, he deserves it. Good riddance. Let us not mention his name anymore. Come on, Ian, say it with me. He deserves it. Ian's face was sad. So he has really been kicked out. Jun Seo gently brought Ian a glass of water. Don't worry. I will make sure he never gets a peaceful night's sleep. Suk-han thought to himself, since Ian told the truth about what happened back then, I feel like we have all become a little closer. Ian replied with a smile, thanks. But actually, just having everyone here is more than enough. I am really okay now. No matter how many things were happening, time still flew by. The screen showed Stardust Radio on the screen. In front of the lens, the group chatted with each other very harmoniously and happily. A poster appeared with the words, "Don't stop, really dance." Sukhan's inner monologue: we were so busy running from one filming session to another, from appearances and performances to any scheduled activity. And before we knew it, we had already released our second mini-album. Stardust, Comet Teaser 1. The footage opened with a brilliant sunset afternoon. Fans flooded the comments. Oh my god, what is the concept for this album? So they are not going with the space theme anymore. One excited fan commented, "Who is that?" In the MV, Jun Seo appeared with a cold, sharp expression. Fans discussed excitedly, "Looks a bit like Junseo to me." Look, it really is Junseo, that scarf suits him so well. One fan commented, "Wait, is this post-apocalyptic Earth? I love seeing Junseo look this serious." Everyone got more and more excited. Is that really Earth in the background? Oh my god, we are really seeing everything from Junseo's perspective. Everything looks completely devastated. Someone wondered, where are the other members? Another fan reassured, I am sure they will show up soon. Who is that? Is it Sahayan? No, that is Songbin. His face was covered, but he still looked so handsome. Nothing makes a person more attractive than a little mystery. Why is that both toxic and true? Why is he standing there all alone, looking so sad? Fans began to scrutinize the MV's visuals. Alright, did Dobbles really pour a mountain of cash into this teaser? What kind of budget are you talking about? Cough cough. I mean CGI. Okay, the graphics actually look pretty good. At this moment in the MV, cubes appeared from nowhere, more and more of them. They gradually dissolved into small grains of sand. The sunset glow shone as if signaling someone's arrival. Viewers recognized the person in the MV. It is Shu, finally he is here. I have been waiting. That dark, pensive vibe of his. I can't breathe, he looks so incredible. But why did they let our boy lie on the cold hard ground like that? An observant fan pointed out, so are they implying that all the members are separated? Yeah, looks that way. The camera suddenly zoomed in on Shu. Suddenly a notification appeared, analysis of Stardust's new teaser. Warning, purely personal speculation. Just some thoughts of mine after watching the teaser, so my theory is based on the concept photos Dobbles posted and the members' teaser comments. I think the central theme of the Stardust universe is time and encounters. The concept photo of the first album had an hourglass. The second album features a strange door that transcends time and space. And because they keep including clocks as a recurring symbol, I guess the key motif is parallel universes, or time itself. Viewers became excited. Wait, Sukhan is wearing the exact same outfit from their previous MV. Have they fallen into the wrong place? I need answers. I am terrible at connecting these kinds of details in MVs, so I will just wait for the theory analysis experts to do their job. While everyone is decoding, I will just sit here and admire Sukhan's face. Personally, the last lyric in the teaser was what impressed me the most. I am lost, still searching. A fan could not hide their love. That bittersweet smile, I am done, completely fallen. The way the red lights cut through like scars as time and space are bent. The visuals are pure genius. The last line about being lost but still searching, I guess they are still trying to find the right timeline where the person they are looking for exists. When the official MV is released, I will be back with a full analysis. Bye for now. The end of the MV appeared, Comet, the second mini-album by Stardust. The comments section quickly became a discussion forum. Center Dohami brings pure apocalyptic energy, goosebumps, wow, they really went big with the second album concept. Right, the first album was all dreamy and cosmic, but now the teaser shows a destroyed Earth. I do not even care about the concept change, it looks fire already. I love how Sukhan can pull off this dark vibe. The only thing Sukhan can't pull off is probably acting sexy. 1 million copies sold in the first week, let us make it happen. At the award ceremony, the female MC smiled and said softly, and we are back with one of the hottest tracks on the SBC charts. This week's featured choice comes from the boy group Stardust, who have just returned with their second mini-album. The two MCs spoke eloquently. They have opened a completely new chapter, expanding the worldview of their first album with a post-apocalyptic theme. They wander lost, until they finally reach the end of the timeline. Is this the world that Stardustas have always been searching for? Then both said in unison, let us find out right now. Sukhan's voice rang out, hour after hour, they keep piling up. Memories start to fade, the promise that we would meet again. He appeared with a well-groomed look. I wish I had never believed in it. Jae-in Lee thought to himself. Everyone was worried because the vibe of this song is completely different from the debut track. But wow, the way it is climbing straight up the charts is no joke. The members put in all their effort and came up with many ideas. So after drifting through space, they finally reached Earth, only to fall there, and it worked. The song really harmonizes with the overall concept they are aiming for. He smiled with satisfaction. It maintains the right balance, dreamy, yet with a dynamic rhythm that keeps things light. It is the perfect song to introduce the unique story they want to tell. Jae-in Lee secretly praised, "You guys are doing so well, boys." On stage, Stardust was still immersed in the music. Every beat of my heart, no boundary can hold me back. I will keep reaching out. We are a comet in the night, shining brighter than the moonlight. Sukhan sang solemnly, "We have said this countless times before, we will shine." Ian beside him also performed the moves very well. The warmth where our shoulders touched still lingers. I reach out for the memory of what once existed. Haim also smiled at the camera. "You won't be left alone. I will find my way back to you." Sung Bin beside them was not inferior to the other members. "Every beat of my heart. For now I am lost, but it is only for a moment." The audience below continued to cheer and shout. Si-woo delivered a performance that was perfectly in sync with the other members. Every member of the group fulfilled their role excellently. Finally, the stage ended with a sound of celebratory pyrotechnics. Yuchan watched Stardust's performance and said in a mocking tone, "Wow, first place again. Stardust is on a winning streak. Congratulations." Sukhan said tiredly, "Even though Stardust's schedule is packed every day, what is this shocking news you swore would make me faint? I still had to make time for this mission at Holine Cafe Inn. Dobley's entertainment, the thing our lives actually depend on." Yuchan teased, "Wow, look at those dark circles under your eyes. You look like you are about to pass out anyway, even without my help." Sukhan replied coldly, "Please, drop the dark jokes." Sukhan did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "We are both busy, so let us get to it. Just tell me what this mission is." Yuchan teased, "Are you sure you are ready to hear it? Don't say I did not warn you." He stated, "Whether I know what the mission is or not, it is going to happen anyway, right? I do not know how difficult it will be, but I would rather not go in blind." "True. Honestly, I am not thrilled about this either, but it is what it is." Yuchan inquired seriously, making Sukhan freeze, "So tell me, Sohan. The system, Grammy Award achievement. Your variable will become the first Korean artist to win Album of the Year at the Grammy Awards. Decline, accept. Do you think Stardust can win a Grammy next year? It was the kind of mission that anyone would know was impossible from the start." He froze and awkwardly repeated, "Sorry, what award?" Yuchan replied, "A Grammy." He mocked, "What, you are not going to faint?" Sukhan brushed Yuchan's hand away and said in a reminding tone, "Seriously, do you think this is the time for jokes?" Yuchan still wore a teasing smile, who said, "I was joking. I came to meet you in person because I thought you might actually faint." Sukhan tried to calm him down. "Come on, how is that realistic? It has not even been 6 months since Stardust debuted." He thought to himself, and more importantly, our very first fan sign was just recently. Sukhan clenched his fists and said bitterly, "No artist is eligible for a Grammy without releasing at least one full album, and we just released our second mini-album a few days ago." Yuchan rested his chin on his hand and replied, "True. And you need at least 30 songs in your discography just to be nominated. It seems a bit much to pull off in 6 months. "A bit much," Sukhan replied crossly, "it is impossible." He screamed internally, "Completely impossible." He spoke up in a firm tone, "If I fail this mission, are we really finished? Realistically, there is no way to do it. Just getting nominated would require a miracle, and winning would literally rewrite K-pop history." Yuchan still looked at him calmly. "Well, there is another mission we could choose instead." Hearing that, Sukhan flared up, "And you are only telling me that now?" The system notification appeared, "Mission. Choose one of the following achievements. Your variable must complete the chosen achievement within the specified time limit. 1. Win a Grammy Award. 2. Synchronize with the nearest universe. Reward for success, your life is guaranteed. Penalty for failure, expulsion from this universe." Sukhan wondered, "So the second option is synchronize with the nearest universe?" Yuchan replied, "Exactly. If I am not mistaken, the nearest universe must be the life you lived before. It means your status in that life will synchronize with your current self. But since you died in that life, well, you understand the problem." Sukhan thought with a dark expression, He means if I link this life to my previous one, I will just die all over again. No matter which option I pick, it is a dead end. His tone was heavy. So there is really only one path forward. Exactly. Now do you understand why I started with the Grammy mission? Sukhan held his head in horror. So Stardust really has to aim for a Grammy next year. That is like trying to run before we can even walk. Yu-chan said bluntly, and at this point, the only category you can realistically aim for is Best Pop Duo/Group Performance. And in case you forgot, I also want to avoid dying just as much as you do. 1. Win a Grammy. 2. Synchronize with the nearest universe. So I will do everything I can to help you. With that, he calmly stretched his arms. Looks like you will be busy out of your mind trying to get Stardust to the Grammys. First, you and the members should come on my radio show. I will send the details to your manager. Sukhan's face looked grim upon hearing that. Fine. Yu-chan glanced at him. He let out a sigh. Yu-chan spoke up, by the way, Sukhan, there is one more thing I want to ask. Sukhan replied, yeah, what? He asked a question that stunned Sukhan. Have you never thought about telling the truth to the others? Come on, you already know the answer to that. Sukhan said painfully, who would believe me if I told them what kind of mess I am stuck in? Yu-chan just smiled it off. True. To anyone else, it would just sound like nonsense. With that, he stood up to say goodbye. Anyway, see you later. Do me a favor and do not die in the meantime.
Sekha replied lustily. Yeah, no.
He was lost in thought. It is not an ideal choice. But Yu-chan is right. For now, this really is the best option we have. Thinking that, Sukhan remained silently determined, and if I mess this up, the worst that can happen is I die. No big deal. A moment later, Sukhan was still holding his head, struggling with his thoughts. The scene shifted to the program. The male MC's voice rang out, aiming for the top. Boy Dream, the Idol Reboot Survival Show, officially begins today. Watch as our contestants take their first steps toward making their dreams a reality. The camera panned toward the stage. A female fan sitting in front of her phone screen was full of anticipation. Yes, episode 1 is finally airing. The comments section was abuzz. I swear, Dojeong just needs to stand still and that face alone is enough to put him at the top. This is your time, Dojeong, you have to debut. I still have not forgotten Junhyuk's big mistake in SDP. Please do not mess up again, Junhyuk. I am begging you, just stay focused and win fairly. The idols sang in unison, hold me, choose me, take me away. Viewers became rowdy. Wait, am I the only one getting SDP vibes from the signal song? Whatever, all these survival show signal songs sound the same anyway. The stage was hyped up. Is everyone ready? The male MC announced, then let us begin the ranking evaluations. Even before the trainees entered the Boy Dream studio, the waiting room was bustling. A trainee with a bun and one with a buzz cut chatted, wow, did you see him? He is really handsome. But won't that skew the competition? He is on a completely different level than us. The trainees whispered to each other in worry. A silver-haired trainee wondered, what is going on? Who are you guys talking about? All eyes were on one contestant. Who could it be? A trainee with a bowl cut cried out, come on, this is not fair at all. How can we compete with someone like that? A platinum-haired boy also shared, honestly, I was pretty confident at first, but after seeing him here, I am not so sure anymore. Another bald youth could not stop worrying, this is really unfair to the rest of us. Another person in an interview said, yeah, I was pretty shocked at first. Honestly, if he were just another trainee trying for a second chance like me or Junhyuk. Dojeong's voice reached Ray's ears. I would not think it was unfair. But he is already a debuted idol. Then he continued his speech, even so, complaining won't help. Here, we are all just contestants competing from the same starting line. If anything, this just reminds me not to be too complacent just because I have done this once before. Below, there were many praising comments. I have always liked how Dojeong is so chill and honest. This just reminds me why I stand him in the first place. He is so real, not fake at all. Haim sat in front of the screen, eyes wide with shock. What? No way, is Ray really a contestant on Boy Dream? Se-hyun also looked surprised. Wow, that really is too unfair. Haim immediately agreed, if I were one of those trainees, I would be crying by now. Imagine having to compete against someone who has already debuted. At this point, Jun Seo interrupted them, but if he decided to join a survival show, does that mean the core is heading toward disbandment? The excitement faded from Haim's face, replaced by a bit of sadness. Why do you have to say it like that? Now I almost want to cheer for him. Sukhan just silently watched everyone's reactions. Junseo is probably right about the core disbanding. Even in my past life, the core halted activities after Jaehyuk's sponsor scandal broke out. He already knew what they were discussing. And as for Ray appearing in Boy Dream, that happened before too, so I am not surprised. Sukhan's attention fell on the next development. The level 1 mission begins. The host announced, the results are in. Team A will consist of Dojeong, Junhyuk, Ray, Xiaojang-I, and Mir. This was the difference he cared about. Dojeong and Junhyuk, who were originally supposed to debut with Stardust, were now competing on Boy Dream. Haim suddenly blurted out, making everyone turn to him, "Oh my god, are they crazy? How can they put those three in the same team from the start? Where's the fun in that?" I am about to stop watching. No one believed those words. Yeah, right. No way he is actually going to stop watching. Look, his eyes are glued to the screen. Dojeong's bright, smiling face was zoomed in on the TV screen. Sukhan stared at that face for a long time, his inner thoughts unknown. In his memory, Songbin had agreed to appear as a guest commentator for the show after I persuaded him. Although honestly, I had no way of knowing if he received that invitation in the previous life. The only reason I spoke to him was because I chose to follow Dojeong's advice. He had once told Sukhan, the rumors about Yunha Cha being Songbin's younger sister are spreading like wildfire on the forums. But you know what I think. Right then, Du Kyung appeared unexpectedly. He placed his phone right in front of Sukhan's eyes, muttering incessantly, the rumors about Yunha Cha being Songbin's sister are spreading like wildfire, across all the forums. If we do not do something, people will just assume it is the truth. Du Kyung's finger tapped lightly on the phone. He paused for a moment then continued, according to the rumors, the controversy over whether she could actually sing exploded quite violently back then, and now it is being dug up all over again. At this point, Du Kyung's voice suddenly turned serious, each word intentionally emphasized, with the way everyone is talking, Songbin is not allowed to make a mistake. If he shows any weakness, they will tear him apart before he even realizes what is happening. Finally, he gave a faint laugh. They will say he is no different from his sister and is not as talented as everyone thought. On this side, Sukhan looked down, thinking to himself, the way they said that makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, but at the same time, they are not entirely wrong. While he was still deep in thought, Du Kyung continued, questioning in a disdainful tone, do people ever actually care about the truth? They just live for the excitement of finding a new target to insult. Meanwhile, Sukhan fell into deep thought, a series of ideas hitting him like a storm. With rumors and controversies that ignore the truth, the only way to silence them is. Precisely at this moment, he made a suggestion. As I see it, there are three options. Immediately after, Du Kyung raised a finger and slowly signaled, Option 1, he refuses to participate in the show and pours all his energy into promoting Stardust's album. But if he does that, the rumors about him and Yunha being siblings will never end. He suddenly lowered his voice. Option 2, like Option 1, he refuses the show and Yunha steps onto the stage once more to prove her ability and silence the controversy. But that all depends on whether she is willing. Finally, Du Kyung held up 3 fingers, his tone shifting to one of sarcasm, and since you do not know that for sure, you're left with only the third option. He spoke decisively, each word falling like an unchangeable decision. Songbin accepts the offer and joins the show. And he stuns everyone, proving his undeniable talent and silencing all controversy. Directly refuting the critics through top-tier skill. That is the most satisfying choice. As soon as that thought flashed by, Sukhan instinctively hesitated. He thought deeply, but that is also what worries me, because the Songbin I remember has a future where Stardust slides downhill and he eventually struggles with panic disorder. At that time, I thought he broke down from the psychological shock of the other members getting caught in legal trouble and leaving the group. Wait, Songbin was never a mentor on Boy Dream in that future, and if I did not know about the rumors surrounding Yunha, it means they did not spread that far. So was it actually malicious comments that gnawed away at him from the very first days of Stardust's debut? Just then, a whisper from somewhere reached his ears. It is okay, do not mind it too much. You have more supporters than people who hate you. Hearing this, a tiny voice responded, sounding a bit hesitant, I know but I still feel. The practice room door suddenly swung open. Sukhan poked his head in curiously, hey, what are you two talking about in here, can I come in? He stepped into the room, asking quickly without hesitation, are you guys talking about Boy Dream? The other party quickly waved him off, trying to act normal. Oh yeah, something like that, but it is nothing serious. I am just asking for advice. You go back to practicing. Sukhan approached as if he had no intention of leaving. He looked at him suspiciously. Practice ended early tonight. Remind me again, what is our group's general rule? The words written on the paper immediately hit the group's eyes. The two of them answered immediately in a firm voice, "No secrets if it is related to work." Si-woo hesitated for a moment and then replied, "And before you misunderstand, we were talking about Boy Dream, but not about Songbin joining the show." At this point, he suddenly hesitated. "Here, look." As soon as he looked at the phone screen, Suk-han went almost silent. "Oh no, is this really happening the way I feared?" After a moment of silence, he tried to reassure him, "Don't be stressed, Songbin. It will be fine." Suk-han looked straight at him, his eyes full of determination. With a situation this chaotic, there is only one fastest and surest way to turn things around. Take the mentor position on Boy Dream and show everyone your true ability. Si-woo smiled slightly, but his gaze remained serious. "So you think we should confront this controversy head-on, but there is always the risk of malicious editing. What do we do then?" Faced with his question, he declared loudly, "I am not worried about that. I am certain it won't happen." Having said that, Suk-han tried to reassure himself. There is no way Seo-jun would intentionally ruin Songbin's image, right? Especially when I, his brother, am in the same group. Songbin leaned forward. "So you really think I should join? I mean really?" Si-woo did not hesitate to confirm. "Yeah, we are not against it. We believe in you." Suk-han tilted his head slightly, thinking for a moment, then spoke slowly as if reorganizing memories in his head. "Hey, I have been thinking, and I have a pretty clear idea of who will appear as mentors on the show. You know." Contrary to expectations, Songbin replied immediately, "Of course, I saw it happen in the future." He cut in to add, "There is a way for Songbin to hone his production skills, and at the same time build relationships with the people who will appear on the show." Hearing this, Si-woo immediately shifted his attention to Suk-han and asked curiously, "Oh, what way?" He answered confidently as if he had just thought of the perfect move. "What if you try participating in the songwriting camp that Davies is organizing?" Meanwhile, at Tifl's dormitory, Ji-hoo suddenly received a message, his eyes glued to the screen. The text glowed as soon as the screen was turned on. As soon as he saw the words, he could not help but laugh. Ji-hoo asked with quite a bit of interest, "You remember Suk-han, right? He is the youngest in that group. I guess that is why he is still so quick, sharp, and somehow very adorable." At the same time, he replied to the message with an invitation. Back to Yanu, his eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, so you guys have already planned to go eat together?" Ji-hoo replied with satisfaction. "Yeah." Yanu whistled softly, as if he had just witnessed something very interesting. "Wow, that was fast." After saying that, he gave a soft laugh. He texted back in like 2 seconds, haha. On this side, Ji-hoo's face was momentarily pensive as his eyes scanned the words on the screen. But immediately after, he looked flustered. "Am I overdoing it? I mean, think about it, someone who has been in the industry for 7 or 8 years suddenly asks you to lunch. How would you feel?" Yonu immediately glared at him and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "Ugh, I would feel extremely uncomfortable." Hearing this, Ji-hoo got worked up. "So you are saying I give off a middle-aged uncle vibe?" Seeing this, he coughed slightly. "If you have to ask that, you already know the answer." Seeing that, he immediately interrupted, "Forget it." After a moment of silence, Yonu muttered as if remembering something, "Suk-han is the youngest member, right? I remember him saying." Ji-hoo replied casually as if he did not care. "He is 17 or something." After hearing that, he could not help but feel a bit flustered. 17, my god, that kid was practically born yesterday. He seems to be a fan of yours. Just go have lunch with him and get it over with. Ji-hoo tilted his head in thought, tapping his chin as he considered, should I ask him who his current favorite artist is? He immediately looked over with a suspicious gaze. "Sounds like you are getting ready for a date." He replied irritably, "Shut up and eat." Yonu frowned slightly, "But honestly, you have never been the type to like getting close to junior artists." Hearing this, Ji-hoo tilted his head back in frustration and kept complaining, "That is not true. It is not that I do not want to, I just have not had the chance." Yanu sighed softly. "True, we have been too busy since debut." Speaking up to here, he paused for a moment. "Even so." Yanu looked at Ji-hoo again, his eyes showing clear surprise, and spoke slowly in a half-teasing, half-serious voice. "I am a bit shocked. I never thought I would see you invite a rookie like him to eat." Before he could finish, Ji-hoo cut in. "They are the first boy group from our company since us. I just want to make sure they know they can come to us if they need anything." Yanu narrowed his eyes suspiciously as if he had just discovered something interesting. Since when did he suddenly become so kind-hearted? He could not hide his curiosity and asked back. "Stardust has 7 members. Why did you only ask for that kid's number?" Faced with the questioning, Ji-hoo tried to explain as normally as possible. He is the main dancer, and he is polite, cute, good-looking, plus he seems to have a calm personality. Honestly, he reminds me a bit of myself. Saying this, he immediately narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Wait, Why are you interrogating me so much? Seeing this, Yonu laughed softly in a teasing tone. Oh, does it sound like that? That is funny, hearing that from the guy who gave me a hard time when I first joined the group. Ji-hoo growled angrily. I told you not to bring that up again. Just then, a strange sound rang out. Chirp chirp, quack quack. He immediately turned his head in surprise. Wait, is that a bird? Why are you suddenly watching bird videos? He turned to explain, it is not birds. I was just curious about him so I searched, and this was the first video that popped up. Ji-hoo raised an eyebrow, tilting his head toward the phone. Who are you talking about? Immediately after, Yonu tilted the screen and brought it in front of him. Finally, he answered simply, that polite and calm kid, the one you are about to go to lunch with. Ji-hoo was momentarily pensive, then he replied instinctively, yeah, he is definitely a calm kid. A long while later, Ji-hoo narrowed his eyes at Suk-han. Suk-han, you look a bit tense. Are you nervous? He was a bit startled and quickly replied politely, his voice low but sincere, a little bit, sir. Yes. Suk-han swallowed hard and continued, this is my first time participating in a songwriting camp. Meanwhile, his inner self was practically screaming, how could I not be nervous? I never thought I would actually get to join this camp. So what exactly is a songwriting camp? Basically, it is a grueling creative boot camp where songwriters and producers stay together for several days, working non-stop to create new music. Usually, it is tied to a specific project, like a new group's debut album or a major artist's comeback. Everyone is completely isolated from the outside world, spending day and night focused entirely on music production. In reality, it is less like a camp and more like a high-pressure creative marathon where you have to churn out finished tracks before the deadline. My plan was to get Song-bin into the songwriting camp, so that he could work on and sharpen his composing and production skills before participating in Boy Dream. Returning to reality, Ji-hoo did not beat around the bush and asked bluntly, so you want Song-bin to join Tifl songwriting camp? That is not a problem. But what about you? Suk-han, songwriting camps are usually most effective when there is a mix of people from different age groups. Suk-han's eyes immediately widened, his surprise unconcealed. You want me to join too, for real? He laughed and nodded in a friendly way. If your schedule allows it, I would love for you to join us. It will be fun, do not you think? Suk-han bowed his head slightly, answering only in his thoughts, of course it is fun, I was already having fun just sitting here with you. Suk-han spoke up shyly, I am honored. Please let me join. He thought to himself, of course I agreed. Who could turn down this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and that was how I unexpectedly found myself participating in a songwriting camp. Shortly after, Jin-ha stepped forward, wearing a professional smile. Hello everyone, I am so glad to have all these songwriters here today. My name is Jin-ha Song, director of Dobby's Entertainment and the coordinator of the songwriting camp. Jin-ha looked around the somewhat quiet room and laughed lightly. Well, the atmosphere is a bit stiff, is not it? Anyway, for the next 3 days and 2 nights, we will live, breathe, and dream music together to prepare for Tifl's new album. She continued the introduction, and in this songwriting camp, we have some very special guests joining us today, the members of Tifl and Stardust. The 2 Tifl members stepped forward and bowed politely. Hello everyone, we are Ji-hoo and Yonu from Tifl. Suk-han and Song-bin followed suit, looking a bit nervous but still bowing. Hello, we are Suk-han and Song-bin from Stardust. Down below, someone chuckled and whispered to their friend, see, I knew it. If we are lucky, we might even write a track for Stardust. This camp is extra special because our artists are directly involved in the creative process. On the other side, Jin-ha concluded her speech with an enthusiastic tone. I hope this camp is not just a workplace. I want it to be a space for collaboration, inspiration, and creative synergy. Let us make the coming days truly worthwhile for everyone. Alright, let us get started. As soon as she finished, Ji-hoo's group quickly joined the preparation session. In one corner of the room, producers and superstars were having a very serious discussion. At the same time, a pair of eyes peeked inside. Hyuk-won, this is not the only track you are working on, right? Hyuk-won, I did not know you signed up for the songwriting camp too. He immediately turned around. Hey. Hyuk-won looked up from his laptop, his face showing a bit of surprise before quickly breaking into a friendly smile. Long time no see. How have you been lately? The other person looked weary. Nothing to complain about, you know how it is. Hyuk-won was a lead producer at Dobby's Entertainment. Hyuk-won sighed inwardly. Actually, I am not okay at all. Every demo I send in gets rejected. Things are so bad I am about to lose my studio because I can't pay the rent. His friend gave him a firm pat of encouragement to lift his spirits. his gaze serious. Both of us have to get our songs onto this album. You hear me, hearing this? He nodded quickly. Definitely. I have been grinding non-stop on my tracks. Hyok-won thought to himself, my songs are much better than anything Billy Bingair puts out. It is ridiculous that his music keeps getting picked over mine. The friend nodded in satisfaction at that determination. That is what I want to hear. Want me to listen and give you some feedback, like in the old days? Hyok-won responded quickly with expectation. Sure, that would be great. Do you have time now? Immediately after, he quickly started up the equipment in the room. The friend reflexively recalled the past. I started mentoring this kid when he was in middle school, practically raised him myself. And now look, he finally knows how to write songs that actually sound decent. He tilted his head and asked, how far along are you with the track? Hyok-won was a bit embarrassed. I have only finished the chorus. The friend listened for a few seconds and nodded slightly. Sounds pretty good. Then he quickly added, don't get me wrong, it is clean, fresh, and has a solid rhythm. But it does not quite fit Tifl's concept this time, do not you think? Hyok-won turned back in surprise. You noticed that too? Yeah, the melody is a bit too soft for their current style. On this side, Suk-han suddenly narrowed his eyes as if he just remembered something. Wait, this melody sounds so familiar. I am certain I have heard that intro somewhere before. I might be wrong, but I am pretty sure that is one of Stardust's tracks. Wow, I did not realize some of Stardust's songs came from songwriting camps like this. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Hyok-won, he hurriedly turned around. Oh, hello Ji-hoo. He nodded and said sincerely, I just wanted to say it is a shame the track you wrote for our last album did not become the title song. I really thought it was great. Hyok-won was a bit surprised but still bowed in thanks. Thank you. It was an honor just to write for a Tifl album. He suddenly paused upon hearing that name. Hyok-won. Hyok-won. Where have I heard that name before? Wait, that is right. In the future, I am pretty sure he is one of the producers whose name always comes up when people talk about Dobby's Entertainment. It seems right now he is still just a rookie. On the other side, the friend looked at Ji-hoo with confusion. Since when did Hyok-won get so close to a Tifl member? Whatever, I already know how this ends. They will just end up picking one of Billy Bingair's songs anyway. He did not think much of it and asked curiously, Hey Hyok-won, this is not the only song you have composed, right? He quickly replied, I have a few other demos ready just in case. Receiving the answer, the friend nodded. Great. I will listen to them and give you feedback. I am fine here, so you go hang out for a bit. Hearing that, Hyok-won let out a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. Got it, thanks. With that, the friend turned back to the desk, his hands tightening his headphones. Meanwhile, Suk-han's eyes had been fixed on him for a while. He only saw the corner of the friend's mouth quirk into a very sinister smile. The songwriting camp concluded successfully. And the final title track for Tifl's comeback album was the one Hyok-won was responsible for mentoring. In the meantime, Songbin spent the following week talking non-stop about composition, inspiration, and the meaning of creating good music. And before we knew it, the scene shifted to a few days later, at a recording studio. Through the transparent glass, artists could be seen preparing for a recording. Yu Chan's deep, warm voice rang out, Hello everyone, you are listening to Yu Chan Kim's afternoon radio show. We had returned to the grind, jumping from one performance to the next. At this moment, the host announced excitedly, joining us today is a boy group that has been dominating the charts recently. Their second mini-album, Starline, sold over 320,000 copies in its first week. He emphasized every word as if introducing a phenomenon. They are a rookie group that just debuted in April this year, yet they have topped multiple music programs for 3 consecutive weeks, breaking their own sales records. With their rapid rise in popularity, they have been called the next breakout generation in the industry. The host continued enthusiastically, Please welcome Stardust, the stars of the galaxy, shining bright. The group shouted in unison, Hello, we are Stardust, thank you for having us. The host quickly changed the subject. Let me start by saying it was not easy to get you guys here today. I can imagine how busy your schedule must be. Hearing this, Siwoo replied politely, We are very grateful you invited us. Just being on your radio show is a great honor. The host happily turned to Suk-han. So good to see you again, Suk-han. You did not just take first place in the Stardust project, but you are also famous for debuting at just 17. But you are 18 now, right? Wow, still so young. He nodded slightly into the microphone. Yes, I recently turned 18. Receiving the answer, the host asserted confidently, You definitely give off the youngest member vibe. As soon as he said that, Sukhan forced an awkward smile. Actually, I might be the oldest person in this room. He tried to remain polite, but in his head, he thought something completely different. Is he trying to provoke me just because he knows I can't say anything on live radio? Meanwhile, the host continued to gush. I bet anyone could tell you are the youngest even from miles away. Exactly at this moment, Yu-chan spoke up. Alright, let us start by reading one of the emails from our listeners. He turned to the person beside him. Shu, can you help me with that? You have a perfect deep warm voice. He nodded slightly. Sure, I will read it. Siwoo opened the email in front of him and read slowly. This is the first email of the day, and it comes with a story. I am a 21-year-old university student living in Seoul. And lately, I have been facing the biggest dilemma of my life. The entire studio listened in silence, while he continued in a steady voice. There is a guy at my university who just returned from military service, and I fell for him from the first moment I saw him. On this side, Sukhan's expression changed. Wait. A warning thought rang in his head. They are asking for dating advice. At the same time, Siwoo frowned slightly as he read the next part. I really like him, but I do not know if he feels the same way. What do you guys think? Does it sound like he likes me too? Having read that far, he lowered his voice. And that is the end of the email. Jun Seo now wore a professional smile. Thanks to Shu for reading, and thanks to the listener for sharing their story. Personally, I think. Just then, a stream of comments kept running across the screen. I really hope they are not going to bait the members into talking about romance under the guise of giving advice. None of us Dusties want to hear them discuss dating, seriously. They invite idols as guests just to force them to answer dating questions. Who approved this? Seeing this, Sukhan instinctively felt a chill. No matter what advice he is about to give, it is going to be the wrong answer. Immediately after, he hurriedly pinched Jun Seo's arm. He turned to look at Sukhan in confusion. While Sukhan was lost in thought, there is only one right thing an idol should say in this situation. At this moment, Yu-chan chimed in, smirking. Hearing stories like this makes us feel all fluttery, does not it, like it reminds you of that heart-fluttering feeling of dating. As soon as he said that, Sukhan panicked internally. Heart-fluttering feeling of dating, if an idol is even dreaming about that stuff, those thoughts must be nipped in the bud immediately. There was only one thing an idol should say in this situation. Back to Jun Seo, who smiled shyly. I do not know. I can't really say for sure. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was it, that was the only correct answer. But he did not stop there. Yu-chan interrupted once again, but I bet you guys were very popular even before debut. Junseo, and Sukhan, I guess it was the same for you guys. Right, on this side, Sukhan turned to look directly at him, fuming. What is he doing? He bowed slightly to the microphone, wearing a defensive, awkward smile. I do not know anything about that. I am only 18, I am still just a kid. Yu-chan interrupted rudely again. Come on, 18 is old enough to know what I am talking about. I really do not know, sir. Seeing this, he looked annoyed. Be honest with me. What about when you were little? You must have been very popular with the girls in your kindergarten class. Right, he laughed shyly. I do not know. I was too busy taking care of my pet chick back then. After saying that, he sighed in frustration internally. Good grief, he still won't let it go. Meanwhile, hundreds of comments kept appearing like a storm. After a brief silence, Yu-chan changed the subject. So was your chick a boy or a girl? Sukhan replied casually, a boy. Then he turned to look at someone else. Actually, him being here reminds me of it. He immediately snapped his head up, eyes wide with shock, pointing at himself in confusion. What, me? In the chat box below, the crowd burst into wild, excited laughter. He laughed it off, trying to soften the mood with a friendly tone. Here, I am just teasing the guests a bit for fun. But of course, I understand better than anyone the life of rookie idols. You're all too busy to think about dating, right? Not to mention Dobbies is famous for the extremely strict and grueling training system trainees have to go through. He turned to Ha-im again. Let us change the subject a bit. Ha-im, I heard you have an older sister, right? He nodded politely. Yes, that is correct. Yu-chan got his answer and said excitedly, if you had to pick one member from Stardust who could potentially date your sister. Ha-im's mouth dropped open slightly. Who would you pick? Whoa, date my sister. He replied hurriedly, wait, can I say the person I would not pick instead? Sure, he quickly suggested, a sly smile crossing his face. So you are okay with everyone else dating your sister except for one person? Now I am curious who that is. Ha-im suggested without hesitation. In that case, I would have to say Sukhan. Suk-han was momentarily stunned. Me really, you do not think I would be a good boyfriend? At the same time, Yu-chan turned fully toward Ha-im, his eyes lighting up. Why did you pick Suk-han? I am dying to know. I mean, I am sure all Stardust members are good guys, but are you saying Suk-han specifically is the one you would not trust to hand your sister over to? To that question, he replied honestly, no, it is because my sister would end up getting handcuffed. Once again, netizens burst into laughter. A long while later, Suk-han turned to remind him, next time, at least give us a heads up before throwing out questions like that. I swear my soul almost left my body. Yu-chan smirked teasingly, his tone as calm as if the entire chaos was just entertaining fun. Come on, you and everyone else handled it fine. And can't you admit I sacrificed myself for the team? I knew everyone would scold me for those questions, but I still did it so you guys would look cool. Hearing this, his inner self screamed wildly, I do not deny that is true, but it does not mean it is okay. Suk-han leaned toward him, his voice a mix of reproach and amusement. That is exactly my point. You could at least warn us a bit instead of ambushing us like that. Yu-chan spoke nonchalantly, his tone as light as air, yeah, but you can't deny it worked. That segment exploded. He asked curiously again, by the way, I heard you and Songbin went to the songwriting camp Dobbies organized recently. This time Suk-han responded honestly. Yeah, I think it was good for him, helped him a bit with his composing skills. Hearing that, Yu-chan asked curiously, so in the end, he decided to face the rumors head-on to silence all the talk. Do you think that is the smartest way to handle it? He said firmly, with the current situation, I think it is the best choice for him right now. His voice held a hint of skepticism as if he was weighing it. Maybe. But he could also just stick to group activities with the other Stardust members, or keep a low profile and wait until the rumors die down. Suk-han's heart sank. Maybe. But when misunderstandings keep piling up, no matter how small they are, they can end up hurting someone more than you can imagine and leave a scar that is hard to heal. There is a saying everyone knows that time heals all wounds. And while that is partly true because scars fade over time, it does not change the fact that at that very moment, it still hurts a lot. Suk-han continued, his voice more certain, all I want is for Songbin to get through this as smoothly as possible and come out unscathed. I just think it is the only way for both me and Stardust, as a team to overcome this barrier and move forward. Having said that, he asserted once more, so I am doing my best to help in every way I can from my position. Yu-chan looked at him for a long time then bowed his head, his voice tinged with admiration. It would be nice if the rest of the group could see how sincere and steadfast you are. Suk-han immediately denied it. I am not looking for anyone's recognition. He leaned forward slightly, his voice slow but heavy with meaning. But if we all just turn away and pretend it is not our problem, then nothing will change. I believe in Songbin's ability enough to take that risk. He laughed, his voice a bit teasing. So what I am hearing is, you do not mind ensuring Stardust brings home a Grammy if it means changing the future. Seeing this, Suk-han went a bit crazy. Alright, now you are taking it a bit too far. Finally, he declared loudly, anyway, I will do everything I can to make it happen. But if it does not work out, I won't be haunted by the spirit of a dead person just because Stardust did not win a Grammy. Right. On this side, Yu-chan giggled. You know what, that might actually happen. Suk-han hurriedly explained, I was joking. He leaned back in his chair, breathing a sigh of relief as if finishing a long conversation. Either way, I had quite a bit of fun with this. You really seem worthy of my effort to keep you alive. After the guest appearance on Yu-chan's radio show, we spent the next 2 weeks promoting the album, and everything went smoothly without a single hitch. So today, for the first time in a long time, we decided to rest and enjoy a small house party. At this moment, Ha-im ran into the room excitedly. We have prepared the cake. We picked it as carefully as we pick a title track. Seeing this, Jun-seo warned him worriedly, careful, you are about to dent the wall or something. Ha-im patted the cake box. We have a super rich chocolate cake, and just to clarify, I am not the clumsy one Songbin is. Suk-han looked at him with the face of a serious uncle. Songbin, you really need to start taking care of yourself. I am serious. 10 years from now, you will regret not exercising more. Songbin hurriedly explained, it is not because my legs are weak, I just tripped. Suk-han emphasized every word. Keep treating your body like that and you will pay for it later. You will see. His voice trailed off teasingly. Do you have to talk like a dad lecturing his son? Suk-han replied immediately, I am only nagging because I care. He replied casually, yeah, if you say so. On the other side, Jun-seo held the remote control and lazily flipped through channels. I wonder if there is anything good on right now. A contestant's voice came from the TV. In this round, I will give it everything I have. I will show everyone what a true main vocal looks like.
Se Hyun hurried over.
Wait, is that boy Dream? He sat down hurriedly, his voice long with pride. Whoa, I did not even have to change the channel. But what he just said, I swear I have heard someone say almost the exact same thing before. Another interview of a contestant played on the TV, his voice full of confidence and a bit of pride. Am I nervous? No, not at all. Se-hyun stared blankly at the screen. That is strange. Why do I feel like I have also said those things before? For a second, I thought this was a replay of the Stardust Project. At the same time, Song-bin's eyes unconsciously drifted toward the television. Ian turned to look at Song-bin and asked in a calm yet curious voice, "Come to think of it, your appearance on the show is next week, right?" He nodded slightly. The anonymous artist round is during the second evaluation. Jun Seo turned at this point. The timing is quite tight. I can't believe they are filming just a week before the broadcast. Haim added, I remember how hectic the filming schedule became as the weeks went by during the Stardust Project. At that, Siwoo sighed, and then we have to start live performances leading up to the finals. Hearing this, Song-bin started grumbling, don't remind me. It was so stressful back then. Noticing the unsettling mood, Se-hyun quickly suggested, maybe we should just go back to watching the show. The group immediately nodded. I agree. I would rather not relive those memories. Seconded. The host's voice rang out enthusiastically as the camera panned over the contestants. The dreams of these boys will change the world, and now is the time to make those dreams a reality. 41 contestants, all reaching higher, toward a completely new world. Shortly after, the MC walked to the center of the stage with a formal demeanor. Now is the time to announce the second evaluation mission and reveal what the contestants will be judged on in Boys' Dream. The second ranking round, the round that will decide who continues to pursue their dreams, will be determined through. He raised his voice. An anonymous evaluation mission. Someone could not help but feel a bit confused. Anonymous evaluation, what does that even mean? On this side, Do-kyung tilted his head and observed his surroundings. After a moment, the MC explained while the screen displayed information. Just as the name suggests, this artist collaboration round will randomly pair each contestant with professional musicians currently active in the industry. We have invited artists from various genres, and you will not only receive direct guidance from them but also work closely together to create an original stage performance. For this mission, the identities of the professional producers and musicians you will be working with will be kept secret, and each of you will choose one of 5 concepts displayed on the screen to form your teams. This will be an opportunity for everyone to work side by side with true industry professionals as your mentors, so that you can create and deliver the best performance of your careers to date. Back with the group, Se-hyun could not help but exclaim, wow, that sounds interesting. Why did not they ever have a mission like that during the Stardust Project? Ian quickly replied, you know why. I bet they will learn a lot from it. Jun Seo followed up in a low voice, this looks like it will be a great round. And they invited you to be a mentor for this. Song-bin, that is amazing. Haim almost screamed. I totally agree, you are just that good. Se-hyun suddenly frowned as if remembering something important. Hey Song-bin, I do not want to rain on your parade, but, He emphasized every word, you still have to write that song for our fans. Jun Seo did not forget to chime in, looks like your to-do list is getting pretty long. As soon as those words were said, Song-bin hurriedly turned away and started dry heaving. Meanwhile, at the Boy Dream studio, Jun Hyuk suddenly turned toward Do-kyung. Hey Do-kyung. He paused for a moment then questioned, you are close friends with Suk-han now, right? Do-kyung raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion in his eyes. Why do you suddenly want to know? Seeing this, Jun Hyuk smirked, from one former Stardust Project contestant to another, just give me an answer. Do-kyung answered calmly, his gaze unwavering, out of those 5 concepts, which one gives me the best chance to stand out without having to put in too much effort? Meanwhile, Jun Hyuk's face practically had subtitles running across it from anger. He forced a smile, his eyes showing clear helplessness. Damn it, I knew you would say that. I did not think you would actually tell me anyway. Do you really think I am so stupid that I did not know that? On this side he just cursed inwardly, well you kind of are, you airhead. Jun Hyuk turned his head aside and continued confidently, obviously, I have to choose a veteran producer. Working with someone who has 5 years of experience is the smartest move. Do-kyung looked at him for a few seconds, then let out a sarcastic sigh. He tried to use his brain for once, but naturally, he is completely wrong. Immediately, Jun Hyuk glanced at him in disbelief. You have been on one of these shows before and you still do not understand how it works. Do-kyung frowned, his voice dry. What are you talking about? Then he stepped closer and explained in a low voice, it is not all about how famous or talented the mentor is. There is something else much more important. Suddenly, Do Kyung's tone changed, his voice slow but clear, as if every word carried weight. Think back to the Stardust project. Remember the thing you basically handed to Suk-han on a silver platter? You turned him into a hot topic. Hearing this, Jun Hyuk denied it. What? I never handed him anything on a silver platter. He let out a helpless sigh and continued reluctantly, fine, let us just say we disagree on that. Anyway, we are the last ones to draw lots, so we have to pick after everyone else. Do Kyung fell silent, his eyes flashing with calculation as he mentioned a familiar name. If Song Bin is confirmed to appear on the show, then this actually works in our favor. For better or worse, he always ends up being the center of attention. At this moment, Ray tentatively approached the room. He was a bit hesitant seeing the two of them talking so seriously. Are you guys doing something important? Should I come back later? Do Kyung immediately turned. It is fine, Ray.
Come in.
His gaze fixed on Ray as calculating thoughts flashed through his mind. And on top of that, with Ray being on a team with me and Jun Hyuk, all eyes will be on us. People have already started calling us the recycling team. Then Do Kyung explained cheerfully, we were just talking about the strategy we will take. Let us finish that up before moving on to practice. Sound good. He did not forget to remind him, in the last filming session, we drew the last lot for the mentor selection. Ray nodded slightly, yeah, that means we will probably end up with whoever is left. The other teams will probably pick the more experienced producers. Then he smiled, so I guess there is a high chance it is unavoidable. I think we should probably focus on creating the best performance possible. We will be working with the least experienced producer of the bunch, right? Do Kyung did not reply, a hidden look of satisfaction in his eyes. Just as expected, he catches on fast. I barely had to say a word. After a while, he continued in a calm but suggestive tone, you are right, but I do not think that necessarily puts us at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Do Kyung emphasized every word, according to the list of idols expected to appear on the show. He spoke nonchalantly. The least experienced mentor is actually the one everyone is buzzing about the most right now. Ray's eyes immediately widened, his voice almost cracking from shock. Wait, you are not saying it is someone from Stardust, are you? Please tell me you are not serious. Do Kyung shrugged, his gaze calm as if it were no big deal. Why, is there a problem if it is someone from Stardust? He immediately held his head, his voice almost a groan of embarrassment. Yes, because it would be so humiliating. After all the silly games we played on Weekly Pocket Idols and that ridiculous drama, afterward, there is no way I can face them. Meanwhile, he replied indifferently, doesn't sound like a big deal to me. I guess we will just go with a different strategy then. We will act as if we are stuck with whatever track is left, and make it look like we are all frustrated and at a disadvantage. The scene shifted to a few days later. Another contestant stepped up when it was their turn, their voice ringing out clearly as they made a choice. We will take song number 3. Immediately after, another team quickly made their decision, their voice firm before the camera. We will choose number 2. At the same time, Jun Hyuk stared at them with a look of regret. Damn, I really wanted that one. Seeing this, Ray and Do Kyung glared at him. Could he be any more obvious? The host slowly analyzed the situation in a calm tone. This means the last team will take the remaining song, and they have been automatically paired with the first-year idol as their mentor. Back to Ray, his gaze showing a mix of hesitation and tension. In another development, Song Bin asked curiously, you want to make a song for the fans? He gave a slight, confident smile and nodded, sounds good. Actually, the timing is perfect. Most groups release one around this time in their album cycle. Luckily, I got all that feedback while I was at the songwriting camp. Then Song Bin eagerly turned toward the computer. Do you guys want to hear a sample of what I am working on? The people standing next to him looked a bit surprised. Thinking to themselves, it is like he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately, Song Bin tilted his head and asked for an opinion with an expectant gaze. What do you think of this intro? Hyuk-won did the bass for this one. And I will handle the arrangement and layering the mix over it. The speakers immediately played the first notes. Hearing this, Se-hyun's cheeks involuntarily turned red. Next was Ha-im, who closed his eyes to enjoy every note. Then Suk-han, he almost lost himself after the first line. Right beside him, Ian smiled brightly. It is so good, you have only played a few seconds and I am already hooked. Seeing this, Suk-han smiled softly, he always knows what sounds good. And even with a fan song with a soft, emotional melody like this, he still gets it right. Finally, he smiled with satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with sincere appreciation. The overall melody flows beautifully. I love it too. Ha-im chimed in, his voice full of excitement. Me too. Seeing this, Song Bin could not help but feel a bit surprised, really. After a few seconds of silence enjoying the music, Sukhan suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Are you sure you can handle both the filming for Boy Dream and making the fan song? He said in a calm tone, it is not a problem. And honestly. Saying this, Songbin smiled instinctively. I am just having so much fun making music. Even with a packed schedule, I could stay up all night if it means I get to write music. Siwoo nodded in empathy. Yeah, I understand that feeling. Playing around with beats is fun. Se-hyun immediately agreed, nodding vigorously. Yes, I could not agree more. Arranging can be exhausting sometimes, but it is still extremely satisfying. At the same time, Ian stared at the computer screen with a confused look. I do not know the first thing about how these programs work, but watching you work looks so cool. Songbin gave a light laugh. Hey, just having someone listen helps a lot. Back to Sukhan, who was focused on his thoughts. Thinking back, Stardust is quite an interesting mix of members this time. Sukhan tilted his head, recalling everyone's roles. Sihyok is still the main vocal just like before, but Ian is the one taking the sub-vocal parts now. In my past life, that role belonged to Do Kyung. Since Ian is the one singing this time, I wonder if the genre of music we end up releasing will change accordingly. Songbin suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back. Oh, and by the way. He held up his phone to show it off as if he had just achieved something great. I got Hyok-won's number. On this side, Ha-im and Sukhan went silent for a few seconds. Ha-im immediately frowned in confusion. Wait, who is this Hyok-won person you keep talking about? He was incredibly surprised, eyes wide as if he could not believe it. You do not know, he is a talented rising young producer. His beats are so trendy, clean, and completely unique.
Ha-im replied hurriedly, oh, okay.
Songbin continued in a proud voice. He was also chosen as the lead producer for Tifl's upcoming comeback album. After saying that, he thought to himself, even though he looks a bit different from what I remember. He suddenly burst into tears. I was truly blown away at the songwriting camp. He is amazing. Ha-im nodded slowly. I see. I did not realize he was such a big-time figure. Songbin's cheeks turned bright red. He added shyly, he is not really that famous yet, but even so. Anyway, he let me hear this hook he is working on and told me I could take over the rest of the track. Ha-im stared at him, unable to help exclaiming, he really shines every time he talks about music. At the same time, Sukhan also nodded in agreement. Yeah, he really is talented. I think he will only get better and better. It would be an honor if he worked on our fan song. Actually, that reminds me. Then Songbin suddenly made a request. Sukhan, can I ask you a favor? He explained in a slightly apologetic tone. The Boy Dream filming falls on the exact day I was supposed to meet Hyok-won. So could you stop by his studio and pick something up for me? Sukhan stood still for a few seconds, his eyes thoughtful. Where have I seen this exact situation before? Then he nodded slightly. Sure, no problem. The scene shifted to the next morning. Sukhan was in a hurry, carrying 2 bags of items. Then he stood in the middle of a quiet street, looking around the unfamiliar neighborhood with curiosity. So this is the neighborhood where Hyok-won's studio is located. In another location, Jin-ha said in a serious tone, Hyok-won, we need to talk. She paused and then continued, as you surely know, this is a very serious matter. Jin-ha suddenly changed her tone, her gaze sharp as if she were interrogating him. We have reason to suspect there has been plagiarism on your part. Back to Sukhan, who was still walking through the unfamiliar street. Meanwhile, Jin-ha spoke bluntly without beating around the bush. To put it simply, Hyok-won, we suspect involvement in plagiarism. She raised her voice to question, you know the track you submitted for Stardust's new fan song. Another song almost identical to your demo was also submitted to Tifl's team. Hyok-won's eyes widened, his voice full of panic and disbelief. What, that can't be true. Can you tell me who that musician is? She was silent for a moment, then spoke in a firm voice. I can, but first, we need your official statement. Please submit it next week. No, by the end of this week. On this side, Hyok-won's eyes were fixed on the messages on the screen. He replied heavily, his voice hoarse from stress, all right. I will submit it on time. Having said that, Hyok-won hurriedly hung up the phone. He gripped his hair in despair. Seriously, why would he do something like this? This is completely unlike him. How can they accuse me of plagiarism? It makes no sense. Hyok-won bowed his head toward the screen as if searching for an answer. Why is this happening? Elsewhere, a man laughed brightly while talking on the phone. Hey, guess what? He leaned back in his chair with pride. I have a meeting with Dobbies next week. The person on the other end laughed in surprise. Are you joking? That is huge news. They asked curiously, so what are you meeting them about? The man laughed confidently. What do you think? We are going to talk about royalties. He spoke in an excited tone. I am thinking of starting at 30 million. Stardust is doing very well, so I am sure they can afford it. The other party laughed happily. My God, that is great. You have to treat me to dinner when you get paid. The man suddenly looked at his phone as the screen lit up. Wait, someone just messaged me. He read the message and gave a slight cold laugh. So that is how it is. Turns out he is not as polite as he looks. The man stared at Hyok-won's message and made a guess. Has the news reached him already? Meanwhile, Suk-han was walking down the quiet street, looking around for the address. According to the address, Hyok-won's studio should be somewhere around here. He frowned slightly, unable to help exclaiming, "This neighborhood is so quiet. I like it. Not a single person in sight." Then suddenly a fancy car sped past Suk-han. Suk-han noticed the car, his eyes surprised as he took a closer look. Whoa, I did not expect to see a van like that around here. Does a celebrity live here? Immediately after, someone stepped out of the car. His eyes instinctively followed the person, Ji-hoo. Exactly at this moment, he accidentally turned towards Suk-han. Seeing him approaching step by step, Ji-hoo was momentarily surprised. Suk-han. As soon as they met, he asked inquisitively, I see. We have been running into each other a lot, have not we? Suk-han replied quickly, oh sorry. I just did not expect to see you here. Anyway, what are you doing here? Ji-hoo replied casually. I am going to stuff this in your back pocket. I just stopped by Hyok-won's studio. He smirked slightly. We needed to go over a few details regarding the double title tracks. Do you want me to help you carry one of those bags? He immediately shook his head quickly. No, it is fine. I can carry them. Actually, I was also planning to go to his studio. Let us go in together. Seeing this, Ji-hoo was a bit embarrassed. Oh really, alright, let us go. Suk-han fought a fierce internal struggle. There is no way I am letting someone as busy and important as him carry things for me. He quietly watched him walk ahead, unable to help feeling impressed. I have to admit, seeing him personally visit a musician's studio is pretty cool. I mean, I already knew he was a great dancer and extremely attractive. But Tifl was one of the top idol groups in the industry right now. Yet he still took the time to meet producers in person to discuss strategy and plan the group's albums. I thought he was just naturally gifted, but maybe he really is the type who works incredibly hard. As soon as he stepped in front of the door, Suk-han stopped in his tracks, confused. Anyway, what is that noise coming from inside? Ji-hoo turned to look at him suspiciously. Did you hear that? Suk-han tentatively made a guess. It sounds like people are arguing. Just then, a scream rang out, Hyok-won. On this side, his phone suddenly rang. On the screen were dozens of harassing messages from Yuchan. At the same time, the man appeared angry. Seriously, what are you talking about? Hyok-won shouted. You gave me a bit of feedback, but that does not make it your song. He smirked disdainfully, his voice full of mockery. Oh, how timely. We have witnesses to clear this up. Hyok-won here keeps insisting on accusing me of plagiarizing his song. Ji-hoo scanned the situation. He reeks of alcohol. Suk-han whispered with concern. I think it would be better if we talk when you are a bit more sober. The man arrogantly made a suggestion. Both of you were at the songwriting camp. You know I have the skills. Do you really think I would copy the work of an amateur? But he keeps insisting I stole his song. Tell me, is not that ridiculous? Seeing this, Hyok-won hurriedly tried to stop him. Alright, let us just calm down. Since everyone is here, let us talk about this. He roared, don't. Immediately after, the man coldly shoved him down. Don't touch me. Witnessing that scene, he shouted, Hyok-won. He jumped up, his tone harsh. First you accuse me of stealing, and now you are trying to act calm and reasonable. But he did not stop there. The man shamelessly retorted, come on, that song was not just you. I contributed a lot. I gave you tons of feedback. So how can you say you wrote the whole thing yourself? He pointed his finger at his face while making a demand. And another thing, you are already working on Tifl's album anyway, while I have almost no name for myself. Can't you just let me have this one? The man took a step back, his gaze pleading yet bitter, his voice hoarse. Where is your loyalty? I spent time mentoring you since you were in middle school. I did not expect you to become such a selfish prick. Hyok-won stood frozen for a few seconds, his voice trembling but. Finally, he screamed in outrage. This is just you trying to take credit for someone else's work, that is stealing. The man's eyes immediately bulged, his body freezing as if he had just been deeply insulted, his voice bursting out in anger. What did you just say, you ungrateful brat? You have got quite a nerve. Suk-han, standing near the studio door, saw the situation becoming increasingly tense and hurriedly took a few steps forward. Everyone. He tried to lower his voice. I do not know what is going on, but please calm down for a moment. Meanwhile, the man screamed wildly, hey, do not talk to me as if I am. Exactly at this moment, The computer suddenly activated the track.
Säck fross.
Wait. This melody. He could not help but feel confused. Isn't this the same melody as the fan song Songbin was so excited about? So, does he mean Hyok-won stole this song? Without thinking, Suk-han worriedly supported him. Hyok-won, are you okay? Hyok-won nodded slightly. Yeah. I am really sorry you had to witness all this. He once again glanced toward the music. It is fine. But more importantly, this track. This is the fan song you made for us, right? He responded hesitantly, yeah, I was working on the parts one wanted Songbin's input on. At that moment, the man angrily interrupted the conversation. What the hell are you talking about? He thumped his chest. That is my song, and do not think I do not see what you are trying to do. You are trying to release it as a fan song or something, but that track was not made for that purpose. Hyok-won quickly crawled toward the computer, while the man stared at the screen. That audio file on the laptop. Right after, he reached toward the interface box. If I could just... Then the man suddenly swung it forward. Delete it. Suk-han stared at him in shock. An audio interface, he was going to throw it. He screamed, what are you doing? Put it down. Suk-han stared at the heavy metal device in the man's hand. That thing was basically a block of metal. It could seriously kill someone. His voice became urgent. Stop, you could seriously injure someone. Exactly at this moment, Ji-hoo lunged forward to shield Suk-han. For a moment, the entire space fell into silence. Then he let out a low groan as the pain spread.
Shocked, Suk-han looked at you.
Why did Ji-hoo do that? Suk-han stared at him, a question flashing through his mind. He took the blow for me again. Ji-hoo suddenly erupted in anger as he questioned the man, his voice cold but filled with murderous intent. What the hell were you thinking, throwing that at someone? Suk-han stood right behind him, eyes wide with horror. If it had been off by just a bit, Ji-hoo could have been. Meanwhile, Ji-hoo still held his arm tightly, groaning in pain. Suk-han's gaze fell on the metal block lying abandoned on the cold floor. At the same time, the man backed away in fear. Suk-han realized with horror he really could have died. Suk-han watched Ji-hoo continuously groaning from the shoulder pain, his heart wavering with confusion and remorse. But why would he do that for me? Without thinking, Suk-han hurriedly lunged toward him. My God, are you all right? Just then the man questioned frantically, why did you jump out and block it like that? You should have dodged it. Ji-hoo took a deep breath, trying to suppress the pain radiating along his shoulder blade. He reassured him gently, I am fine. It will probably just be a bruise. Suk-han became even more worried, his gaze darkening with thought. He says he is fine, but I am certainly not. Tifl's comeback was close. If he could not participate in the new album because of an injury sustained while protecting me, I would never forgive myself. Suk-han quickly regained his composure, stepped toward Ji-hoo, and spoke urgently, let us go. We need to get you to the hospital right now. He immediately shook his head, trying to act casual despite the throbbing shoulder. Really, I am okay. Suk-han looked at Ji-hoo with a rare determined gaze, his voice full of worry, but what if you are seriously hurt? After saying that, Suk-han turned to look at the man, Dh. He asserted firmly, I recognize this melody. I have heard it over and over since the songwriting camp. Suk-han continued, his voice growing harsher, that is something Hyok-won has had in his notebook since he was in middle school. His voice became sharper as he went on, he gave us this track as a gift after seeing our group debut, and yet you have the nerve to say you wrote it. Suk-han took a deep breath and added with contempt, setting that aside, I do not want some drunk, aggressive person attacking others. Under the man's horrified gaze, he emphasized every word. Working on a fan song. The man let out a scoff, feeling insulted in front of everyone. Are those big words coming from some rookie that no one even pays attention to? The man shouted, his voice dropping into a threat, in this small industry, you think you'll be fine after insulting me? He gave a cold laugh, his voice becoming malicious. With just one word from me, no producer will want to work with you nobodies. I have friends in this business who've been around for over a decade. Do you hear me? Suk-han saw the man suddenly turn and lunge toward the laptop keyboard, his gaze immediately turning alert. He is going for the keyboard. Just then, Ji-hoo stood up, his voice low and heavy. I did not know since when idol groups from Dobby's Entertainment were considered nobodies. Hearing this, the man swung the keyboard into the air. Then Ji-hoo lunged forward, his hand tightening around the man's wrist. He looked directly into the man's eyes, his voice slow but full of weight. But if you continue like this, the company you are insulting will take you to court. With that, Ji-hoo lowered his voice, if you do not want things to get worse, stop right now. The man could not help but be surprised. How is he so strong when he looks so thin? Of course Ji-hoo Song, an 8-year veteran idol who can endure 3-hour concerts as the group's main dancer. Thinking of this, the man instinctively felt a chill down his spine. Right then, Suk-han kept urging, "Let us go. Don't waste any more time with him. You need to be checked out." "Sorry, Hyok-won, I will be back after I take him to the hospital," he replied quickly, sure. Hyok-won stood silent for a moment, his gaze suddenly turning confused. But wait. He could not help but feel bewildered. How did Suk-han know I have been writing that song since middle school? I have never told anyone that. Suk-han remembered it because he had read an interview about it in his past life. He tried to support Ji-hoo. "Hang in there, we are almost at the car." Suk-han quickly ran ahead, opened the car door, and turned back to say, "Here, let me open the door for you." Ji-hoo forced a slight smile. "That is the passenger seat." He spoke urgently, "Wait, you want me in the passenger seat?" He nodded firmly, his voice showing a rare seriousness. "Yes, of course. You should not drive with a shoulder like that. I will move these things to the back seat, okay?" Hearing this, he asked curiously then, "Who is driving?" As soon as he said that, Suk-han froze on the spot. Right, he did not even have a driver's license yet. He almost jumped into the driver's seat without thinking because he was in such a rush. Ji-hoo turned back, glancing at him with a suspicious gaze. "How did you know my manager was on his way?" Suk-han hurriedly replied, "I guessed he would be here soon." His heart was practically hammering against his ribs. Ji-hoo looked at Suk-han again, his eyes narrowing slightly as he reminded him, "By the way, Suk-han, your phone has been vibrating this whole time. You should check it." He started, looking down and fumbling in his pocket. "Really?" Immediately after, Suk-han urgently took out his phone. He scrolled quickly through the screen, thinking to himself, "I was so worried about Ji-hoo I did not even feel it vibrating."
Uchan.
Suk-han looked at the list of missed calls and muttered suspiciously, "Yu-chan, what does he want this time?" He put the phone to his ear, starting with a slightly hurried voice. "Hello, what is going on? Why are you calling so much?" Before he could finish, Yu-chan's voice on the other end was almost a scream, the panic clear through the phone. "Are you okay? Did something happen? Are you still alive?" Suk-han was stunned for a moment by that overreaction. He replied helplessly, "I am alive, obviously. If I was not, I would not be answering. So why have you been calling like crazy?" A heavy sigh came from him on the other end. Yu-chan's voice was still trembling as he explained, "I really panicked. The mission window started glitching out of control." He continued in a tense voice, and then another window popped up saying your life was in danger. Suk-han winced slightly as he remembered the dangerous moment earlier. "Are you serious? I actually was almost hurt." He thought to himself, was he talking about the sound card that almost hit him? I mean, if it had hit me square in the head, I might not be standing here anymore. But then Suk-han looked at Ji-hoo. "But I am fine now." Someone intervened and stopped it just in time. Yu-chan immediately followed up with more questions, his voice full of curiosity and worry. "Someone helped you, who was it?" He replied quickly, "Ji-hoo Song. I happened to run into him at someone's studio for work. But more importantly, why are you only telling me this now? If Ji-hoo had not been there, I could have lost my life." He retorted irritably, "I tried calling you dozens of times as soon as that window appeared. You are the one who did not pick up." Suk-han gave an awkward laugh. "Anyway, since I am fine, there is nothing to worry about, right? I have to go to the hospital, so I will explain everything later." Yu-chan immediately shouted through the phone, "Wait, hospital." His voice was panicked at the news. "Why are you hurt?" He chuckled and cut the call decisively, "I will talk to you later." Suk-han looked at the phone screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it feels great to be the one to hang up first. Ji-hoo sat nearby, watching the call from start to finish, and said calmly, "Suk-han, you do not need to stay if you have things to do. You do not have to look after me. I can go to the hospital myself." Hearing this, he could not help but admire him. He is so mature and kind. He asked curiously, "You came here to get something from Hyok-won, right? And do not worry about that plagiarism mess. I will look into it." Suk-han stared blankly at Ji-hoo, strong yet gentle. He immediately shook his head, his voice firm as he replied, "No, it is fine. I should be the one to handle that since it is Stardust's song. I still want to go with you to the hospital. You almost died because of me, and he is." Ji-hoo cut in, his voice gentle but firm, "It is not your fault at all, Suk-han. I am the one who stepped in because I could not just stand by. I am just glad no one was seriously hurt." An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. This was someone he had admired long before getting a second chance at this life. But then Sukhan's gaze darkened as he remembered the one who caused the trouble. But he still hurt you. Even an 18-year-old like me knows never to be violent with anyone. I will make him realize just how big of a mistake that was. At the same time online, a live stream began with a prominent title, Your Dust, Episode 1, preview of the new song for Dusties. Tune in tonight at 11 p.m. for Stardust's first fan song, co-written by all members, finally released along with behind-the-scenes footage. In the comments, a fan wrote excitedly, so the title is Your Dust. They really called us their dust, lol. I guess we will just abbreviate it as YD. I am counting down the minutes, I am so excited, oh my god. The live stream began as a member appeared before the camera. Hello, Dusties, fans typed wildly. Yes, finally, I knew they would not let us down. Turn up the music. Right then, Ian gradually appeared, expressing shyly, we have prepared a special surprise fan song, and we are revealing it today. Below, comments kept flashing. It is not much of a surprise since we all know LOL. Wait, are those animal ears, Ian, what are you wearing? On the other side of the screen, Ian looked blankly at the fans. This was supposed to be a surprise for everyone. How do you all already know? Another fan almost screamed in the chat. Oh my god, are they wearing animal onesies? Another viewer commented immediately, look at those animal ears, dying from cuteness, so the theme this time is cute animal pajamas. Come on, zoom out, I need to see the full view right now. In that moment, Ian turned toward the camera. He opened his mouth to sing the first line, You're dusty, my dusty. The chat continued to flow like a waterfall as another fan wrote excitedly, I can't believe they are singing live, my heart. I can't take the cuteness of them in animal onesies, they are so scatterbrained, they did not even introduce themselves and jumped straight into the song. The music started and I am already in love. Fans typed comments continuously as if shouting to themselves, I do not know either, where did things start going wrong, why does Shu's onesie look one size too small? Someone definitely ordered the wrong size. Another fan was completely swept away by the melody. What is this fluttering feeling in my chest? Can someone tell me what this means? The intro is so good, this is definitely going to be a hit. He is the main dancer, but his voice sounds like heaven. Rumor has it Songbin also helped write this. Exactly then, the song entered the first verse, and Ian's voice rang out softly, in this infinite dark universe, I was once just a tiny speck of dust. I was nothing until the moment you called my name. In the chat, a fan could almost not believe their ears hearing such perfect live vocals. There is no way this is live. They sing too well, why did they put so much incredible effort into a fan song? Ian and Sukhan sang the chorus together, now I am truly shining. Jun Hyuk took a step forward, his warm voice blending into the melody, be my universe, and I will be your star. The background music swelled, and Si-woo joined the harmony, shining bright, I will never leave your side. Even if I am a star you can't reach, will you hold my hand again? I won't let go. In the chat, a fan suddenly noticed Sukhan's outfit and almost screamed, oh my god, Harim is a baby chick. Harim reached his hand forward. You're dust. Just hold me tight the way you always do. At this moment, he and Se-hyun joined in for the chorus. I will never let your hand slip away. In the comments, a fan was stunned by the high note that was just hit. That guy hit that high note like it was nothing. The others probably do not have main vocals like Se-hyun and Ian, right? They are singing with all their hearts, but that shark onesie is stealing the spotlight. The song reached its climax as the whole group sang, Shining Bright, Forever. The members smiled toward the camera as they sang the final line, We will be with you. In that moment, dozens of comments spread across the platform. They performed so well, I could not help but stand up and clap alone in my room. Why am I crying over a fan song? Help, these are my boys, the ones I poured all my votes into. Finally, the group shouted in unison, 2, 3, shine bright, hello everyone, we are Stardust. Hearing this, someone could not help but scream, they are so cute, Sukhan asked curiously, so do you guys like the song we made for you? Ian tilted his head to the side. Unable to help exclaiming, the chat is moving too fast, Sukhan suddenly repeated, you guys want a choreography version too? He widened his eyes as he read a comment. Wait, you're telling us to throw that shark back into the ocean before we continue? Below, the text kept running without stopping. Se-hyun really understood the assignment. Why is his shark head so pointy? He continued jokingly, before I dive back into the ocean, why do not you guys watch our behind-the-scenes video first? A fan immediately commented in the chat. That costume design is killing me, please do not throw him in the sea, come back, show us the back of the pajamas. Right then, Songbin cut in, alright, let us watch the behind-the-scenes video. We spent all day filming, did not we? Someone sounded urgent, hurry up, show the clip and you can dance later. Sukhan thought it over and asked curiously, Is there any way to skip the behind-the-scenes video? Songbin immediately objected. Absolutely not. Just then, a shout rang out. Please start the video. Stardust's fan song, Your Dust. This video shows the process of creating our song regardless of whether the plagiarism allegations are true or not. Just having such talk is enough to damage the group's image. So before fans come across anything, we decided to show everyone how the song was actually born. In other words, it is our way of staying one step ahead of the controversy. But when it comes to music, it always has a way of proving its own worth. In another development, Dawn muttered softly, so that is the meaning of the song. I had no idea. When something is sincere, it always touches people's hearts. In the behind-the-scenes video, Songbin appeared before the camera and said cheerfully, Hi everyone, we are in the studio working on Stardust's fan song. I am here with our producer, Hyok-won. He turned to Hyok-won. So, Hyok-won, can you tell us a bit more about? He replied shyly, sure. Then Hyok-won explained seriously, this phase started from a chord progression I used to play back in middle school. In that moment, he instinctively remembered his childhood self. The sound of his parents arguing suddenly echoed in Hyok-won's subconscious. At that time, he could only cry in silence. Immediately after, Hyok-won went into the room and sat down by the computer. Back to reality, Songbin stared blankly at Hyok-won, his heart hammering in his chest. The other members also watched him. Having said that, Hyok-won gave a slight smile. So I thought it would be more meaningful if the Stardust members wrote the lyrics themselves. And with that, Harim turned to the group and asked urgently, Songbin and Sahayan are handling the arrangement. So, who wants to write the lyrics? Songbin suddenly reached toward him. What about Sukhan? Sukhan pointed blankly at himself. Me, really? He immediately looked up, eyes wide with surprise. You guys are not joking, right? You trust me to do this? Someone said casually, yeah, go for it, kid. Later, Se-hyun stood right next to Sukhan and could not help but exclaim, look at him. Total focus. Se-hyun gave a faint smile and stepped closer. Let us see how far you have gotten. He hesitated for a moment. But I am not done yet. But before he could stop him, Se-hyun had quickly read out the first line on the paper with an amused tone. I will be your universe, you can be my dust. The whole room immediately went silent for a second. Sukhan asked worriedly, so, what do you guys think? Right then, Siwoo suddenly took a step forward.
Sekhan.
He read the line again and asked half-jokingly, are you really planning to tell the fans that you literally want them to be dust? Doesn't that vibe feel a bit off for a fan song? Sukhan immediately panicked. What, no wait, of course that is not what I meant, but that is how it sounds. Siwoo added, I mean we understand the meaning of dusty but still. He read the next line and suddenly burst out laughing. In this vast universe, you are the only speck of dust I cherish. Seeing this, he groaned internally. Alright, this is not going the way I planned. Sukhan hurriedly explained, that was just me jotting down ideas, I was going to fix it later. He snatched the notebook back, trying to explain, now give it back. Siwoo asked casually why. Sukhan replied with determination, his hand holding the paper trembling, because I am rewriting it from scratch. But before anyone could react, he ripped the paper into 2 pieces. Seeing this, Songbin could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Why did you rip it up? Sukhan replied in a serious tone, just forget you ever saw it. This paper never existed. He looked dejected. Come on, that would have been perfect behind-the-scenes material for the fans. Songbin immediately leaned down to pick up the scrap of paper. Wait, I think we can still use this. Trust me. He almost screamed, don't you dare, I will swallow that paper if I have to. He laughed and then made a suggestion. What if you focused less on the word dusty or dust, and tried other related words instead, like nebula for example? Hearing this, Sukhan's eyes widened in surprise. Nebula, you are a genius, Songbin. He quickly started writing, muttering excitedly, nebula. I can feel the lyrics flowing now. These words will be the soul of the song. Immediately after, Sukhan repeated frantically, nebula. Witnessing that scene, Se-hyun gave a cold smirk. Look at him writing stuff like nebula nebula, starry nebula over there. He shouted angrily, get out. That was the end of the behind-the-scenes video, with only Sukhan's scream remaining, all of you get out. In another development, Jin-ha could not help but exclaim, oh my god, their live fan song is so cute. Right then, a news article appeared on the feed, Stardust to return with third mini-album titled Silence. She paused. Wait, really, they just released a fan song and now the third mini-album is coming out already. Saying this, Jin-ha kept muttering, thank you boys. Thank you for working so hard. I just hope you do not ruin your health. Then she shouted with determination. I am going to work hard too so I can bring the album home when it is released. The release of the fan song was a huge success with positive feedback from all sides, but the biggest challenge we faced was still right ahead of us. We really did not have much time left. We only have 6 months left. At that moment, Sukhan's body collapsed to the ground, his breathing heavy and ragged. Until the Grammy Awards next year. Stardust, concept trailer for Silence. We have to release a full album before then. Silence, our third mini-album, marked a true turning point for Stardust. We finally began to move away from the bright, youthful image of our debut and started defining a musical style of our own. In my past life, Stardust did not release their first full album until their second year. This meant that currently, even after so much non-stop effort, we were still a group without a single official, long-play album. Will we really make it to the Grammys? Suddenly, I felt the need to accelerate everything from photo shoots and performances to recording. That strange sense of urgency began to creep into my mind. There were rumors that DH had buckled under the pressure of the fake plagiarism lawsuits and reached out to Doubles for a settlement. After seeing the behind-the-scenes clip, he probably realized he had no ground left to stand on. Back with Sukhan, he analyzed seriously, honestly, the only thing he could cling to was that pathetic excuse about co-composing the song, but the behind-the-scenes footage completely debunked that. Meanwhile, Ha-im and Se-hyun kept repeating, Nebula, our universe, our nebula. At that moment, a thought flashed through his head, he must be panicking right now. Ultimately, the best music is created by someone who can touch people's hearts, and Hyuk-won still had so much to contribute to Stardust as a musician. In the company meeting room, Jin-ha slammed the table to get everyone's attention. Alright, let us get started. I called you all in here. She looked around at the members sitting at the conference table with a serious gaze. To ensure that the third mini-album is progressing without any issues. The members nodded in unison, replying respectfully, yes, madam.
Gina looked satisfied.
Good. She continued, since you will be promoting the new album soon, we have contacted a few programs for you to showcase it. One of them is. Jin-ha paused for a moment to build suspense before dropping the final name. FNL. Immediately, Sukhan's eyes widened in shock. Sorry, what? Siwoo repeated in confusion. FNL, he could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Are you sure it is a good idea for a group like us to go on that show? Elsewhere on social media, fans also began to buzz about the news. Did everyone see Stardust confirmed for FNL? Someone immediately retorted, no way, do not play with me. Honestly, I am shocked they are going on that show. Another fan replied with a mix of excitement and worry, wait, is FNL the comedy show I am thinking of? Stardust is currently on a break, and although the gap between their comebacks is usually quite short, I still want to watch every bit of content they create.
Dastino.
One and an office worker known only as A. No lie, I am a bit worried for them. Fans showed eagerness, but anyway, new content is good content. I will take it all. An office worker turned and whispered, have you seen the video yet? There is a preview clip of Stardust on FNL. A colleague quickly replied, I am pretty sure I have never seen a boy group guest on that show before. She thought to herself, at work, I do everything to pretend I am just a normal office worker who does not care about idols. But the truth is, I have been a hardcore fan since the Stardust project. The colleague gave a slight smile. Honestly, it might be a bit awkward. Idols always look a bit stiff when acting. I plan to watch it based on the general reaction. After saying that, she thought to herself again, give it a rest, that is the most obvious lie I have told all week. I am dying for that episode to air. The other person asked curiously, so who is going to be on the show? She hesitated and then answered quickly, I do not remember exactly, but I am pretty sure the first place guy from the Stardust project will appear, along with Junseo and one other member. The person beside her immediately answered firmly as if remembering something important, you mean Sukhan? It is definitely him, Junseo, and Shu as guests. They are all super handsome. Right, the colleague laughed and nodded in agreement. Right, now I remember all their names. Everyone is ridiculously handsome. She did not forget to remind herself. She understands. From now on, I better reply to her work emails faster. Another fan continued to summarize the info confidently, so Sukhan, Junseo, and Shu will be on FNL, right? The next morning, the members appeared in a magazine with a theme. One day, I opened my eyes and found myself inside a game. A fan watching the live stream screamed immediately, eyes wide as they recognized the familiar concept. Wait, are they doing an ice guy into a game concept? Seriously. Yuji Lee is definitely the female lead. This is going to be great. FNL's Ice Guy series, starring comedian Yuji Lee, one of FNL's permanent members, as the female lead who gets transported into different worlds. And the game she jumped into this time is Dating Sim. Episode 1, Dating Simulation Game. It was just a normal day for me, Yuji Lee, FNL comedian, except for the fact that I just broke up with my boyfriend yesterday. I decided I was fed up with real-life boyfriends, so I downloaded a dating sim to find myself the perfect digital boyfriend. But what I did not expect. As soon as the game started, the screen suddenly flickered strangely, making her panic. Why is it glitching like this? What is going on? Immediately after, she was transported to another dimension. The system screen lit up. You have been transported into a dating simulation game. Yuji was momentarily stunned. Wait, for real? I have been ice-guyed. Then why am I still wearing my old clothes? Another line of text appeared before her like a game system. Do you need a boyfriend? She immediately looked up. So I get a boyfriend right away. Fans began to discuss. Yuji's acting is getting better and better. I am so excited. The screen displayed 3 choices with a sparkling effect. Cute younger boyfriend, buff same-age boyfriend, eccentric older boyfriend. Yuji unconsciously muttered, maybe a younger guy is better at my age. Even without names, I could guess who was who from those 3 choices. In the chat, comments flashed, a dating game concept. Sounds reasonable, but why is it already funny? They are not even on screen yet and I am already dying laughing. When the first choice was clicked, the text appeared dramatically, you have chosen, cute younger boyfriend. A warm and sunny afternoon, light filtering through the trees. And as usual, my boyfriend was waiting for me at our usual spot. A fan screamed immediately as the character appeared on screen, that is Sukhan, it is definitely Sukhan, I would know that cute round head anywhere. Meanwhile, Sukhan gradually appeared under the hazy, ethereal sunlight. Yuji suddenly waved at him, her face showing utter confusion. Seeing this, Sukhan looked up. Yuji. He narrowed his eyes and smiled with a bright face. You got here fast, Nuna. Fans below immediately exploded with comments. He looks so good in that school uniform. Sukhan dropped out of school, so we never got graduation photos of him. Thank you FNL for this service. At the same time, Yuji scanned him from top to bottom. That perfect, sharp high nose. Those gentle, soulful eyes. And that model-like physique. She covered her mouth, almost screaming with excitement. He was the ideal younger boyfriend archetype come to life. Yuji's inner self screamed wildly, my heart is racing, if nothing else, he certainly looks like the kind of boyfriend I have always dreamed of. She asked tentatively, so, what are you doing? Sukhan reached for a book. I am reviewing some math problems. I have an exam coming up soon. Yuji was momentarily confused. But I just saw you on your phone. But immediately after, he looked hesitant. Yuji. I have wanted to ask you this for a long time. She nodded slightly. Sure, go ahead. Yuji began to suspect, can he not hear me, or is he avoiding my question? At the same time, the crowd continued taking turns commenting, he is crazy handsome, but why is he also unintentionally funny? Sukhan just ask Nuna anything my house deed. Family assets, bank pin just take it all, do not be a stranger. After a moment of silence, Sukhan spoke softly, I heard people talking about this the other day. Yuji looked panicked. What did you hear, Sukhan? Then suddenly, he leaned in close to her. Sukhan suddenly lowered his voice and whispered into Yuji's ear. In that moment, the two of them looked like a couple about to kiss. Right after, Sukhan asked curiously, some people say that your March mock exam scores practically predict your CSAT scores. Is that true, Nuna? Hearing this, Yuji panicked even more. Good grief, for a second I thought he was leaning down to kiss me, one slip and I would be escorted away for harassment. She hurriedly responded, you seem to take your studies very seriously. Anyway, it has been a long time since I took those tests, so my memory is a bit blurry. Hearing that, Sukhan nodded, I see. He continued to look at her with a serious gaze. Yuji, then can I ask you a favor? Yuji nodded without hesitation. Sure, as long as you are not asking me to take the exam for you, I am willing to help with anything. Sukhan bowed his head, speaking in a timid voice, my study cafe membership just expired and I was wondering if. She asked curiously, do you need to renew it? Fans began to stir. A study cafe membership, I will buy it for him immediately. Sukhan Nuna can do so much more for you than that, don't worry baby, this old lady will get rich and buy you the whole building. Yuji thought to herself, he means the entry pass to the study cafe, right, around 20,000 won, she gave a forced smile. If that is all you need, I can certainly. He suddenly changed his tone. Actually. Sukhan shyly made a suggestion. Would it be all right if I went to your office to study? Yuji immediately screamed with a look of horror. Absolutely not. Then she replied in a gentle tone. Sukhan, office buildings do not work like that. You can't just show up and walk in. You have to be an employee. It is not like buying an entry pass. Hearing this, Sukhan could not help but feel a bit confused. What, so they do not accept middle school graduates? Yuji patiently explained they do, but you only just graduated middle school, remember? Anyway, you can't prep for the CSAT at my office. At this point, fans began to laugh. She asked for a younger boyfriend and got a kid who was a bit too young. He suddenly frowned, his face showing a look of self-pity. Why do you always say no to me? You never let me do anything. She hurriedly explained, that is because I really can't let you into the office. Sukhan turned his back abruptly, his shoulders trembling as if he were extremely disappointed, and started walking away quickly. I am so disappointed in you.
Nona, Yuji skrimmet worriedly. Wait, Sekhan.
A cold system message appeared in mid-air. Your younger boyfriend's feelings have been hurt. Your younger boyfriend is leaving the scene. The chat began to stir. This is so funny I can't breathe. The middle school graduate line was pure gold. I can't believe he just ran off while clutching his workbook. Back to Yuji, she muttered softly. Sure, I do not mind dating younger guys, but he is just too young for me. Good grief, I should have chosen someone older from the start. Finally, Yuji made a decision. Who cares if he is a bit weird, I choose him. The system then announced, you have chosen, eccentric older boyfriend. After a while, the sky had turned to a light orange hue. As soon as he saw her, Junseo waved slightly. Yuji over here on this side. Yuji could not help but exclaim, wait, who is this unbelievably handsome guy? He gave a slight smile, stepping closer naturally. I found you pretty quickly. She stared at that perfect face, her mind completely blank from shock. Why is this incredibly hot guy acting like he knows me? There is no way this guy is. Junseo gently reassured her, don't worry, I have not been waiting long. Yuji frantically asked back, my boyfriend, below. The crowd showed eagerness. I was just blinded by Junseo's handsomeness. Dabi's needs to put Junseo's face in a museum immediately. Later he cheerfully suggested, Yuji, want to go for a bike ride? She answered quickly, sure, I am willing to do anything. Meanwhile, fans got even more excited. I will go cycling with you, Junseo. Yeah, take me. I would agree even if he told me to ride a unicycle. I have never been as jealous of Yuji as I am now. Yuji, at this point you should be paying to be in this show. Junseo pointed toward 2 bicycles parked nearby. Surprise, I have already taken care of the rental. Yuji looked at the 2 bikes, then turned to look at him. He planned everything. I guess this is one of the perks of dating an older man. The 2 began cycling down the sunny road. Junseo did not forget to remind her, Yuji, watch the road. From behind, she did not stop heaping praise. He is unbelievably handsome. I mean seriously, I feel like I am cycling next to an angel. He glanced back. You know I can hear everything you are saying, right? Then suddenly, Junseo stopped, the wheels coming to a halt in an instant. He suddenly called her name, Yuji. She asked worriedly, why did you stop? Immediately after, Junseo collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. My heart. Yuji rushed over in a panic. My God, did you just collapse after we only biked 10 yards? The crowd could not help but feel a bit confused. Why did he suddenly fall like that? Wait, what kind of plot twist is this? She almost screamed when she saw him lying motionless on the ground. Junseo, try to get up, you can't just drop dead in the middle of a bike ride. Is this for real? Someone call an ambulance. As soon as Junseo collapsed, Yuji screamed piteously, no Junseo. A cold system line appeared, eccentric, sickly older boyfriend. She almost went crazy. Why are you only showing me the part in parentheses now? Yuji kept asking, Junseo, can you hear me? Junseo slowly opened his eyes, his voice weak. Yuji. Why are you crying? She burst into tears. Because you just suddenly collapsed there. Yuji almost screamed in despair. I thought it was something really serious. Why are you clutching your chest like that? Are you okay? Seeing this, he tried to reassure her. Don't cry, this happens often. She stared at him, completely shocked by those words. What, you are saying you just faint like this every now and then? Junseo gave an awkward smile. The last time I fainted, I actually had a short trip to heaven. By the way, I am biracial, half Korean, half angel. Yuji asked in confusion, What the hell are you talking about? Did you hit your head when you fell? Meanwhile, the crowd giggled. He is half Korean and half angel. I hate that my first thought was, yeah okay, I believe it. I am speechless. Jun Seo spoke with a rare seriousness. I need to tell you this, Yuji. Before Yuji's horrified face, he spoke nonchalantly. I think it is time for me to return to where I belong. She almost screamed in panic. What, and exactly where is that? You are not talking about heaven, are you? Jun Seo turned his back. I am sorry. Yuji hurriedly tried to stop him. No wait, don't do that, it is not funny at all. She screamed frantically, even if you really are from heaven, are you seriously going to say that right now? Yuji waved her hands wildly, her tone urgent. Wait, so when the system said you were eccentric, it actually meant the quirky thing about you is that you can move between worlds. Saying this, she screamed in despair. That makes absolutely no sense. A line of system text appeared in mid-air with a cold effect. Your eccentric boyfriend Junseo has returned to his hometown. Yuji stood frozen for a few seconds, then she gave a slight smile. Alright, forget it. I can't date someone who does not even live in the same dimension as me. I need someone who is actually present here, even if he is a gym freak. After a moment of thought, Yuji muttered, honestly, dating someone my own age might not be so bad. Buff same age boyfriend. The surrounding scenery shifted quickly to a gym. The fans began to stir. This gym is basically paradise. I could recognize Shu from a mile away. Yuji poked her head out, looking curiously toward Siwoo. So one of these guys is my boyfriend, alright, but which one? At that same time, he was panting heavily. Yuji stared blankly at Siwoo. That guy over there keeps making weird noises while working out. The crowd kept commenting, I can't stop laughing. But look at those muscles. Exactly at this moment, he put the weights back in their original place. She stared blankly at Siwoo. His physique is really something. Just then, he instinctively turned his head toward Yuji. The crowd cheered excitedly. Is this where I sacrifice myself? His pecs are practically speaking for him. At that moment, Siwoo gave a slight smile. Yuji over here, she could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Wait, is he my boyfriend, gym addict boyfriend, Shu Kong? Fans screamed wildly, oh my keyboard, I just got a nosebleed and now there is blood everywhere. We are not in adorable golden retriever territory anymore. He is not just toned. He looks like a living statue.
Siwoo scanned Yuji.
That workout set really suits you. Comments flashed. FNL completely knows what they are doing with Shu's introduction. With a body like that, everything he says sounds romantic. Back to Yuji, she thought to herself, alright, maybe I actually like this rugged, gritty style. Yuji nodded slightly. Thanks. After saying that, the two fell silent, both looking awkward. Yuji blinked a few times. It seems he does not talk much. Then suddenly, Siwoo reached his hand toward her. Yuji closed her eyes. Alright, no way, it is too fast, wait. Her heart beat so hard it almost stopped. He is too close. But it turned out he was just reaching for his water bottle. Yuji stared blankly at Siwoo. Good grief, my heart almost stopped. He was just getting his water bottle. After a long while, he spoke again. Siwoo suddenly admitted, actually, I have something I want to give you. She looked curious. What is it? I will take whatever you give me. Witnessing this, the crowd burst into laughter. She looked as if she would drink poison if he gave it to her. Yuji's eyes were sparkling way too much. She had absolutely no defense left. I made this myself and kept thinking of you this morning. Siwoo held a water bottle in front of Yuji. It is my special protein shake. She unconsciously repeated, a protein shake. Yuji replied shyly, thank you, that is so nice of you. He immediately denied it. It is nothing. By the way. Siwoo thought for a moment, then suddenly asked a completely unexpected question. I just wanted to ask because it suddenly crossed my mind, are you still having fried chicken with beer? Because looking at you today, I feel like you have lost a bit of muscle. She hurriedly denied it. What? No, I have given up beer for a few days now. He raised his voice as if he had just discovered a major problem. So that means you are still having fried chicken with soda? Yuji asked back in confusion. What is wrong with soda and chicken? Doesn't everyone eat it like that? Receiving the answer, he sighed as if he had just heard something horrific. Yuji. I can't believe you are putting all that trash into your body. She stared at Siwoo. Then what should I eat with chicken? What the hell are you talking about? He continued to explain like he was lecturing on nutrition. Yuji, you should eat chicken breast, not fried chicken. The best way is grilled or baked. Don't follow those people who fry everything and have zero knowledge of nutrition. Honestly, I am sure even the chicken does not want itself to be covered in fried batter. Hearing this, Yuji got worked up. Are you seriously going to sit there half naked and say these ridiculous things? Right now, comments continue to stretch out. He actually said even the chicken does not want to be covered in batter. Like, sir, what the hell are you talking about? Yuji's immediate retort made me roll on the floor laughing. Shu is giving 110% effort. Maybe I should start doing something with my life too. Yuji was lost in thought. Everyone knows relationships are about compromise, so it is okay if we do not see eye to eye on small things like this. My same-age boyfriend is the type who loves protein shakes and values staying in shape to the point that he can't bear the thought of losing even a little bit of muscle. No matter how weird that was, I still. Exactly at this moment, a shout echoed over Shu, come here. Siwoo replied quickly, sorry Yuji, I will be right back. Coming. Immediately after, he leaned down for push-ups, counting aloud 1, 2, 3. Then Siwoo stood back up to continue push-ups. Seeing this, Yuji asked in confusion, Shu, why do not you just walk over there? Siwoo replied in a serious tone, I can't. I have to make use of the time to do burpees. I even burpee all the way home. Walking means losing muscle. Hearing this, she almost screamed, burpees, seriously, what the hell is that? In the comments, people were excited. Now even burpees. I do not care how hot Shu is. This is where I draw the line too. Yuji's frustrated internal monologue is killing me. A few minutes later, Yuji bowed her head. That is it, I am done with dating. She leaned toward the screen and announced, in the end, everyone ends up alone. Learn to love solitude. Fans shifted to a bewildered look. How did this suddenly turn into a public service message? Are they really ending it like that? Right then the system informed, you have been transported into a dating simulation game. The end. In another development, Seo Jun sat silently reviewing Suk-han's acting performance. He carefully moved the mouse cursor. Finally, Seo Jun's eyes stopped on Suk-han's face once more. At that moment, Suk-han said, can we go to a study cafe? Seeing this, he could not help but exclaim, the editing team did a good job. On the screen, Suk-han began to complain, why do you always say no to me, you never let me do anything. Seeing this, he nodded slightly. And look, his acting has actually improved. When did he learn to look so natural in front of the camera? Having said that, Seo Jun appeared satisfied. I guess I was worrying for nothing. He seems fine. I thought he might still be a bit shaken after whatever happened at that Hyok One guy's studio. Just then, a staff member walked into the office. Mr. Do, I have the final cut for the Boy Dream episode. He replied politely, please come in. The staff member handed the phone to Seo Jun. Here. He did not forget to praise, good job, that is exactly what I needed. The staff member suddenly changed his tone. And about the person you asked about specifically. He replied quickly, she was there as an audience member in the studio. Seo Jun leaned forward, his voice low. Really good. Remember what we discussed before, make sure every scene she is in is deleted. It is important that her face does not appear. The staff member replied immediately, understood, I will take care of it. Having said that, he returned to his desk. Seo Jun suddenly muttered, congratulations. Everything happened exactly as you planned. Finally, he spoke affectionately, little brother. A scene from the past was replayed. Suk-han asked worriedly, is there any way you can get me a ticket for the next Boy Dream recording? Seo Jun questioned loudly. Why should I do that? That is an abuse of power. Hearing this, he made a firm offer. Fine, then how much is it? I will buy it from you. He shook his head immediately. They are not for sale. They are distributed by lottery. I can't just hand one to you. Seeing this, Suk-han looked sad. But I need one if I am going to invite her. He lowered his voice. All right, then. Suk-han thought to himself, he never helps anyone unless there is something in it for him. That means I only have one move left. Then he shouted, I will guest on one of your reality shows in the future. For free, just get me one ticket. Receiving the answer, Seo Jun replied quickly, deal. Hearing this, Suk-han looked angry. I knew it. He was completely waiting for me to say that. Seo Jun did not forget to remind him, send me the name and contact info of the person you want to invite. I will make sure they receive a notification that they won a ticket today. He questioned resentfully, you were just waiting for me to say something like that, were not you? He spoke nonchalantly, obviously. And just so you know, if you are asking someone for a favor, you should offer something in exchange first. That is basic courtesy. Suk-han argued urgently, I know that, I do not do it with other people, but you are my brother, you are supposed to help me. After saying that, he felt even more dejected. Seriously, with him, everything has to be a transaction. He is the definition of heartless. Back to reality, Seo Jun kept muttering, let us see, which show would benefit most from having an idol guest. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out, you are watching the semi-finals of Boy Dream. The MC continued the introduction, now it is time to introduce the final mentor for our secret collaboration mission. He read the info on the large screen, male artist, first-year idol, deep house, electronic pop. The final artist is someone who debuted through the Stardust project. The MC's voice rang out enthusiastically, welcome, Songbin Cha of Stardust. Immediately after, Songbin appeared and bowed politely. An audience member appeared stunned. My god, they really teamed this group up with Songbin, impressive. One of them, Ray, promoted his group's album at the same time as Stardust. The other two, Do Jiang and Jun Hyuk, directly competed with him on SDP. Honestly, I can't tell which of them has the greater will or determination. Working together to stage a performance must be incredibly intense. I would definitely forget how to breathe if I were in a room with them. On stage, Songbin stepped forward. The Avengers team and I have practiced non-stop and worked very hard for today's performance. We have already connected with each other on so many points. Having said that, he admitted frankly, so, I have personally wanted to collaborate with them again for a long time. And the more time I spent with them, the more I realized how serious they all are about pursuing their dreams. Songbin emphasized every word, my goal with this performance is to show everyone the joy of being on stage. He lowered his voice as a sincere thanks, I hope you are all excited for what we have prepared. At the same time, a familiar figure was lurking in the crowd. The LED screen behind the stage began to display the song title along with a dramatic introduction, Deep House, Electronic Pop, Anastasis, a Greek word meaning resurrection. Songbin Cha composed this track to describe pure, unyielding passion that rises again after painful failure and embarks on a new challenge. The music began, here at the edge of this cliff, will you dance with me? Even our fears become a part of the rhythm. It is okay if you stumble. Even if you slip and lose your grip. I will be right below you. With everything I have. In that moment, Songbin bowed slightly as if testifying. I will catch you. With Songbin's special appearance, the crowd could not help but feel a bit stunned. No way, he is actually performing with them, he is an idol, so of course he fits right in. Comments began to spread, isn't this a survival show, is that fair to the other teams, but he really shines as soon as he starts dancing. The previous team had Oceandew perform with them too, so it is fine. Mentors are allowed to perform with teams in this mission. I almost voted for Songbin instead of the contestants. On stage, Ray's voice rang out strongly over the electronic beat. We are hanging on together at the edge of the cliff. Every misstep pulls us deeper down. Even the wounds that seem like they will never fade. We will be each other's refuge when we land. I will wait for you, I will protect you, I will wait for you. No one's voice is wrong, so let us dance again at the edge of this cliff. Our song will echo, from the highest sky to the deepest abyss. We are hanging on together at the edge of the cliff. Sing out once more. At the same time, a female student quietly left the performance. A tall figure with a covered face sat quietly in a corner of the room. Fingers moved quickly across the phone screen. The reviews for Boy Dream were not bad at all. On the screen was the stunning performance, the semi-final stage of Boy Dream, the Avengers team with Anastasis, which recorded the highest viewership in the show's history thanks to Songbin Cha's appearance. Seeing Songbin arrive, Ha-im said hurriedly, Hyung, the stage was amazing, even Se-hyun could not contain his excitement. Seriously, since when did you practice that hard? He stepped forward and patted his shoulder. The song was really, really good. Both kept encouraging Songbin. There are so many compliments in the comments. They are calling it a legendary stage. He spoke up a bit shyly, right, and everyone, I have some pretty good news. Joy was unconcealed on his face. You know Yunha, my sister, she came to watch my performance. Suk-han was surprised and stood up. She went to watch it. He breathed a sigh of relief. That is such a relief. I was worried she might not go. Songbin shared even more incredible news, and she said she is going to start singing again. Suk-han's eyes widened. That was a result even greater than he had hoped for. Not only him but also Ha-im was excited and kept wanting to confirm. Really, that is such a relief. Why, was she moved after seeing another side of her brother on stage? Suk-han looked stunned as if he had realized something. At most, I thought she would just recognize Songbin's sincerity, but deciding to sing again, is their sibling bond really that deep? Songbin sighed with a somewhat helpless look. Well. The words came like a bolt from the blue to Sukhan, she has fallen for Lee Dojiang. The whole group was shocked. What? Ian felt the information hard to process. Wait, why Dojiang? Hyam was even more confused. Why him, of all people? Songbin's expression was clearly one of helplessness. She said that even after experiencing a major failure by being eliminated from a public audition watched by the whole nation, to grit his teeth, admit defeat, and challenge himself again, that was really cool. This was probably a huge shock to him. She said she wants to stand on the same stage as him one day and...
Asterisco sob asterisco.
This is so frustrating. Jun Seo saw Songbin getting emotional and patted his back to comfort him. She probably could not be honest about her feelings because of embarrassment. Still, everything turned out okay. Then he sat on one side looking sulky and said nothing more. Just as expected, moving your own sibling's heart. Sukhan observed everything but said nothing. It really is not easy. Not long after, a voice called his name. Dusty, what are you doing? At this moment, his phone screen was displaying information. Slandering artists, fake news, and insulting language are prohibited. Sukhan, I love you, are you practicing? When is Space Dust coming back? Wait, are you guys preparing for a comeback? The voice pulled him out of his focus on the screen. What did you say? Suddenly remembering something, comeback. On the black screen, new lines of text kept appearing. Chakahane leaked everything, he let it slip, and obviously it was a mistake. Try to deny it, it is too late now, Sukhan. Sukhan pulled off the hood that had been covering his head. Ha Im-hyung said everything on the live. He did not say it in words. He leaked it with his expression. His figure moved away from the camera. Of course we are making a comeback, but the exact date has not been announced yet. Neither has the timing. Oh, I can't say that either. His handsome face leaned in close again as if whispering. But for now, there will be a surprise gift tomorrow. The comments in the room boiled over again. What is it? Is the full album concept being dropped suddenly? Oh, that is too early, sorry. Sukhan, your very existence is a... He gave a smile and asked a question. Want to count down from 1 together? Suddenly the viewers' screens went black. The live broadcast ended. Dusty, take a practice break, we are off live. The female fan in front of the screen was confused. What? Why was the live cut here? Wait, it ended after 1 2. She seemed to have discovered a huge secret. Don't tell me. Not just one person, but the whole internet was speculating. Is the third mini-album coming out? It just ended in the middle of a countdown. What kind of spoiler is this? Do you guys think it is the third album just because it cut after 1 2? Yes, Sukhan's live itself was a massive spoiler. The number of people after this news was terrifyingly large. The surprise gift Sukhan mentioned for tomorrow, it seems like they are going to film a music video. The whole group entered, not forgetting to wave back to fans. Damn, I am so excited, please film lots of behind-the-scenes footage. Inside, everyone was busy. The whole studio was ready. Alright, 30 minutes until we start. Please check the mats and springs again. On stage, he was being reminded by an assistant. Sukhan, we will prepare the dance scene here. Just wait. Of course he would follow directions. Yes. His gaze could not help but scan the surroundings for a moment. He felt a bit emotional. Compared to his past life, this was nothing but a smooth, straight path. Events flashed through Sukhan's mind: auditions, debuting straight from a show, the massive success of the first mini-album, appearing on variety shows. While thinking, he followed instructions. Please stand here. When we give the signal, jump down onto the spring mat below. Songbin looked in his direction. It is higher than I thought. Jun Seo was a bit worried. Looks a bit dangerous. Sukhan, you are not afraid of heights or anything, right? He confirmed for them. No, I am not. The studio staff also reassured them. Don't worry, do not worry. We have placed springs like the ones stunt actors use. Just land right over there. Before Sukhan's eyes was a new beginning, the third mini-album, Silence. The concept was another parallel world beyond the silent mirror. His thin lips pressed together. If this album did well, the full album would come out sooner. Behind Sukhan, a bright red notification board appeared. Achievement unlocked. Your available goal is to become the first Korean to win Album of the Year at the Grammy Awards. Time remaining, 66 days, 30 hours, 26 minutes. His hand supported his somewhat weary face. Memories returned to a while ago. What the hell? Sukhan's body showed strange signs. My head hurts so much. The sudden pain made him wonder, why so suddenly? A mechanical screen appeared in his line of sight. New achievement unlocked. A Stardust album reaches the double-million seller milestone. Reward, synchronization. Conditions to be revealed. He stared at the text on it for a long time. What is this? His body was still exhausted to the point of extreme fatigue. A new achievement mission. The content mentioned made Sukhan confused. Synchronization is another option besides winning the Grammy Award. Choose one of the two achievements below. Your variable must complete the corresponding achievement within the time limit. 1. Win a Grammy Award. 2. Synchronize with the nearest universe. Reward for success, your survival is guaranteed. Failure, expulsion from the current universe. What was happening was beyond his understanding. What is this? What is happening right now? It seemed impossible to Sukhan. Now I have to make an album reach double-million seller. The staff's loudspeaker pulled him back to reality. Do Sukhan, are you ready? Sukhan immediately regained his composure and replied, yes. It is higher than I thought. After confirming the other side also signaled action. Alright, jump now. Along with his agreement was the enthusiastic cheering from below. Alright, wow, do Sukhan, you are amazing. One hand gripping the rope, Sukhan let himself fall. Not long after, he discovered the part fastened around his waist was a bit unusual. In just those few short seconds, the rope failed to hold Sukhan. Why is the harness joint shaking like that? His whole body plummeted directly downward. The crowd below gasped in horror. Sukhan. His speed was increasing rapidly, and there was no way to control it. Once again his eyes slowly opened, and he only heard worried voices nearby. Sukhan, are you okay? Can you stand up? Jun Seo's worried voice and expression met his eyes. Sukhan. He replied silently, Jun Seo Hyung. This scene. I feel like I have seen it before. As if thinking of a possibility, did I fall and faint? A man in a white coat sat down beside him. Sukhan. Hello. I am your attending doctor, Dr. Nah. Are you still conscious? Slowly stating Sukhan's condition. First of all, I will explain your diagnosis. There are no fractures, but... He faced this person and listened seriously. It is an ankle sprain. We recommend you avoid using your leg for about a month to fully recover. It is best not even to think about walking. That will be the fastest recovery. For Sukhan, this was not good news. We suggest you take a temporary break from activities. The doctor pushed up his glasses, empathizing with him. It is unfortunate.
Sukhans hand tighten ned.
That is very difficult. The one arranging things at the time was Jae-in Lee. Don't worry too much. We will change the MV layout to minimize the pressure on your body. And for the showcase, for now, we will manage with the remaining 6 members. He looked at him in disbelief. What? But then we will have to change the entire choreography layout. Seo Jun poked his head through the door. Isn't now the time to worry about that? Although he knew they were concerned for him, the result was still hard for him to accept. Right now, focusing on recovery is the most important thing. That way you can handle future schedules too. The world around him suddenly grew a few shades gloomier. No. Sukhan felt as if he were being surrounded by darkness. We can't delay any more schedules. He still tried to push through. I think I am fine. Can't we just continue without changing the schedule? He understood Sukhan's mindset at the moment. If you are worried about the layout for the first showcase. Seo Jun immediately offered a plan to reassure him. It is fine, adjusting the layout for 6 people will take about a week. However, Sukhan still felt guilty. Don't say it is fine, the Hyungs will have to stay up all night. He tried hard to persuade him to understand the importance of health. Injuries have happened before, right? You know if your condition worsens and leads to a more severe injury, it is much more dangerous, right? Anyway, we have not had a proper rest. Think of this as a short vacation. They just did not understand the worry in Sukhan's heart. It is not that. If we do not get a Grammy nomination. Faced with this situation, it was hard to avoid fear. This might be the last chance. I just do not want the activities to be delayed. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. A tall man walked toward his hospital room. Perhaps having heard the conversation they just had, who talks as if they are about to die, so suddenly. Sukhan looked toward the door in surprise. Even Jun Seo looked around curiously for the owner of that voice. The person who arrived made them all surprised.
Kim Woo-han. Hello, Sanbeinim.
What brings you here? He came to his side with a bright face. Sorry, but could everyone step out for a moment? I have something important to discuss with Suk-han. What is going on? Ignoring Yu Chan's continuous talking, Suk-han waved at someone behind him. I saw the news about your injury. I thought as a senior I should give you some advice, but at such a critical time, how did you get an ankle injury? From outside the door, an arm waved back. There was a scene where I had to jump down from a high place, and there was an issue with the rope. He did not think Yu Chan would talk this much. Wait, are you actually worried about me? He acted very naturally, of course. Yu Chan bowed his head slightly and asked, has he left? Suk-han could not deny this. Yes. What is this all about? He asked again, can I get straight to the point? Then he went directly to the matter. Regarding winning the Grammy Award. Do you think in this state, there is any chance? He responded with weariness on his face. Are you suggesting a backup option? Yu Chan confirmed with a squinty-eyed smile, exactly. He continued, perhaps this mission window was the chosen path from the beginning, but another mission has appeared, a mission that offers a hint on how to progress, synchronization. Yu Chan's expression was incredibly confident. Reach double million seller with Stardust's total cumulative album sales. Do you think you can do it? These words left Suk-han dazed. Double million, why does this status window keep giving max-level content to a low-level person? He was a bit puzzled. Achieving something like a double million seller was not easy. Yu Chan quickly explained, no, the Way did it with their first album too. It is entirely possible. He made a demand, if you want to keep living and stand on the next stage, you have to make it happen. Suk-han thought of something else. But there is one thing I am really curious about, Yu Chan asked. What is it? He could not help but wonder, when you call up that status window, how do you do it? This made Yu Chan a bit sulky. Like, does it have a nickname? I am just curious how you summon it. He tried to explain, calling it does not make it appear. It is just random. I see. Next, Yu Chan was curious, is that all you wanted to ask? Suk-han flared up, should I have asked how to become a double million seller instead? He retorted sarcastically. Do Suk-han, you really do not talk much, do you? Afterward, a series of newspapers reported the news, Stardust's Do Suk-han suffers ankle injury, schedule proceeds as planned. Do Suk-han, a member of the boy group Stardust, injured his ankle during choreography practice, his agency stated. He was diagnosed with a mild sprain and received emergency icing. It was not a serious injury. Until the pain subsided, Do Suk-han would reduce his dancing on some stages, but fan signs and broadcasts would proceed as scheduled. Fans sent words of encouragement, saying, stay healthy and do not get hurt. Continuing activities despite injury, fans worry as Stardust's Do Suk-han returns to the stage. Do Suk-han, who recently suffered an ankle injury, will return through this week's music program. A company representative stated that due to good recovery progress, the decision was made after consulting medical staff, adding that intense movements would be avoided for safety. Fans expressed concern, saying health comes first, but Do Suk-han commented briefly, I want to keep my promise to the fans. Meanwhile, Stardust continued active promotions with their new song Silence. Back at the practice room, Suk-han greeted them, Hyung, are you practicing? The two of them were shocked. Suk-han, what about your ankle? What, you came here to practice? Si-woo rushed over to advise him, Suk-han, I understand how you feel, but you should rest for a bit now. He clasped his hands sincerely, I really want to do well with this album. I will practice very carefully, okay? You really? He speculated, is it because of the promise you made to the fans? These words made Suk-han's face darken significantly. Seeing this, Si-woo did not push further. Alright, then let us focus on adjusting the formation, as long as you do not overdo it. He exclaimed in surprise, really, you won't stop me anymore. Suk-han gave his reasoning, if I do not practice now, I think I will regret it for the rest of my life. I really want to show a stage where all 7 of us stand together. Jun Seo stood to one side watching. Please, Hyung. This time, with another unexpected charm, Stardust returned with their 3rd mini-album. The 3rd mini-album surpassed 1 million copies in first-week sales. Oh my god, my precious babies. Fans seem to be aiming for double million seller. It is doable. The album market was growing at a crazy pace, but the quality of the songs and performances deserved it. A double million seller, something everyone once thought was impossible. Double Z, try harder, do more, yo, what, aren't they almost a double million? it feels so close. And finally, silence hit number 1. The double million seller Stardust reacted on the spot. He emotionally covered his face. The system announced, new achievement, double million seller. When one of the group's albums reaches double million sales, you can view a hint for cosmic synchronization. Achievement completed. Yuchan looked up at the glowing system board. He fell into deep thought. Yuchan stood frozen for a long time as if thinking about something. A moment later, he muttered to himself, what does it mean to become synchronized? On this side, a cup of hot tea was placed on the table. Yuchan had asked someone to meet at a cafe. He suggested with a smile, shouldn't we celebrate being a double million seller first? Sukhan did not look happy or grateful. Thanks. So what did the status window or quest window or whatever it is say? Yuchan reproached, you're so impatient. He looked at his steaming coffee and continued, to put it simply. Yuchan explained, the universe where Sukhan died is the original data, and currently, the second life is the data being overwritten on top of it. He tried to make Sukhan understand, but it seems like the data from the two universes is trying to merge into one. In other words, synchronization with the universe where Du Sukhan died will occur. Hearing this, it gradually dawned on him. If I understand correctly, does that mean the people around me will start to remember memories from my past life? Yuchan corrected him slightly, more accurately, it is not a past life, but memories from a different universe where Sukhan died. A wave of sorrow rose within him. That is right. A series of dark images appeared. The memories of the world where Sukhan died would be superimposed. At this moment, Sukhan suddenly asked, so the members will remember a Stardust without me in it? Yuchan confirmed, yes. Well, looking at these conditions alone, synchronization does not seem entirely bad. He could not help but wonder, is there something worrying you? Sukhan said, no, I still have not fully grasped it yet. His expression became serious. But once that synchronization is complete, I might die at age 25 again, right? Yuchan was silent for a long time before speaking out. I am sorry to have to say this to you, Sukhan. He said something that made Sukhan freeze, but your existence in this universe is viewed as a type of impurity. An impurity. A future where I become Stardust. I did not intend to live a life that stuck so literally to the group's name. This made Sukhan chuckle. Does it say why I am considered an impurity? Yuchan reassured him, try not to worry too much. He added, even if everyone's memories return, would not they just consider it an unpleasant dream? Scene change, outside a shop, praise could be heard, good job. Seo Jun stood alone as if waiting for something. He secretly speculated, by now, Du Sukhan should have finished his part-time shift. He is probably going crazy and running toward the smell of fried chicken again. In his heart, there was a bit of a scolding, how much longer is he going to keep drifting from one part-time job to another? The pedestrian light signaled not to cross. A second later, it turned green, allowing people to cross. Just as Seo Jun was crossing, a truck came rushing toward him. It was moving at a dizzying speed. And then, the truck crashed into the opposite wall. The bag of fried chicken in Seo Jun's hand fell to the ground. He watched the scene that had just occurred, frozen in shock. His breath seemed to have stopped. Seo Jun's eyes widened accordingly. His face became one of utter disbelief. Before his eyes was Sukhan lying there. What? Seo Jun's tears slowly fell from the pain. At that moment, he jolted awake in bed. Seo Jun was panting, his face flushed and dripping with sweat. He covered his face in discomfort. Damn it, what kind of crazy dream was that? Seo Jun looked up at his phone. 4 in the morning. I really should stop staying up all night. He picked up his phone and could not help but exclaim, I have never had such a vivid dream before. Seo Jun opened his contact list. His face darkened. Seo Jun reread the message from last night. Hyung, bring some chicken on your way back. What time do you finish? Are you staying up all night? Are you secretly working part-time at a cafe without telling me? A second later, Sukhan replied, Du Sukhan, what is going on this early in the morning? How did you know? We are filming Self-Content right now. He took a photo of the set and sent it to Seo Jun. Scene changed to where Sukhan was working. He was puzzled, not understanding what was happening. What, suddenly telling me not to work part-time at the cafe anymore? What is going on? Just then, someone called, Sukhan, come here for a moment. Yes, Hyung. In his heart, he silently noted, this Self-Content filming location looks quite similar to the place I used to work. Stardust at the cafe. 7 boys working in a cafe for the first time. Technically, it was the first time for 6 of them. Of all times, The boss left on a busy weekend afternoon. Each person had a name tag on their apron. Siwoo asked, guys, the boss said he is not coming today. Haim added, then do we get off work too? Ian stated, no, we have to take responsibility for the shop. Se-hyun was skeptical, is our cafe about to go bankrupt? It won't disappear, right? Sukhan reassured, no way. I have PTSD from stuff like that. Jun Seo was confused, why PTSD? The friend next to him smiled boastfully, I want to try this. You know, that shaking thing. That is for a bartender. Praise flooded the comments. The back and forth banter is insane. Kong Si-woo is so reliable, total manager vibes. Is Ha Jun Seo making a 6-shot Americano right now? Making poison instead of a drink again. An apron over a shirt is sacred. Double the salary for the self-content team. The conversation continued, but this cafe must be doing really well. Why? Sukhan could not help but be curious. Minimum wage has risen this much, yet there are 7 part-timers working the same shift. Se-hyun laughed cheerfully. There is a youngest member who is too fed up with the real world. Haim denied it, you are being too realistic. Siwoo caught the point, that is why the boss has been having a hard time lately. Seriously? Sukhan asked skeptically, what, is that true? Jun Seo blushed and argued, of course it is hard. He is hiring 7 people. If it were me, I would cut staff first. Sung Bin added, that is why we have to earn our keep. With the best service and outstanding professionalism, we will conquer the customers. Everyone excitedly talked about this topic. Do part-timers at a cafe conquer customers too, of course? Don't you know about building a regular clientele? Sukhan calculated in his head while tying his apron, and of all places, it had to be a self-content filming location. An indescribable emotion rose within him as this place reminded him of the past. It looks just like the cafe where I used to work. Sukhan gently touched the equipment and felt, the feeling is so familiar, as if I were standing there just yesterday. He grew pensive and fell into a state of anxiety. I already felt uneasy, and now this. Messages seemed to remind Sukhan, anyway, it is bad luck, so do not go near the cafe today. I know it is just a meaningless dream, but it still feels like a bad omen. This made him even more troubled and anxious. Why did he suddenly say things he never usually says? A dream about a truck crashing into the cafe. Sukhan could never forget the event of that day. That was the day I died, was not it? In another place, a voice rang out, what are you saying? Hyung said. Yu-chan was confused and wanted to confirm with the person on the other end. He remembers the day you died. He frowned and countered the other person's words. Didn't you say you never saw your brother when he passed away? I understand that dreaming about someone dying is scary. But it is actually just a meaningless dream. Suddenly, an invisible blue board appeared before Yu-chan. What is this? Synchronization progress list. Kim Yu-chan 0%, Kong Si-woo 0%, Jin Se-hyun 0%, Ha Jun Seo 0%.
Seo Ian 0%, Set Ha Im 0%, Cha Sung-bin 0%, Yo Seo-yun 1%.
He could not believe the bizarre phenomenon before his eyes. What is this now? A synchronization progress list. The person on the other side informed Yu-chan and hung up.
Kim. 0. Kim.
Kim Yu-chan, I am about to start. I will contact you after filming.
Kim. 1.
The other side had hung up, but he still did not react. Yu-chan stood frozen, his body not moving at all. His eyes could not hide his sadness and anxiety as he murmured, why am I on the synchronization target list? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Yu-chan's brain. He clutched his head in agony, unable to do anything. My head. The pain invaded every sense, making it impossible for Yu-chan to grasp anything. What is this? Then when he opened his eyes, an innocent boy was looking at him. The boy leaned in close to Yu-chan and said softly, Hyung, you are bleeding. He was in a school uniform, his face covered in injuries. The little boy looked at the wound with concern and asked, are you hurt somewhere? Yu-chan still could not understand anything. What is this situation? He looked at his surroundings and thought, a dream, whose memory is this, mine? Yu-chan coldly waved the boy away, mind your own business and go somewhere else. But the boy would not leave and focused on the wound. That looks like it hurts. Yu-chan ignored the concern and spoke harshly, don't talk to me. I said mind your own business. The boy did not seem to hear and grabbed his shirt. Hyung, I will let you borrow my band-aid. Put this on. Having no choice, Yu-chan accepted, though he remained distant. Leave it there. I will handle it myself. The boy stopped pestering and started asking him, you were sitting here until late last night too, right? Yu-chan replied to the boy, you really do not listen, do you, kid? Yu-chan reached out his hand and asked the boy for the item. Just give me the band-aid, I will put it on myself. Despite what he said, the boy wanted to do it himself. No, let me do it. There is an order to applying a band-aid. A small hand took hold of his large, scratched hand. The boy's innocent face looked up at Yu-chan. He raised an eyebrow in confusion at that gaze. Without saying a word, the boy took a breath and blew gently on the wound. The boy blew while explaining to Yu-chan, "First, you have to blow on it like this. Next, the boy fumbled in his backpack for something. Then, you have to apply medicine." He was puzzled how a kid had everything. "Why are you carrying stuff like that around?" Hearing this, the boy pulled up his pant leg to reveal a wound on his leg. Yu-chan felt somewhat helpless at the boy's proud face. "I guess this is your daily life." Afterward, the boy changed the subject and actively asked, "Do you live around here too, Hyung?" This time, Yu-chan did not be harsh and confirmed yes. Hearing that, the boy happily made a promise, "That is great then. If you get hurt again, come find me." Yu-chan slowly repeated the boy's words, "Shouldn't you tell me not to get hurt in the first place?" Suddenly he went silent, his eyes tinged with sadness. Yu-chan spoke up and gently asked the boy, "What is your dream? To become a doctor or something?" The boy softly refuted it all. "No." The boy spoke about his dream with full confidence. "My dream is to be a fire truck." He could not help but laugh at this naive thought. Not a firefighter. The boy did not understand and confirmed again, "That is right, a fire truck." Yu-chan was curious about this dream, so he asked the boy, "Why a fire truck of all things?" In his mind, he thought about his own life. "My world is filled with glowing red warning windows." It seemed Yu-chan could not understand what was happening either. Those strange system windows appeared whenever someone was involved. His footsteps were somewhat lonely and heavy. Initially, Yu-chan could not adapt to it. "That is the status window I see. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. But then, everything was a predetermined fate. The cause was written in that red window, and it never changed." Dark memories kept resurfacing. "Hey, are you that Kim Yu-chan, the guy who is possessed?" A terrifying face appeared. "Did you curse my friend saying he would die in an accident?" He reproached relentlessly, "Because he always bullied you, so you took revenge, right?" At that time, Yu-chan countered, "I only told him what I saw before my eyes. It is not like I wanted to see those things." However, the other person would not listen. "Shut up, he died because of you, you monster." He stepped closer and screamed, "Die, you disgusting freak." Yu-chan was beaten repeatedly. "You damn murderer." He clutched his head and tried to endure. Yu-chan did not resist at all and even provoked, "Just kill me." At some point, I realized that it was simply a destiny status window that could never change anything. His eyes turned bloodshot. The system displayed, Kim Yu-chan's time of death, around 6 p.m. today. Cause, excessive blood loss. The system has detected a one variable in one of the universes. Kim Yu-chan, that which is unavoidable. Returning to the present, a surprised voice rang out, "What?" Suk-han asked skeptically. Kim Yu-chan collapsed. Moo-hyun confirmed once more, "Yes, an ambulance even came. You are quite close to him, right? He even visited you when you were hospitalized." He was stunned. "I was just talking to him during the break earlier." At the same time, everyone announced loudly, "We are going back to resume filming." "What is happening?" Kim Yu-chan collapsed. "Yes."
Do Seo-yun.
No, Hyung's dream. Is there a connection? Don't tell me synchronization is starting right now. Si-woo shouted an announcement. All right, let us start assigning roles." He made a suggestion. "I think we need someone in charge of the table." Se-hyun raised his hand with an idea. Then, who wants to be in charge of the table? Si-woo was confused. "You mean the person who wipes the table?" He waved his hand in denial. "No, the table itself." The boy with two-toned hair added an opinion, who is confident about their flatness. "No one, I nominate Suk-han." Hearing this, Si-woo wrote it down. "So Suk-han will be the table." Suk-han was startled and dazed. "Wait a minute, what do you mean by flat?" Se-hyun put an arm around his shoulder teasingly. "And our cafe is like brand new, right?" Si-woo confirmed. "That is right, it was built yesterday." He was amused. "So, we do not even have a menu board. Anyone want to be the menu board?" Ian was curious. "Why is everyone looking at me?" He happily grabbed an apron. "Then I will be the menu board." Everyone agreed. "Okay, let us do that." They assigned the task to Ian. "You just stand outside the door, and by the way, pull customers in too." Se-hyun teased Ha-im. "Seo-han, what about being the kiosk?" You press his shoulder and a voice comes out. "What, isn't that the weirdest one?" At this time, Suk-han raised his hand to announce, "Manager, I do not want to be the table." Si-woo wondered, "Why, then what do you want to be?" He was a bit interested. "The door. If possible, I just want to stand still." Si-woo gave a thumbs up in agreement. "Alright, so you want to be the door, what, that was accepted more easily than I thought." He set a condition: when a customer walks in, make a bell sound. Suk-han put on a welcoming look. "Yes, I am confident." The youngest member, Do Suk-han, whose childhood dream was to become a fire truck. He even boasted, "I can make a siren sound." His ambition was truly extraordinary. Moo-hyun closed his eyes and thought, Suk-han. He looked very anxious before filming. Is he okay now? He looked out the window worriedly. He is also injured, and the schedule has been really thick lately. Crazy. I need time to think alone. How exactly does synchronization work? This is not the last one, right? Playing the role of a cafe door won't be my last idle activity, right? Suk-han rubbed his chin and thought, or what if the members who regained their memories say, "You are not a member of our group," and deny me? He kept pondering, they won't call passing the audition unfair just because I knew the future, right? That would be troublesome. Jun Seo looked at Suk-han and gave a relieved smile. A while later, he was still standing outside watching the shop. Suddenly, Suk-han's whole body fell forward. His body swayed, nearly falling straight to the ground. Inside, Jun Seo was wondering, who wants to work the cash register? I do. Instinctively, he turned his head to look at the door. But are we really letting Suk-han stand outside? Should we call him in? However, the outside was empty, leaving Jun Seo dazed. Where did Suk-han go? At this time, little boy Suk-han was calling loudly Hyung, while the person being called could only lie there, watching blankly.
Kim Woo-chan-hung.
Dark memories flooded back. Everyone was attacking him. You bastard, you killed someone, and yet you walk around like nothing happened. Their mouths were full of poisonous words. Are you even human? This had haunted Yu-chan for a long time. Right, that group is back again. While everyone was worried about him, don't sleep, Yu-chan himself wanted to give up. Just leave me alone, it is annoying. Suddenly those eyes thought of something. Wait, the cause of my death was excessive blood loss. It feels like I could die right here. The little boy in front of him was flustered. I do not even have a phone yet. This is bad. So, his childhood appearance is a bit blurry. Will this kid be the first person to find my body? He grabbed Suk-han's hand. Kid. You immediately objected to the term. I am not a kid, I am Do Suk-han. I mean, you did not know how to explain it in that moment. The death of someone you know would. It could be said, one last act of goodwill. Think of it as payment for the ointment. Behind the boy appeared the mechanical notification board again. System, if variable 1, Kim Yu-chan, is saved, the lifespan of Do Suk-han. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped him. Fate was truly cruel yet fair. It was written clearly, system, if variable 1, Kim Yu-chan, is saved, Do Suk-han's lifespan will be fixed at 25. His white shirt was soaked in red, forcing me to push him away with my own hands. A contract signed with the consent of both parties. Suk-han sat on the ground, feeling utterly helpless. Why are you suddenly acting like this, Hyung? The electronic notification rang out again. Variable 2 of the universe, Do Suk-han, is interfering with the data of variable 1. It drove him nearly insane. Just go. His hand slammed down. I said, get lost. The child's small body tumbled onto the ground. Suk-han regained his composure and stood up on his own. With his small face, he did not forget to remind him, just stay right here, okay? Wearing a backpack larger than his body, he dashed away. I will go get an adult quickly. Yu-chan saw him leaving exactly as he wanted. Yeah, run away. Live your life, whether you become a fire truck or a super ranger. He had no desire to survive in the first place. And please, never come back. Just leave and do not look back. That is how it should be. Yet very quickly, he heard someone approaching again. Hyung, over here. Suk-han was dragging his older brother along. Seo Jun's face appeared before his eyes. The child had finally returned, and only then did I realize. In that universe, at the age of 15, Do Suk-han's lifespan had been fixed at 25. I had completely twisted their fates. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the ceiling, Suk-han thought to himself, the ceiling is white again. At that moment, whispering voices could be heard in the room. Suk-han has been fainting too much lately. I should ask someone to brew some herbal medicine for him. As soon as he heard this, Suk-han wondered, could it be that I am dead, a voice immediately answered, "Don't say such unlucky things." Sukhan said calmly, "That is true. I think I am hearing a voice I should not be hearing." The other voice replied, "So you know too." As Sukhan slowly sat up he wondered, but, hearing Seo Jun's voice, "Does not that mean I am already behind my own funeral photo?" Right after finishing the sentence, he looked to the side, a bit dazed. In an instant, tears streamed down Sukhan's cheeks. It was Seo Jun. He was coolly resting his chin on his hand and asked, "A fall accident, did you injure your ankle?" When the doctor said to be careful, he did not mean be careful when walking, but be careful when dancing. It means stay still like a dead mouse and do not move. I told you not to turn my nightmare into a reality. Hearing Seo Jun's words, Sukhan broke into a cold sweat. He helplessly gritted his teeth and thought, when did he get here, Seo Jun? As soon as the thought finished, Sukhan asked, "Why are you here, Hyung Jun?" Seo, sitting next to Seo Jun, immediately answered for him, "You fainted, so we had to contact your family urgently." Luckily, he was nearby. Seo Jun, on the other hand, did not pay any mind to that. He crossed his arms and cut in, "By the way, remember when you said you would become Spider-Man and jumped from the second floor? I should have known back then." Sukhan questioned him with a confused face, "I am sorry, but when did I ever do that? And it is not like you ever picked me up gently, either." After hearing this, Seo Jun agreed, "That is true. I pulled you up by tossing you all over the place." Sukhan immediately asked, "So you admit it then?" Seo Jun did not reply. He just stayed silent, secretly relieved in his heart. "I am glad you have good self-awareness." Now, Sukhan was lost in his own thoughts. But why did I suddenly faint again? It hurt just now as if I was hit hard by something. That feeling was not unfamiliar, that pain. It felt just like being hit by a truck. Is this also because of Kim Woo-chan and that quest window? Do you think I will just obediently die at 25 again? Why has not that guy woken up yet? As soon as he thought this, Sukhan frowned and spoke up in annoyance. Those kinds of ankle injuries happen all the time when dancing. Isn't it more important that this album sells well? Seo Jun replied indifferently, "Your albums have never failed so far. Objectively speaking, did not it even reach 2 million copies?" Sukhan slowly crawled out of bed and said, "Who knows, new rookie idols keep appearing. Fans' hearts can turn away at any time." Seo Jun said coldly, "You sound like a senior with 10 years of experience who is about to be pushed aside. Do you plan to do this for 3 years and then quit?" At his question, Sukhan was extremely puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Seo Jun explained, "Saying this to someone not even 20 yet probably won't work, but if you want a long career, sometimes you have to know how to hold back." Sukhan was pensive. "It is not that I do not know that." He then spoke up, "I am doing this because I want to work for a very, very long time. But it is actually funny. You are the one lecturing me about health, who is the person who stays up until 5 in the morning and should be taking care of their own body." Seo Jun countered without changing his expression, "I never back down. That is how it is. What kids these days call it a miracle morning, or something." Sukhan said calmly, "Sleeping at 3 a.m. and waking up at 5 a.m. we called it staying up all night." As soon as the sentence ended, the two of them locked eyes, battling with their glares. Just then, Se-hyun suddenly put his arm around Sukhan and reassured them with a smile, "Hyung Nim, do not worry. If Sukhan says he is going to dance, I will give him a knock right here and knock him out." Seeing this, Seo Jun could only comply. "Okay, then I will leave it to you. I came out in a hurry, so I have to go now." As soon as he saw him stand up, Sukhan was surprised. "What, you are leaving already?" With a dark and terrifying face, Seo Jun threatened, "Just go to sleep." This made Sukhan's heart skip a beat, and his face turned pale. In an instant, the sound of the door slamming shut echoed. Seeing Seo Jun leave in a bad mood, Jun Seo and Se-hyun gossiped, "He seems to be in a pretty bad mood. He is really handsome, even at a time like this." While the two of them were busy chatting, Sukhan was pensive. The dream that Seo Jun had. What on earth was it about? Jae-yoon Lee slowly entered the room and asked in a questioning tone, "Did Sukhan's brother just leave?" Se-hyun quickly said, "Yes, just now." Hearing this, Jae-yoon Lee spoke up helplessly, "Sukhan, everyone, I know your condition is not great, but there is another schedule. Starting next week, we have to prepare for the collaboration stage for the end-of-year music festival." Immediately, Sukhan thought to himself, "Right, it is already the season for end-of-year stages." Meanwhile, Jun Seo suddenly said, "Hyung, even so, with Sukhan's current condition." Jae-yoon Lee could not help but hesitate, if that is the case, then perhaps. Seeing everyone seemingly worried about him, Sukhan hurriedly refused, no, do not change it. Please let me do it. I will go on stage. No, I want to do it one more time. And there is another reason why I can't skip this collaboration stage. Over at Ian's spot, he was asking with a look of pure shock and amazement, what really we are collaborating with our seniors, TPLE. Why would TPLE Sunbays collaborate with us? Se-hyun quickly explained. Both are under double Z, so the higher-ups arranged it. Even so, Ian found it hard to believe. Even so, the experience gap is huge. Sukhan seriously reminded him immediately, that is exactly why we can't do this stage half-heartedly. Fans will be very sensitive to that experience gap. Se-hyun suddenly commented, it feels like Double Z is using TPLE Sunbays just to push us up. At these words, Ian hurriedly asked back, is it okay to say it like that? June SEO cutting gloomily, it seems we have no choice but to practice to death. I will probably have to add a few more shots of espresso in the meantime. The more Ian heard, the more he cried out in shock no. The next second, he turned to ask Sukhan, Sukhan, you're singing the opening duet with Ji-hoo SSI. How is it, can you handle the pressure? The next second Ha-im, sitting on the side, burst out laughing and said cheerfully, I am really looking forward to seeing two main dancers appear holding just microphones. Sukhan's face darkened as he replied helplessly, please do not say that. I feel nauseous already. As soon as the sentence ended, he thought to himself, that is right. If it has come to this stage will be a huge challenge for me too. Seeing Sukhan's unwavering determination, Ha-im was a bit wary. Sukhan's expression looks really scary. Seeing this, Ian immediately reassured him, don't worry. I will practice the duet with you. By the way, what has Jin Se-hyun been looking at all this time? He is searching again. Can someone stop Jin Se-hyun from searching anymore? Seeing Se-hyun still tapping on his phone, Sukhan immediately went over to look, then gently evaluated. Looking at those things is not good for your mental health. Se-hyun quickly countered, no, it is not like that. Immediately, the information appeared on the phone, Stardust JSH is dating. A Saseing fan site says they have found evidence and will soon expose it. Reading this, Sukhan's face turned pale as he asked in confusion, dating, what on earth is this about? Ha-im leaned in and whispered, no way, are you dating? This naturally made Se-hyun incredibly startled and panicked. The next second, he spoke up immediately, wait a minute. The reaction is intense. Given the nature of this situation, I guess. While Se-hyun was explaining, Sukhan stared at the phone screen with his own thoughts. It is not like love is just walking down the street, but for a rookie idol, that is almost a sin. As soon as the thought finished, he wondered, they say there is evidence, Se-hyun said seriously. It seems they saw a private All-Star story. So it feels like they are piecing it together. I did not post anything on my story though. After he finished speaking, Sukhan fell back into thought. Jin Se-hyun is extremely sensitive to searching. Actually, there is no room to suspect it is fake. The next second, Sukhan could not help but be curious. No matter how I look at it, even with a glance, why does the photo of this cake look like the one Se-hyun ordered? Se-hyun was embarrassed for a long while and did not know how to answer. It is true that I ordered that cake. Upon hearing this, everyone was completely shocked. What? Over at Kim Min-ha's place, she brushed her hair back helplessly. Looking at her phone, she thought to herself, truly legendary. Yoonji, did you see the Home Masters post? They caused a huge mess, deleted their account, and ran away. At this moment, countless conflicting comments were popping up on social media. So is Jin Se-hyun dating or not? Deleting the account is all it takes, they said he is dating. They said that was all the evidence, but does that even count as evidence? If you do not want to believe it, just leave. Reading those comments, Min-ha became even more confused. Seriously, what is the truth here? The comments kept popping up, but someone checked the name on the cake order, and it was Jin Se-hyun. How do they find these things? I am dizzy. That is why people say do not consume content from Saseing Home Masters. None of them are normal. Under the current situation, Min-ha also seemed a bit convinced. It is not completely groundless, right? Se-hyun is the king of searching, you know he must have seen all of this by now, right? The colleague next to her immediately replied probably. Min-ha quickly continued, if fans misunderstood, would not he have explained by now, given his personality? Please say it is fabricated. As soon as she finished speaking, her colleague could not help but agree, clasping her hands in prayer along with Min-ha. Please say it is a misunderstanding. Scene change, a notification from Stardust appeared on the phone. Sukhan's birthday live has started right now on Stardust. After reading this information, voices were immediately heard. Stardust is live on the LB channel, Stardust started Sukhan's birthday live already. Se-hyun scratched his head and spoke up, "No, I mean this is what happened." Jun Seo, standing next to him, immediately replied, "I already roughly guessed it." While listening to them talk, Sukhan thought to himself, even digging through past memories, I do not remember Jin Se-hyun ever having a dating scandal. And clearly, with this busy schedule, it is impossible to have a girlfriend. After the thought, he wondered, then who was it with? Se-hyun stammered, not knowing how to start. That cake was actually yours. As soon as he heard this, Sukhan was visibly surprised. Se-hyun explained, the design was roughly like that, right? We were so busy back then that we ordered a custom one, so we did not check it carefully. The more Sukhan heard, the more he burst out laughing cheerfully. He then immediately cried out in complaint, "Why did not you check it again?" At this time, Ian and Jun Seo walked in together holding the birthday cake. So the entire dating scandal was fake. Harim pointed at Se-hyun and explained happily, Jin Se-hyun lost, so he placed the order as the representative. Se-hyun immediately cut in, and the text at the bottom, I just set it to chef's choice. I definitely did not write that. Listen, I clearly said at the time it was a friend's cake, but the shop owner misunderstood that friend was a girlfriend. After listening for a while, Siwoo finally understood the issue. I think this is a huge misunderstanding. Jun Seo, standing nearby, could not help but emphasize further, a very big misunderstanding. So because of that misunderstanding, even the fans were fooled. While they were busy chatting, Ian slowly stepped out from behind with the cake. Jun Seo, standing opposite, quickly gave an OK sign. Receiving the signal, Ian spoke up, anyway, Sukhan. Happy birthday. In an instant, all the members of the group congratulated Sukhan with the birthday cake. Even as he held the cake in his hands, Sukhan still found it a bit hard to believe. Seriously, is this pink heart really mine? This made everyone burst into happy laughter. The next second, they reminded him, blow out the candles, make a wish. Sukhan naturally agreed, all right. As he blew out the birthday candles, he thought to himself, at first, I felt a bit dazed. And after that, While he was lost in thought, Ha-im and Sungbin happily cut in, a birthday celebration, and then after the end of year stage, there will be a brilliant coming of age ceremony. I am really looking forward to it. No, listen, I only created that account to place orders on Biolstar. Are you still talking about that? Hearing them chat so happily, a satisfied smile appeared on Sukhan's lips. He felt happy in his heart. Anyway, how many more times will I be congratulated like this? The next second, Sukhan spoke up, radiant as the morning sun. Thank you everyone for the congratulations. Right, Hyung, about correcting that dating news. If you show this cake during my birthday live, the misunderstanding will probably be resolved quickly. Se-hyun quickly agreed, that is good. In the current situation, Sukhan's passion for his idol career became even more intense. I just want to dance and sing with everyone. And just like that, Jin Se-hyun's dating rumor turned into a surprise birthday event. Because of this, the audience commented lively, the one who ordered it was Jin Se-hyun. That pink cake, how did it turn out like this? Oh my god, was not that cake from Jin Se-hyun's private account? It was originally a cake made to tease Sukhan. Time passed again at light speed, and the long-awaited end-of-year Gayo Taejun period began. At the red carpet, as idols walked by in elegant dresses, the MC introduced, yes, we are here at the MBM Gayo Taejun red carpet. The heat here is unbelievable. Hello, everyone. MBM Gayo Taejun, where the outstanding artists who have shown over the past year have gathered in one place, TPLE. The Way. Stardust, coming up next, the masterpieces that define this year's music scene, will once again rock the world through collaboration stages. So is everyone ready? As soon as the MC finished, all the fans in the hall immediately cheered. The MC continued with a smile, MBM Gayo Taejun. The next segment is a collaboration stage between senior and junior artists. TPLE and Stardust. Hearing this information, the entire audience was incredibly surprised. A series of comments popped up. MBM always kept a fixed format, but this time they really innovated strongly. I thought TPLE would not participate because they are veterans. This is truly unexpected. Isn't it like Double Z is trying to push Stardust up by dragging TPLE in? How many years have our oppas been active and they are still selling albums in bundles? Double Z is terrible. Why do I like this? But when will we see this combo again? Honestly, I thought I would not see this combo even before I died. Where else can you see TPLE and Stardust, main dancers doing a vocal collab? Scene change in Hyo Ji-yeon's thoughts. Office worker Hyo Ji-yeon, a fan for 1 year. This is the moment I used up all the lottery luck of my entire life. I still have to go to work tomorrow. Standing up is completely impossible, so I bought a seated ticket. I am truly a hardcore Douston. What is a Douston? Doustons are also called double S fans. It is a term for when you only like idols under double S entertainment. As soon as the thought finished, she immediately lit up the cheer stick in her hand. While cheering for the program, Ji-yeon fell back into pensive thought. I used to like TPLE too. The reason I use the past tense is because after 7 years of activity, the coldness of the fandom exhausted me, and I quit. But then I happened to watch the Star Pro performance. And there once again, I met my ideal type of 1,000 years. The more she thought, the more Ji-yeon could not contain her emotions and screamed out loud, "TPL is the best." Hearing this scream, several fans standing nearby quickly turned to look, silently judging. That is a Stardust light stick. It looks like a speck of dust. Ji-yeon seemed to realize several gazes were fixed on her. Immediately, she reined in her emotions, which caught the attention of those around her even more. She realized. She noticed it. Breaking into a cold sweat, Ji-yeon thought to herself, anyway, my ultimate bias is do Hami Ji, do Sukhan. I think I have a problem. Whenever I see the main dancer position, I get confused. She tried to avoid further attention by striking up a conversation with the person next to her. When will our kids debut? Ji-yeon's stream of thoughts continued. But then, Sung Ji-hoo and Do Sukhan. A collaboration stage between my old bias and my current bias. Even though I quit being a fan, the reason my heart is still beating fast is because of this kind of fluttering excitement. Ji-hoo, is it because your face still has not changed? At this time, the first song was starting on stage, Christmas Love. Sukhan and Ji-hoo coordinated perfectly with the current song. I want to know everything about you, I want to timidly tell you my feelings. Witnessing the current scene, the comments exploded even more. Are they saying they are confused while looking into each other's eyes? Hey everyone, no need to look at the camera, just look at each other. I thought Sukhan would not be nervous, but he looks like he is shaking a bit. Sukhan sang in a clear voice, to be honest, this Christmas, I want to be with you. That reindeer. While enjoying the stage, he seemed to say to himself, no matter what injury I have, the reason I determined to stand back on this stage. Seeing Sukhan, some audience members wondered, is this a pre-recorded broadcast? Yes, this is pre-recorded. At Sukhan's position, he was currently just looking at his idol with a thought, that is it. A smile quickly spread across Sukhan's lips, accompanied by satisfaction, because this is the opportunity to sing a duet, Christmas Love, with my idol Sung Ji-hoo. Ji-hoo sang, Let the Jingle Bells Ring. Sukhan quickly followed, from A to Z, I want to know everything about you. After singing for a while, Sukhan suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, why is the Mr. Music suddenly fading? I can barely hear it anymore. Despite that, the singing continued. This is the kind of fluttering excitement. This thing, just like this, being with you. Noticing the strange behavior from Sukhan, Ji-yeon realized it too and could not help but wonder, is this a broadcast accident? Why do I feel like the song suddenly got quieter? Is it my imagination? Anyway, the live vocals are clearer, that is better. Really, look how accurate their pitch and rhythm are. Ji-hoo and Sukhan were still hitting those high notes on stage, tell me the truth. However, not long into the song, Sukhan felt extremely flustered and quickly tried to reassure himself. Stay calm, stay calm. He sensed that something was wrong. But Ji-hoo continued his performance without missing a beat. As Ji-hoo looked at the person in front of him, he thought, I think I understand what Sunbeam is trying to say. Just hit that final high note exactly like we practiced. With that thought, he continued to enjoy the stage. I want to welcome eternity with you. The harmonies were also very clean. Meanwhile, in the comments section, countless questions popped up. What was that just now? The Mr. Music suddenly got super quiet in the middle. Was that staged or a broadcast accident? Didn't that basically turn into a live a cappella performance? MBM is insane. On social media platforms, news about the performance went viral. The collaboration stage with Sung Ji-hoo, the possibility of an ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend sharing a stage, received an even more explosive reaction than expected. In the meantime, Boys Dream passed the final round and debuted as a group named FLYB. Ray and Lee Jun-hyuk were eliminated midway. And it appeared that Lee Do-kyung had become a member of the final debut lineup. On Sukhan's end, after seeing the news, his face filled with a bit of weariness and annoyance. So Lee was destined to debut no matter what. That kind of annoys me. But as long as his biggest weakness is in my hands, we have probably accidentally become associates in the entertainment industry. Furthermore, they swept the rookie awards at various end-of-year award ceremonies. At that time, Sukhan even expressed himself sincerely before an award ceremony, "We will live as good people." Finally, they were preparing a full-length album and a concert at the same time. Scene change, Sungbin sat in a chair, smiling as he spoke, "I can't believe a day like this has come, the day we hold our own concert." Siwoo cut in seriously, "Putting that aside, this schedule is absolutely insane. The exact setlist won't be finalized until the album recording is finished." Ian could not help but wonder, "I am worried about Sukhan. What if he collapses again?" Haim quickly replied, "He does not look it, but he might actually be a bit frail." Jun Seo said gently, "Maybe I should restrict him to fewer than 6 shots of espresso." At Jun Seo's comment, Sungbin wondered, "Have you ever thought that might be the reason?" Listening to them talk, Sukhan, who was sitting nearby, stiffened and interjected helplessly, "I can hear everything, you know. Anyway, hurry up and finish the setlist meeting." Just then, a phone suddenly rang, filling everyone with curiosity. "Who is calling? Keeping your phone on silent during a meeting is basic etiquette, right?" Sukhan looked bewildered and interjected helplessly, "Why is it that every time I have a meeting, someone keeps calling me repeatedly?" Haim, holding his phone, spoke up, "Nuna, what is up?" After the question, Haim whispered to Sukhan, "Sorry, wait a second." Siwoo was no exception. While talking on the phone, he explained to Sukhan, "What is it, Nuna? Please wait just 1 minute." Under the current situation, everyone in the room stood frozen in confusion. Both of them have sisters. "Wait, Siwoo Hyung has a sister too, I just found out." At Siwoo's spot, he was focused on his phone conversation. "What is this about, Nuna? I am working, so if it is not urgent, let us talk later." In response, the person on the other end coldly replied, "You are going to lose to me anyway, so do not act tough. It is annoying. In the end, you are just selling your face and body. Don't act like it is some noble profession." Hearing this, Siwoo clenched his fists in anger. He reminded her irritably, "Don't talk about my job so carelessly. I am hanging up." However, before he could hang up, Sukhan appeared from nowhere and called out, "Hyung." Siwoo replied immediately, "Sukhan, I am done with the call. I will be right there." Seeing Siwoo acting a bit strange, Sukhan could not help but think to himself, if she is Kong Siwoo's sister, then she belongs to the Taewon group. "I can't help but be worried." The next second, he asked with concern, "Hyung, are you okay?" Siwoo spoke up gently, "I am fine, just thinking for a bit." "Sorry for interrupting the meeting, let us continue." Even though he said that, Sukhan naturally did not believe it. He only trusted his eyes when seeing Siwoo's expression. As expected, he looked full of worry. Back to when the call was happening, Siwoo's sister spoke with total coldness, "Are you talking about that pathetic, outdated idol game? Who cares? Anyway, there is a family dinner next month. I want to check if your table manners have been properly trained, so let us meet privately first." Siwoo firmly refused, "I have said this many times. I am not going to that house." At these words, Siwoo's sister was naturally provoked and reminded him irritably, "Is that so? Then should I come pick you up at the company gates?" Hearing this, Siwoo realized something was wrong. This was a threat with an underlying meaning. As soon as the thought finished, he spoke up, "No. Understood. I will come to your place next week at 7 p.m. After listening to the conversation for a bit, Sukhan thought suspiciously, "Hyung, you are not being threatened by someone with something weird again, are you?" The sound of an IV drip echoed softly. Faint sounds stirred in the silent hospital space. A hand was covered in 4 needle marks. In an instant, the hand moved slightly. That person was none other than Yuchan. He was lying unconscious in a hospital bed as someone's voice rang out, "Damn it, Kim Yuchan. Are you okay? Are you awake? You crazy guy, what on earth happened?" After listening for a bit, Yuchan seemed to be woken up. The Wei's Min said in extreme worry, "You idiot, we were really worried." As soon as he saw Min, Yuchan spoke, "Min Hyung, keep it down. My head feels like it is going to explode." Min quickly replied, "I do not care. You are a lunatic. You have been asleep for days." Despite the scolding, he could not help but worry about Yuchan's condition.
No, listen.
The doctor said it was not a health issue. He said you were just sleeping and then left. What the hell? Don't tell me your old illness is relapsing. At this, Yuchan's face darkened in confusion. "Old illness, what do you mean by that? How was I before?" Min explained immediately, "You know, when you panicked and said a red window appeared before your eyes." The more Yuchan heard, the more confused he felt. "I do not know anymore. When did I ever do that?" As soon as he finished speaking, his face frowned as he thought to himself, "By the way, What on earth are these memories? Images of when he was bullied quickly flashed through his mind, making Yu-chan feel even more shocked. Yu-chan looked visibly upset and said irritably, was I that pathetic back in middle school? I do not remember anything like this. Where did this crazy dream come from? As he said this, Yu-chan's eyes went blank for a long while. Then he continued in doubt, don't tell me that is me. From the world where Sukhan died. Considering my so-called synchronization rate is as high as 70%, I guess I am close to the truth. Immediately, Yu-chan fell into pensive thought again, so all that talk about a community of fate or whatever is because of a kid who was too curious. So if he saved me and brought me back, then these status windows are basically saying, in this life, make sure to save that person. Is that what it means? And what about after that? What about me? At Si-woo's place, he was curled up in the corner of his bed. Looking at his phone, Si-woo let out a long sigh. Then he said dejectedly to himself, I do not want to go. Seeing Si-woo sigh repeatedly, Sukhan, sitting not far away, could not help but be drawn in. Immediately, he thought, he is completely full of worry. To this extent, it is basically like a protest for attention, right? The next second, Sukhan asked, Hyung, you said your sister contacted you earlier, right? Is something going on with your family? Si-woo replied gloomily, actually, I have to go to a dinner tonight, but I do not want to be involved with those people even for a second. The more Sukhan heard, the more curious he became. With those people. Si-woo buried his face in the blankets and said, right now, I really do not want the company to know about my situation. After hearing this, Sukhan seemed to understand partially and continued to reflect, Kong Si-woo feels it too. Just like last time, a threat telling him to stop his idle activities will appear again. But, he immediately reassured his friend, Hyung, do not worry too much. Just take it easy. I will investigate Kong Hai-young for you. If it is the Taewon group, there is one thing I know. At Sukhan's words, Si-woo was naturally surprised. You know too about my sister, Sukhan said calmly, at least a little. I think I have heard some bad rumors. Although I hope I never have to use this information. Sukhan thought to himself, there was an incident where the Taewon group once became a public controversy. Sukhan patted Si-woo's shoulder and reminded him, straighten your back, puff out your chest, and walk in confidently. Got it, seeing him suddenly say that. Si-woo could only listen blankly.
Yeah.
With a forced smile on his face and a pale complexion, Sukhan seemed a bit worried. With the information I have, it might not be enough. That evening, Si-woo was fully prepared. As soon as he entered the grand lobby, he greeted politely, hello, we have a reservation under the name Kong Hai-young. The waiter replied immediately, welcome. I will lead you this way. And so Si-woo followed the waiter deep into the hotel. Inside, the lights were bright, illuminating the entire large room. As soon as he saw the person in front of him, Si-woo said, I am here. At this moment, he seemed full of insecurity and anxiety. The person in front of him did not even spare Si-woo a glance, only reminding him coldly, haven't you come in yet, hurry up. I am not exactly happy to be sitting at the same table as my father's mistress's child, either. Hearing this, Si-woo's eyes filled with a dazed look. Even so, he tried to act like he was fine, gently pulling out a chair at the dining table. Then, he gracefully picked up a small fork. Before he could even take a bite, Si-woo quickly got to the main point, you dragged me all the way here. What exactly do you want to say? Si-woo's sister replied coldly, no manners at all. But you are quite good at reading the situation. You already know what I am going to say, right? I will give you 1 month. Before father's birthday, tell him with your own mouth that you are the son of a mistress. As she said this, annoyance and anger were clear on her face. This made Si-woo feel extremely frustrated too. What the hell? I can't. Idols do not need unnecessary scandals, and the vice chairman won't allow it either. At Si-woo's words, his sister suddenly burst out laughing. Then, a second later, she reminded him with haughty arrogance, do I look like I am asking for your opinion? If you do not say it yourself, I will say it for you. You should not think that father himself will come to warn you in person. I will say it again, 1 month. Understood. Si-woo could not resist. He could only turn and leave. His face darkened, his emotions unreadable. As he walked, Si-woo thought worriedly, within 1 month, tell everyone that I am the illegitimate son of the vice chairman of the Taewon group. If I do that, the whole group will be dragged into a scandal. If I am going to become a burden to everyone's dreams, then maybe. At Sukhan's place, Jae-yoon Lee was reminding them, everyone, you did a great job enduring all the live broadcasts during the end of year Geo Taejun. Now go back to the dorm and rest properly. Suk-han and the others replied immediately, yes, you too, Manager Hyung. Just then, Haim suddenly threw open the door and said seriously, all right, everyone has changed because we just passed January 1st. Today is truly a historic day, is not it? Everyone quickly replied, the day we let the youngest drink. Hearing this, Haim stared with an open mouth in surprise. But is not Suk-han 19, everyone explained calmly. His birthday has passed, so he can drink legally. He is an adult now. Standing next to Haim, Suk-han said, back at Star Pro, everyone was a minor except for Sungbin Hyung and Jun Seo Hyung. Haim could not help but agree, that is right, everyone was just a baby. At this moment, Si-woo, standing to one side, suddenly interjected, how does it feel to legally become an adult? Does it feel different from yesterday? Suk-han replied blankly. Honestly, it does not feel much different. I can just do things I could not do before. Hearing that, Sungbin burst out laughing and teased, I guess so. Suk-han is staring intently at the beer. Suk-han said calmly, on a day like today, you have to drink. At this time, Haim sat down next to the beer bottles and asked gently, Suk-han, want to try soju or beer? Suk-han replied, I think I would prefer a soju bomb. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a bit panicked inside. What, this is very misleading. Indeed, as he thought, Haim could not help but wonder, you have tried it when? Sungbin quickly put his arm around Suk-han's neck and said, should we let Suk-han have the somek he likes? While we are at it, let us check his alcohol tolerance. Suk-han hurriedly explained, I have actually never tried it before. I just have a feeling it will suit my taste. Haim smiled and interjected, I am curious about your tolerance too. Under the current situation, Suk-han could not help but think to himself, my drinking habits and tolerance. Actually, I already know them all. I will fall asleep right after drinking just a little, so. As soon as he thought this, Suk-han spoke up, Hyungs, there is something I have always been hiding. Actually, the truth is. As he spoke, he clearly began to look tipsy. I should have been passed out by now. As soon as the thought finished, Suk-han told everyone the truth, actually, I came from the future. Early the next morning. Suk-han was lying on his cozy bed. As he rolled over, he dejectedly thought to himself, this is bad. Thinking this, Suk-han tried to get up, staggering around the room. As he opened the fridge, he said, how much did I drink last night, since it had been so long? Since it had been so long. I did not do anything stupid, right, as long as I did not cause trouble. Immediately, Suk-han froze on the spot. He seemed to remember everything from yesterday. In an instant, those words were crystal clear in his mind. I came from the future. 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 The more he remembered, the more Suk-han found it unbelievable. Don't tell me I actually said that. Back to the past, beer glasses clinked together, followed by the sound of happy conversation. You drink well, you drink really well. Want another round? With a beer glass in his hand, Suk-han slumped into his chair and thought helplessly, wait, what? This is only the second glass. I am sleepy. I think my drunk habit is falling asleep. Can I sleep for a bit? I am lying down here. Hearing this, Haim wondered what, already. The more Suk-han remembered the scene, the more shocked he was. That is right, at that time, Haim and Jun Seo were sitting right next to Suk-han chatting. This pork belly is delicious. The thing you are eating is chicken. It is chicken. Sorry. Chicken. Sorry for calling you a pig. Under the current situation, Suk-han could not help but feel helpless. My drunk habit is falling asleep right on the spot. Or at least I thought so. At that time, Suk-han had said solemnly, Hyungs, you know. Actually, I have a secret I have been hiding. The more they heard Suk-han's words, the more curious everyone became. What is it? You have looked so tired lately. Is something going on? Suk-han rubbed his eyes and replied gently, don't be too shocked. Sung-bin and Se-hyun quickly replied, as long as it is not illegal, we can understand everything, right? It is okay to be honest about what is hard. Immediately, Suk-han continued, actually, I really came from the future. Upon hearing this, Sung-bin burst out laughing happily. Suk-han is drunk. Completely drunk. But his face still looks normal. Seeing this, Suk-han immediately explained, I am being serious. However, Sung-bin naturally still did not believe it. No, he is too deep into our group's lore. This is the company's fault, right? Where else can you find an idol as immersed and hardworking as this? Jun Seo, sitting next to Suk-han, smiled and cut in. So what is the future like? Just tell us. Jun Seo's action made Sung-bin feel a bit impressed. Jun Seo Hyung is really kind. He is listening seriously. Sukhan began to recount. At first, I worked part-time at a cafe. I really wanted to become an idol, you know. Jun Seo replied with a smile, and so. Sukhan said, so I regressed because God was moved. I guess. After hearing this, everyone could not help but evaluate. Do Sukhan look serious? His gaze is not unfocused at all. Sukhan did not pay any attention to that and remained focused on his story, but the point I regressed to is a different parallel universe. This universe. After listening for a while, Jun Seo frowned and spoke up, sorry, but this is for sure. Back to the present, after remembering for a bit, Sukhan was rolling around on the bed, out of control. After a while, he tried to calm himself down. No, calm down. If anything, this is a good opportunity to confirm everything. Do Seo Jun said something as if he saw me die in the future, but the other members do not seem to have those memories yet. The more he thought, the more helpless Sukhan felt, crying out, so it is confirmed. It is confirmed. My tolerance never improved. Just then, Se-hyun suddenly entered the room and asked with a smile, Sukhan, you are up. Sukhan replied immediately, Hyun, good morning. I said a lot of nonsense last night, right? Se-hyun said, it was all just gibberish. Do you remember calling the CEO to check up on him, right? At this, Sukhan's face suddenly turned blank with shock, and he hurriedly asked back, what me, do Sukhan, have I really gone crazy? Se-hyun said, you kept bragging that your drunk habit was falling asleep and that you never black out from drinking. Sukhan still could not believe what he was hearing and asked again. I called the CEO, really, Se-hyun explained, yeah, but actually you just asked him how he was doing lately. Ian approached from nowhere and gently interjected, that is right, and you called someone else too. This naturally made Sukhan extremely panicked. Who else? Ian said, I do not know. You kept complaining about why they were not answering the phone. You even shouted slogans like we can do it. Hearing this, Sukhan quickly checked his call log with a thought in his mind. It was definitely Kim Yu-chan. I have so many things I want to ask, yet you hung up after a meaningless call. While he was lost in his own thoughts, Ian continued, when Sukhan is drunk, he calls through his entire contact list. Se-hyun asked curiously, you really do not remember anything? Sukhan replied, breaking into a cold sweat, I drank past my limit. As he spoke, he thought helplessly to himself, no, not a single piece of memory is coming back. At this moment, Siwoo suddenly smiled and said, honestly, I was quite shocked. You spoke very seriously about seeing the future. Sukhan hurriedly interjected, now is not the time to laugh at me. We have things to talk about, right? Come here for a second. As he spoke, he pushed Siwoo into a small room. The next second, Sukhan asked, it is about nothing else but your sister. Was that dinner okay? Siwoo replied hesitantly, about that. I think my family situation is about to be reported by the media. Hearing this, Sukhan was filled with shock. What? This happened so suddenly. There must be a condition. Siwoo immediately agreed, that is right. The condition is that I have to reveal it myself within 1 month. The more Sukhan heard, the more confused he felt. Why the vice chairman of the Taewon group, Kong Siwoo's father, would not gain anything from people knowing his illegitimate son is an idol. So that means the half-sister, Kong Ha-young, is acting on her own. Is her successful half-brother really that much of an eyesore to her? In this situation, Kong Siwoo will definitely say that he will leave the group on his own. Immediately, Siwoo's words from before flashed through his mind, if I become a burden to the group, I will be the first to leave. Sukhan hurriedly called out, Hyung, but before he could finish, Siwoo cut him off. We are doing so well right now. It is better to lose one member than to ruin our first full album. Hearing this, Sukhan thought to himself, I knew he would say that. But that would not do. Sukhan spoke up again, precisely because things are going so well, we need you even more. As he spoke, he reflected, to be honest, if this goes public, opinion will only get worse. People will say Kong Siwoo is the vice chairman's son, so StarPro must have rigged the show to get him in. They will call our debut trash. Damn it, they will say that is why his rank suddenly skyrocketed. Just the title of illegitimate child of a chaebol family is enough. If he continued promoting with that label, Kong Siwoo's spirit would break very quickly. After thinking for a moment, Sukhan made a serious suggestion, then let us make it so they can't be the ones to reveal it first. This made Siwoo extremely curious. How? Sukhan stated firmly, there is a way. Trust me just this once, Hyung. Immediately, his thoughts raced, if my vague memories are correct. The eldest daughter of the Taewon group, Kong Ha-young, would be exposed in a few years as the major sponsor behind several celebrity maintenance scandals. She would become the center of an incident that brought down dozens of idols along with her. The moment I heard the name Taewon Group, a scandal flashed in my head. But aside from the Mastery Club incident, I did not know the exact details. At Do-yeon's place, Suk-han entered the room and greeted her. "Hello, it has been a while." Do-yeon immediately replied, "Suk-han is here, sorry, I am a bit sensitive right now. Watch your brother. I talked about the movie I wanted to see for a whole month, and on opening day, he says he has to work overtime. Is he crazy?" Listening to her, Suk-han fell silent and pondered. "She is my brother's ex-girlfriend, but they look like they are dating again anyway,"
reported Lee Do-yeon.
Do-yeon complained. "I guess he is not the only one. I am busy too." Suk-han quickly reassured her. "He has not been sleeping much lately. He is preparing the lineup for a new show. I think he is even having nightmares." After listening for a bit, Do-yeon could not help but ask, "Are you just going to talk about him forever? Didn't you come here to ask me something?" Suk-han said calmly, "That is right. My brother is indeed trash." This seemed to make Do-yeon happy. Her face softened quickly as she said, "All right. So what do you need help with?" Suk-han did not answer right away. He had other calculations in mind. "I will pay back this debt one day, Hyung." Suk-han spoke up, "It is just. Do you happen to know a club called Mastery Club?" Hearing this, Do-yeon wondered, "What club is that? How does Seo-han know about that club? That place is famous for having sponsored idols." Seeing her face suddenly darken as she looked at him, Suk-han thought, as expected, she knows what that club really is. He then asked, "By the way, how do you dare to mess with the people who frequent that place?" The more she heard, the angrier Do-yeon became. She suddenly stood up and questioned, "What? Who goes there? Don't tell me it is that bastard Lee Do-kyung." Suk-han quickly explained, "No, it is not Lee Do-kyung." Do-yeon did not care about that and just reminded him, "And Seo-han, do not you dare go near places like that." "Understood," Suk-han replied, "I won't go. I told you I have no intention of going. It is just that there is someone called Big Hand on that club side, and they keep threatening one of our members." At his words, Do-yeon was surprised. "What, are you talking about Kong Si-woo?" Suk-han could not help but praise her, "You are quick on the uptake." After saying that, he thought to himself, "Don't tell me you already know Big Hand's identity, Lee Do-yeon." At this moment, Do-yeon said calmly, "If you are talking about the woman pulling the strings in the back, it is practically an open secret." Hearing this, Suk-han confirmed it in his heart. Bingo. So you already know Kong Ha-young. After talking for a while, Do-yeon refused. "Sorry, but I can't write an article just for that. I would be blocked anyway." Suk-han replied leisurely, "I am not asking you to write an article. Just give me one sentence, a short threatening sentence to send to the eldest daughter of the Taewon Group." A message from Si-woo suddenly appeared. "How many people are in Mastery Room 108, Eret, Lee Kwan?" As soon as she read these lines, a voice filled with anger rang out. "What? Who is this? Who sent this?" Ha-young looked visibly upset, cursing Si-woo repeatedly. "That bastard Kong Si-woo. How does he know the club's code?" As she spoke, she smashed her phone. "Secretary Choi, what the hell are you doing? How are you managing the mastery list like this? Hey, when those idols came in back then, did not you make sure they kept their mouths shut?" Secretary Choi hurriedly apologized. "I am sorry. I will block the reports immediately." Ha-young shouted, "The reports are not the problem right now. That bastard Kong Si-woo is trying to blackmail me." At Si-woo's place, he was asking doubtfully, "Does just sending this really work?" Suk-han replied calmly, "Just wait and see." Helplessly putting his hand to his forehead, Si-woo added, "The fact that Nuna is sponsoring someone. That alone is enough to cause a shock." Suk-han said, "She played dirty first, so we had no choice. For now, this will stop the threats for a while." Hearing this, Si-woo wondered, "So since it has come to this, we can't just leave it like this, right?" Suk-han was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" Si-woo quickly got to the main point. How on earth did you find out about this?" Suk-han hurriedly gave a forced smile and explained, "I told you, I asked reporter Lee Do-yeon to tell me her weakness." As soon as he finished, he could not help but feel awkward. As expected, he is digging deeper. Si-woo immediately replied, "As if I do not know you. You must have made some kind of deal." Under the current situation, Suk-han did not know how to respond and could only think fine. "So instead of suspecting I can see the future, you think I made a deal." After that thought, he spoke up, "Roughly speaking, I know a few things about Lee Do-kyung's dating scandal." The more Si-woo heard, the more confused he became. "But that threat. Did not you use that back during Star Pro?" Suk-han replied, breaking into a cold sweat. I guess you could call it more of a personal connection. After saying that, he thought helplessly, Lee Do-yun is my brother's ex. Si-woo continued, just that does not explain everything. Taewon Group is not the kind of situation you can clumsily cover up. Suk-han said with a forced smile, actually, maybe one of the senior artists involved might have accidentally let something slip. When he saw his phone vibrate, Suk-han picked it up to check. Immediately, he said, Hyung, wait a moment. Seeing him get a call, Si-woo asked, what kind of call is that? Suk-han did not answer, only thinking to himself finally. With sparkling eyes, Suk-han wondered, I have really been waiting for this call for a long time. I will go first. Seeing that look on his face, Si-woo was truly speechless. You. Always dodging like that. Suk-han did not pay much attention and just quickly turned to leave. Sorry. Stepping outside, Suk-han closed the door. The next second he spoke, hello, Kim Woo-chan SSI. How are you feeling? What on earth happened? I heard you could not get up for a few days, so I was worried. Quite a lot has happened on my end too. Yu-chan replied indifferently, it is nothing for Suk-han SSI to worry too much about. I collapsed because of a personal chronic illness. More importantly, a new quest has appeared. Hearing this, Suk-han was full of surprise. What? Yu-chan continued, I was sure it would be something related to synchronization. Regarding the dream your brother mentioned in that message, Seo-jun's synchronization percentage has increased. After listening for a bit, Suk-han said, so it really was not just a meaningless dream. The place and situation my brother described are very similar to the day I died. Then could it be? My brother actually witnessed my death. Yu-chan was silent for a long time and did not answer. Thoughts flashed through Yu-chan's head, if those memories are my true past. The moment they learn the truth, will those two brothers resent me? That kid saved me, and because of that, he ended up dying young at 25. But if I keep him alive in a vegetative state until he turns 25. Achievement, maintaining universe variable 2. Suk-han is alive. If the target remains alive in any state, you can achieve the goal. Then would not the final mission be completed? If cosmic synchronization is the overlapping of memories, then every synchronization must have actually happened in some universe, right? While Suk-han was engrossed in his conversation with Yu-chan, Se-hyun had appeared behind him at some point. The conversation continued, and the next quest is to reach 1 million spectators in a single tour. At this moment, Se-hyun spoke up to call him, Seo, but before he could say anything, Suk-han interjected, What did you just say, 1 million spectators in a single tour? My life is being put on the line for another crazy quest again. What is the time limit? Yu-chan replied, about a year. The more he heard, the darker Suk-han's face became, replying with clear panic, a single tour, a world tour counts, right? If we release a full album soon, the company might arrange a tour. What is this? Is 1 million the name of some stray cat? After listening to him for a bit, Se-hyun, standing from a distance, interjected, Suk-han, who are you talking to? What is with that conversation? Why is your life being gambled on reaching 1 million spectators? Under the current situation, Suk-han was suddenly pushed into a corner. Ah well. Meanwhile, Se-hyun continued to ask, and what about the part about the day you died? Hearing a voice coming through, Yu-chan on the other end was extremely curious. Wait, do Suk-han SSI, who is next to you right now? Se-hyun asked seriously, you do not look drunk, so why are you saying things like that? After hearing this, Yu-chan continued, it might be Jin Se-hyun SSI. Be careful. Right now, Jin Se-hyun SSI synchronization rate is. That is not it. Right now, Se-hyun was still solemnly questioning Suk-han. Answer me, do Suk-han. Right after finishing the sentence, he clutched his head in pain. What is this? Suddenly my head. Meanwhile, Yu-chan on the other end was still calling, Suk-han SSI, do Suk-han SSI. Se-hyun thought helplessly, it feels like my head is splitting open. The voices continued to echo, Jin Se-hyun SSI, do Suk-han. In an instant, Se-hyun was immersed in his own recollection. Jin Se-hyun, congratulations on your debut. Project Stardust, the final trainee ranked 4th, Jin Se-hyun. Your debut has been confirmed. At that time, Se-hyun's face showed clear bewilderment. The system board appeared, Se-hyun at 0%. Bowing to everyone in thanks, Se-hyun said, thank you everyone. Witnessing the scene unfolding, Se-hyun was extremely puzzled. What is this? I am happy, but this dizzy feeling. The MC's voice rang out continuously, next, the final 7th place position. The more Se-hyun heard, the more confused he became. That is right, it felt like this at first. Thank you. I could not just laugh comfortably. Those of us who sweated together for months. Today was also the day they were eliminated just because of a few ranks difference. What is it? But why is Sukhan crying? He is fine, he should not be down there. While Se-hyun was lost in thought, a hand was suddenly placed gently on his shoulder. Immediately, Do-kyung appeared, followed by a soft voice, Se-hyun, congratulations on your debut. Let us do well together. At these words, Se-hyun could not help but be confused. Wait, Do-kyung SSI, are you debuting here? Do-kyung answered curiously, I just joined not long ago.
Hin Se-hyun SSI, congratulations.
Let us do well together. Under the current situation, Se-hyun naturally felt extremely bewildered. What, even Lee Jun-hyuk is debuting? As he thought, he felt a persistent headache, which also made Do-kyung confused. What is wrong, are you okay? Se-hyun replied, wait, my head really. He quickly fell into his own stream of thoughts. I was just with Sukhan a moment ago. What? In an instant, Jun Seo's voice echoed in his mind. Did you see that message too? They said Jun-hyuk was in an accident, critical condition. Se-hyun, with a face showing not a shred of concern, asked, why are you worried about the person who caused all that trouble and left the group? Jun Seo explained immediately. They said a truck crashed into the shop. It was a major accident. Se-hyun said helplessly, how could you ignore something like that? Hyung, look at your condition. Do you think you can drive in that state? I will drive. Give me the keys.
Yoon Seo quickly replied, Se-hyun.
Strict but kind, the leader of Stardust, that person was none other than Se-hyun. At that time, he had driven Jun Seo to visit Sukhan, the one who had the accident. Let us go. In Jun Seo's thoughts, since the members were constantly causing trouble everywhere, I became cold and sharp like this. But that leader Hyung, how can he still be like that? Why is he actually worried about Lee Jun-hyuk of all people? At the hospital. Sitting in the waiting area, Se-hyun wondered, do you remember someone named Sukhan? Jun Seo was curious. Who? Se-hyun quickly said, you know, the kid who was ranked 8th in the Star Pro audition. Right after the sentence, he thought of something. Remembering Sukhan's tragic crying scene, Se-hyun continued, I feel like I can remember him, but why him? Just then, Jun Seo suddenly interjected, the name next to Jun-hyuk when we stopped by the ICU room earlier. For some reason, I have a feeling it might be him.
Se-hyun replied coldly,
It is a fairly rare name. My memory of him only goes that far. Jun Seo looked at the person sitting next to him and added, thinking back, it has been quite a while since I contacted him. He was really hard-working and kind. Se-hyun replied, if I remember correctly, he danced quite well too. I thought for sure he would debut. To be honest, maybe it is better this way. If he joined, the team would feel forced. Why are you saying things like that again? You are the one who called him a good leader, remember, looking at you rushing here even after Lee Jun-hyuk caused trouble everywhere. I told you, I had no choice. Back to the present, after countless memories flashed through his head, Se-hyun was now so exhausted that his face was pale.
He whispered, Seokan. Do Seoan.
In an instant, his eyes suddenly widened. His face was also covered in cold sweat. Sukhan, standing in front of him, suddenly clutched his heart in exhaustion, making Se-hyun full of worry.
Do Seoan.
Do Sukhan, at Yu-chan's place, he was also trying to call Sukhan on the line. Do Sukhan SSI, Se-hyun SSI. The phone quickly fell to the ground. Se-hyun quickly grabbed the phone and then talked to the person on the other end. Hello, is this Kim Woo-chan Sunbae Nim? Yu-chan quickly spoke up, yes, it is me. How is Sukhan SSI's condition now? What was that just now? Se-hyun thought to himself. Something suddenly flashed by like a panorama of memories. He spoke out, his face is pale, and he is clutching his chest. He looks like he is in a lot of pain. I will call an ambulance first and get back to you later. After finishing the sentence, Se-hyun thought to himself, I think we can talk later. Right now, his condition. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed Se-hyun tightly, followed by a voice, wait. With a sweating face, Sukhan tried to say, don't call an ambulance. I will be fine if I rest for a bit. This made Se-hyun feel extremely worried. What are you saying? Look at your condition. Sukhan spoke up the tour. No, I need to practice. I do not have time to be hospitalized for something like this. The more Se-hyun heard, the more confused he felt. Earlier on the phone, you kept talking about dying for the tour. What on earth does that mean? With a dazed look, Sukhan replied, that tour. I have to do that tour. Seeing this, Se-hyun immediately asked Yu-chan on the other end, Kim Woo-chan Sunbae Nim, I happened to overhear a bit of your conversation earlier. This matter. I think an explanation is needed. When Yu-chan heard that, his eyebrows immediately furrowed. Meanwhile, Suk-han was immersed in his own thoughts. It is starting again, this pain. It feels like my ribs are shattering into pieces. Every breath feels like my lungs are being ripped apart. It was as if you were falling into a deep abyss. Suk-han thought helplessly, it feels like my whole body is being slammed into the ground. They said it is memory synchronization. Is my body's memory also coming back? At this moment, Se-hyun suddenly asked worriedly, Suk-han, are you a bit more alert now? Suk-han quickly returned to reality and replied tiredly, Hyung, I feel much better than before. Se-hyun questioned him helplessly, why on earth did not you say anything until now? Hearing this, Suk-han thought worriedly to himself, oh no, my phone. Even so, he tried not to reveal everything, asking innocently, what are you talking about? Did Kim Woo-chan SSI say something? Se-hyun said, I heard from Sunbae. Before he could finish, Suk-han cut him off. Don't tell me.
Kim Bo-chan sissy.
What exactly did he say? Se-hyun slumped down to the ground and said, that you are destined to die at age 25. No, or maybe even sooner than that. After hearing this, Suk-han felt completely hopeless, thinking a lot was condensed, but that way of putting it is quite clear. Meanwhile, Se-hyun could not help but be curious. And who exactly is that Sunbae? He is like some kind of shaman. Suk-han said, I guess it is something like that. More importantly, I thought you would not believe it. Yet you actually believe everything Kim Woo-chan SSI said. After saying that, he fell into thought. The Jin Se-hyun I have known until now is quite realistic and straightforward, the type of person who does not speak in clichés. As expected, there was no way he would believe such a thing immediately. However, reality was not as he thought. At this moment, Se-hyun stated with full solemnity, I believe it too. Even if I look like this, do not doubt it. I saw it with my own eyes. Just now, the moment you were in pain, it was like a forgotten past was etched and flashed before my eyes. So let me ask one more thing. What can I do to help? After finishing the sentence, he put on a completely reliable expression. This made Suk-han smile, but Se-hyun was confused. What is with you? Why are you laughing? It looks like you are feeling a bit better now. Suk-han quickly asked back, is this for real? You really believe me? Se-hyun grew even more suspicious. What is with that reaction? Is this a hidden camera prank? If you tell me now, I will let it slide. Suk-han replied, no, it is really the truth. I am serious. Actually, there is exactly one thing I need your help with. Se-hyun immediately agreed, sure, what is it? Suk-han said, attracting 1 million spectators with just one tour. At his words, Se-hyun seemed to grasp the situation. So that is why you kept mentioning that tour. You have to do it. Suk-han quickly interjected, exactly. It is as if. Before he could finish, Se-hyun questioned him angrily, what kind of nonsense is that? That is no different from having to hold about 100 concerts, right? You will die of overwork before you even finish the shows. At this rate, the only answer is an overseas tour. Seeing Se-hyun like this, Suk-han was not scared at all. Instead, a smile touched his lips as he thought happily, in that moment, I felt something strange. Watching Jin Se-hyun's back as he got angry as if it were his own problem. For the first time, I felt like I truly belonged to this world. What is this feeling? Did I have no sense of belonging at all before? They are the members I prioritize, but I can also see further into this group's future than anyone else. Perhaps that is why my 26-year-old self only saw them as people I had to lead well. To be a bit more honest while he was lost in thought, Se-hyun helped him up to leave and reminded him, let us go practice. Yu-chan, on the other end, was immersed in his own doubt. This will definitely be 100% successful. I have not even reached 100% synchronization with Seo-jun yet, so why did Jin Se-hyun reach a full 100%? And this time, Suk-han did not even stay unconscious for long. Why, what was different? Maybe. Time. The amount of time Suk-han and Jin Se-hyun have known each other, in other words, the amount of synchronized memories. Is there a difference in the size of the synchronization data? In the practice room, a serious voice rang out, all right, pay attention. Se-hyun said solemnly, there is an important announcement for this year. Hearing this, Jun Seo and Ha-im were extremely curious. What is it, Jin Se-hyun, what is up with you? Se-hyun spoke up, we are going to secure an overseas tour this year. From now on, we are talking about this challenge. This filled Ha-im with surprise, what, an overseas tour. Ian could not hide his excitement either. I want to go abroad too, that would be awesome. Suk-han interjected with a suggestion. I even added an intro choreography sequence that could attract international fans. Jun Seo immediately spoke up. When did those two even plan something like this? Suk-han said, you know, international fans love acrobatic choreography, right? So with that in mind, Ian Hyung, as soon as he heard his name, Ian was completely shocked and hurriedly asked me. Suk-han suggested immediately, can you help with that part of the choreography? Like this you just need to bow your head as low as possible. Ian said, well, if it is just that much, I can do it. Hearing that, Suk-han thought, Ian is one of the shorter ones among us, after all. Just then, Haim suddenly wondered, wait, are you talking about that move where someone jumps over you? That looks cool, but... Before Haim could finish, Siwoo cut him off. You said it was dangerous precisely because it is too showy. Do we really have to add that move?
Sek-han stated firmly, yeah.
It is okay. This performance needs it for this song. After he finished, Siwoo stared intently at Se-hyun, which confused him. Why are you looking at me? Of course, normally it was Siwoo who tried to stop things like that. Siwoo let out a helpless sigh. Then, he ended up following Suk-han's suggestion and said, first, let us start practicing the landing. Suk-han needs to enter half a beat earlier than usual. Half a beat earlier. Suk-han's going to be very busy. Suk-han quickly interjected, or should we simplify the formation? No, if we change the formation carelessly, the stage will look empty. That is true. After practicing for a while to the point of exhaustion, a sweat-soaked Sungbin spoke up, are you really sure about this? Let us try it a few more times. If it still does not work, we will scrap this move. Honestly, jumping over someone from the back to the front and having to get into position in just 2 beats is extremely difficult. Suk-han replied immediately, but still. Let us try to sink it one more time. 1, 2, duck down, just like that, everyone continued practicing hard. Suk-han performed a flip in the air. Just as he was about to land, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. Good, the distance is perfect. Now I just need a clean landing. Right after the thought, Suk-han unfortunately slipped. Seeing him fall to the floor, everyone called out in worry, Suk-han. What happened? That must really hurt. Did you twist your ankle? Suk-han was in too much pain to speak, only panting heavily in exhaustion. Then he fell deep into thought. This is driving me crazy. Isn't this the exact same ankle I injured before? At this moment, Sungbin approached to help check on him. Suk-han, I am taking off your shoe. Lift your ankle. As soon as he saw Suk-han's swollen foot, Sungbin spoke up, what should we do? It is completely swollen. We have to go to the hospital first. Seeing this, Suk-han hurriedly refused. I am okay. I will be fine. Despite that, everyone made a firm decision. Call the instructor first. Cancel the afternoon schedule for now and take Suk-han to the hospital. Suk-han lay on the floor, panting and drenched in sweat. He could not help but think to himself, something has gone very wrong.